Turn off all these little stream thingies. All my goals and viewer accounts. I'm really tired. You hear my voice? I'm like, okay, that's good. Set up. Okay. And it's about to start, so let me go ahead and get this on here. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Guess I lost audio. Okay, looks good. Okay, we're good to go. So enjoy the broadcasts as I pass out a little bit. Try to watch some of it, but I think I might fall asleep. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Okay. Gotta get this set up. Okay, Jasmine's gonna supervise. Thanks, Jasmine. Hi, Lucy. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and mute so my cat doesn't disturb us constantly. Okay, good night, everybody, while we watch this. I'll be here for a little bit.
Welcome back to the North American Smite Challenger Circuit. One final match this week, and this one is important. And what a way to kick off this Saturday in Smite action. We've got the Yomi Tanuki up against the Athenian Sages in a very important matchup that has implication for Masters and the North American Smite Challengers teams that could be representing the NASEC at Masters here in just a couple of weeks. Excited to get this one started. I can't do it alone. Trelly's with me. And Trelly, over here in NA, it only seems fitting that we've got two teams this far on into the phase that are still competing for spots because it's been such a competitive region.
Yeah, definitely. And it's wild to see. I just checked the Indian Sages. I mean, I've watched all their games, and it's hard to believe they're 0-3 because they definitely have a strong record. So both of these teams that you mentioned trying to fight for that top four. That's what they need right now. The Tanuki are in number 3 right now, but a loss would definitely bring them down. And the Sages trying to get on the board.
We've already seen some competitive Smite in the NASCC this week. A couple of 3-game sets. Shabalba Storm winning over the Weavers, and then the Hounds finding yet another win in the NASEC over the Wardens. That one was a lot of fun to watch. Some back and forth Smite there, and then, if I remember correctly, Game 3, not particularly close as the Hounds run over the Wardens. Sages versus the Tanuki, the third and final set we've got in the NASEC this week. And the Olympus Bolts looking unique here in the middle of the NASEC standings, but I think the big takeaway is, if I look at the standings over here, it's that the Tanuki at 2-1 going into this set, and the Sages at 0-3. So there is a world where the Tanuki lose, they drop to 2-2. The Sages move up to 1-3. And then if the Sages win again, they're 2-3. And if the Tanuki lose again, they're 2-3. And I believe head-to-head would then have the Sages over the Tanuki. So all of these moving puzzle pieces, the ups and downs, the backs and forths, it all gets simplified, Trelly, if the Tanuki just win. If the Tanuki win here, the Sages won't be able to go to Masters in your top 4 set. If the Sages win, things remain interesting moving forward. And if you look at this Tanuki roster, I stand with you, Trelly, or the Sages roster, rather. I stand with you. Slash, Jangaru, Briz, Privative, and Snoopy. Snoopy, right. Can't just slip that one in there. Snoopy now the permanent replacement for Shinigami. And the change now to this roster so late on in the phase, look, I think Snoopy is a talented player. Has played in the SPL recently, has played on successful North American SEC teams recently, nearly qualified into the SPL, was the last team out of that SPL qualifier tournament. I suppose, it's a good change for the Sages team. The question becomes, is it too late on in the phase? How are you going to synergize with this ADC? Maybe if there's a role that you can replace, it's one where you kind of leave them on an island for a little while and they team fight with you later on. What do you think about making a roster swap this late on in the phase?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice because it's not like Shinigami was a lower performer on this team. I mean, I think he was a good portion of the success that they were able to find. I mean, obviously they're 0-3, but they were able to take some games off, and usually their ADC was performing quite well, I would say. So it's going to be interesting if Priv and Snoopy can get that sort of synergy, that duo lane synergy that you really love to see. I mean, if you're a Guardian player, or a support player rather, and your ADC are not on point together, you're really not going to be able to find that level of success. So it's going to be interesting to see. This is very late into the split, as you mentioned, if they can find that in such a short amount of time. But Snoopy's been around. He's definitely no stranger to competition, and I'm sure he'll be able to perform in any sort of circumstance. So
Agreed.
I'm not too worried about it.
No, Snoopy is such a talented player.
Yep.
And so it's not an individual talent question. It's a how well can Snoopy synergize with this team on short basis type of question. I would love it if the Sages were able to keep things interesting for one more week here in the North American SEC. The Tanuki, who have won a set already, won a couple of sets already, have something to say about it, though. This is also a very talented roster in a competitive North American Challenger circuit. You got Snotty, Sada Dragon, Tripno, Monster Bomber, and Hydrogen. And so now I think there's extra emphasis on Monster Bomber and Hydrogen, the duo lane today, and how they can compete with Priv and Snoopy on the other side, who I think become one of the stronger duo lanes here in the North American SEC. But I think Sada Dragon has really stood out to me for this team, Trelly. I think a coach of one of the SPL hopeful rosters at that SPL qualifier tournament, now turned jungler here for this Tanuki team. Top kills on this team per game, and I think for good reason. such an impactful jungler.
Yeah, definitely a unique play style as well. Not really the sort of setup player. Dragon wants to play these hard carries, get these high kill count games, and really set his team up for victory. I mean, if you're dropping those high kill games as you mentioned, trying to get to those later stages, the 5v5 team fight just becomes so difficult. He has these Kali's in the roster, right? These different style of picks that you're not really used to playing against, and has the potential to just completely change a team fight. So Dragon, definitely a hard carry on this team, as well as Snatty. Usually getting that solo lane pressure is the way this roster likes to play. They like to put Dragon in that solo lane, let Snatty get ahead, and I've seen Snatty get pressure about pretty much every single solo laner in this league right now, and that's really annoying to deal with, these tanky warriors rotating in at the later stages of the game.
Yeah, agreed. And I think Troy, it's such a unique roster, this Tanuki team, because definitely players we've seen in the SEC before, names we should be familiar with over the years at this level of play. And it's just kind of like a rock solid team. You don't have this like ex-SPL, names in the light style names on this roster, but they have just been solid and consistent throughout the SEC so far up to this point. Can they knock out the Sages from Masters, picks and bans from game number 1? We'll start off our story here. Remember, the Sages, they need to win this set in order to still have a chance in the world. A lot still has to go their way, but a chance to move forward into Masters. If the Tanuki win this set, then your top 4 are set. And the North American teams heading to Smite Masters in a few weeks are confirmed. ESET takes a ban. RDO does as well. We saw a lot of ESET yesterday in the SPL, both jungle and mid lane, it feels like, which is surprising because I'm used to seeing ESET in support, and that's it. But ESET on a bit of a rise here as of late. Kleedna also going to take a ban. And then Medusa taken off the table. Now, we have seen, again, in the SPL, a detraction from the Medusas and the Cerns of the world and more into, can we build Devourer's Gauntlet style picks in ADC? We have seen a shift in ADC priority.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, the nerf to Crusher and Aussie was definitely big, but I didn't think it would be this big. I mean, usually you would still see the same style of picks with a different build. Now we're just saying, hey, Jing Wei, Rama, those sort of characters are going to be the interesting point. But Bologna, that took no change. That's Tolhead Berserker Shield, definitely going to be very strong in that solo lane, as well as Zeus took no changes. So still going to be very popular pick. First picked away, and Soul following up as well. So that's going to be the ADC Soul and a mid lane Zeus. That's going to be a lot of magical damage. What are they going to follow it up with? That's going to be interesting to see. But Bologna, I just imagine, going to get a lot of pressure. And usually when you first pick the Zeus, you have to watch out for some of these counter matchups. Daji is open, and most notably the Thoth. You're going to get outranged pretty much this whole game, and there's the Daji.
Yeah, my goodness. I mean, Zeus somewhat immobile, Daji able to capitalize on that. Thoth is going to have range in this lane. Zeus is strong, but you're opening up to some counter picks later on in the draft. Amaterasu to answer back to the Bologna. This is a matchup that we saw all through the SPL qualifier tournament earlier on this year. Bologna up against Amaterasu. The Soul is there for a little bit of scaling as well, and so if the Tanuki can spool up a little bit, they have a lot of damage rolling through. Now, I do think the way Dragon likes to play Trillian, we talked about the less facilitator, more hard carry style, potentially opens you up to diversifying some of your damage a little bit. I mean, if you got such magical damage in mid, a high level of magical damage in your hunter role, something like a hard carry style jungler will help you get some more physical damage online. But we're sticking with magical damage. This looks like a Nox support for Monster Bomber, and something that's been on the rise alongside the E-sets of the world.
Yeah, I was going to say, very surprised at the bans that the Sages just took there, but also they have the Daji. I was going to say, obviously, Dragon loves this Kali pick, but right now, with the Daji already locked in, no CC immunity, so probably not too worried about that. They will ban away the Geb and the Khepri. Those cleanses for the Palau are going to be very impactful, so just want to get rid of those immediately. And they're going to take Chiron, which also has a cleanse, interestingly enough. And then the Sobek, so that's a pretty strong early lane. I like to call the Giddy Up from Chiron a Sobek pluck in its own right, because you can just sort of double pluck them back. So that's going to be an interesting lane here. And they are going to save Dragon's pick for last, but it's going to be the Fenrir here. So not so much the hard carry style jungle that we were just harping on, more so the setup. There's still some solo potential. I mean, into Thoth specifically, no way to cancel out Brutalize, so that's going to be a pretty hard matchup just in the mid lane. But besides that, a different sort of style that we haven't seen Dragon lean too much.
I have to believe that this will be an ability-based build or some type of damaging-based build. I think we did see, like, stone cutting sword or something weird on a Fenrir here recently. I don't remember what the exact build was, but I guess that's an opportunity too. Time for the Sages and the Tanuki to kick things off. Game number 1 in the North American SEC final matchup of the week. And I think two of the best logos we've got in the North American SEC. A battle of the logos here in game number 1, as we are wrong about a little bit, maybe a lot. Trelly, what the hell is going on? Excuse my language. It's actually, oh, okay, no, we're right.
I was going to say,
I was so confused there for a second. I was baffled. We hadn't swapped the names around. My goodness, my brain was fried. I thought we had a Zeus jungle, a Nox mid, a Sol solo. I was completely taken aback. But no, we're in a normal world here where everything stands as it is. Thank goodness, because I was going to be really sad with how this game was going to look a few minutes in. But we can rest easy. Everything is normal here. And I look at now the range that the Sages are bringing to the table, Trelly, and it's that you got this Thoth, and you got Snoopy on Chiron, who later in the game was going to have so much damage. Snatty jumped on. And that makes you worried for this Zeus, I think. That was something you brought up in Picks and Bans.
Yeah, just the artillery fire from not only Briz, but Snoopy as well is going to be very difficult. Now you also have to worry about the fact that there's so much range, as you mentioned. It's just very hard for Tripno to try and survive on this Zeus pick. There is a little bit of return fire there with Sada-Dragon. Will be able to pretty much solo out Briz if he's ever out of position, so Briz is going to have to position very well, and right about that tower line is where this Thoth is probably going to stay for the majority of this game, but looks like there will be a pluck on the Hydrogen, but the Giddy Up misses. Snoopy probably doesn't have enough damage to separate. Will get Hydrogen out of harm's way, but I want to look towards that mid lane matchup, man. I want to see if these Assassins are looking to get early, because I think active early, because I think both of these mages pretty susceptible to these ganks.
Yeah, I agree. I think between Tripno and Briz, you've got to play safe early on. You got beads on both. Actually, got beads on all 5 members of the Tanuki. And when you got Jangaru, I mean, the moment level 5 gets hit, you've got to watch out for Palau and how that can change this game around. Sada-Dragon hovering by left, but Jangaru is close by as well. Remember, so many of these Snoopy teams, and this is not an indictment of any of those teams, felt like they lived and died by whether or not Snoopy was fed and out of control come laning phase, come the end of laning phase. And so that's what I look out for, as well as the mid lane matchup. Can Snoopy get far ahead? Even if you don't get kills, can you put pressure on the enemy duo lane? Can you force Sada-Dragon to come over and split the purple buff with Hydrogen? Little things like that, I think, end up making a big difference. And it's a good start already, though maybe not surprising, Trelly. You know that Soul needs a little bit of time to wind up here, so maybe no surprise that a Sobek and a Chiron have early pressure.
Yeah, I don't think Hydrogen really is caring about this right now. With the Gilded Arrow start, you're going to be out farming as long as you're not letting your wave die to the tower or anything like that. So just sitting safe in this lane, avoiding the plucks from Priv if possible. That's probably the name of the game right here for the Tanuki. They don't really care about that early aggression because Chiron and Sobek, they're going to outclear anyway. So just sit back, get your farm, and try to get that soul to that later stage of the game when that Celestial Legion helm's done. You have some protections for the range that Snoopy's going to bring, that sort of thing. But Sada-Dragon will pass over a ward here on the way to the left, so this will be spotted out pretty much immediately. And the cleanse is available for Snoopy, so I don't think they will even have to beads if that ult does come through. Sada-Dragon recognizing this, going to go back over to mid lane where Briz might be in some trouble.
Yeah, Briz could be under pressure, but playing far enough back and safe on the Thoth, as you would expect. Privative goes Bracer early on in this lane. It's amazing how much lurking in the waters can get you out of. Dazzling offensive. Now, I say out of, meaning avoiding. You've got to use that lurking in the waters preemptively from something like the Ragnarok. But with a lot of the individual instances of lockdown that the Tanuki have, I think Priv probably smart, trusting the playstyle that the lurking in the waters will be quick enough and on time. Jangaru, though, an opportunity for an early kill. Is the damage enough? It nearly is, but Sada-Dragon will walk away having to use the beads. Tripno does as well. Talk about a worthwhile engagement. Jangaru gets the beads off both the mid laner and the jungler of the Tanuki in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I think Sada-Dragon also popped the health pot right when he saw the Palau come out, so really needed that HP there. Priv will pick up that red buff. I don't think they have enough damage to even get this Sobek to half health, so we'll be able to just walk out of there. Was a great engagement, though. Jangaru getting a lot of worth out of that Palau currently. I was going to say Tripno and Hydrogen both building in the Celestial Legion helm. But answer back, Privative already has Heartward Amulet online. A lot of magical defense for pretty much anyone who's around this Sobek right now. They recognize, number one, there's 3 mages on the side of the Tanuki. We don't have to worry about that much physical damage, especially because Snaddy's not going to rotate over for quite some time, has the beads, no teleport.
Right.
So they just get some magical defense, aura for the whole team. Now they pretty much have no sort of engage for at least a little bit longer until they get some of that flat pen. They went for a physical defense item first, so they won't have any penetration for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is like max value Heartward for Privative early on in this game, outside of where Sada Dragon ends up going. And even later on into the game, we know Amaterasu can do a lot of damage, but you're really relying on Sada Dragon with what looks like the start of an ability-based build on this Fenrir to be supplying some of that. So I agree, Trelly, a smart early purchase from Privative as the Athenian Sages pull a quiet 500-600 gold lead in the first 5 or 6 minutes of this game. And that allows some scaling to happen here as Snoopy ends up going back and I believe picks up Transcendence, which he does. And so if you talk about ability-based builds, that's what we have seen on this Chiron as of late. I suppose when Crusher was all the rage, you know, you'd go Crusher into something a little bit more standard, as up and down from the Palau goes Jangaru. Sada Dragon still didn't have beads, but does have Ragnarok. Privative, yes, he caught out, or is it Sada Dragon? Briz with a final judgment right down the side will give the Tanuki an early loss in the Athenian Sages' first blood. That's got to be a lightning storm to disengage from Tripno. Felt like a matter of time, and the Sages find first blood.
Yeah, Briz is doing way too much damage. It is only 6 minutes into the game, currently full Divine Ruin, level 8 Thoth. Pretty much able to one-shot right now. That wasn't even a fully charged Final Judgment. That was just a lot of damage from the Hieroglyphic Assault, and the Final Judgment one-tap just to finish that one off. So always having, I was going to say that Briz has to stay back in this matchup, but Sada Dragon has been getting pretty bullied this game. Already going into some magic defense there, possibly a Runic Shield or an Ancile, something to just try and survive the magical damage from Briz alone, because you're not worried about Priv's damage right now. You're just trying to say, if I have to kill this Thoth, that's my job as a Fenrir. I'm going to have to get some defense. There's no way I can 1v1 him right now. It's a 2-level lead. Did just tick over to level 8, so just 1 level right now. But Thoth going to be pumping out a lot of damage numbers currently. Snoopy, though, will be going for that full ability damage build, at least the start of it. We'll have to see if he does end up going for maybe some auto attack here and there, maybe a chin size, something like that, or just straight Jotun's Wrath, Crusher, Heartseeker. We love seeing that Chiron build because you can just half-health someone from like across the map.
Right, depending on what Monster Bomber builds. You could only have one like super tanky target to deal with later in the game, and that could be Snaddy, and that might open up Snoopy to diversifying the build a little bit. I feel like we see a lot of Transcendence. Titan's Bane at some point in this build really starts to hurt. Of course, the upgraded Bluestone. And so Centaurus sometimes use Trailer later on in fights. Almost similar to how Briz is going to play on this Thoth, where you just sit back, you let Centaurus fly. And if you're connecting on the carries, I mean, they end up walking out of the fight early, whether you kill them or not, with half HP missing. So that's what I look forward to for Snoopy later on in this game. Of course, you've got the wind-up time that we've already talked a little bit about for Hydrogen on this Soul Celestial Legion to start. Looks like Soul Gem?
It's got to be Pythags.
Pythags, right? I mean, something else. I'm so used to seeing that item and then go into Soul Gem after the fact that, yeah, I'm intrigued to see what that ends up being for Hydrogen. Pythags may make sense, and maybe it makes more sense than a Soul Gem would for Hydrogen, but power and lifesteal early on in the build is what Hydrogen's got in mind, regardless of what that item ends up.
Yeah, I think the aura will help out the triple mage comp, but also it's going to make your power spike a lot later for this. So already you went the Celestial Legion helm, so you're not doing too much damage. Usually that Spear of the Magus or a Typhon's thing is going to help out. Sada Dragon, though, will go in on Snoopy a lot of damage.
Cleanse is good, though. Sada Dragon actually gets a lot turned around. Snoopy sends out the damage and the detonate. Able to get himself out alive, but Beads is actually what ends up getting used there from Snoopy, realizing there was way too much lockdown, and a quick cleanse from the Chiron wouldn't do enough. And so Beads have to get used in the small win for the Tanuki, though just forcing Snoopy back with all the pressure that he's built up in that lane. Maybe feels like a bit of a consolation prize. Haven't seen the supports rotate through too much just yet. Privative helping out with that kill over in the mid lane. Both solo laners healthy enough up to this point. And both solo laners trailing maybe no surprise as Hydrogen finds a lot of damage. Snoopy gallops out of it. Jangaru blinks forward. Hydrogen has Disapparate and Beads. And that was something Snoopy went back into, realizing his jungler might be able to help out. But Jangaru can't get anything done here, and Hydrogen drops the ult and wins the trade as a result.
Yeah, I think Snoopy got a lot more confident once, the jungle did show up, but Hydrogen was probably going to go in for the solo kill there. I don't think Centaurus would have been able to get the res off if that Stellar Burst and a few autos came out. So Hydrogen was able to find a little bit of pressure in this lane, but now Snoopy backs gets the full Jotun's Wrath, and that's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with. You get a lot more damage. The CDR is about 30% right now. It looks like Slash will be making a rotation over to Goldfear. They have Final Judgment, so the confirm will be there. Monster Bomber is sort of spotting this out, though. They don't have the vision. They're going to pull this hero, but it looks like more so a red buff invade?
Yeah, a small power spike for both carries as well if they rotate into this. You mentioned the Jotuns. It is Pythag's piece indeed for Hydrogen. Help out the rest of the mages as it's a pluck onto Tripno and a double stun as well. Now Palau up from Jangaru. Lightning Storm still taking some damage on the back end of this fight. Double stun from Snatty. It's a massive rotation over from the solo laner. Beads get used and the chase down on Jangaru is in, but Jangaru's got the mobility. It is a 1 for none as Tripno is jumped on and simply taken out at level 11. Aegis might have made a difference, but Aegis was not there. And the Sages find a second kill.
Snoopy had some really nice snipes on the Sad Dragon as well. I'm curious how close that masterful shot was to finishing off. Just not enough damage there. Luckily, Sad Dragon once again getting out with 1 HP, but a great fight by them. The rotation from the solo laners certainly helped out, but no Gold Fury will be pulled at this time. They're happy just with the pick. About a 1k gold lead, but only about 500 XP. I think that's because Snatty has been farming pretty well. Does have a level lead over Slash, even with that assist gold Slash has had there, so just a little bit of extra pressure from the Amaterasu, but besides that, we're seeing the leads in mid. Briz has a level lead over Tripno right now. That Thoth is still going to be swinging, and then also a level lead for the solos. Privative Sobek is up right now against Monster Bomber, so just a small XP differential across the map, but if you're fighting around your solo laner, I don't think it's going to matter too much. Slash, though, will be trying to bully out Sada Dragon here at this blue buff.
It's a nice up down from Sada Dragon, just to avoid some of the damage and return some from Snatty. I wouldn't be surprised if both solo laners mirror one another's builds. It's happened up to this point. It looks like it will continue to happen throughout, but Snatty, the one with the 2-level lead, is... What a fight we've got here. Frostbound slowing down Slash.
Slash is dead. There's
chasing
no
him down. Eagles rally from Slash. Dodging out a lot, but Ragnarok pulling Slash out of tower range. Sada Dragon grabs the kill with the Ragnarok. And that is one of the slowest, most drawn-out ganks I've ever seen, but it pays off for the Tanuki.
I'm really surprised that Jangaru came over here to right lane because you have so much pressure in solo. We're watching this gank happen. Palau will go out, but Snatty has Dazzling Offensive. Won't be too much to happen over here. But Hydrogen already back, so at that point the Sages say, hey, there's 2 people over there. The Soul's gone. Briz taking a lot of... Oh, my goodness. He just Beads. He was so scared he was going to die there. I mean, Beads does nothing. He probably thought he had Aegis, just Beads, because that was a lot of damage from Zeus. Remember, Tripno's down a level right now, so that's the damage that Zeus can do even from behind. The whole point I was trying to make is that they could have pulled gold. That's all. But looking at the damage in mid lane right now, it doesn't even matter. Tripno probably could have defended by himself with Lightning Storm.
Yeah, Briz goes back and buys Aegis immediately. So has that now. That's a lot. I mean, look, that shows you when the door is open, Tripno can walk forward, drop a Lightning Storm, a couple ticks of that, a detonate. Briz is going to be in a difficult spot. Tier 2 of the Ob Shard, though, backed and completed for Briz. So on the map immediately at this moment, an item advantage to Briz, but Tripno, with the pressure, able to go back and match that itemization as well. As Chronos Pendant, second item for Briz, you'll be able to find those hieroglyphic assaults a little bit more often. I was going to say we'd be waiting for a solo lane rotation out. Took a quick peek, looked for a teleport. Not only are builds mirrored, but relics are mirrored as well. Blink and Beads for both of the solo laners. And so we get a pretty early indication of when maybe this Gold Fury is considered if both solo laners walk all the way over from the right side of the map. However, we could also see it in this type of situation where the other 4 members of both teams just start to hover around the Gold Fury. Good ward coverage on both sides. And you can tell in a game this close, Trelly, Jangaru in, Tripno has Lightning Storm, has Beads. Beads on a Sada Dragon, or Ragnarok rather on Sada Dragon as the chains had connected. Privative now has to dash away. That's another example of Jangaru with a pretty impactful ultimate. It's just Powwow. You get both Ragnarok, Lightning Storm, and Beads off the Tanuki players.
Yeah, they're on a little bit of a different page there. Trip now drops the ult, assuming that Sad Dragon's going to pull into the Lightning Storm, but went for the tower instead. Now you just essentially waste your Zeus ult. Remember, Briz doesn't even have Beads right now, so that would have been a great target for that Ragnarok, but it's very hard to get to Thoth playing this far back. They are pulling the Pyromancer now, but Snatty's here. The level 16 Amaterasu has everything available.
Yep.
I think they're going to try to fight this.
Yeah, why not, right? You have the small advantage. You're going to get your Powwow back before a Lightning Storm is available. Snatty opens things up, though. Dazzling Offensive has found the backline. Snoopy with a well-timed cleanse. Only takes half of his health as a repercussion. Sada Dragon left running. Beads get used, but Beads timeout. Eagles rally on the re-engage. But there's Tripno over the wall. Doesn't have Lightning Storm, doesn't need it. Briz answers back. Both mid laners getting involved early. Snatty has found the backline. Snatty has found the jungler, and the Tanuki buy their time. Ults don't matter when you're able to fight more effectively. Snatty is on a warpath, and the last two members of the Sages under their tier 2 tower are gonna get run down. You think Amaterasu's good? Snatty sure does. 3-0-2 and a deicide to the Tanuki.
I mean, Priv tried to peel that and then just ended up dying himself, so that one just did not work out, unfortunately. Has Lightning Storm for this Fire Giant. It's going to be very hard to take this one down. It's very early on in the game. Their health bars will get low, but with the help from Snatty's passive, I think this will be a 16-minute FG, and Sad Dragon respawns, so everyone will be picking this one up. Snoopy not going to get there in time. That was a very great fight. I think noticing how far ahead Snatty was should have been the case for the Sages to back off. They're level 18 currently. That's a 4-level solo lead at 16 minutes. I mentioned before the set even started, trying to play off of Snatty, trying to get ahead in this solo lane is usually what this team likes to do. Sada Dragon has not been helping though. It wasn't a gank that did this. It was just Snatty just being a little bit better in the farm game. Every single wave, just a little bit more, getting those harpies. And now, I mean, look, this is a level 19 Amaterasu at 17 minutes. That's absurd.
Yeah, Amaterasu in a scary spot now. That's a Frostbound Hammer paired with the Shogun's Kusari and the Berserker Shield. Look, itemization is matched. Levels are not, Trelly. And level 19 is 4 levels higher than everyone.
How
5 in some cases.
Snatty
3,
have?
I don't know. There's a lot there. As the Amaterasu has made a whole world of difference here. Lots of towers still remaining on the map. This might be one of the most impactful Fire Giants we've seen. When you look at the amount of towers and amount of gold pockets still remaining on the map. The Tanuki have every ability to just walk this one down and really take this game over. But look at this from Snatty. Taking a 2v1 fight in mid. Dazzling Offensive gets used, but it's as disengaged. The rest of the Tanuki just walking down the tier 2 tower on left.
Snatty is going to have 4,000 gold when he goes back to base here. I mean, that is just an insane amount of gold just to be sitting on level 20 at 18 minutes. That's one of the fastest levels I think I've ever seen in the SCC right now. So, crazy power spike we are about to see for that Amaterasu. Going to upgrade the starter item, get a Cloak of Concentration. That's going to be a big buff and a lot of sustain for the Amaterasu that really she already has in the kit at that point. So now, going to get the gold for the tier 2 tower. Still one more tier 1 in right, as well as both those tier 2. So the gold league could climb even more if they are able to make use of it. And it looks like they're not going to back up here. They're not going to spend that gold just yet. They're going to go for that mid push now, get a few more of these towers. The Sages, though, they're trying to answer back. They're going to go for the left towers and see if they can answer back some of that gold they're losing.
But the Sages cancel their back and send 2 members back. Snoopy sticks around on the left side of the map. The Tanuki walking down mid. Are we considering a Phoenix Siege? You got 1 minute and 45 seconds left on your Fire Giant buff, and Snatty is dashed in the back line. Briz deleted by the front line of the Tanuki. Now Jankaru back from the fountain, desperately trying to keep this fight alive. The mid lane Phoenix still stands. The Lightning Storm separates this engagement as Jankaru has to head back to the fountain.
Yeah, they are going to look for this again. Priv pretty weak here, and Snatty and Sada Dragon are just sitting on the left side of the Phoenix right now. They're not worried at all. Sada Dragon goes in and Priv goes down.
Priv silenced out and no chance to answer back. Jangaru now faced with the mountain that is Snatty. There is still a mid lane Phoenix. What are the Tanuki looking for here? They are walking into the Titan room of the Sages at 19 and a half minutes. Only Jangaru and Snoopy left alive. The Chiron has got to make a miracle play happen. What has just happened? An early Fire Giant turns into a fight, turns into the game. In 19 minutes, in 42 seconds.
Level 17, 17, 16, 17. It was only Snatty who was level 20 there, and they had... It wasn't even
Snatty was like the only one who was ahead.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't even that much of a lead for anyone else.
What
They
in the
just
world?
looked over at their Amaterasu and said, "You're going to kill them all, right?" And Snatty's like, "If you want me to." And then they said, "All right, we'll do the rest. We'll get Fire Giant, we'll get the towers, and we'll get the Titan."
That was surprising. You see, because you see like a 17-minute Fire Giant not often, but when you do see it, you're assuming that's going to be a couple towers. We'll set up for the next FG. We'll consider the game on the next FG. Nah, the Tanuki want to win, and they do it in sub 20 minutes. Game number 1 to the Tanuki. Time for the Sages to retool and bounce back in game 2, which is coming up right after this break. This was not the morning to show up late to the North American SEC. We are 30 minutes into our broadcast, and Game 1 is done in a death segment that lasted almost as long as Game 1. Game 1 closes in about 19 and a half minutes. This is one where everything is even, except for the solo lane. And Amaterasu is 4 or 5 levels ahead of everyone on the Sages, and Snatty and the rest of the Tanuki able to run over game number 1. Trelly, this is sometimes one of the harder games to break down because it's so black and white.
Right.
The Amaterasu got very far ahead, and that turned into a Fire Giant, and that turned into the game in very, very early game time.
Yeah, when you think of these solo laners that get ahead, it's like, okay, the jungle came over, got a gank. The solo laner then was able to find a solo kill, keep stealing all this farm. That wasn't really what happened. It was sort of just, there was a gank, But at this point, there was already a level lead. It was sort of just Snatty found every single mid camp, every single back camp, all these like little side farm camps, and then it was like, oh, there's a 2-level lead, oh, there's a 3-level lead, and then Snatty rotates in and is able to pretty much finish off everyone. Obviously, Tripno found some crazy amounts of damage with the lightning storm. We saw that. I believe Hydrogen was doing pretty well in lane against Snoopy once the defense items got online. But besides that, it was pretty much just this Amaterasu doing this. Priv comes over, tries to peel the Frostbound, and Snatty says, okay, you've handed me another free kill. I'll take that one as well. The triple kill for the Ama at 16 minutes, and the game ends 3 minutes after that.
Yeah, it's a immediate rotation back to the FG. And not much time passes between these highlights. And then Snatty does it again with a dazzling offensive into the back line. And you will see something that you don't often get to see when we get to the post-game stats after these replays. Where no one on the Sages was level 20 by the end of it. I mean, this is actually, I think nobody in the game was level 20 if I remember correctly. It was only Snatty at 305 with a triple kill prior to an FG, and then a bunch of assists in the late game team fight in the mid lane. And the Sages just get run over in one fell swoop. I mean, there's not enough time to do any damage. I mean, Snatty and Slash battled with one another in lane. And everyone else was just laning. We're still like trying to get to level 20, trying to get more than one item online. Like, you know, we're still wheeling up into the meat and potatoes of game 1, and Snatty just decides to take it over. The battle of the attack speed solo laners is won by Snatty this time around, and that's a very impactful game number 1 because the Tanuki, such a strong team here in the North American SEC, not a team that turn around a 1-0 lead in their sets into losses very often. And so you have to really zoom out and look at the implications of this now. The Sages have to win 2 straight games in order to not get knocked out of Masters. The Tanuki only need 1 more, and they can get it done here in game number 2. And picks and bans for game number 2 will start up right now. There were some moments where we shined a spotlight on Snoopy and how Snoopy teams in the past have relied on him just getting crazy fed and making big plays. And Snoopy was looking all right early on in that lane, as you'd expect, but never really got an opportunity later on. Tanuki in first pick. I'm wondering here if the Sages have to ban Amaterasu and Bologna, or maybe you have to leave both open because you want Slash to get one of the two. What a unique problem that you're faced with now if you're the Sages.
Yeah, the Tanuki, they are still able to sort of counterban here because, again, the vast majority of the team was not ahead. The Jengaru found some great powwows. Yeah. Riz had some sick damage on the thought. There was still some avenues to look at and go, okay, we can make some changes, but
it's worse.
Clean that is worse. I don't know. I was gonna say you can't really ban out the Amaterasu because I've been watching the Tanuki for what three full games now. Yeah, they're 2-1. Every single time Snatty does something very similar to that, where the lead is there. The annoying pressure is there. Maybe not the hard carry level 19 end game, but Snatty finds pressure on pretty much any solo pick. So getting pressured into letting Kleena through, I mean, the Sage has got to be backpedaling here.
If this even ends up being a solo lane Kleena, I mean, there's also an Amaterasu, there's also Bologna, which was the matchup we just saw. Snatty was feeling just fine with the way that one went. Kleena maybe intended to be a jungler, and we've seen her there more often. And so Slash, and I don't know, this is so difficult because don't get it wrong, it's not like Slash died a whole lot in lane. It just got out pressured and all the neutral farm was going to Ama, so it was like a quiet way of losing that laning phase. But we're going to run back to Bologna, feeling like the pick itself wasn't the issue, just the way that some of that laning phase had gone. Tanuki get a lot of burst damage in their first 2 picks here between the Kleena and the Soul.
Challenge me.
And the Amaterasu gets run back here. So talk about a damage duo here, Trelly, or a pressure duo. Kleena and Amaterasu, that can combine for a lot on the right.
Yeah, that's a lot of objective burn. That's a lot of auto attack damage. That's a lot of things you have to worry about if you're the Sages at this point. I have to imagine you're looking for pressure in the jungle to try and shut down this Amaterasu. That's not going to be the answer just yet, though. Just going to pick the Agni, trying to find some sort of range in that lane. The Thoth and the Zeus both taken away. So I think Agni, probably one of the better picks that was available there. Persephone, also something to look at here in at least this wave of bans, because you assume the Soul will be going to ADC once again. We'll have to see if that is what they're looking at here. But already a lot of physical damage for the Tanuki with Kleena and Amaterasu. And then Soul's just a great flex pick there. They're going to ban away Athena, though. They don't want that Medusa ult into the Athena taunt. That's something that can be very annoying to deal with. And it looks like the Sages are going to ban away Tiamat.
Yeah, strong mid lane ban, sensing that this soul is going over to ADC. I like the Medusa pick here for Snoopy, but this is putting a lot of stock in Snoopy. Again, this is saying Medusa is going to be our strongest pick, alongside Bologna, I suppose, as you 1-2 pick those. And we know Snoopy is going to do well on this Medusa in lane, and then hopefully later on in the game. Now you're going to pair the Medusa with a Nox, and that's something we saw the Tanuki have some success with already with the Nox support. Remember, it was Sobek plus Chiron that really bought Snoopy pressure in the early laning phase there, and then a Merlin confirmed soul over to ADC. So what do we think here? What we assume to be a Nox Medusa duo lane. You think that can find some pressure?
Yeah, I think just the Shadow Lock into Viper Shot is going to be a lot of damage, but I was going to mention the fact that Geb is actually still available. Usually when Nox gets picked, that Geb is banned away, and there's a reason. The Stone Shield pretty much just interrupts the full combo of Nox, so it's going to be hard to find that success in lane, as Susanoo is going to be the last pick here, trying to find that pressure in the jungle. It's going to be interesting to see if you put that pressure, use that kill force into that soul lane, because again, if Snatty gets a lead, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. We just witnessed what this Amaterasu is able to do with a little bit of a gold lead, and now you have a Geb shield trying to keep your team safe, and you have Kleena in the jungle. In my head, the Tanuki draft just looks better than last time, and now they're up 1-0. So it's going to be hard for the Sages to try to bring this one back now.
Agreed. The Sages have their avenues to find a win here in game number 2. Can they do it? Remember, this one's important. They have to do it to avoid being knocked out of Masters. The Sages do. Tanuki with a 1-0 lead send us into game number 2 with all the momentum in the world on the back end of a 19.5-minute win in game number 1. As Dulcin, Trelly, and Doug will be with you potentially just one more time. I'm excited about the jungle battle in this one, Trelly. Susano, always exciting for me to watch. And later on in the game, the playmaking potential, I think, from both of these junglers near an all-time high.
Yeah, Jengaru with the blink as well, so probably trying to get active very early on in this game. When you lose a game in 19 minutes, you probably want to reevaluate how much pressure you were finding in the game prior, so Jengaru is saying, hey, we're going to look for some kills early on. The fact that you're up against a Merlin is always going to be nice because you can find some early pressure there. Merlin not going to come online for some time. Tripno does go with that Conduit Gem over the Sands of Time, trying to help the early clear of Merlin, because it's not very good at the level 2 to, I'd say, like 9. You really want some points in your abilities before you're full clearing the wave. You also use a lot of mana trying to clear that wave, but Briz, though, has not been getting so much pressure, been just sort of left alone in this mid lane right now. So sitting at that tower line, and I can see exactly why Jengaru was in this lane, trying to shut down Snatty early, not really giving any avenue to find that extra farm that he got last game.
Yeah, difference in the jungle mindset. Sada Dragon and Tripno sit mid, as Jengaru and Slash over in solo lane. So relative pressure there. Puts Briz a bit on the back foot, puts Snatty a bit on the back foot. Over on the other side, as eventually the junglers will start to rotate out and make their own plays happen here. I look over towards the duo lane as well, Trelly. That's something to be looked out for. Snoopy does have early pressure in this lane, as we would expect up against a Geb and a Soul. Yeah, Snatty has to dash away here. But there's still that kind of tipping point, right, where Priv makes a play happen, cleansed out by the Stone Shield. Hydrogen gets the ultimate online for some big burst damage. I don't imagine we'll see too many early 2v2 kill potentials, but the junglers, I don't think, will shy away from making their way over to this lane.
No, definitely not, but Monster Bomber, I think, itemizes pretty perfectly here. The beads on Geb when you're into Nox is pretty substantial. You want to make sure that if you are getting silenced out, that you can still, immune that and get the shield down if you need to, because if not, the lockdown is too crazy. It looks like Jengaru, though, will be showing up at this blue buff pretty much immediately. And where is Sada Dragon right now? In duo lane, trying to help out over there on the left side of the map. So leaving Snatty alone on the island right now and trying to find pressure elsewhere, but it looks like they don't really care right now. Priv is stepping up to this purple buff, not afraid.
Yeah, my goodness, this is a clean 3 versus 2. And Priv is stopping backs between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower. Taking a lot of minion damage, dashes away, silences out. This has got to be punished. Priv has just been playing way too far forward, silence through, there's your damage, there's your first blood. In the meantime, Jengaru at least able to steal some farm away on the right side of the jungle. Tripno realizing this is going on, though, wants to gap close, but Jengaru mobile enough. I figured that had to happen, right? I mean, Priv was backstopping between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower, and the Tanuki finally had enough.
Yeah, that sort of reminded me of the old invade meta where supports would just run at the junglers. Even if you die, you're setting them back so much by letting their back camps get invaded, their speed buff taken away, something like that, where Priv's just like, yeah, I'm going to die, but I've kept Sada Dragon here for so long, maybe it'll still end up being worth it right now. The Tanuki have a very minuscule gold lead off of that first blood right now, just 225, so not even the full amount of that first blood bounty, so maybe it will be worth it right now. You're looking at Sada Dragon did tick over to level 5 before Jengaru, so has the ultimate available, but now Jengaru has matched that, so where will this jungle put that pressure? Where will the Susanoo go? I still imagine over to the solo lane. Slash has teleport, whereas Snatty has beats, so Snatty does not have the beats currently, is a little bit susceptible to the gank, but has dazzling offensive if he is just trying to immune the pull or the knockup from Typhoon. Trying to stay very safe in this lane, at least for right now. Not too much defense online just yet.
Snatty a little bit behind over in solo lane as of now, maybe about just half a level. Slash was level 6 a bit before Snatty ended up reaching level 6. I imagine we'll see very similar builds out of the solo laners. Worked for Snatty in game 1. Slash never really got a fair shake at it because of how far ahead Snatty was, but Berserker Shield, Frostbound, Shoguns, those sorts of things work so well. Dazzling Offensive gets used, so he still takes the damage from the Typhoon, but ends up dashing away. Hydrogen is low, and Snoopy just needs a little bit more. Snoopy's got it, and the Sages find a 2v2 on left. And it looks like a purple buff will go over as well. Sada Dragon rotating in, though, Trelly. Could make something happen here on the Priv, who's only level 4.
But missed both of those abilities and then just channeled the back. So Sada Dragon not going to be too interested in finding that one. It was Snatty who confirmed that blue buff through all of those ultimates, so at least getting a little bit of farm in this lane. I'm trying to keep my eye on this Amaterasu. Tripno, though, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, Tripno. Yeah, you'd think Tripno was on the wrong side of the map, but it's anything but. Sada Dragon at least able to rotate through and return kill. And actually, the worst case scenario here is that Snatty now has some time to free farm in that lane.
And that blue buff.
And the blue buff will go over as well. Slash does have teleport, but the blue buff is going to be gone, and Snatty is going to pull back to even, maybe just a bit ahead, with the blue buff being given over to the Amaterasu. So Tripno, in his own jungle, gets jumped on, but the repercussions as far as the map state goes, potentially impactful over in solo. But still a nice lead so far for the Athenian Sages. 1,000 gold and about 2,000 XP.
Yeah, I think Snatty will be able to invade these back camps as well, so a lot of farm going the way of the Amaterasu once again. Priv, though, probably spotted this out immediately and wants to try it and confirm those. And it's not going to happen. Snatty's going to eat a little bit of damage. Slash is coming over as well, but here comes Sada Dragon. Will they try to collapse here, or is this just an escape route? Snatty will just run away, so no more fighting in that regard. But Snoopy, definitely the biggest lead on the map currently, is 1-0. Against Hydrogen's 1-1, but 2-level lead for this Medusa will be pretty annoying to deal with in this lane. I imagine Hydrogen not wanting to take those trades anymore.
Well, it's a perfect script, isn't it? We've already mentioned like 6 times about how Snoopy teams love when Snoopy gets ahead, because Snoopy's the type who can make big plays and just win games when you give him a little bit of a lead. A 3-level lead now, as Hydrogen will absorb the wave and maybe catch just a little bit back up. And that has repercussions on Gold Furies, things like that, as the Sages will send 4 over to the purple buff. A 3-level lead's not enough. We got to send 4 people over to the left side of the map just to make sure that Snoopy grabs this purple buff. I think a Gold Fury has got, potential next couple of minutes impact for the Sages when Snoopy is this far ahead. Because I feel like, Trell, you want to get this 3-level lead involved in some way. It's nice to have, but you want to convert it into something real on the map.
Yeah, if you're not making use of that 3-level lead, then what's the point of having it? At the moment, Hydrogen just sort of starving the wave, making Snoopy push up this far to make sure he's getting his own farm. So Hydrogen probably not going to be leaving too often, but Jengaru is heading over here, and I would not be surprised if they did try to go for some sort of action on this side of the map where Snoopy is level 10 currently.
Right.
Highest on the map by at least 1 against those solo laners, so a lot of damage coming out of this Medusa once the purple buff goes down. They have the damage to burn this Gold Fury, but do they have the burst to confirm it? Probably not. Right now, there's a lot of different confirm tools on the map. Tripno can be very disruptive with his with the Merlin abilities, as well as the fact that you have Typhoon on the map. The clean ults could be annoying, so I don't think any 50-50s are going to be on the table just yet. Trying to get Snoopy a little bit more ahead, maybe level 12 sort of then. They could probably try to force something, but it looks like they're just looking for as much farm on this side of the map as possible. Playing around this Fed Medusa is definitely going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, agreed. Look at the concern of the Fed Medusa. Tripno Monster Bomber thought they might be able to catch somebody from the Sages out. Not to be. The concern of the Medusa, though, maybe at an all-time high in mid, where Divine Ruin immediately into what looks like could be a Breastplate of Valor or something of the like after that for Tripno. We sometimes see some flexibility. Well, here's a way to make a play happen. Snoopy hanging out by the red buff. Monster Bomber is going to unknowingly walk into a lot of this, but now the 4 versus 4 is known. Solo laner's hanging out over on the right side of the map still. Snoopy takes some damage. Hydrogen pulled back in, and the Sages add another kill. Red buff gets dropped down by the Sages as well. And now in a pretty obvious fight. We knew that one was coming, but Hydrogen walked into it.
Yeah, they probably tried to defend their red buff. I mean, they obviously tried to defend the red buff, but losing your life there, probably not the best option at the moment. It looks like Snatty will take away the jungle camps again in that back. I'm constantly keeping my eye on the farm game of this Amaterasu. Level 11 right now, so 1 level over Slash. Has not made the rotation in to help out the squad yet. But right now, I think you probably need to. I mean, you're looking at the defense items. You only haven't finished that Frostbound just yet. That's really going to hurt some of Snoopy's damage ability if you could get to this Medusa. And I think that's going to be the real time that Tanuki want to try to fight when Snatty makes this rotation. Because right now, again, it seems like anywhere this Medusa is, they're losing those fights. Every single buff spawn they're going to be grouped up for. The left side of the map is just a no-play zone for the Tanuki, at least for right now.
Yep. Snatty's actually a decent amount of gold behind, despite having a slight experience lead. It's 400 or 500 gold that Slash has over Snatty. And when you consider finishing important items like the Frostbound coming up next for Slash, that's important in these next couple of team fights. Those small advantages, teleports down, but once the teleport's up, you have that as an advantage as well. And so the half level is nice. The one to half level is nice for Snatty, but net worth hasn't been trickling in that direction quite as effectively so far. Tripno was able to remain safe just a moment ago. As the damage scaling on one side of the mid lane, potentially a little bit more impactful. Divine Ruin Trelly into what could be something like a Chronos Pendant to get close to capping up some of that CDR for Briz.
Yeah, I think Briz does like this Chronos Pendant build, just trying to get as much CDR, as many bombs as possible, that sort of thing. Tripno, though, I think realizes there's a lot of physical damage on the other side. We already touched on Snoopy's damage. We already touched on the fact that Jengaru found him out in the jungle, so Slash as well is going to be doing a lot. So the Breastplate of Valor going to help out a bit, but stunting a little bit of that power spike, as we mentioned. It looks like Priv, though, finds the Shadow Lock, and the Stone Shield is down, but there's 4 here at this purple buff, and they're going to try to fight.
Snoopy does take a decent bit of damage. It's an early ult out from Priv, and this really just to disengage the fight as the Sages invade yet another purple buff. I don't think Hydrogen's gotten a purple buff in the last couple of rotations. Another Celestial Legion Pythag start for the Soul. 4 levels down now as Snoopy gets some more golden experience. 3. Hydrogen will reach level 10, but the gap remaining pretty constant over on left. I suppose you're really hoping that eventually you can catch Snoopy a bit off guard. Snoopy tries to do too much, and your team is able to capitalize. But I'm interested, I'm intrigued, I'm surprised maybe that the Tanuki have realized that this is happening on left, and chosen that, all right, Snoopy's just too far ahead. That's 4 levels. There's not much we can do about that. And B, I haven't necessarily tried to make anything happen anywhere else. Yeah,
Sad Dragon probably not even wanting to fight the Medusa at this point. 2 levels down. Clean is good, but a lot of the damage is hard to confirm, and it's all sort of, it's not really bursty except for the ultimate and the second ability, so you really want to make sure that you have a lot of help. I don't think Hydrogen could even hit that much damage onto Snoopy as long as he's juking and jiving. He's got his dash to get away from that as well. Supernova's pretty hard to confirm unless there's some CC, which Kleena just unfortunately does not have. So trying to gank this duo lane right now, probably not your best option. Just let Hydrogen farm up as much as possible. Let Soul sort of get second relics online maybe. You have the sustain, you have the lifesteal in lane as well as the safety that Soul brings, so you don't want to post up too far here. Monster Bomber, though, is sort of sitting around this duo lane just in case Jengaru comes over or Priv tries to find some sort of pressure. Briz, though, is doing a lot of damage at the moment on this Agni. Has that Chronos Pendant finish, double relics online, whereas Tribno did go for that breastplate as well. So they have the same amount of cooldown, give or take, besides the Sands of Time and the resets from Chronos Pendant. They just don't have the same amount of damage. Breastplate of Valor really not doing too much, but the survivability for Tribno right now.
Yeah, this is the... I'm hoping our team can survive for another little while and get some items online, close this gap to Snoopy at some point. As Snoopy has just had 2 purple buffs on cooldown. That's a nice takeaway. The Tanuki grab Pyromancer, and so prevents the gold lead from getting too much worse, as the uptick is actually pretty decent there. Maybe about a halving of the gold lead for the Tanuki, whether that was stolen away or just taken. Either way, the result's the same, and the Tanuki get it back in their side of the map. Important in delaying things down. That might be the name of victory here for the Tanuki, Trelly, is just delaying out this game and getting to a spot where you're strong enough to fight up against Snoopy. Sada Dragon's well underway to that, as there's a 2-level lead for Sada Dragon over Jangaru. Not quite the 4-level lead that Snoopy has, but if you can make something happen here, your life gets a lot easier. Sada Dragon behind Snatty as we're diving the tier 1 tower. Priv nearly gets taken down, sends out the ult. Couple ults traded by the Tanuki and back away with no kills. Yeah,
the stun on a Priv was good. Maybe they try to dive that one, but still having the ult and the CC immunity available. Not wanting to dive that tower, probably a smart bet. I think if Snatty does die there from taking up that tower, you're definitely losing Gold Fury and possibly a lot more at the moment. So not wanting to dive that one, I think a smart call by the Tanuki. You still have a few avenues back into this game. But man, look at this 4-level lead consistently for Snoopy. Every time Hydrogen is just left alone in this lane to try and find some sort of farm, I just look over and Snoopy is still 4 levels ahead. So that's going to be consistent for quite some time. The kin size is finished, and now 5-level lead at the moment. Level 17 for Snoopy at 15 minutes, which is pretty much the opposite of what Snatty was last game.
Right.
About the same level of farm. But the kin size, the Aussie, the Crusher, that is going to help shred through some of this defense that Monster Bomber has, the Sovereignty, the Gauntlet of Thieves, and Snatty just with the Berserker Shield, and a lot of HP, give or take. But Sada Dragon getting poked out here by Slash is going to have to back away. Still, though, 3 strong are the Sages, 4 strong, actually, in the jungle, and probably going to take away another one of Hydrogen purple buffs.
Yeah, this is not Hydrogen's purple buff, Trelly. That's Snoopy's second purple buff, as we've learned over the last couple of minutes. Flicker away, and Beads by Tripno prevents any further death from happening. I mean, you're right. We've talked plenty about the level lead that Snoopy has, but build-wise, he is just so strong as well. I mean, the chin size compared to the not completed ring yet. Gold Fury, and this is what we wondered. It would only be a matter of time as the Sages do take down the Gold Fury. It would only be a matter of time before the Sages say, okay, we've got enough of a lead over here. Let's group up and take down the Fury, and that's exactly what happens. And I'm glad it finally happened. I was wondering when it would, Trelly, but maybe the opening was enough there. The itemization difference was finally enough, and the Gold Fury just gets brute forced.
Yeah, if you're not going to do anything with this level 18 Medusa, there's no point in having it. And finally, they are able to do something with it, but it looks like Slash may have stepped up a little bit too far. Sada Dragon recognizes it as well and will try to gank the Bellona here. Still has the ult available, and now the chase will begin. That's a lot of damage, though.
Gotta be a kill here, and it is. Snatty resumes the killing in 16 minutes. Another kill finally drops Jangaru. So over on the right side of the map, that Aegis works wonders for Sada Dragon, but now Snatty back into the fight. Monster Bomber is here as well. Silence onto Priv, and look at the damage out of the Amaterasu and the Kleena. The Serrated Edge doing a lot of work there, as well as Shogun's Kusari for Snatty and Sada Dragon. All right, so the Tanuki get the ball rolling a bit on the right side of the map as the 1-level lead in jungle and now 2-level lead in solo start to grow.
This is the same sort of style. I mean, Snoopy is way more ahead than last game, but Snatty now is a 2-level lead, as you mentioned. I'd like to see the net worth because Snatty was still behind in gold this whole time, as you mentioned. Finally climbs ahead there, only about, not much, about 100 gold, give or take, so not enough to really make a difference, but the level lead will be impactful, Dave. I mean, once that upgraded starter comes through, Snatty will have a ton more sustain. It's Snoopy's second purple buff has spawned in here, and Hydrogen mistakenly thought it was his for a second. We'll have to back away and not going to go for that one. Snoopy gets another one.
Oh my god.
And I imagine level 20 just on the horizon for this Hunter at about 18 minutes, give or take. And then we're going to see a lot more damage coming out of this Medusa. Looks like the red buff is already gone, though, so don't have to worry about that one.
250 XP is all Snoopy needs. Sada Dragon has to dash away from this fight. as Monster Bomber sends the Cataclysm forward, and Snoopy has reached level 20, and that was sub 18 minutes. That was before the 18-minute mark. Snoopy reached level 20, goes back, fully buys a Death's Embrace, and the tier 1 bow. My God, this Medusa is scary if you haven't gotten that point just yet. I do think, though, that the closing of the gold gap is sneaky impactful over in the solo lane, though, because Snatty, who, as we already mentioned, was ahead in XP but behind in gold. I mean, the relative swing of now being like 200 ahead is like 700 or 800 gold when you were 400, 500, 600 gold behind before. And so Snatty right back into a strong position as the solo lane builds back to mirroring one another. Primal Fury pulled yet again by the Sages. This time, though, no mistake made. And the Sages get both the Gold Fury and the Pyromancer. This is maybe the best Hydrogen can do, Trelly. Is just sit in lane, try to catch up in XP, try to get some team gold for the Tanuki, and get some waves pushing.
Yeah, Hydrogen has no way of knowing this, but tier 2 tower could be on the horizon. But Snoopy and Slash are going to pull this Fire Giant. The Tanuki are well aware of this, but I don't think they can defend. That's so much damage from Snoopy.
And a lot of it connecting onto Snatty. Hydrogen stays over on the left side of the map. Nobody is going to go back. So the Sage is now being delayed while Hydrogen getting a free push over on left. Something has got to work out here. If you're the Sages, you've engaged now onto Snatty, but the dazzling offensive way is effective. And so no Fire Giant pull in a tier 2 tower. Over to Hydrogen. Blink used, teleport used by Slash. Snatty has to use the beads and the ultimate. But the Tanuki grabbed themselves some good gold.
Hydrogen finally got a purple buff, and it was Snoopy's first one, so taking that away, a massive win for this soul right now. They do get a fair bit of gold as well, so that's going to help out. Sad Dragon ticks over to level 19. You're right to say that this is just working in the Tanuki's favor right now. The lead has always been for the Sages. They've always had that pressure, but letting Hydrogen farm up to level 17, get that tier 2 tower, and no Fire Giant was gained. I mean, you get the Pyromancer, but definitely not as big of a win there. So now the question remains, are the Tanuki going to do anything with answering back this, or do they just want to sit around? Because right now, Monster Bomber is still level 12, does have the shell now and the bead, so no sort of blink initiation. They're really relying on Snatty to make those sort of plays, and Snoopy does not have that Silver Branch bow just yet, so not enough penetration really. We saw how much damage Snatty takes though, so Snatty is certainly killable, but will finally tick over to level 20. I'd say Primal Fury's got about 20 seconds, give or take, so still, Snoopy is on that left side of the map. They're not ready for the Fire Giant plays just yet.
What a unique situation we've got laid before us here, where you can tell Snoopy like desperately wants to get involved in this game because of how far ahead he's been. And the Sage is still sitting on 3 kills. Now the gold, again, the gold has built up. They've taken a lot of the neutral objectives. There's going to be a Primal Fury here soon, so it's not if the Sages haven't been doing anything. But the gap, just sneaky, ever closing between the ADCs. Now the soul lane and the jungle, very far ahead for the Tanuki. And so that's why I feel like this is so unique. On one side, you've got one massive lead, but then you got a couple decent-sized leads on the other side, 3 and 2 levels respectively. Snatty can make all the difference in the world here as Primal Fury gets pulled. Briz and Priv behind Snatty, who takes next to no damage, if not literally no damage, from all of that initiation. Stone Shield from Monster Bomber helping out. This would be an interesting fight, Trelly. Everything on the line over at Primal Fury.
Yeah, Hydrogen has a big wave to clear back there near the tier 2 tower and will just farm up at this point. Not grouping on the Primal Fury now. They're sort of stepping up here, but it looks like it's going to clear mid waves. No one is ready to pull this one just yet. I didn't really even notice how far Jengaru was. Level 17 just then, so yeah. You're right to mention that the sway of everything right now. But Sad Dragon finished the Bumba Spear upgrade, so that's going to be a ton of extra damage on this cleaner right now. I was wondering how much Sad Dragon is able to do in these fights. Once you get a little bit of healing online, Clean is able to stay in the wall a little bit longer, do a little bit more damage. In this case, can heal up a little bit more off the buff camps, but didn't opt to go for that Soul Eater build. Finally, the Sages are going to pull the Primal Fury. This one's going to go down for free, though, because no one from the Tanuki is around here.
No, Jangaru's going to have to head on back. But look, we so often talk about leads and playing around them, things like that. It was a 5-level lead for Snoopy that's now 1, because you can only get to level 20 once. You can't keep going from there, and Hydrogen has slowly been closing up that gap. Rod up to Hootie now finished for the Soul. And so it's this weird scenario, Trelly, where the Sages, they still have a 2,000 gold lead, and we can't just ignore that. They are very strong at this point in the game. But it's kind of this unspoken, just sort of delaying of the game by the Tanuki that have gotten me slightly concerned for the Sages. I mean, the one big team fight that we'll eventually see will ultimately be the difference maker. But the fact that this game is slowed down and a lot of the big gaps have been closed does have me slightly worried for the Sages. However, it looks like a Fire Giant fight is over the horizon here, Trillian, at 23 minutes. Maybe as close as we've been. Almost everyone outside of the supports in the game at level 20. That means all those level gaps, whether it's for the Tanuki or the Sages, have closed up.
Yeah, Slash also mirroring the build here will finish up that Death's Embrace and a tier 1 breastplate. So a little bit tankier than Snatty, at least in this very moment.
Yeah.
Just that tier 1 breastplate's worth. But looking at the builds again, Sad Dragon is a large power spike here. The Heartseeker would go a long way if he is able to back and finish that one up. Tripno finishes up that gem, so there's going to be a lot more movement speed, damage mitigations, that sort of thing with that upgrade. Tripno very strong right now on this Merlin, finally hitting level 20. Brits has not upgraded the starter, so there's a few more power spikes to have. The Sages will take the Pyromancer, but that's not really the concern right now. There's a bigger neutral objective on this side of the map that everyone wants, and it's the Fire Giant. Sad Dragon is wrapping around. I'm curious to see where this cleanup will go if the Sages are trying to pull this. Do you go into the Fire Giant wall, try to get some poke from there? Do you simply just walk from behind and see what you can get out? We'll have to see. Snatty is the front of this engagement.
Of course he is, right? Stone Shield works wonders for Snatty. He's taken a lot of damage, but also dodged out a lot of damage. I mean, there's a lot thrown towards Snatty there, who ended up backing away just fine. Tripno has Obsidian Shard online, and that means this Merlin, if left alone, can wreak havoc on health bars, but so can Snatty. Dazzling offensive, forces beads and ultimates out of a couple. Snatty now left running, but Briz drops the hammer over the wall. And the first kill of the fight over to the Sages, but there are low health bars on the Sages side of the map as well. You don't love losing Snatty, but you love the damage that was done in return. But it's the opening kill to the Sages in 45 seconds without Amaterasu.
Slash is able to upgrade the teleport and teleport back in if need be, and that won't be the case. The teleport will come through, but not the upgrade. 4 strong on the Tanuki. They had enough damage to maybe try and pull this, but I think they recognize immediately. Slash is going to get here very quickly, and we can't just burn through this alone. It'll take far too long. Slash, though, is standing between 4 at the moment. Everyone from the Sages is grouping up around this Fire Giant. They still have a few burst tools to try and get down. Supernova, a great steal potential, and Sada Dragon's Whales are going to do a lot, but Monster Bomber's getting taken down.
Oh no, Monster Bomber, body block, Stone Shield helping, Cataclysm does well. Watch out though, Hydrogen has some good damage in this fight as well. Silence onto Slash, ultimate out of Hydrogen, and somehow everyone on the Tanuki is surviving, but not much longer. That pull is huge from Jangaru, and the Sages get themselves another pick. This is right when Snatty is respawned, so it remains a 4 versus 5, but still no FG pull for the Sages.
Yeah, Snatty is back at this point. They have some low health bars. Snoopy had the Death's Embrace and Aussie to try and heal up here, but not going to be the option. They have to just back up, reset, and try again. I mean, at this point, the respawn timers are not so much. Sada Dragon 30 seconds, but besides that, it's a 5v4 right now, and it's going to take them a few seconds to run back over here to Fire Giants. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another FG dance once Sada Dragon joins the fight. I mean, 20 seconds to go. Probably can get here very quickly. Snoopy is already here, though, and it's possible they will try to pull this. Monster Bomber recognizes it, loses the ward vision, and now they're just watching.
Alternate timeline added for Briz, who doesn't have beads or Aegis for another 45 seconds. So it's a strong relic upgrade anyway. Another pull in onto Monster Bomber, and right as Sada Dragon respawns, the Tanuki lose another member of their team. Now the Fire Giant a bit more fully committed on, being shredded down by the Sages. And the Tanuki give us all we need to know. There is no contest, and the FG will go to the Sages.
Yeah, they are finally going to get this objective for themselves, and they're just going to back off, not staying on too long. You don't want to lose any of these Fire Giant buffs right now. You are up 5-4. Without the support, you do have some avenue to fight, but I think the gold is going to be a little bit more impactful than trying to get another pick. So Snoopy leads the charge very far ahead of the rest of the squad, and will go for this first tier 2 tower on right. Obviously, if you're the Tanuki, split pushing left is a possibility, but you want to try and group up and defend these. I don't think your fight is so far lost. As long as your relics are coming back up, you have about 60 seconds on Sad Dragon's Aegis, but the beads are up in about 3. And it looks like the way they're posturing here, the Sages may try to go for this Phoenix on right side. Sada Dragon stuck in the wall.
Yeah, this is awkward. I mean, he can hang out in there for a little while. And can the rest of the Tanuki rally around their jungler? Sada Dragon plays that so effectively. Snatty on the front line. The silence is through, but now the Amaterasu into the ultimate. Look at the health bars of the Sages. And the dazzling offensive does serious work, but now the Tanuki can collapse in. Snoopy, the Medusas had a lead all game long, but now falls on the first death of this siege.
They have the Amaterasu movement speed. They can chase this down very effectively. Dragon is wrapping around as well, but they have a lot of peel from the Nox. I think the chase is going to be good. They have to fight this. The Sages can knock it out.
The slow, it's big from Tripno, who flickers forward, drops the ice form. Silence out from Privative. Dragon out of the wall. Silence connects, cancels the jump out. Pulled back in by Jangaru, but that'll cost him his life as Dragon returns the favor from the grave. 3 members left of the Sages, left running, as Tripno might be the MVP of this fight. The Merlin has pulled back in the Sages so many times, whether it's ice or whether it's a purple stance. Briz is going to have to dash away yet again. Another dazzling offensive. This time it gets canceled out. And now Snatty and the rest of the Tanuki into the Sages base. This is a Fire Giant defense from the Tanuki that'll grab him 4 kills.
There's way too many towers up on this side of the map. There's no exposed Phoenix to go for. The left side one is the only one they could try and make an attempt on, and I don't think they want to do that. The respawn from Snoopy is already too good. They might go for a consolation prize. The Primal Fury would be pretty solid here if you are the Tanuki. Your gold still does matter at this point. You're not quite full build. Privative, the only one with Fire Giant buff around his belt at the moment, so you pretty much effectively wasted that FG. You got 1 tier 2, which, you know, isn't terrible, but at this point you probably wanted that Phoenix. And now the Tanuki are able to come back into this game. They can get a lot of upgrades here. They vastly have all their relics. Pretty much the only relics used were the Athenian Sages. Of course, Snatty used Blink and Beads, and of course Hydrogen also used Aegis and Beads. Besides that, though, your carries, they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, your carries are feeling A-okay. Tripno really stands out to me in that final fight. And, you know, it was a lot of damage, of course, but it was the reinitiation, the slowdown, the pulls in from the Merlin. I mean, by the time you get to this point in the game, they're going to be so impactful. It climbs up the damage charts as well. And now we're on a knife's edge, like truly. Privative was a little bit ahead of Monster Bomber. That kind of flips around going in to this next fight. Sort of equal there. Feels like every other build on the map is equal. It's about who can find the engage, who can find a pick. Right now, the Tanuki unconcerned with the fact that Fire Giant is still a minute and a half away, and the shred of Hydrogen at this point in the game will destroy towers.
Yeah, looks like Hydrogen does have the Diamond Arrow. Dragon, though, very weak as Snatty goes in.
Oh, it's happened again as Dragon baits in the Sages. Snatty avoids the stun. Damage out from Merlin. Double Petrify from Snoopy. Does serious work for the Sages. Now Jangaru blinks back forward. The dash is through. Cataclysm slows down, knocks up 4 members of the Sages. Monster Bomber desperately running, but can't run fast enough. Some good return damage from Tripno as the Sages run through the fire. But 45 seconds on Monster Bomber's respawn as the Sages find a pick.
I mean, that is a massive pick there, but Fire Giant's not up for 55 seconds. Monster Bomber will have 20 seconds to roll out over to Fire Giant once that comes through. I mean, the only thing I can look at right now is the relic usage. Obviously, you get Jangaru's, Blink, there's a few different things there. Briv uses everything in that fight. You get Dragon's Aegis, but besides that, it's looking vastly similar. You just have to that one pick, and the Fire Giant is still going to be up. That's Enhanced Fire Giant now, Dave. It's 31 minutes into the game. Yep. This is really the end-all, be-all. This could be the last objective we see pulled in this whole game. Dragon, though, will have to dash away as Priv is already trying to get some vision towards this Enhanced Fire Giant, recognizing how important it is. Finally, Monster Bomber spawns in. Gonna have to get over here as quickly as possible, but looking at where the rest of the Sages are near that speed buff, I don't think it's gonna be pulled right away.
Yeah, I think you gotta recontextualize the game in a moment like this. Remember, if the Tanuki win this game too, the Sages are out of contest for going to Smite Masters. If the Sages win this game too, we'll go on to a game 3 and things remain interesting. With just the way the standings have broken down here in the North American SEC. That's a lot of damage out of Jangaru. Plenty of penetration late on in that build. Titan's Bane melts through the health bar of Snatty, who doesn't have teleport. You'd love to go back and heal up, but you're Amaterasu. You're going to heal up anyway around these jungle camps. It looks like the Sages slightly more aggressive in their positioning around this Enhanced Fire Giant. Alternate timeline already popped by Briz. And that's an important relic to now have down. You're still going to get the stats, but you don't get the passive, which is important, and a second wind in a lot of these fights. Sages will walk forward. Where's Dragon going all the way around the backside, hovering by the wall. What's the game plan here from the Kleedna to avoid being spotted by the wave? I don't see any pings on the back line. Dragon.
No. I thought
If you
Jengaru
watch
saw
over
that
Ward,
one.
yes, there are pings now onto Dragon, so the Quidna has been spotted. But the exact positioning, really, you know, it could be in any of these walls, and you see how the Sages have to position as Dragon is rotated all the way through mid. There's your damage, and here's your engage, as Snatty with the dazzling offensive led out by the Stone Shield. Slash is low on the right side of this fight. There hasn't been the damage from Tripno or the carries just yet. Dragon will live, and Tripno's on a killing spree. The Merlin alone on the front line flickers away, and the Sages lose their solo and half of their HP.
Tanuki did get the pick there, but so much HP goes down. They're still not able to make a pull on this enhanced fire giant. They do have the time where they're able to back up, but remember, Slash has the teleport available. If they take too long trying to pull this, it will still be a 5v5.
You just immediately pull?
I think they have to. They're going to go in there as quickly as possible. Snatty stayed, Tripno stayed, Hydrogen stayed. They're going to go for this pull here. Snoopy didn't even back. It's about half HP currently. Will not be able to heal up until any of these camps spawn in, and Snatty's going to pull. They have the Alma passive. They're going to go for this. It's a 5v4.
You have a lot of shred between Hydrogen and Tripno. Enhanced Fire Giant. It's taken low, and it's confirmed by the Tanuki. Now Snoopy is silenced and dashed on by Snatty. Dazzling offensive stuns out the Medusa, but there's an Aegis on the other side, and it's happening again. The team that secures the FG might just lose it on the other side unless the carries can make the big plays happen. Jangaru's got a double kill. Hydrogen and Monster Bomber left disengaging. Privative has some CC here. Hydrogen dodges it out. Jangaru dashes forward. Briz is low on right. Hydrogen has got so much damage here as we're balancing on a knife's edge. Slash back from base. Teleports through, tries to get the slow onto Hydrogen. Jangaru's on a killing spree, and Monster Bomber will be the last one to fall. Does this end the game? Does this send the Sages onto a game 3?
I think that will. There's a lot of time on these respawns, about 24 seconds from Snatty and Dragon, but it looks like they're not going to go for the end here. Yeah, they have the minions. I think Dragon is going to be up just in time.
Dragon, yeah, they're close. Tripno 20 seconds away. Briz is low. Gotta get a Phoenix at least. I don't think you have time to fully end the game here. Not when your health bars are this low. Snatty and Dragon are going to respawn. And so, the game goes on. I think you just need to lose the Fire Giant at this point if you want to win the game. The Sages get the first of the game, have a horrible first FG, get pushed back. That gives the Tanuki a footing back. No, the Tanuki secure the FG, but end up losing the fight. Relic's used perfectly there. And the Sages pick the priority targets and keep themselves on the map, keep themselves in the game, and they get the right side Phoenix.
Well, the Sages do have the Oni Fury here. They could get that. Obviously, no one has the Enhanced Fire Giant buff anymore, so there's really no more outlets to try and get some pressure except for that Oni Fury. You already have the Fire minions in right. An Oni Fire Wave would do a lot of damage to that Titan if left undefended here. It is the best Phoenix to have, I would say, in this instant. But if you're looking for a team fight right now, if you are the Sages who are just going to run it down left, probably get this tier 2 tower and try to go for a Phoenix, someone's going to have to push up this right wave and get back immediately. It's still pretty far away from where they're trying to find this 5v5. So if you are the Tanuki, you got to clear this wave immediately and run back, but they're not going to clear that Oni Fire Wave. The Sages can probably just wait that out, wait for it to go into the Titan, and then try to go for this Phoenix.
Yeah, mid lane tier 2 tower. That'll buy some time. Take a look at the relics. Tripno without Aegis for 30. Hydrogen 45 without Aegis. Whereas on the other side, the Sage is much healthier in the relic department. Bead's also missing from Monster Bomber. Stone Shield has done some work so far this game. But we're even. I mean, level 19 for Monster Bomber, but what's that one extra level going to do at this point in the game? Everyone else nearly entirely full build outside of the supports. All the starters upgraded. Relics mostly upgraded. Who can play the fight better determines the fate of the rest of this phase of the SEC for both of the Sages and the Tanuki, at least for this game, at least in game number 2. Easy poke damage for Dragon could also make a big difference. You can chunk down one of these squishies. Could turn a fight around. I've loved what I've seen from Jangaru, though, Trelly. At 6-1 and 5, the Susanoo's put together a great performance.
Oh yeah, a lot of burst damage coming out of the Susanoo, but look at that Fire Oni wave. It's already in the Titan room, and Dragon has to go back to defend, so that's the go button. They're going for this Phoenix now, and it's getting shredded.
Oh, but Snatty wants the backline, and Snatty has found the backline, but there is no carry support for damage. Dragon back from the Titan room. There's going to be a fire wave on the Titan here in just a moment. Somebody might have to go back and deal with that. The Titan can deal with it on its own if need be, but you're going to lose some health on your big objective. And the Sages uninterested in And continuing their push here, they've got half of the HP missing. So Snatty is stunned, and Snatty doesn't have dazzling offensive. It'll be a dash away.
Yeah, the fire waves are coming in and right. It will be respawning shortly. You got about a minute until Enhanced Fire Giant once again
do it again.
is going to spawn in. So I think you're right, though. If the Tanuki just give it up, they can just win the fight after the fact. That seems to be the option here. Just lose Enhanced Fire Giant, win game. So you have a few different avenues to do that. Tripno, though, top of the damage charts right now. This Merlin has been doing that sneaky poke damage as well as just the flickers in and the transformations are doing so much damage. So these stance switches from Merlin, you got to watch out for late game. Has not upgraded that breastplate or that Ra of Tahuti, so there could be a different form of power spike with some defense spike or some damage, depending on which one Tripno opts to go for. But either one of these teams could very easily find a wipe and end the game. Right now, that right lane Phoenix being down does not matter too much. You can pretty much clear that very closely to this EFG. The one thing I will say, the Sages, they have a lot of vision on this side of the map. They have a lot of ward coverage around this Enhanced Fire Giant as it spawns in.
Yeah, Snatty is spotted out. Clears one. I mean, you know, you can be sneaky in the jungle. Tanuki surely know that the Sages are somewhere on this side of the map, right? I mean, you can only get so caught out, but that's what the Agni can do. It's the sudden stun from over the wall. You don't even have to show your face. If you step on a ward, Agni's going to call you on it. Sada Dragon back to base. It's an immediate FG pull by the Sages. Snatty gets stunned in place as well. The FG is now reset by the Sages. Back from base goes Sada Dragon. The right side Phoenix is respawned. Dazzling offensive gets used. Stuns out onto Snoopy. Snatty dashes away. Snoopy missing some health. So is Hydrogen, though, on the other side of the fight. Similar impact from both of the Bologna and the Amaterasu at this point. Snoopy will sustain up on the Greater Scorpion. We're right back to full strength. Jangaru, no, oh, Snatty missing his as well.
Yeah, I think Jangaru losing that Typhoon is going to be massive here. It's a huge AoE knockup that you would like to have in this jungle. They're grouping up so well in this little corridor as the Enhanced Fire Giant is pulled again, but not too much damage, about 80% HP, and it will be reset.
A lot of this has been happening, a lot of Briz poke as the Tanuki have walked themselves forward. Tense moments, again, that have such an impact on the rest of the phase, the rest of the year maybe, for the Athenian Sages. A team that has looked strong but has yet to find a win in any of their sets so far here in the North American SEC. This is even for a set win. This is just to send us to a Game 3 after the Tanuki take Game 1 in convincing fashion. What an opposite game we've gotten here in Game 2, nearly double the length, over double the length of what we got in Game number 1. Snatty playing with fire on the front. We'll have to sustain up. Fire Giant down to half HP. Damage out from Hydrogen. That does effectively nothing. The important ultimate's now back up. Sada Dragon around the back line. Dazzling offensive gets used by Snatty. Typhoon is back as well. That one also falls short. But Slash, he's got an Eagles rally out. And somehow both of the solo laners live. Slash does have teleport. It's an easy reset for the Bologna.
It looks like it's going to be a reset for just about everyone here. They don't want to go for this pull despite the low health bars on the Sages. I think they realize how much and how quickly Slash can get back into this engagement with the teleport, so they are not going to pull despite, I think, getting the better end of that fight. Monster Bomber still has Cataclysm, but look at Fire Giant. It's being shredded down right now,
wow.
And no one from the Tanuki is here. That's going to go the way of the Sages. That's a big blunder.
What a pump fake from the Sages. There is no reset on that side, and in the Enhanced Fire Giant to the Athenian Sages and the Yomi Tanuki will have to look down another Fire Giant siege, this time enhanced by the Athenian Sages. You have all three Phoenixes exposed. Right side Phoenix a bit limp. Tanuki will have to make some magic happen to close out this set.
Yeah, you do have this Enhanced Fire Giant buff, which essentially means you can split up the Tanuki pretty effectively. Any one of these members could solo a Phoenix right now with this buff and the right circumstance. So if they did do like a 3-2 split, a 3-1-1 split, there's a few different avenues where you could try to whittle down these Phoenixes. The cards are all in the Sages' hands right now. Depends on how they do go for the siege. I don't think they even care about Primal Fury at this point. Gold, vastly unimpactful right now. You're just sort of looking for these objectives. You want to make sure that the Phoenixes are down. The Titan room will be opened up, and there's a lot of Titan burn on the side of the Sages as well. So I think it's pretty much going to start with Briz. Briz has been finding these bomb stuns and finding these engages pretty effectively.
Whoa, what is this play from the Tanuki? We're not defending our base at all. We're out on our red buff side of the map. What an awkward fight this could be. Hydrogen rooted in place. Stone Shield, helpful for Monster Bomber. But now you're not on the left side Phoenix. And Snoopy has popped a 3K pot. He'll be able to make quick work of the left side Phoenix. A few auto attacks, and now one of your 3 birds is gone.
And now Sad Dragon's looking very weak.
Whoa.
Snatty's in the back line trying to solo out Jengaru, but will be
Snatty's
caught
alone.
out.
No, is this how the fate will end for Snatty, who's a bit overextended? Left side Phoenix is gone. Snoopy is on his own here on the left side of this fight in the mid lane. Tripno may have to dash away. Snatty on the opposite side of the map will go back to base and reset. You're 43 minutes into game number 2. The Athenian Sage is already missing 1 Phoenix. Could be a second Phoenix if this fight doesn't go well. Monster Bomber locked in place. So is Hydrogen. Cataclysm gets a whole lot of nothing. 2 ultimates now down for the Yomi Tanuki as the Athenian Sages will walk themselves forward. Mid lane Phoenix being looked at. Mid lane Phoenix is an afterthought. And there has been no fight. It's all been the Sages shredding down the base.
Yeah, they have 1 more bird to go. No one has looked at this Titan just yet. 5v5 on the right side of the map on this right lane right now. Snoopy has been vastly unimpactful in the fight, just getting this, but look at this, they're gonna blink in.
Whoa, Snatty, has he found the back line? Dazzling Offensive has found the front line. Slash has not taken nearly enough damage though. Phoenix still being tanked up. Fire minions have made their way into the Titan. Snatty dashes forward. Briz has got to leave. Typhoon delays out this fight into the back line. Goes Sada Dragon, but he will be melted through on the other side of the fight. Snatty looking for Briz. Snatty does not get Briz. Snatty dies. The Athenian Sages find 2. The Yomi Tanuki down to 3 as Fire Minions are onto the Titan. The carries have got to get it done here alongside Monster Bomber. Hydrogen is pulled back in. The Yomi Tanuki are crumbling. The Titan is melting, but Hydrogen able to send damage out. Hydrogen doesn't have enough, and we go to a game 3.
That is a 45-minute banger, but look at the damage numbers. Jengaru was playing so on point on this Susanoo Briz, finding so much setup on the Agni, and Snoopy pretty much just saying, I am killing these Phoenixes. I don't care if we group up, I am making sure these go down.
We ended up getting to a point in the game where Snoopy had his impact. It just wasn't when he had a 5-level lead 15 minutes in. It was when everyone was even 45 minutes in. The Sages show some fight, and the Sages fight on. Into a game 3 we go. Tanuki versus Sages, game 3, coming up next. there's a theme this week in the Smite Challenger Circuit, and it is 3 game sets. We've got another one here after a 45-minute game number 2. And a world of difference from game 1. After the way game 1 went, I'm thinking, all right, we got a back-to-back 19-minuter. We're out of here in 30 minutes of total game time. Yeah, not quite. 45 minutes in game number 2, and it is the Sages who capitalize. Tanuki just couldn't find their initiation by the end of the game, Trelly. The individual members of the Tanuki that were going in were getting melted down. The space control was too strong. And Snoopy's 5-level lead, I don't know if you can argue it goes to waste or not. I mean, technically they win. Didn't do much with the 5-level lead.
Right.
But the Medusa won anyway.
Yeah, I would say so. Priv on this Nox was able to set up so much. I mean, anytime the front line was trying to be sneaky and trying to do anything, it was just sort of shut down by the Nox. Slash on the Bologna was pretty solid as well, able to find a good amount of space control and just sort of be annoying. That's what Bologna does very well. And Briz, especially on this Agni, the bomb stuns were pretty much the go button for this team. They were able to find so much initiation. And we highlighted Jangaru so much in the game, but this Susanoo was doing so much damage. Yeah,
Susanoo and Jangaru and his initiation, 10 KDA in a 45-minute game, pretty absurd. And it was like some under-the-radar damage at times, too. I mean, a lot of the kills happening sub-level 20, which only felt like about half of the game. But in moments like this, where you get the absurd pull-in on the absurd stuns in the lockdown, just so strong and so impactful. And that's why I was excited when this pick got locked in. Such a dynamic pick and so dependent on the player playing it. There's some picks where it's very straightforward, very point and clicky, black and white, you hit it, you don't. It's a very fluid kit that Susanoo has, and when you're able to play it like Jangaru is, your team's going to be better off for it. 7, 1, and 6. Snoopy honestly is surprising at 1, 2, and 10. I can't believe that with what the Medusa was doing early on, but Jangaru really takes this game over, and I agree, Priv, the unseen KDA impacts were very, very strong. And it's not a surprise, Trelly, to see actual similar damage numbers kind of across the board here, because by the time we got to late game, everything was so close as far as damage, items. All of that was very, very close. It just came down to the decisions and how the compositions worked. And the Sages decided better and had a better working composition by the end of game number 2. And that reignites a little bit of hope, I think, for the Sages team in making their way to Masters, because I was talking to Miff and you between the break, very calmly said, look, the moment I knew that the Sages added Snoopy to this team, I had a feeling this is going to be a very competitive team in this set. Not that Shinigami was a bad ADC, but Snoopy just so storied and has a way of transforming the way a team plays around him. And so I figured this Sages team would look a little bit different today, and I think game 2 proves that. Into picks and bans for game number 3 we go. Now the implications at an all-time high. One more game determines a whole lot here between the Tanuki and the Sages. And that's difficult to adjust off of, I think, after a game 2. Both teams have been happy to get the Bologna and the Amaterasu. I don't know if you can snap lock or snap ban a Susanoo in your first 3 if you're the Tanuki at this point. You maybe just keep things the same and realize that some misplays got you where you were in game 2.
Yeah, that certainly could be the option. Dealing with a Nox is definitely something they probably want to do as well. The Tanuki, they played it game 1, and then the Sages played it very well game 2. So if you're that worried about the Nox, I don't think the Geb was the counter to it. They will just run back the Kleena, which I have no problem with. I think Kleena was able to find a lot of success in that matchup through the walls, doing lots of damage, that sort of thing. Pretty much what Kleena does, obviously, but they will take the Amaterasu. The Sages not wanting to let Snatty do any of that nonsense that he was able to do the first 2 games.
No, and I wonder now if a Bologna needs to get picked here if you're the Tanuki, at risk of a Bologna getting banned out. Because it's been Bologna Ama, but it's been Snatty on Amaterasu in both of the games up to this point, and of course Slash on the Bologna in games 1 and 2 up to this point. So I wonder, this is an area where the Tanuki can choose how highly they want to prioritize one of those 2 picks. Remember, could also be a Kleena solo lane, for all we know. And there is still some flexibility in that department, so it's up to the Sages to decide how likely that Kleena is to be solo, how likely it is to be jungle, and maybe how the rest of this composition impacts it. I look at lockdown now in the duo lane, Trelly. Mark of the Golden Crow plus Ricochet into roots and lockdowns and silences. there's maybe solo kill potential over on left.
Yeah, I definitely think taking this Nox away from the Sages was a good bet because the front line of the Tanuki were not able to be as annoying and impactful as they wanted to because of this Nox. So taking that one away when you don't ban it, and just making sure it's on your side is probably the best option in this case. They will ban away the Athena once again, not wanting to deal with Athena Medusa. Pretty fair amount of global pressure as well. And it looks like the Sages will once again ban away Evo and Tiamat. So trying to dive deep into the God pool for that mid lane. Agni's already taken away as well. Zeus, Persephone could be an option. We see a lot of that. It just, depends on what route you want to go here. You have that lockdown with Nox. Got to pick some follow-up.
Ganesh is the pick for the Sages. This is something that Priv really impressed me on during that SPL qualifier tournament. The Ganesh pick looks so strong for the Sages support. And so I personally carry now high expectations for Privative here in game number 3. Odin is a dynamic pick as well. Very different reasons to something like a Susano. But the way that the cage, the way the bird bomb and the stun all flow together and change around team fights, especially when you've also got a Merlin. If you can cage off enough targets and spread out that Merlin damage, it's a very easy avenue into winning a fight. But the Sages, truly, they'll round out their draft with a Bastet. That's a strong look for Jengaru.
Yeah, whenever I see an Odin, the first question is, okay, you're trapping them in the cage, but what are you trapping them in with? Right now, I see the Suns from Ho Yi, 2 circles on top of each other. That's going to be very solid. You mentioned the Merlin damage already. Kalina has a great amount of damage as well to trap them in with, so that's going to be a great option. You have great targets as well with the Agni and the Medusa, Amaterasu even. You can find some avenues there. Just going to be how well can you utilize this Odin cage.
Trella, you and I go one more time. Game 3 between the Tanuki and the Sages will start right now. Sages fighting for their lives in Smite Masters, and they've got a strong draft to do so with. I'm looking at potential early initiation here, and I immediately snap lock my eyes towards beads here in this game, Trelly, especially on the side of the Tanuki. Jengaru on this Bastet, Priz on the Agni. Early combos between the stun and the Hunters of Bast. Easy to confirm. Lockdown for one another. Beads definitely necessary.
Yeah, and I think Priv is going to be very impactful this game on the Ganesh. It's a very annoying thing to try and be in Odin in the backline. A lot of your abilities can be just channeled out by the silence, and especially if you're blinking in and trying to get a cage down, if you time the Ohm perfectly, you can't even do that. So probably needs to get a bead. Snatty already has it, so that's going to be a great option. But now you don't have that blink. The blink cage is not going to be an option until level 12. Obviously, Slash has a teleport and is going to be much more globally present, able to make the rotations much faster, as well as the fact that Amaterasu is just a faster character in general with the movement speed from the first ability. So going to be trying to match some of that pressure. Snatty, though, first time off the Ama this game. It's going to be interesting to see how this Odin impacts things, because a vastly different build, right? This is Bluestone and Breastplate. This is not that usual build.
Hydrogen has to early leap away here from Priv and Snoopy. You're right, though. Definitely a different look for Snatty. Bluestone interesting, though, Trelly. What does that tell you? Does that show you that Snatty still wants to remain somewhat aggressive early in this lane, try to find some damage, see if he can get Slash uncomfortable?
I think that Odin is going to have some success in this lane as long as there is no Frostbound Hammer to deal with. There's just, Slash can cancel out the 3 pretty easily with the silence, so you really just want to Bird Bomb and then run away. But it looks like Jengaru is not going to leave this lane alone. Once again, not letting Snatty find that early pressure. Probably going to go a long way here. The Bastet going to hang around this lane for quite some time.
Ooh, good reaction time from Hydrogen there. Snoopy locked in place, shell used by Privative. And that's just a trade win from the Tanuki, who hold on to all their relics and most of their health bars, and Snoopy takes the shell from Priv. So something like that happens again. Monster Bomber and Hydrogen might be looking at first blood. And that's just quick reaction time from Hydrogen. Snoopy thought there was an opening. There was an opening. But the up and over from the Ho Yi, just a little bit too fast. Keep your eyes on Sada Dragon as well, Trelly, who later on in game 1, or game 2 rather, opened things up a bit on this Kleena. But took some time. Didn't see much early pressure. Not many ganks thrown out from the Yomi Tanuki early on in game 2.
Yeah, Sad Dragon usually likes that playstyle. Will just Not really look for the ganks early on, try to find some back camp invades if possible, but really just try to farm up because usually he's on things like Kali where you can't even be that effective. Jengaru, though, knows this blue buff spawning in is going to make that rotation over to solo lane immediately. Last time this happened, Sad Dragon was at the purple buff. This time around, maybe here to help out is at speed currently. They're going to have to go for that 2v2 fight over the blue, but the Athenian Sages, they already have the pressure here. They've been here for a while.
Oh, Priv. Be careful. Here's a 2 versus 2. Up, downs traded, but it's the silence from Sada Dragon that makes all the difference. But it's the lack of mana that makes the ultimate difference. And Sada Dragon won't continue that chase any further. Blue buff will be whittled down by the Tanuki. Likely taken down. We've already seen a couple of the combos that we were worried about in picks and pans. The lockdown from Monster Bomber into just confirmed damage from Hydrogen. Hasn't fully bitten the Sages just yet, but has come close to handing an early kill over to the Yomi Tanuki. But that hasn't stopped, Trilly, the Sages from having a bit of lane priority in this lane. A slight level lead, just able to clear out some of those waves a little bit faster. But I think all things considered relatively even over in duo.
Yeah, as long as you're holding on to those beads, you're going to be just fine. Obviously, Monster Bomber has been hitting a fair amount of CC, but Snoopy, despite taking a little bit of HP and using that shell, still has the beads available, so really wasn't in too much harm's way there. We see these solo laners have ticked over to level 5. I think at any moment, Sad Dragon could come over, Snotty could find the cage, and they could find a pretty easy gank on a Slash. It's pretty much how much of Kleena's abilities are you going to be able to juke out with your dazzling offensive tick. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Sada Dragon over towards that right side of the map, trying to match some of that pressure that Jengaru has been putting over there. But also, given how Sada Dragon likes to play, wait, he might be in some trouble here. Priv was a little bit slow on the rotation, probably didn't even know how close those were to being done. But 4 minutes ticks by, and the mid camps will spawn back in.
Jengaru will be close by and looks like confirming the mid camp. Slash uses dazzling offensive. That's a change from what we've seen in the early part of this lane, where Slash is actually the one being pressured out by Snotty. Felt like Snotty was on the back foot for a little while. Granted, Jengaru was hanging out in that lane for a little while. Cage gets dropped, so does dazzling offensive, but only one of the 2 solo laners has teleport, and that's Slash. And so a quicker reinitiation time. Good read by Monster Bombers. Privative attempting to dash in. Now, what I expect from Priv, Trelly, I mean, you reach level 5 on this Ganesh. Dharmic Pillar's relatively low cooldown. I expect Priv to just throw those out.
Yeah, definitely. Wanting to ult on cooldown is the way to go for the Ganesha. Sada Dragon, though, does have some pressure over here on the right side of the map. Slash, no ultimate available, but it looks like the blue buff invade not on the cards here. Sada Dragon will just confirm their own blue buff because they don't really want to fight. They don't have tabs on Jengaru just yet right now in the back camp, so probably the safer bet at this point into the game. I think Kleena has a lot of damage right now, but again, it's pretty difficult to confirm those ults. You have a little bit of poke in the 1-2-3 combo, but just not enough, not as much as Jengaru has right now. And the Huntress of Bast is relatively hard to hit, but when you're able to barrel stuff it, you can usually confirm that damage pretty effectively. So not wanting to fight over that blue buff, I think a smart option here is the Tanuki. Very far up in this lane, that purple buff is spawning in, but they're not going to go for the invade, I think. They're going to be a little bit too late on that. Just clear the wave out, go for their own purple buff, and start back up that farm game.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these 2 teams, Trilly, and not surprising, might play a little bit more cautiously here in game number 3. Game 1, caution was to the wind. Game 2, everything's important. Game 3, there is 0 room for mistakes because this set will be over if your team makes too many issues early on. And an interesting build path from Hydrogen. Snoopy is stuck with Crusher, likely Aussie after this. Hydrogen goes Cow straight into Dominance. Maybe realizing some of the stats on that item are helpful early. Privative drops Dharmic Pillar. Sada Dragon melted. Petrified deals the last bit of damage, and that's why you use Dharmic Pillars early and often. You set up a kill, and the damage is there to follow.
Yeah, that was just so much damage. Sada Dragon even had the beads available, got the dash caught, and just way too much CC and damage to follow up there. So first blood will go the way of the Sages, and you're right to highlight Hydrogen's odd build, but this is something that he goes to a fair amount. Just the first item, Dominance. Usually you are selling this Crusher late game for Dominance, so I think he finds it's not the worst stat item early on, and it's sort of like a pseudo-transcendence in the fact that you get some mana and a little bit of damage. Not so much damage and not so much mana, but the penetration coming online is not the worst thing in the world, especially for Ho-Yi. You're able to just drop your ult, and Priv could be in some trouble here. Will dash out. The ricochet is good, but Snoopy's wrapping around.
Hydrogen is just barrel stuffing Privative. At this point, Sada-Dragon dashes forward, tries to finish off this kill, but stunned in place, and he has done too much. The Sages find a second. And that's an overextension from Sada-Dragon. 0-2 on this Kleena. Maybe this is why you don't see him get active super early. Tends to bite him just a little bit. That's a good silence onto Snoopy. Forces the beads in the dash. But the Tanuki are still empty-handed.
And they are going to get the beads down from Snoopy, so a return gank could be on the cards. But Monster Bomber doesn't even have enough mana for this. The purple buff could be the only win here. A nice double bounce, but make sure to confirm this very quickly, and it will go down. Now, though, I was going to say Slash might have that Frostbound Hammer. Not quite yet, so not going to be able to chase down Snatty. Once that Frostbound Hammer is completed, this lane is going to get so much more annoying for the Odin. But at the moment, just the Berserker Shield, so the trades will be pretty much just a little poke game. Snatty not wanting to trade auto attacks just yet, even with the cooldown from the breastplate, just clearing the way with the shield and running away, probably your best option. Still, though, Jengaru will not be getting too active at the moment. We've seen Sada-Dragon overextend now after getting first blooded, so trying to find a little bit more action on the map. Jengaru, though, relatively chill on this Bastet, not really finding too much engage except for the kill that was handed to him by that beautiful Dharmic Pillars from Priv. As there's no beats for Snoopy, Hydrogen finds a good bounce.
Yeah, what can Hydrogen do here? Not much. Privative is too close. Hydrogen had ult. Jengaru's now on this side of the map. Can the snowball keep rolling downhill? The Sages are all in on Monster Bomber right now. Jengaru leaps away, and there will be no kill. A couple ultimates exchanged. Monster Bomber nearly taken out, but safety of the Nox can't be understated at all. Is it going to happen again? Sada-Dragon blocked off from the wall, and now an 0-3 start to the Kleena, and the Athenian Sages are rolling over the jungler of the Yomi Tanuki.
It seems like Snoopy is just always in position, hit a very clutch Petrify before.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, before Sada-Dragon's ever able to get into the wall. So massive rotations from the ADC of the Athenian Sages. 3-0, and Sada-Dragon is 0-3. So looking for pressure in the jungle whenever you catch out this cleanup. Probably a good option to try and find a kill there. But Hydrogen does have a level lead, has been getting very aggressive onto Snoopy. Will jump in here, no beads available, and that's going to be a kill.
Yeah, that's got to be a solo kill. Hydrogen able to call Snoopy on the lack of beads, and a rare win for the Tanuki as the Sages continue to find theirs. But it is a trade back after Tripno. Looks like maybe just got run down by Slash, but the fighting will continue over on right. I said you play more cautiously in game 3. Maybe it's anything but as Briz rotates from the mid lane, and it's another impacted kill by this Agni. The early stuns have made all the difference. Monster Bomber will be low, but Monster Bomber will not die. Priv does have Dharmic Pillars. Can chase this one out. Is that going to be a kill? Needs one tick from the Dharmic Pillars, but doesn't end up using it. As Priv keeps it in the back pocket. I'm throwing that out every day of the week, but maybe Priv realizes the range wasn't there.
I don't think Priv
Maybe
had the mana. Yeah, it was very close. Probably just one more mana, trying to get it off as quickly as possible, but not enough. So Priv will not be able to. That probably would have been a kill too. I don't know if anyone was close enough to get the last hit. So we might have seen a Ganesha kill tick if it would have went down there, but not the case. Briz, level 13 currently on this Agni, 2-0. So the farm game and the kill game has been very solid. Briz has been able to get these last hits at least, and now it's 5-2. For the Sages, as Snoopy is trying to solo invade this buff. Finally has the beads back up, but won't use them this time around. Just going to eat that damage and take that purple buff away from Hydrogen. As Priv makes that rotation over. The Dharmic Pillars, though, still in the back pocket.
Yeah, they're still there. Priv didn't use them in mid. As apparently all bets are off for when teams are going to be fighting here in game number 3. I thought it was going to be the opposite. I thought we'd see a lot slower pacing of a game. Snoopy lets Petrify fly. Sada-Dragon trying to get something going here in this game. And how about that from Priv? Dharmic Pillars go down, and it's immediate disengage from the Yomi Tanuki. Stun and knock up onto Monster Bomber. But nothing else there from the Athenian Sages. I think you just got to keep your eyes on Jengaru and Briz here, because everything those two have done this game have turned into kills. Same for Privative. The 3 versus 3 for the Sages has just been so strong. Yeah,
definitely. Looking over at this solo lane, though, Snatty does have the blink available, but Slash will get that blue buff pretty much for free right now. So Slash Not too worried about the Odin currently. The Glad Shield breastplate build brings a lot of cooldown and a small bit of damage. Yeah, they're duking it out. The Frostbound Hammer's here, but
What a brawl.
I don't see much damage really coming through, at least at the moment. Sad Dragon, though, thinks maybe there is an option to find some kills. The Brawler's Beat Stick, not an option. This is Crusher and Jotuns for Sad Dragon. So there will be a cage opportunity here. Will they catch the dash? And here it goes.
Slash in the cage, dazzling offensive. 1, 2, 3. No stun there, but dash is out. Slash buys his time. Snotty thinking about this. Take a few tower shots on your way out. There's no counter rotation out from the Sages, though. Gotta be damage from Sada Dragon. Slash has dodged everything and even sends out the damage. Where's the rotation? Begging for help. Sada Dragon finally picks up the kill. Dharmic Pillar's down from Privative, but jumped out by Snatty. That is a crime. That how well Slash plays that. Not a single kill drops for the Sages. And the Yomi Tanuki, I suppose, juggle the tower aggro perfectly and get out.
Yeah, that's a ranked moment for sure. You're just yelling, "Where's my team?" And no one is able to come in to help. At least you will get a Pyromancer in response because no one else is going to be there to help that one out. But Slash, you're right, played that so well. And Snoopy is getting aggressed upon, will get the purple buff, throws out a Petrify just to make sure there's no oncoming aggression, and will continue the farm game as Greater Scorpion goes down. Still, though, Briz level 15, man. If these solo laners start to make the rotation, Snotty has 0 magic defense right now. Briz will be doing. There we go. He got the tier 2 Genji, so there is actually a fair bit of magic defense now on the way. But Briz still being able to chunk out a lot on this Agni pick right now. We've already seen what he's able to do late game in these fights, but with the Spear of Deso, Sands of Time, Chronos Pendant build, that's so many cooldown resets. You're just going to be pretty much pumping out damage every couple seconds. It's a lot of damage coming out from this Agni.
Looks like maybe some percent pen on the other side of the Chronos Pendant might help out in the next couple of minutes of this game. And Phantom Shell for Briz as well. So if Snotty jumps on to the Agni, we're walking out. Snoopy avoids the stun from Hydrogen, and in one fell swoop, nearly gets all of his health bar down. Privative drops down the Dharmic Pillars, dashes forward. Sada Dragon has got the bead. Snoopy takes mark of the Golden Crow yet again. This is a 2 versus 3, and the Sages are the ones exerting pressure onto the Tanuki. Tripno considering a rotation towards left, but Briz is here as well. But Briz and Jangaru have looked for the Gold Fury, and the Athenian Sages will grab the Gold Fury while Privative zones out the Tanuki.
I mean, you can't go for that Gold Fury for free unless your duo lane is winning the 2v3 pretty handedly, right? Like, Snoopy was able to just completely shut down that gank, that was a gank attempt, and then turn it into, we're going to chase you out. If it's 2v3, the rest of your team are able to pull that Gold Fury, and you have the damage to burn that one down. So that's greatly played by the ADC of the Sages. And now you have a solid gold lead building up here, about 5K currently, as the Obelisk is trying to get stole away, and Priv will get the last tick of that Obelisk. So another win for the Sages. The only thing they really have going for them right now is your level 16 Odin, and the fact that Tripno's itemization has been pretty solid thus far. But besides that, the team fight for the Sages is looking very strong.
Look, the Sages have just controlled the last 10 minutes of game 2, and now the first 15 minutes of game number 3, and a hefty gold lead is built up to give the Athenian Sages a very strong standing here. Teams have not shied away from being active. Wonder if we start to hover over towards the right side of the map, bring Snoopy and his 2-level lead over, bring Briz and the 1-level lead out of mid, 1 in the jungle, 2 in support, bring all of that towards right. Maybe force some type of fight. Looks like first tower in the game will go down. And of course, it's Snoopy over on left.
Yeah, and looks like the blue buff is being looked at here, but Jangaru makes the rotation over. Snatty could be in some trouble, but not going to be. So the chase will not ensue, and the solo laners will go back to doing solo lane things. Looking at the builds, though, Tripno going for a completely different build. Obviously, we've seen how much stock Briz puts into this Chronos Pendant, wanting to get these cooldowns online. Whereas Tripno said, hey, I want Spear of Deso. Obviously, Flat Pen is very strong. But I want Charon's Coin and Soul Reaver. I want tank damage right now because we've recognized Slash. We've recognized how much Priv's been able to do right now. We want to be chunking these tanks down pretty effectively. Merlin, not the best way to answer those tanks in the early portion of the game. But now that we have a level 17 Merlin on the map, there's a fair bit of burn in that build. No pun intended.
Troy, you gotta sell that better. You can't just drop the no pun intended.
I didn't mean to.
You gotta really. Oh, if you truly didn't mean it, then hats off to you. If you did mean it, you gotta just let it sit. You gotta let it burn. You know, you gotta let it hang out for just a second. Come on, take some notes. Just kidding. If you truly didn't mean it, then that's truly impressive. As the Sages will rally around mid here. Primal Fury halfway back to respawning. Sada Dragon in the wall. I thought maybe it was going to pop out for a second, but Priv had a Dharmic Pillars and a stun awaiting on the other end. Slash running down Snatty, despite the 1 level differential. This is what a Frostbound Hammer and some move speed will do for you. Looks like he'll end up just clearing out this wave. Snoopy is just continuing to route the left side of the map. While Hydrogen is rotated over, Snoopy says, hey team, hang out, I'm going to keep farming. And a 3-level lead is now built.
Yeah, this is pretty much the same thing we just saw. I mean, Snoopy on this Medusa is able to get pressure in this lane. Hydrogen found a nice solo kill, but that's pretty much been it at this point. There was a little bit of room for this Hoyi to find some pressure, but it's gone. So now Hydrogen will just set up camp at that tier 2 tower. Not even an attempt to clear that wave at this point. Hydrogen just wants the wave to die there. Try to starve it up as much as possible, because Snoopy, if you are sitting there at the tier 2 tower, there's an opportunity to die, but Priv will drop the Dharmic Pillars. I don't see opportunity for a kill unless Briz drops everything, and Monster Bomber actually takes a lot more damage than I would have expected.
That was an important silence from Monster Bomber at the beginning of that fight. Briz had a double stun, and I think had an opening for double damage with all of the ultimate charges being ready to go, but Monster Bomber quick on the silence. Game has slowed down a bit here, Trelly. The gold lead hasn't, just shy of 5,000 for the Athenian Sages. Pyromancer's up. You're going to have the Gold Fury up in a minute as well. That's likely when you'll start to see some fights start to spark out just once more. Both teams could turn their eyes towards those objectives, and it looks like the Pyromancer going to get looked at and should be taken down by the Sages. I'm not sure the Tanuki have the gold to comfortably fight back into this one. You can't give up too much for just the Pyromancer, and the Sages will secure the objective.
Yes, Natty did try to show some face there. I don't think too worried about his own life there, but also not much steal potential. If you're able to potty block the spear from Odin, that's really the only steal potential you have, unless Natty's going to bird bomb in to 4 members, and I don't think that would be the best play either. So just backing off as the Pyromancer goes down. About 17 seconds here on that Primal Fury respawn, and I would expect Snoopy to be pretty much on that right as it happens. I mean, the Sages have the gold lead, as we mentioned. They have all the pressure in the world they really need to on this side of the map. And unless Natty makes the rotation over, I think they're going to go for this one pretty much immediately here. Not too many steel tools available, except for maybe Monster Bomber's ult from a distance, which is not going to be out damaging anything that Briz has right now.
Yeah, but here the concern is
nothing. There's no concern.
No, but the concern for the Tanuki is they haven't drawn the line anywhere. They haven't drawn the line on any of the neutral objectives, on any of the farm. It's just a slow burn where the Sages just take away this, take away that. Now for the next few minutes while the objectives respawn, the Sages are going to farm up comfortably because they're in the lead. I suppose you're hoping that if you're the Tanuki that you can do the same thing you did in game 1, where you delay things out for a while and get back to a point of being even. But there's been no, all right, we're not giving this up. No, outside of the early fighting, the Tanuki have not wanted to fight around any of the objectives yet, and Athenian Sages have built up a nice lead as a result.
Snatty, though, is the first one on the map to upgrade that starter item with the Bluestone Brooch, so a small win, I suppose, in a world of losses for the Tanuki, at least for right now. I think you're right to assume that they want to just stall out till late game. Sure, losing the early portion of the game hurts, but they were able to make it to about 40 minutes with a much bigger deficit last time around, at least in that duo lane specifically. I think Snoopy had like, what, 5-level lead at this point in the game last time around, so not going to be the biggest concern, but look at Snoopy has made the rotation over, so I have to imagine they're turning their heads towards this Fire Giant.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? if I'm the Tanuki, I'm not... Or if I'm the Sages, I'm not sure the Tanuki are going to step up and fight us over it. They haven't over any of the other objectives yet. The towers have gone down relatively freely. This one does receive some pushback, but not much, as the Sages are going to exert some pressure towards mid as well. Sada Dragon takes the last bit of tick damage over in the tower. Another objective goes down. This time it's the tier 1 on the right side of the map. The Sages are just controlling everything, and the Tanuki just can't extend forward. Monster Bomber looking for the mask, and that'll help out this Nox a little bit, I suppose, Trelly. And once you fully complete that item, you'll be a little bit more tanky and can maybe get a bit more active on the front of these fights. But right now, Privative has been the one controlling everything in the support conversation. Now the Sages will turn their eyes towards the mid-tier 1 tower. This time, though, the Tanuki do want to have something to say about it. How about the cage and the silence and all the damage from Tripno? That's what we've been looking for. And the combo works for the Tanuki, but only in damage. No kills roll through, and it's only Briz who's low.
I mean, at this point, you just have to do that twice. Natty has the ultimate on a very low cooldown right now with that current build. The Phantom Shell is not going to be up from Briz for quite some time, but Priv also has one. They have 2 Phantom Shells, so they recognize, hey, the only way we ever lose these fights is if we get trapped in this Odin cage for too long. Now that we have 2 Phantom Shells, there's going to be really no avenue for them to find the pressure that they need unless Priv's not grouped up in that fight, which, given the way that Priv has played this game thus far, I can't imagine that this Ganesh is ever far away from the carries right now. So Snatty has his work cut out for him. The cage was nice. The follow-up was there. Just whenever that Phantom Shell is available, you can't really commit too hard to what's inside of the cage after the fact. Right now, though, the Tanuki are not pushing that left wave. Right now, they are grouped up as 5 pretty much over towards this Fire Giant as Jengaru back. So they have the one-man advantage right now, but there's no way they pull this Fire Giant. But Monster Bomber auto attacked. They might actually pull this.
The Tanuki haven't fought over everything, and now they're going to over anything, and now they're going to pull a 23-minute Fire Giant while down 8,000 gold. See how it pays off for the Tanuki. Fire Giant being burned through, and the Sages will take it away. It has not worked out for the Tanuki, and it looks like the fight on the other end is not going to go much better either. Dazzling offensive from Slash will not get the stun because Tripno used the beads. There's a double stun on the other side from Briz anyway. FG +2 to the Sages.
I mean, that was the easiest FG confirm I've ever seen. It was pretty much just Dharmic Pillars, Snoopy walks up. Everyone had abandoned the FG. The Tanuki essentially got it to 95% HP. Got it down to 5% HP, I should say. They did 95% of the work and then said, you guys want this? Snatty tried to stay and get that confirmation, but it just wasn't enough. And now the right Phoenix is being looked at. You really don't have any ultimates to try and defend this one. And the Athenian Sages, 5 strong, are going to go for this right side Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, the Tanuki, if you lose too many members here, you're going to be staggered out forever and maybe staggered out just to the end of the game. Tripno uses the actives, Jengaru in and out. Right side Phoenix is gone, but still 2 tier 2 towers and a tier 1 in mid. Sages realizing Titan is too tanky to take down at this point. They'll back away.
I mean, I understand the play call. You have a lot of burn in your own right, but look at Hydrogen's build. He's got 3 items online, and one of them is Dominance. It's just not that much Fire Giant burn. I mean, you have Tripno's damage as well, but only 3 items of worth. Sada Dragon has the ults. I understand the play call. It just didn't go as quickly as they thought, and now, I mean, you pretty much have no more avenue back into this game. This is well over a 10k gold lead at this point. You lose your right Phoenix. You still have 1 more tier 2 tower to go. And now the Sages can back up and just spend all this gold that they just accrued over that whole team fight that we just witnessed. We're seeing so many items built on that right side of the map. Death's Embrace, Sentinel's Embrace. We saw the Mace's build as well. Jengaru upgraded the starter. Relic Dagger being built for Priv. So many power spikes on that right side of the map. If you couldn't win a team fight before, there's very little avenue for you to win one now. The cage is still pretty much all you have. If Snatty can find a massive cage underneath the Phoenix, no relics are up, which right now is not the case. You're going to have to get those relics down first. That's your one chance for the Tanuki to come back in this game.
I mean, I admire it. Maybe the Tanuki are also realizing that, look, this game is slowly slipping away. We've got to make something crazy happen. And that was their opportunity. Unfortunately, it has not only not paid off, but made things near unrecoverable here for the Yomi Tanuki. The Athenian Sages, they still have got a minute and a half on the Fire Giant buff. And their eyes are on the left side Phoenix. Phantom Shell gets used, simple enough. Double stun out from Briz. That'll force the dashes from Snatty in the leap out of Monster Bomber. Dharmic Pillars, that clips 4, and it's great from Privative. Up and over goes Hydrogen. Sada Dragon alone on the right. Into the wall he goes. Both of the actives ticking away. Won't have the opportunity to get back into this fight, though. Bit of a juggled fight, though, as Slash is locked down. Takes 1 more shot from the Phoenix. And not much damage is connected under the left side bird.
Yeah, that Phoenix is full HP. Snoopy, though, still face tanking it, does not care about the damage that he is receiving. About half health now. Still, though, this Phoenix comes up. If Snatty is able to juggle his way back into this ultimate, they could have a re-engage here. Still one more Phantom Shell, but Slash teleports back in. This Phoenix has to go down now.
Sada Dragon, my goodness, nearly gets taken down by the cat from Jangaru. Fire minions are on the Titan, and this is probably the right call from the Tanuki. There is no fighting to be done, and the Athenian Sages now rally around the mid lane Phoenix. One final chance for the Tanuki to turn this game around, to knock the Sages out of contention for Masters. There's another Phantom Shell. This time, it's also perfect. Another Dharmic Pillars from Privative finds value in the mid lane Phoenix. Jangaru goes over the wall. It's a double silence from Slash on his dash forward. Hydrogen leaps away. Snatty pulled back into the Sages team. All 5 members of the Sages, without Fire Giant buff anymore, into the Tanuki's Titan room. The damage is there to follow up as well. All eyes on the Titan, and the Sages take this 1 and 3.
I mean, Dave, you called before this game even started. You said when Snoopy's on a team, they like to get him ahead and watch him carry. This was sort of what we just saw. I'm not going to say the whole game was on Snoopy's shoulders, but he had extreme leads pretty much this whole set. I mean, the first game, obviously, Snatty was able to find a massive lead, and that was whatever. But still, Snoopy was ahead in that game, and then the next two. It was just very difficult for Hydrogen to come back, and when you have a Medusa that's fed, everyone else just follows suit.
Snoopy positioned so effectively, and the Sages feeling like a rejuvenated team now after the way that game number 3 goes for this squad. It was all quiet as far as kills go. The Sages were just quietly taking all the objectives on the map, Trelly, and then this fight happens. The Tanuki decide to full 5-on-5 just pull the FG, and I think it's the Petrify from Snoopy that ends up securing the objective.
Yeah, once the Dharmic Pillars into that Petrify go down, they try to get away, but you end up losing, I believe, Snatty here, and then what opportunity do you have at this point? And you throw all of your cards into trying to get that Fire Giant, and then once it goes down, I think they knew the game was pretty much over at that point. But I do understand the fact that they wanted to try and do something. They just didn't have any avenues here. They didn't have the burn to do it quickly enough.
That's a good ult from Jangaru as well to pull Snatty back into the fight. I think Briz, very effective on the Agni in both games. I almost said, I thought the Tanuki or the Sages were going to ban out the Agni in one of their first wave of bans going into game 3 because the space control was just way too much. I mean, it's Deso, Kronos, Obshard, and that was just a massive power spike for Briz here in this game, who ends up doing top damage in the game, beats out Snoopy by about 600 or so damage. And Trelly, this is such a good look for the Athenian Sages, and I can't believe you look at a match that ends like this, and outside of game 1, which was the fastest game in the set by far, and some stumbles in game number 2, the Sages look like a very, very competitive team. The fact that this team was 0-3 going into this matchup, I think, surprising. But the Sages now, with only 1 game left, still in contention. You got to hope that the Tanuki end up losing their matchup because the Sages, I think, a very competitive team that could make some waves moving forward.
Yeah, that's what stinks about turning on this late into the circuit, right? You have to sort of hope. You did everything you could in this matchup, right? You got the win for yourself. That's going to help out. But you're not able to get anything going unless the Tanuki lose.
And you look back at the North American SEC, all 3 games go all 3 games. As the Storm, the Hounds, and the Sages all find wins this week in the North American SCC. I believe EU was 2 out of 3 go 3 games, and one of those 3 sets ends up only going the 2, so it was a very back-and-forth week in the SEC this week. Here, a look at your standings. Remember, the Sages now at 1-3. This is a whole lot of if. If the Sages win, they'll be 2-3. If the Tanuki lose next week, they'll be 2-3, and I believe the Sages would have the tiebreaker there. But lots to be done, and we'll discuss all of that on the desk going into next week. But the Sages still alive, and the Tanuki not out of the woods just yet. The North American SEC has a whole lot of competitive Smite left to be played. This is all a precursor on our day, of course, going into the SPL. We've got 2 more SPL sets happening later on today. The Leviathans versus the Valkyries, Trelly, start us off. And I actually saw this online, talking about the Leviathans and the Valkyries. I saw some fans predicting that as a potential upset, which I couldn't believe. Do you echo those thoughts?
I mean,
My thoughts are the fans' thoughts.
you telling me that, the look on my face is pretty much the reaction. I would be very surprised to see that. The Valkyries are definitely a solid team, and they have some avenues to maybe take a game or two. But the Leviathans, I don't think they're going to let themselves get rolled over by the Valks just yet.
To be clear, I think I'm calling like one guy on or one user on Reddit out specifically in the pre-week thread. One person had spotlighted this upcoming set, Valkyries versus Leviathans, as a potential upset. Maybe the Leviathans have looked shaky. Maybe the Valkyries have looked better. Will that happen? Will one person on Reddit be a genius? Very rare that happens. Leviathans versus Valkyries, the SPL, coming up next.
Reach the pinnacle, things start to get physical. What make it worse, the motherfucker live with you. Talking what you didn't do and what they did for you. You just praying for a miracle, cause they been with you. Through the good and the bad times, made it pivotal. All them feelings that you hold inside, it will hinder you, so let it go. What you didn't do and what they did for you. You just praying for a miracle, cause they been with you. You be all on my line about nothing. Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I did me the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know. Thinking I'm blind, cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Take out. That's why When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing.
3, 2, 1.
This is the beginning of the end for you.
To the sky!
Bestowed upon you the power of the sun. A mighty sword! Strike while the iron's hot. For Camelot! For Avalon! Let the heavens rain! I am Ragnarok!
Welcome back, Smite fans, to Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, powered by our friends over at Prime Gaming. Now, we're starting to see a rise in the Diamond Arrow meta over in ADC, so I figured I'd share some of my favorite arrow variants from Elder Scrolls Oblivion, one of the games that you can get on Prime Gaming with your Prime membership. In no particular order, the Dwarven Arrow, the Elven Arrow, and the Daedric Arrow are three of my favorite varieties of arrow in Elder Scrolls Oblivion, available on Prime Gaming with your Amazon Prime membership. I thought I was solid, Gore.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember any of those arrow variants?
I do. I just did not foresee that being where that went. I had no idea where you
My
were
brain
going with
immediately
it
went there yesterday when we started seeing Diamond Arrow as the upgrade. And I was like, was there a Diamond Arrow in Oblivion? I couldn't remember. I think the Glass Arrow is the one that kind of looked like a Diamond Arrow in Oblivion. I don't know. There's like 15 different arrow varieties in that game, and you need to go play it.
I once, like, in 2013, 2012, I made a Minecraft mod where I made a ton of different arrows.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How'd that work out? I never used the arrows in Minecraft.
I had fun with it.
We're going to get so far off track if we keep talking about this. Got to get us right back on schedule. A couple exciting games of SPL on the slate for us here today. We've already had some close matchups yesterday, a couple 3-game sets, maybe some surprises in there as well. Moving on to today, though, we have got a great one to start off, the Valkyries up against the Leviathans, and then our second set of the day, the Olympus Bolts up against the Scarabs. And Gore, the 2-1 win of the Bolts over the Titans, maybe raise some eyebrows. The Bolts certainly a capable team, but maybe Titans having the edge going into that, and the Oni Warriors continuing their hot streak yesterday.
And it was, I think, very surprising. Scarabs, man, game 1 yesterday, Scarabs, if we get to see them today, I think that Bolt Scarab set is going to be phenomenal. Games 2, maybe a little bit closer. Game 3, Scarabs, maybe not so much, right? So that one's going to be one I keep my eyes on. But the Bolts, like you said, I think an incredible win over the Titans. And that's one that is not the best case scenario for the Titans, right? When it comes down to standings, you really don't want things like that to get shaken up.
Yeah, look, I don't want the standings to get shaken up because of how nice and simple they look right now, but really complex. So to be clear, these are accurate standings. Nobody is tied for their current positions based on plus minuses, head-to-heads, things like that. So what you see is absolutely correct. But things, with still another game or two left to be played for a couple of these teams, things can still absolutely change. This is the last week in this phase of the SPL. So as of right now, the order of the standings are correct, but 4 teams score at 4 and 2. And if the Leviathans win this set, which many would argue they should, we'll have 5 teams tied at 4 and 2. And then the Bolts can ruin everything by winning later.
By either winning or if they end up losing, then it's either way, they still ruin anything, right? They get knocked out of that 4-2 area no matter what. The thing that gets interesting, and this is something because Hindu came in and talked to me about it a little bit earlier, is that knowing that plus minus, like it gets really complicated if people are able to tie up things like that, and when you start looking at it. So like 2-0s, 2-1s, like all those little wins, whether it's going to make a big difference for the Titans. Going down 2-1, a lot better than going down 2-0 versus the Bolts, right? So things like that, I think, are what they need to have. 2-0 wins, especially for like a team like the Levi's or for the Bolts here, those would be really, really impressive for them in the standings.
Gore, I've just loved everything we've seen so far here in Season 9 of the SPL. The Valkyries, a team that stuck together through the SEC. They qualified in the SPL qualifier tournament, yet to find the first set win in Season 9 of the SPL, but a roster that has shown potential for growth, and a roster, Gore, that has taken games off some very capable teams. They take a game off the Scarabs. They take a game off the Valkyries. They look competitive in many of the early games in which we've seen them play. I think that this is just a team, and maybe self-admittedly, that are getting used to the pacing of the SPL and the level of punishment they receive for making mistakes at the SPL level. Because, no team is immune from mistakes, but the SPL is so fast at capitalizing on mistakes that you make. And that's what the Valkyries are still getting used to.
And it's wild because, highlighting exactly what you just said, mistakes don't always mean mistakes, right? Like sometimes it's, hey, one person on your team needed to back to heal up or to spend some gold to get their next power spike. And in most scenarios, maybe a fight doesn't break out right there, an objective doesn't get taken. But a lot of these teams, I mean, they're literal sharks on the map, right? If they can sense weakness, they see the blood in the water, they are going to be able to capitalize on it. And so sometimes it's just, hey, we decided to do X, Y, or Z, and that was the wrong move. And it never ends up fully feeling like, oh man, we goofed up and it was a positioning thing. And so this is a team that I like you said, have my eye on, because even the Leviathans said it, right? They played each other this matchup at the beginning of the kickoff lane. It was the first one we watched. And afterwards, Shinta was saying, this is a team that has a lot of potential. I think that they're going to be a really big threat. They just need that time to adjust. Right now, a few weeks in, they've got 3 full weeks of SPL behind them, and coming into the 4th one, whether or not they can take a game off the Leviathans, that would be absolutely wild, right? I think this is a team that has that potential, but I think the Leviathans, reigning world champs right now, play very cleanly. I still think, though, this team's top end, and when they show it, and we've seen it over the last couple of weeks, looks phenomenal. If they can get that consistently through this set, it doesn't matter if it's a 2-0 win for them, a 2-0 loss for them. I think it's going to be something that's just massive all around.
Wowie and Gamma on their way to studio, not today, but soon, and that'll be a big impact for this Valkyries team as well, just experiencing SPL life as well as playing together all in studio. Gore, after going up against the Scarabs and the Warriors, it was always going to be a very difficult end to the phase for the Valkyries, because they go up against the Titans, the Bolts, the Dragons, the Leviathans now, and then the Kings in order. And the Leviathans, their matchup today, defending world champions, but a team, Gore, in the Leviathans that haven't looked at the same strength as maybe they did during their Worlds run. Very capable team. Very threatening team, but I think just a product of the competitive nature of Season 9 of the SPL find themselves at 3 and 2, and they would be one of 5 teams at 4 and 2 should they win this set. And so I don't know if it's them looking worse or if it's just the rest of the league looking better, because we have seen those moments of flashiness from this Leviathans team still.
And I think that, again, the high end for the Leviathans is still the same spot that it has been. In fact, it was actually this Scarab set, where things weren't going well for them for 20 minutes. They're behind in gold, they weren't doing a lot in terms of the picks, and they weren't able to control a lot of the flow of the early game. And then they got to the late game team fight stage. And you go back to Season 7, and that's all we talked about with this team, was how good they are as a 5-man group and what they're able to provide for a team, for each other in those moments. So I think that right now it is that adjustment period, right? Getting used to the meta. It's even more awkward because this week there were some adjustments, right? With the balance patch that they're playing on, things are going to end up shifting. And this has never been a team that the minute a patch drops, they're the best players in the world at it. This is a team that a week later, the meta's been established, and they're going to beat you at that meta. They're going to play it better than you do, but they might not be the ones playing it the best the first time around. They let it, kind of have to explore it, feel it out. And so I'm wondering if today is actually maybe the best day for the Valkyries to try and show up and capitalize on what we typically see out of Leviathans.
Well, Gormizer, there are avenues to victories for the Leviathans. There are avenues to victory for the Valhalla Valkyries in this set as well. What do the teams themselves think that their best route is to victory against one another? Take a listen and find out.
So far our season has been a little up and down. We're 3-2 now. Some tough losses against some teams we think we should beat, but that's kind of how the beginning of season 9 is, or any other season. Everyone's experimenting. Usually there's a big patch, new season patch, so everyone's experimenting. You really want to kind of just experience like all the game has to offer. You want to try a whole bunch of different things. That way you don't pigeonhole yourself to one or two strategies and things like that. So, I mean, we did expect to win more than we have been, but we're not too upset about, the 2 losses. I think the Valkyries have done okay so far since they've come into the league. I'll admit I'm actually a little bit disappointed with them because I feel like they start off really strong in their game 1s and then they just have a complete mental lapse. Like the game 2s and 3s are just, they're not even close. And their most recent set with the Bulls has just been pretty one-sided.
It's been pretty rough. We are learning and improving, which is really important. However, we aren't doing it at a fast enough rate, I feel. And hopefully over this next week with both Gamma and Wowie getting into studio, we'll get a lot better. Truthfully, I think we're farming pretty poorly. We don't have very good obelisk control, and we don't trust our own calls a lot, which causes a lot of mayhem, and it doesn't make us play very well.
What I feel like we need to do against the Valkyries to prepare for them is probably just focus on playing clean. If you looked at last week's set, I got picked a lot against against Scream's ganks and things like that. So I think we just keep it clean, no needlessly dying, no random chasing. We should be fine.
Yeah, on the Leviathans, I feel that Shinto is going to be the main person that we have to look out for. However, the team as a whole has been looking kind of shaky. They're still playing well, but not as well as they should be. So we should have a chance to be able to take some games off them.
The biggest threat in the Valkyries, I would say, is Benny Q. He's kind of their workhorse. I think they treat him like we treat Shinto, give him all the farm, let him do his thing. And you saw last week as well, he picked X-Ball, so you never know what he's gonna pick, so we gotta be prepared for everything. And that kind of goes back to what I said, where we need to just keep it clean.
I feel like for our team coming out of that set, we should be able to take some games off of them, hopefully win the set, but we'll just have to see as it goes.
As a big Kierme fan, I do like what he's saying there, where this team has been improving. Maybe not at the rate that the Valkyries were hoping for, but there is still improvement seen, and of course hoping that Gamma and Wowie are able to get here quickly and safely. So important for this Valkyries team, and getting to experience LAN games together, and all of the offerings that SPL player life has. Now, Zapman, I think, I was talking to Gore, very diplomatic in his answer. What do you think is the best route forward to beating the Valkyries? Just playing some clean Smite. And I do think, Gore, going into this matchup, based purely off of the history of the 2 teams we've seen so far this year, if the Leviathans play clean Smite, play clean Leviathan Smite today, should be a win, might be a 2-0 win.
If the Leviathans play clean Leviathan Smite, then they just win another world championship.
They win worlds,
right? They just continue. It feels like, again, a lot of the teams that have been able to hone in and take control of where the Leviathans' mistakes have been lately, I don't even want to say, they're just playing up. They're playing as well as what we expect to see out of the SBL. But the thing is that the Leviathans haven't always looked the same as they did during their Worlds run, during even the last phase. We know how clean this team can be. And I don't think we've gotten to see that full effect. I think in some games this year we've seen them, but not for a full set.
Here's the good news, Gore, as we get into picks and bans for game number 1. I get to shroud my anger as a fantasy owner of a couple of these players in actual analysis, where it feels like the carries have been inconsistent for the Leviathans.
Yes.
And I have both of the carries on my fantasy team. The last 6 games for Zapman, 6-2, great. 3-4, a little worse. 2-4, not great. 0-5, tough. Then 4-0, 6-2, right? I mean, so you get these kind of hit or miss games. Shinto's very similar. 2-5, rough. 4-2, fantastic. 3-6, down in the dumps. 2-1, all right. 3-0, all right. 5-1, fantastic. So you get these the
That
ups
was a
and
roller
downs,
coaster we just
right,
went on.
wasn't it? You know, it's very, very quick up and down. And I think the front line, I mean, that's just an example of 2 players on the Leviathans where really just their games in general have felt like they're going that way. And so, maybe, you know, if the Valkyries can capitalize on one of, quote, those days from the Leviathans, things get interesting. We'll catch back up, though, with picks and bans. Kleena and Zeus taken away alongside Yamoja. That feels very wrong U-esque of a ban. Shiva has been strong for Kirmi, Gore. And actually, I think it's a slight respect ban towards Kirmi, where the Leviathans realize that's been an effective pick for the jungle.
And not only that, but like the Valks are, well, prior to I think this week and maybe going into last week, I think I'm not including last week as well, but like when he's the minute she was in there, they were the only team that ran it successfully the first times around. You know, we saw the Leviathans try to pick it up. Wrong Yu was the one who ended up playing it. I don't know that we'd get to see that. So if he makes it through, Leviathans end up staying first pick, let's say in game 2, potentially game 3 if that ever comes through, then maybe we'll see them try to pick it up. But I think for the Valks, that's just an easy target ban to try and get rid of.
And a strong pick for the Valkyries, Charybdis and Gilgamesh. Remember, Charybdis has not been available up until this week.
Yep.
Already saw some Charybdis in the Scarab set yesterday, one of Baronic's favorite picks. Stuart even got a game of Charybdis in there. I'd imagine in our Scarab set later today. One way or another, whether pick or ban, we still see Charybdis prioritized. I think this is strong, though, for the dual lane of the Valks war, because the dual lane for the Valks has had a hard time staying safe and just getting out of the laning phase strong. And so I think a safe pick that also has late game potential in the Charybdis is a great look for the Valkyries dual lane.
And I think it's exactly that. A safe pick is what you need, but has a lot of potential. Charybdis can do a lot in terms of a team fight, good damage, a lot of play potential and play-making potential, while still being able to stay safe just because of long amounts of CC immunity in the ult, as well as a Whirlpool form. Every week, I update in my spreadsheet. I've got like highest KDA, and I do it for every team. I do lowest KDA for every team, most kills, most deaths, things like that. And I keep a tab that just is for the league. Wowie has the lowest KDA in the league right now, and it's 0.6, right? I mean, it is just, whether he's getting camped or things are just not going well, there needs to be something for the Valkyries duo lane that keeps him alive, and I think this Charybdis pick, outside of like Jingweis and Heimdalls, like this is going to be up there with the safest carries, and this is going to be something that I think helps alleviate that stress point from the rest of the team.
0.6, well, I mean, that's like averaging an assist for each life, I think is how that ends up breaking down, almost close there. Now, there have been some good games from Wowie, some good games from Gamma. Consistency, building that up, and again, we'll throw some leeway there. Still making their way into studio. We expect some growth when the duo lane of the Valkyries is able to make it in and play alongside their teammates. Gilgamesh and Ardio follow up the Charybdis. If this ends up being Horus and Ullr, though, Gore, in the duo lane, I am scared of that. No amount of safety in the world is ever going to make me feel safe when Rangyu's on Horus and Zapman's on Ullr.
Yeah, I think the amount of aggression, although I will say Zapman on Ullr, I feel like I've seen Shinto play this a little more often lately, so actually, yeah, it is something that could get yoinked over into the mid lane. But with a Horus that can get aggressive, good stun, prot shred as well. I mean, if you're Charybdis, you're trying to play the safe. That, to me, Horus, Ullr, or Horus really with any carry, as long as they can play slightly early, they're going to be looking for, well, I would argue, a level 1 kill right before you can get that Whirlpool on Charybdis, and then that sets you up beautifully.
Whoa. Gore, my goodness. How about the setup and the burst damage that the Leviathans have just added at the end of their draft? That is a Giannis for Shinto. I don't know how many times Shinto's played Giannis, Gore, but I have to imagine it's not many, because not many of the mid laners are playing Giannis nowadays. And then a Poseidon in the jungle, we're presuming, for Panatom. And I'm looking at setup from Cthulhu and Horus, and then knockdown from both Ullr, Giannis, and Poseidon. Onslaught is the word that comes to mind, and the Valkyries are going to have to deal with one from the Leviathans in game 1.
Yeah, it's something, I mean, there's a wild amount of damage and a lot of good ults that are on the Leviathans right now. I mean, imagine having to deal with a Cthulhu in the same fight that you're worried about Giannis portals and the ult that can come through from that. In the same time, you're worrying about a Kraken as well as what Ullr and Horus are trying to do. Like, there's so much. I think that's going to be going on over here. And that makes it even more interesting in the middle of the team fight. Granted, that does open up good transformations, I think, for the Morrigan on the other side. You can turn into your own Ardio, which is going to give you good zoning. You can turn into the Cthulhu which is going to give you just the same amount of kind of potential to I want to disrupt the fight. There we go. I also think that you could do something shenanigansy, and if we end up in a scenario where sometimes you might want to turn into a Horus to see where that ult can get you. We've seen some interesting backdoor plays with a Horus ult, and if you can open up a Phoenix and try to end the game, you can transform into that and steal that play away.
I mean, that's such a good point, Gore. When you can make a case for maybe everyone but Uller on the other team, I think, one, you're in a good spot as a Morrigan. Although I would definitely be the type to, I forget what the term is for, like, when you have so many choices, you can't make one because you got just too many choices, like choice paralysis or something like that. So I would fall prey to that, but there's so many good options here for Benny Q on this Morrigan. But that also means that the enemy team has, to your point, Gore, a lot of good options just by nature. I think you could make a case for maybe everyone but Uller. But watch, Uller's going to end up being the transformation that Benny Q goes to just to spite me. I think the Valkyries do have, Gore, even outside of the team fight that the Leviathans have drafted. I think the Valkyries have a nice, well-rounded composition of their own. And I think Khepri actually helps out here. If you look at a lot of the insta-kill damage between a Kraken through space and time, burst damage from Uller, a lot of that gets mitigated by Khepri.
Well, not only that, but again, like, I think one of the biggest pressure points that the Leviathans have had, that the Valkyries have had, is their duo lane. Their duo lane, like, it doesn't matter how mid, jungle, and solo are doing, the duo lane is either even or behind so far this year. And I think you get Charybdis, super safe pick. You get Khepri, by the time you hit level 5, guess what? Super safe pick, and you are able to then res somebody. So early game, I think immediately you have a lot of safety. Granted, level 1 is still where I think I'm most worried about it. And then when you get to late game, you've got Peel for your carries coming out of the Gilgamesh. You've got Peel because of the RDO. You've got a Khepri res, like you said. And when, as you highlighted, the instant damage comes through from the Leviathans, as long as there's good communication, then I don't expect to see a lot of, like, Aegis is used on top of a Scarab's Blessing where they kind of interrupt each other and things like that. And so there should be a lot of interesting moments. Talking about fun transformations as well. I mean, if your team's doing terribly, you can turn into a Khepri and get a second revive if you really need it.
Yeah, if
your team's doing that badly, something's gone wrong.
We're not in a good spot if we're doing a second Khepri in a fight, especially if you're taking one of your carries out of the engagement. Or maybe, Gore, you're doing really well, where you don't need Benny Q to be any type of damage dealer.
You just want a 7th life.
Right, you just want an extra life in the fight. Wow, he's popping off. You just want to res him a couple of times. Could be an option, I suppose, for the Valhalla Valkyries. But I do think with the way that the Leviathans like to play Smite, at this point we're finding silver linings for the Valkyries, because the way that the Leviathans have drafted here, very in your face, and a composition through the Horus, I think, that puts you in the enemy team's face whether they want you to be there or not. And I think that's going to be such a dynamic piece of this Leviathan draft.
I think there's a world where we see them get aggressive almost instantaneously, right? I think, again, when I look at Horus Uller, I can see this maybe going for like a level 1 gank where essentially walk into the lane before level 2 comes up for the Charybdis or the Khepri, use the stun from the Horus or the knock-up, I guess, because that's typically what you're going early on, and then trying to just use that CC chain, use that damage. You typically need a third person, though. We've seen in the past is like solo laners going over there using their teleport. They've got a lot of mobility, though.
It is a battle of the blue teams as the Atlantis Leviathans and the Valhalla Valkyries do battle. Game number 1 starts right now.
Who's going to take it home here in the final week of the Phase 1 of the SPL? Will it be Leviathans? Will it be the Valkyries? We'll have to find out here in Game 1. It's J-Mac and Mifflin here to bring the action onto this one, but it's Wrong You on Giannis support.
Yep.
Panatom on Horus Jungle. Did
they not talk about that on the desk?
No, I don't think they covered their bases there.
Big fumble.
I honestly cannot believe it.
Yeah, wow, all right. I suppose I do have to use the full extent of my analytical brain to try and figure out what Giannis support is going to bring to this team. It's decent CC lockdown, and there it is.
Yeah, it's a double portal onto Wowie and Gamma. Zapman has some good follow-up. Will leap in. Right up against the tower, ends up eating a tower shot, half of his HP, but the bladed arrow after Zapman finds a first blood in the duo lane and puts the Leviathans up early.
Yeah, so the strength of Giannis is his ability to lock down with that CC, the ability to reposition your team. You can essentially use that portal as you would a Riptide, I suppose. The slow, very disruptive in some of these team fights, decent damage output, should help out with wave clear. Late game, your ultimate might as well just be another Horus ultimate for your team. I'm curious to see how this one pans out. It's reminiscent of what you might see in another MOBA, where I feel like supports are generally more so about their damage output. Wrong You kind of dipping into that style. I'm excited to see how it plays out. The only thing I'm not excited for is the ripple effect it's going to have in like ranked games and casuals. I feel like I say that about the Levi's and the Bolts so often. They're just out here to ruin my games.
I feel like we say that about most of the teams in the SPL. We get
God,
to,
yeah,
you know, like even the Kings with Captain Twig, some of the things that he picks, he goes, oh man, I'm going to be seeing that in my ranked games. You get to the Valkyrie specifically, you go, wow, I'm going to see Kabrakan mids in all of my games, Sun Wukong mids coming out of Benny Q, things like that. So it's chaos in the league right now, and it's been having a ripple effect all throughout WoWie.
Oh, no portal.
No portal follow-up this time from Wrong You. WoWie will be fine here. It's not, oh, there's the portal. It's a little bit delayed, but it's not often you get a double portal in the dual lane to start things. It's not often you get a double portal, period. I just shouldn't even have to emphasize the dual lane there.
Yeah, I am curious, though. The matchup up against Charybdis is interesting for Yanis in that it's similar to how like an E-set plays or an Izanami in that with those piercing autos, it's pretty clear where you want to position in the wave. It's right on top of those melee minions so you can auto-attack the entirety of the wave. So I'm thinking Wrongyu will likely be very disruptive for WoWie throughout the entirety of this laning phase. Every single time he channels out that first ability. That seems to be the answer. I was curious why there was no follow-up. He was waiting.
But Yarkor gets hit by a minion with a drop kick, and Kirmi can finally find a pick here for the Valhalla Valkyries and get their names up there to start things out here. 1-1 now. Or, well, both of the boys in blue. I was going to say the boys in blue, but I remember where you are fighting with both blue teams here. But Chaos Team finally up. Kirmi getting that kill, going to be very important for him. Kirmi has been one of those major facilitator players for this team between him and Beniq. If one of those two can get off to a good start, usually it pans out fairly well for the Valks.
Yeah, the Valkyries ever the team to bring the fight in a game one scenario. It's something Zatman talked about briefly during his interview. This is the Valkyries at their absolute best. And as you said, when Kirmi's able to get the ball rolling early, when Beniq's able to get involved in the action, that's generally where the Valhalla Valkyries will find their success. Kirmi on Gilgamesh should be able to continually get involved at every single portion of the game. Not a single portion of the game is Gilgamesh poor at. Morgan, though, it's going to take a little while, I think, before Beniq is able to get as aggressive as he'd like. That said, with Doomorb in the first slot, huge power infusion, slight nerf, I suppose, in the most recent patch to that power, but movement speed and these great transformation targets could turn into that Gilgamesh early on to start rotating towards these side lanes. Benny might be waiting a couple more levels, maybe one or two more items, but it won't be too long until he's able to make his own name known across the entirety of the map.
Well, it seems with the nerfs to Crusher that came in the recent patch, the Hunters have kind of swayed themselves away from going that starter. We've been seeing a lot of the Gilded Arrow Devourers Gauntlets kind of rush-ups here. But even in the jungle, it's started to have some ripple effects. We've been seeing a lot more Jotun's Wrath rushes right away by some of these players, or even in the case for some of these semi-auto attack based guys, we've been seeing this Golden Blade kind of peep its way back in.
Yeah, Golden Blade is just, hey, I really need help farming. You build Golden Blade on Horus jungle because Horus jungle clear, not super good. You need those cleaving auto attacks, similar to like the Bakasuras, the Arachnes. It just really does make your clear that much more fast. The strength of Horus in the jungle is his gank. It's a stun dash. It's a knock-up immediately afterward. It is incredibly powerful, and with the recent changes to how DR is applied, the only form of CC that does not get DR'd is the knock-up. So Horus, I suppose, not susceptible to that nerf.
Aqua still walking very far forward towards Panatom. Wrong U is here. Now with Shinto right behind him. Up in descent to the Madness is Yarkor. Knock up onto Aquarius and the Kraken right on top as well. And Yarkor will finish the job to get the kill, but Shinto gets drop kicked against the winds. And now Beniq has got a Cthulhu of his own for his team, but he'll use the knock-up and get away instantly. But as soon as he de-transforms, he is met with the stun by Panatom and a double kill for Yarkor.
Yarkor needed that as well. That was not a great start for him. Gamma very far out of position here. Zatman should have this kill.
Needs one more auto, one more ability, anything to catch this Kefri. Pops the movement speed, gets the axe toss, and is now waiting out that Scarab's Blessing for one more hit after, and Zatman can chase it out and grab him.
Yeah, Gamma just getting overzealous in his ability to steal away those flowers. Does at least get the Obelisk ready for his own team, so a gold infusion over to the Valhalla Valkyries. Maybe worth it, I suppose, for the Valkyries there. Gamma's life not the most useful at this portion. Had he held on to his ultimate, I think that would have been a pretty high value trade for the Valhalla Valkyries, but now gonna be a while till he gets that team fight cooldown back and available to his team, so gonna be a while till Gamma has too much of an impact on the map. That said, global gold always goes a long way.
Wrong, you might be the most threatening support Giannis I've ever seen in my life. Also,
How
probably
many
one
have
of
you
the probably 2, I would say, over the course of my time.
That's
which
more
is
than me.
which is probably 2 more than I ever wanted to see out here at the very least. But Wrong You starting out 0-0-3 so far on the Giannis, has that Gauntlet of Thebes already halfway stacked up. Where Gamma is just now getting his online, just getting the stacks towards it. But it is going to be stacks in the dual lane as well, as we do have a Transcendence by Zapman. Wowie going for the Devourer's Gauntlets this time around.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the rest of the build shapes up for, like for Wrong You. Is he going to go for the mask in the next slot, similar to what we've seen from ESET? Is it going to be a more CDR focus so you can use those portals more often? Keep your eyes on him.
Kirimi goes through the portal and meets a Kraken right at the back end there. Shinto on point thanks to the setup coming from his support. And most often we always make these jokes like, man, if a Giannis ever portals his own feet, it's probably doomed for him. But in this case, it was perfect to set up for not just him to kind of reposition himself, but also ended up grabbing Kirimi in that same portal.
Yeah, Kirimi probably regretting his choice to pick up Blink early on, and Aegis or a Beads likely gets him out of that scenario. Instead, loses out on his own life, and now some leads starting to establish themselves for the Leviathans all the way across the map. Yarkor, with his double kill, able to close up that gap. Aquarius is able to establish for himself with the help of Kirimi earlier on. Panatom now 1 level up, 1 level in mid just about. BennyQ just now ticking to 10. Supports relatively even, but a larger separation, I think, between these hunters, about a level and a half now, with Zapman already starting to get some stacks on that Transcendence, moving in towards what could be a Jotuns, what could be a Brawlers, even a Crusher. I think that item is still incredibly strong, despite some of the nerfs towards the power most recently. And Wowie, playing this Charybdis, doesn't really have the greatest opportunity to fight back into an Ull that's already 2-0.
Yeah, basically needs to have that Whirlpool already ready to fire off before that Axe Toss even comes out if he wants to try and get a boxing match up against Zapman here. Control of the mid camps will go the way of the Leviathans. Panatom now going for Heavy Hammer as a second item on this horse, so building up into that hammer tree. We'll get him a little bit of extra health, some extra power out there as well. Curious to see where he'll go with that option. Meanwhile, the rest of the Leviathans will continue their farm game up here. Shinto's able to pick up his red buff. He'll make his way back into the lane to meet up with Rongyu on support. But yeah, I'm curious as to where Rongyu will go out with the silver breastplate. Started up right now. Gotta imagine maybe Breastplate of Valor on the mind.
Yeah, I mean, CDR is just so integral to Yanis' playstyle. He is so dependent on those cooldowns, the ability to reposition himself and his team, that I think it is likely to be the BOV. Rongyu now hovering over towards that purple buff. Will line up with Kirimi, but they know.
It's going to be a stun onto Kirimi. Portal as soon as he lands down. It's the Wombo combo that takes out about 60+% of Kirimi's HP. He goes back in, though, to try and get the drop kick. Does have the leap to get on out, and Rongyu's got the ult to get the rest of the team on out of there. An extra portal to make sure that Rongyu has that escape path. But Mifflin, talking about these mid laners and kind of this Doomorb start that we see out of both Benny and Shinto, we saw Paul kind of going for this too. It seems that Doomorb is making a rise as a startup here for these mid laners.
It's just such a versatile item, man. I've been a huge proponent of saying movement speed probably the most important stat in Smite. It allows you to be involved in more and more team fights. Doomorb, you're not even really sacrificing all that much power. You maybe slow down your penetration a little bit, but if you can go towards things like Spear of the Magus in the second slot, getting percentage more power, or percentage more damage rather on your whoever targeted by that passive, you're not really feeling too bad about that loss of penetration. Now, already massive power infusion and lifesteal over to Shinto, whereas on the other end, BennyQ, a little bit more standard. Divine Ruin in the second slot, a little bit of anti-heal to deal with. Maybe the lifesteal inherently in Zapman's kit, thanks to that ultimate passive, or switch stance passive, if you would. And, well, some of the lifesteal, I suppose, from Shinto. And the healing from Panatom. Yeah, okay, no, I think Divine Ruin definitely works out here. Yeah. Just not the best applicator of it, though. You are generally single target on the Morrigan.
Zapman just running as fast as he can. Gamma in tow. Panatom finds BennyQ, gets the beads out of the mid laner, but BennyQ putting some big chunk damage right back at Panatom. Half of his health gone from the 1-2 combo out of this Morgan. Wow, he does fall through a portal, but you probably wouldn't believe me if you see his HP bar. It took basically nothing there. Axos comes through, gets the beads out of the Hunter. Wow, he turns around. Throw a little bit of fight right back at them, but he's going to need to use that Whirlpool to get on out.
Yeah, Wowie's beads gone now. BennyQ beads gone now as well. So if I'm Panatom, I'm thinking to myself, well, it doesn't really matter where I find myself on the map. As long as it isn't the Soul lane, there's some pretty decent kill pressure everywhere. So keep your eyes on the jungler of the Leviathans. He should spell the go button, maybe even Rongyu. Stepping up to this purple buff, Kirimi, he's back.
Portal just off the mark, so Rongyu's going to have that one on cooldown for a little while longer. Does throw out the Unstable Vortex. Zapman finds a combo up against Gamma, and Shinto is here. The Whirlpool dropped down, but no Kraken to follow up. Everybody is already separated on the side of the Valkyries, and now it'll be Wrong You to steal some of these offerings away.
Yeah, Gamma stops his back, trying to make sure Wrong You isn't able to steal away too many of these flowers. The Leviathans putting in a lot of damage, though. Gamma dropped down to about 40%. Any more damage that the Leviathans can put out might just straight up kill Kirmi, I suppose, who winds up with Panatom in the jungle. I think it might be time for the Gold Fury.
Yeah, so what was that? The stun combo into a Kraken is apparently all it takes to kill Kirmi out here. I mean, you look at the damage thrown out there, that Rune Forge, some extra pop power there for Panatom, and then you have the Spear of the Magic like you were talking about earlier. Yeah, I guess that is just enough to kill him, especially when you have a level... I didn't even realize Shinto was level 14. What? We always talk about this man farm, but somehow it still baffles me that he's able to find this much extra farm on the map.
Got to give credit over to BennyQ as well, though, who is able to maintain level equity with Shinto. Both mid laners now level 14. Oh, well, no longer. The second I'm able to finish that breath, Shinto does tick over to 15. But the Leviathans are largely ahead on the map, in map pressure, in kill pressure, in straight up gold and experience. So maybe even a little bit more credit over towards BennyQ, able to just at least maintain some level of parity somewhere on the map. And, well, as both of these mid laners are starting to rapidly approach third, fourth item, we're going to start to see some significant power spikes specifically for the Morgan. BennyQ's had a very quiet game so far, probably because his jungler spent a lot of time in the grayscale, hasn't been allowed to play too aggressively. But pretty soon, this Morgan is going to be allowed to act as that solo agent, be a threat all on her own.
Gold Fury started up. No ult for Shinto to go for a secure here, but plenty of damage nonetheless. They don't even need any kind of ultimate secure out of any of the mages, out of any of these guys on the Leviathans. They'll just go ahead, grab that Gold Fury, and thought maybe for a moment they'd start this Pyromancer. Instead, it's just Panatom getting a little bit of ward coverage around it to make sure that the Valkyries themselves don't go towards it. And Wrong You, the ever menacing Giannis support, will just walk at the enemy team as fast as he can and steal away yet another buff.
Yeah, the Leviathan, just constant pressure here. It is a lack of respect on the map, legitimately. They just walk wherever they want to. Specifically, Zatman has been playing on tower line more often than not. Wrong You has been incredibly aggressive on this Giannis pick, despite being relatively squishy at this point of the game. It is a Breastplate of Valor finish for him as well, so additional CDR should help his survivability. Pyromancer, though, pulled out by the Valks. Leviathan's a little too far.
Shinto not going to walk up to try and grab that one. Leviathans, just Yarkor, steals that one away on the Cthulhu, all by his lonesome. And all the Valkyries have to back away as soon as that fight attempts to even break out. The Leviathans, with that Gold Fury, with that Pyromancer, have now pushed that once was 1,500 gold lead all the way up to nearly 4,000 in basically just a minute.
Here's the thing about the Mire. It's a two-part ability, so each part does a little bit less than any one individual ability. I gotta imagine Yarkor hits that for like 150 right there. And it's telegraphed, by the way. You know when the Mire is going to seep down onto you.
Makes a lot of noise.
Makes a lot of noise. Giant circle on the ground. Big oozy cloud in the sky. You know it's coming. Somebody could have confirmed that, I'm sure of it, from the Valhalla Valkyries. And, well, I suppose not. Yarkor able to steal that one away with incredible ease. The Leviathans, they just give these moments of hope over to the Valhalla Valkyries, and I'd argue it's even more cruel because they immediately strip it away.
I just keep watching what Wrong You is doing. He is constantly going over towards these red buffs, getting his team set up here. Panatom gets pulled back in by Gamma. Has the option to find a way out, but a double stun by Wowie. Maybe the death here of Panatom. He'll go down. Kraken whiffed by Shinto. Kirmi still walking in through the sands. Shinto is getting low. Portal from Wrong You will make sure that the mid laner can get out. And unfortunately for Panatom, he does go down.
And unfortunately for Wowie, he turns the corner just to watch that man strip away yet another purple buff. The Valhalla Valkyrie still getting aggressive on the map, though. Look at that two-stack towards that mid-tower. Are they waiting for Shinto to walk up? No, they reveal themselves. Kirmi blows up the spot. Gamma maintains his own hidden agenda. Tier 1 tower will fall down. Yarkor behind. Have the Valks overstayed.
But now they're here. Leviathans 4 versus 3. Shinto does not have that ultimate for this fight. Instead, just drops down the Whirlpool. It's Cthulhu versus Cthulhu, but Yarkor, the original Cthulhu, is the one losing out on most of his health bar. He's got to back himself away. Zatman was still W-keying at the team for a moment here with Shinto right behind. And some good poke onto Aquarius. That'll make sure that the Valkyries have to back themselves off. They get a tier 1 tower. They put a lot of pressure onto Yarkor, and they keep themselves alive in the fight.
Yeah, and they show that they're capable of taking a team fight as well. Yarkor had very good positioning there, was able to get behind the entirety of the Valhalla Valkyries, transforms into that Descent into Madness, and was immediately shut down. That damage output from the entirety of the Valkyries enough to say, hey, sure, you're Cthulhu, but you're going to at least need somebody from your team to help you out, somebody else to generate some of that threat. So the Leviathans now get a heat check. They realize, all right, we're ahead, but we're not so far ahead that we could do literally anything that we want. And the Valhalla Valkyries realize, okay, well, we're pretty far behind, but we still have the potential to team fight. If Kyrmi's able to get a good drop kick, or if Aquarius is able to work his way into the back line. Aquarius much tankier than Yarkor at this portion of the game, by the way, so should be able to disrupt that back line with some level of ease. And then with that disruption factor, you've got a very safe back line from Wowie. Benny Q can act as that assassin to close gap, essentially, on this the Morrigan. And then you've got, well, that line of safety from Gamma's ultimate to just make sure that whoever is diving for the Valhalla Valkyries has got one way back out. Whereas the Leviathan's team fight is a little bit one note. It's, hey, we're initiating with Panatom. Yarkor's ascended into madness. Shinto, please land your ultimate. He will, because he's Shinto. Wrong you, do Yanis support things, and Zapman's going to do damage. Otherwise, if Descent into Madness goes down, if Shinto's Kraken misses, their team fight, the Leviathans that is, takes a major hit. We'll get a good look at it now. Primal Fury respawning shortly. I don't imagine the Valhalla Valkyries will give this one up without some semblance of a fight.
I just got to say how jarring it feels to see a Giannis land like a 1-2 combo in this game right now, and it doesn't do half or more of the NA teams. It's like barely burning through Kepri Shield on Gamma at this point through here. Wrong you, even opting towards Lono's Mask now, third item. Going to be doing even less damage. We're going to be even tankier around this Primal Fury. Yarkor is here, Aquarius. Charges up the channel onto Panatom. Panatom eats a lot of damage from Benny Q's Dark Omen off to the side. But now Benny Q may have walked too far forward. He loses out onto the beads, has to transform into the Cthulhu for some extra protection. Gets a lot of good damage up against Panatom, but Panatom does have the dash to get back to the team.
Yarkor still maintains his own ultimate. Benny Q, once he de-transforms, will no longer have access to Changeling or his beads. The Valhalla Valkyries lose out on a lot of their pressure there, and the Leviathans able to reinitiate, having used nothing so far, except for Zapman's beads.
Lose that there. Wrong you was just a little bit off the mark with the portal, but Zapman still firing some damage right back at them. Yarkor fighting up against Aquarius. Gamma poked out into the back line. And all this fighting to start for the Primal Fury will be started once again by the side of the Leviathans. Kiri to the back line, finds a dropkick against Zapman. There's no beads available to him. The Kraken is off the mark by Shinto. Zapman's got the leap to get out, but it's not far enough because Kirmi's got it. Wrong you throws the ultimate just to get some safety for the rest of the team to give them an escape path out. But Yarkor is fighting back in because Panatom has re-entered the fight. Thanks to the help of the Scarab's Blessing, Kirmi stays alive, and the Valkyries have made it out.
Can the Valhalla Valkyries make it all the way out? Yarkor finally descends out of the madness. Benny Q able to disengage himself. Phenomenal play from Kirmi. That drop kick into the wall to separate that team fight. Massive. Shinto's Kraken not looking so good there. I think it connects with the one on a knockup, but if you're only hitting one guy, it makes it pretty simple for Gamma to line up his own Scarab's Blessing. The Valhalla Valkyries able to dissuade the reigning world champions from pulling yet another Gold Fury. That said, separation has not changed a whole lot. One kill is the only thing that goes down there, and it does go to the underdogs, but the gold deficit still around that 3,000 mark. Experience still pretty far removed from an even state. And the Leviathans, they may have been stopped, but only for a moment. They worked their way to the Pyro.
They'll be stopped at one objective and not the other, but the Leviathans, while getting one, will make sure that will not be able to stop the Valkyries from grabbing that Fury on the left side of the map. So it'll be a trade out of the objectives. Gold-wise, will be pretty much even there, but the Valks do have a little bit of extra boost now when we start getting to these Fire Giant dances. That extra bit of damage and damage negation up against these jungle objectives will make the Valkyries maybe a little bit more enticed to try and take some of these fights.
Yeah, the Valkyries still are certainly capable of taking these engagements, especially if Kirmi is able to work his way into the backline, as we just saw. Panatom now starting to show some of the weaknesses of Horus in the jungle role. Has to dedicate his entire body. It's a dash forward with Fracture to find that stun. And when you are as squishy as Panatom is, you got to be real certain of your ability to take the fight from there. He was dropped very low initially, just from the poke of Dark Omen.
Zapman goes in aggressive because he's got the backup of the rest of his team. Wowie knocked up, falls down through the portal. Panatom doesn't have the damage to confirm it. The Kraken still available for Shinto, but he's not going to throw it out just yet. Instead, Panatom will use his ult to get the rest of the team out and reposition the Leviathans. But the Valkyries still showing that they've got that fight in them, even with levels down.
Yeah, Panic Aegis, though, from Wowie there. So massive relic loss. You still have 40 seconds left on the bead for Charybdis. You are at least benefiting from CC immunity in the ultimate, as well as just removing yourself from the playfield with that third ability. So Charybdis, incredibly safe still, but maybe less so than the Valhalla Valkyries would like. A lot of initiation tools available to the Leviathans. The only thing lost there is Panatom's ultimate, so Yarkor can blink ult in, try and put some pressure on a Wowie in this next fight. And, well, you got to imagine the next fight will likely be around this Fire Giant. 22 minutes in, no other neutral objectives available. Tier 1 towers essentially nearly dead for the Valhalla Valkyries, if not already legitimately dead for the Leviathans. So, only one thing can really start to separate these teams. And if the Leviathans pick up Fire Giant, their siege is scary. You've got multiple ranged auto attackers to be able to poke out these structures. You've also got very consistent displacement, very consistent engagement between Panatom and Yarkor. But if the Valhalla Valkyries pick up Fire Giant, I'm not sure how strong the base defense is for the Leviathans. The gold is not so far removed that Fire Giant wouldn't completely equalize this game. And then the game simplifies for the Valkyries. Wowie should be able to shred the objectives with relative ease. Benny Q can initiate these fights, or maybe it could just happen here. Yarkor caught out.
Stuck inside the cripple field from Aquarius, but once that one fades away, no further fight there. Instead, it's one towards the mid lane, portal onto Benny Q, and Unstable Vortex again only just tickles Benny Q's HP bar there, but just that threat alone is enough to scare the Valkyries away from this tier 1 mid tower. That one finally goes down with what little health it had to it. Shinto steals away a red buff all the while. We do see that finish Lono's mask now for wrong use. A lot of extra HP to himself. But I want to point out this item that Shinto's picked up. I'm surprised it's been so long since we've seen a Gem of Isolation. And on a god like Poseidon, it feels like it goes hand in hand with him.
Yeah, I am just not a Gem of Isolation guy, man. 90 power, like, okay, I suppose. 200 HP, that's decent for your survivability. You're really only picking this up for the passive to apply that slow. And up against what the Valhalla Valkyries have got, that slow will find some value, but you're slowing down a whole lot of your build here. You're not getting any penetration, lifesteal, or anything like that.
Benny Q's bubble is popped, so is his beads and his Aegis after the Kraken from Shinto, but a collapse now onto the mid laner of the Leviathans, up into the transformation of Benny Q's own, has the Cthulhu doing some decent damage to the backline. Shinto is low, does not have his relics available. Kirmi walks up, only to get smacked by Panatom, but Panatom now loses out on the beats to the drop kick.
Yeah, double beads pop from the backline of the Leviathans as Yarkor tries to create some space. The Valhalla Valkyries surging forward, and they strike first blood.
Yarkor goes down, but Panatom goes back in against Kirmi, who gets hit by the tidal wave, but a beautiful revive from Gamma will keep the jungler alive yet again. Zapman can't get over the wall. The cripple field from Aquarius is holding him in, but the door finally opens only for him to have it shut right back on him, but Shinto finds a turnaround kill.
Gamma now caught out. Not a whole lot of damage coming his way. Can't say the same of Penny. He's falling down.
Benny Q, credit to the kill. Wrong you will get a little bit of help, but not enough. Wowie has picked up a double kill in the fight, and the Valhalla Valkyries have traded 4 for 1 in this trade, and now can set their sights towards the fire. 3
healthy targets, and at least one of them is Wowie, so you know that this Fire Giant will shred quickly. 30 seconds left on the nearest respawn for the Leviathans, barring Yarkor, who has got teleport available, might be able to keep things interesting on this side of the map. Taking my eyes to the mini-map, not sure there's many wards that he can TP to. The Valhalla Valkyries patiently await their opportunity to take a team fight. I would say so far this game, and I am hesitant to say it because that's Yarkor that I'm about to slander, there has been Cthulhu diff so far. Benny Q's Cthulhu has been much more impactful from what we've seen of the Leviathan's actual Cthulhu. The Descent into Madness from Benny is separating the fight, reinitiating. He's eating up a lot of cooldowns. Sure, he loses his bees and Aegis immediately at the offset of that fight to Shinto's ultimate, but what does he do immediately afterward? Transforms into Cthulhu, dashes forward, forces out, I believe, 2 or 3 sets of beads, and immediately separates the entirety of the engagement and allows the rest of the Valks to do whatever they want.
Yeah, Benny Q's pulling the anything you can do, I can do better here on this Morrigan pick. The first spill of that fight going on towards Yarkor, and then that ult right there by Gamma really pulls a full 180 now to where the Valks have complete control. They've got the numbers advantage. Sure, Kirmi does die right afterwards, but this back and forth, Wowie finally allowed to get some of this damage out here on this Charybdis. And this is a pick that Wowie loved going towards whenever he was in these qualifier stages up for the SPL qualifiers. This was one of his most consistent picks, and now that it's finally back and available to him, we see why he loved it so much.
And take a peek at the build as well. I wonder if this is something that is a Charybdis special, or if this is just a byproduct of the changes to the meta. But Death's Embrace, Devos, tons of pen, good tank shred from Kinsize. This is a very, very survivable Charybdis. I'm not sure if anyone is legitimately taking a 1v1 up against Wowie. He's got great tools to deal with Shinto. You're not really worried about Panatom's damage, and all that healing is just going to be so hard to mitigate, now even compounded by this Fire Giant. We'll see. I said the Leviathan's base defense doesn't look so good, but it seems like they disagree. Tier 2 is where they decided to dig in their heels, and already good damage in Aqua.
2 fall down through the portal, but that won't do a whole lot except for just more so annoy the Valkyries. But they haven't really been able to put a lot of damage into his tower. Axtos does manage to find Aquarius, who's down about a third of his HP. Healing up a little bit, though, with that Fire Giant buff.
Good lord.
Gamma gets eaten with another portal into an Axtos here. Zapman is flipping between these stances like a madman and just throwing out these axes, and every single one of them have been connecting. The Leviathans are holding at this tier 2.
Just watch Benny. He's working his way behind the back of the team fight. Panatom spots him out. Hear me drop low.
Hear me jumps in, trying to go for Shinto. Does have the Aegis still available. Dropkick slams against the wall. It has to use the Aegis. It's a little bit late. And then that Scarab's Blessing on top of Kirmi. He should be able to make it out of this fight regardless. But Panatom in the sky. Where is he going to land back down with his ult? It's right in front of his team to give Rongyu and Yark just a little bit of extra help.
Tier 2 tower has fallen. Gamma uses the beads to immune the stun. Dashes forward and loses his life.
But Wowie finds one with the Maw. Zapman stunned out. Zapman low. Benny Q now up into the Cthulhu. Zap jumps away and has just enough movement speed to get away from the knockup. But Benny Q healing up his team and dealing with these backliners. Him and Aquarius have put Shinto down. Benny Q, credit to the kill. It's the frontliners still trying to get away from this Phoenix, but Yarkor has the dash to make it on out. Zapman crippled out. Double kill for Benny Q. Panatom can't even make it to the fountain only by his own merits of finding the stun. The Valhalla Valkyries in one team fight around the speed buff have turned this game back around, and they are going to take game number 1 against the Leviathans, unless the Leviathans can find a miracle defense, which they will not.
Panatom may have been able to line up one more kill for his team, but maybe not enough, as we're having some technical issues here. I'm going to hold the cord for everybody. Look, that is one of the unfortunate downfalls of having as unorthodox a composition as we have seen from the Leviathans. It's eventually going to start to fall off. I would argue that we did not see a whole lot from the Yanis in the late game, not a whole lot of repositioning plays, something the desk had talked about. A good deal was the ability to play the entirety of the map. Can you use that Horus? Can you use that Yanis to just reposition, play aggressively on these objectives? We didn't see that. We didn't see any of that, because the one time a team fight actually erupted in a 5-on-5 engagement around that speed buff, the Valkyries took it, and they took it easily.
Yeah, Benny Q on this Morgan, I was going to say on this Cthulhu, because that was his primary transformation. Putting in a lot of work for his team. Him and Kirmi really able to step up. Gamma, strong performance here on the Capri. The Valkyries take game 1. Can they continue that trend in game 2? We'll take a break and find out.
After game 1, it is the Valhalla Valkyries over the Atlantis Leviathans with a 1-0 lead in this set. The Leviathans draft was terrifying. Where they put the picks was maybe a little less terrifying. And it's only a few picks that end up swapping around. Shinto gets Poseidon mid, Horus jungle, Giannis support. And so it's 2 picks, Gore, that swap, but end up resulting in 3 changes from what we expected.
So I want to talk about how outlandish it was. Like, so normally, like, if we're ever like, oh, well, this is vague and it can shift around, we'll talk about it. At the bare minimum, my brain, like, yells at me to be like, hey, you should at least mention, like, and it feels like maybe something, like, technically, we've seen, I think in, like, the SCC at one point, I want to say it was Leon, had played, like, a Giannis jungle, and so, like, that's, you could have swapped, like, oh, a Poseidon jungle and a Giannis mid, or a Giannis jungle and a Poseidon mid. Nowhere in my mind did I see Horus and Cthulhu going anywhere other than as the front line, so seeing Horus ripped away from that in this comp blew me away in the first 30 seconds. I didn't know what to think.
Yeah, but then you have to shine a light on how the Valkyries were able to capitalize on that. It felt like Yark was held in check on the Cthulhu this game. Kirmi on Gilg jungle. Remember, he had the Shiva band out. And Gore, it looked like Kirmi was still able to find some effectiveness on this Gilgamesh.
And so, honestly, might be a little bit of an understatement. Again, maybe not the most impact, or like maybe the best KDA, I guess is the better way to look at it, that you could see out of it. But I think what we got to see from Kirmi specifically was all over the map and able to do a lot. I think they managed to do a good chunk of as well over on the left side of the map, making sure things didn't get too far behind for the Valkyries. That's been, I mentioned it at the beginning, but something that has been a little concerning for them over the last few weeks. Really good left side play, really good jungle play. Benny Q continues to do the things that we've seen out of Benny Q during the best days, and good transformations here on the Morrigan. And, you know, we always talk about it when we talked about Shinto, we would talk about Paul. There were a lot of players that whenever we saw this Venenu, whenever we saw this Morrigan, Venenu was the other name, would, you know, come in and come online. It was, you know, you'd have your okay Morrigans, they're getting their good transformations, they're making a presence, and then you've got the Morrigans, and I think this one is starting to lean maybe a little bit more towards one. I'd love to see Benny run this pick more often, especially with that kind of performance. Really good transformation choices, really weird decisions from the Leviathans as to where they threw things wrong. You, I think, had tweeted out the Giannis support earlier this week, and so they did it.
Wrong, you called it.
We can't, and you know what? We can't take that back. It happened.
Well, we were assuming it was a joke. And in some ways, maybe it was here in game number 1, but I don't. Now this
it did interesting things.
It did interesting things.
It
Actually,
didn't
got what, first blood, or
yeah,
a whole
they
lot
got
of damage
really aggressive early on.
Right. And I want to give a shout out to Wowie because we've thrown out the stats and how the KDA hasn't been great so far this year. Now it hasn't been a good run for the dual lane of this team, and so when they do have a good game put together outside of that dropped first blood, I think you have to give shout-outs. And Wowie did top damage in that game. I think the Charybdis was a worthwhile pick. And so I think that was a good performances in a phase of tough performances.
And you can just see it,
Wowie
you know,
and Gamma.
Like bottom left, he's absolutely ecstatic there in the cameras.
Yeah, he probably looks like Aurora did in the background there. I'm just going to use Aurora as the placeholder for Wowie for the time being. A rare sight, though. Not only the Leviathans being down going into picks and bans for Game 2, although I guess we've seen that a little bit more here in Season 9 than we're used to at the end of Season 8. But the Valkyries being up going into picks and bans for Game 2. Now, this is going to be an interesting, I think, pick and ban phase to analyze, Gore, because one of two things can happen. The Leviathans can say, look, we're qualified to Masters. No team is qualifying in. All 8 teams in the SPL are qualified to Masters.
It is just what, like top 4 for seeding in the tournament, and like that. It's just how many games are you going to have to play through that week?
Right, and so my point being, we'll see if the Leviathans truly thought that Giannis support was going to make some waves, or if they were just having some fun. I imagine we'll see a little bit more of a serious draft. Although, I don't know, that seems harsh by me. Maybe it's not serious. Maybe there truly is some merit to the Giannis support. It just didn't quite hit the mark.
And
the Leviathans had moments in that game where they looked like they were ahead. The comp just kind of fell apart.
We've often seen things like that where, like, you know, for the Leviathans in scrims for the past week, that Giannis support might have just been thrashing everybody they played it up against.
Right.
But then when you come into the SBL, depending on how that game shakes out, right? Like, you start off really well, but does everything continue to go your way the exact same way? I think that, we got to see really good proactive play from Kiermi, and that probably wasn't in their toolbook for it, right? If you're going to have something like the Giannis over there as one of your frontliners and, set up as an initiators, then your Cthulhu can't really get killed off super early on. So I think that the pressure that the Valkyries ended up providing made that a little easier to deal with. And I think there could be merits to it, right? If the Leviathans run it back, I won't necessarily be insanely surprised. Not as surprised as it the first time I see it. But if they lose with it twice, I think then you have to put it on the shelf completely.
Bologna ends up being the first pick for the Leviathan score. We saw Bologna and Amaterasu running the solo lane.
Yeah.
In our SEC sets earlier today. So assuming this is your core on this pick, barring some weird swaps happening again, I think it's a scary look for the Atlanta Leviathans.
Yes, it's really weird that we can say that for the Leviathans after one pick, but I think this is something that it has a lot of merits. And pretty much anything that you give over to hardcore is going to be played insanely well, both mechanically and as like a team player. And so I expect a lot out of this Bologna. We've seen it a few times this year. It's been successful when they were able to run it. And that's the thing that I think makes them so much more interesting to watch, is just how well they're going to be able to I want to say, like, tackle things. So I guess only got a 50% win rate for the Leviathans this year. So maybe it's not like the end-all be-all of them just in terms of what it can bring for their team. But Hardcore's a menace on it, and it has a lot of damage. It can control a lane. And it changes the pace, right? With Artio, with Cthulhu gone, most of the Guardians that we've been seeing, in the SCC, specifically in EU, there's still, like, rumblings of Jormungandr over there. And unless you're, like, very specific, players, you're not really picking up some of those more outlandish Guardians to try and lock in over there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see, like King Arthur's, the Osirises, the Amaterasu's, like another auto-attack-based warrior to try and balance it out.
I like the way that sounds, Score. The way I don't know why it sounded so funny to me. Over in the EU SEC, we hear rumblings of Jormungandr. Yeah. Like, we don't have active lines of communication. Like, a raven found us and told us that Jorm was over the horizon in the EU SEC. We've heard rumblings of the Jormungandr. Well, jokes aside, we did see Jorm for a little while, for like a week. It was the Jorm show, and then just hasn't maintained that type of pacing in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I don't think he won a lot. Like, he was really, like, highly banned, highly prioritized, but I don't think he was winning.
That was kind of I promise this is good, and then people actually play it. Okay, less good. Let's move back to some more standard some more standard Smite. Khepri and Daji, followed by Charybdis again. I think this is a good dual lane look for the Valhalla Valkyries, paired with Daji for Kiermi. They'll give you some playmaking potential out of the jungle. On the flip side, Gormizer will assume Bologna solo lane and Osiris out of the jungle. Not something I'm used to seeing Panatom on, at least as of late. These more warrior-esque jungles. Been a lot of Daji from Panatom. Been some Erlang Shen when Erlang Shen was available. It's been a minute since I've seen the Osiris jungle.
Yeah, something that came up more often last year, right? We had a huge meta for Osiris jungle where he skyrocketed in the amount of bans he was getting. Everybody was trying to play him. He was a first pick, things like that. And Leviathans ran it a few times, but it's still been a while, right? It wasn't necessarily one that it wasn't unsuccessful for the Leviathans. They won a majority of the games, like a little over 50% that they had with him. But it wasn't anything to write home about, right? Like, if you're thinking, okay, name the top 3 Osiris players, Panatom might come up in that, but not because you're thinking, yes, because of Osiris. You're thinking, well, he's just one of the top junglers. He's probably going to play it well, right? And so this is going to be a pick that I think is going to be fun to watch. Still gets aggressive early on. We actually were seeing a little bit of it yesterday. Different builds right now because of how things have shifted in terms of this last patch where items were nerfed. And so suddenly seeing like an uptick. And, I think we even saw like the Golden Blade pick up because it has a lot of attack speed early on, can really help you. And if you're an Osiris early on, maybe the rest of it doesn't matter. You've got great clear. You're not getting it necessarily for the passive. The stacks itself, though, really do enable you, or the stats themselves really do enable you to then get maybe a little more hyper-aggressive onto the team. And I think that that's going to allow some early, like 1, 2, 3s, typically where we see this Osiris, show a lot of promise. He's going to be able to get hands-on early.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Scream. What game did he play? Yeah, it was Scream on Osiris who built it was like Golden Blade, Stone Cutting Sword, Exy at some point in that build. It's a very strange build from the Osiris, but still an interesting build nonetheless for the Osiris jungle. Ends up being Geb support, I say very cautiously here for Wrong You. And then Cerberus score over to the Valhalla Valkyries. Could be both solo and support. Now, this is not something we have seen yet in Season 9 of the SPL, but something that marked a lot of wins for the Leviathans in Season 8 of the SPL, and that's Raijin on, Shinto rather, on Raijin out of the mid lane.
They lost 4 games with it, which if you only play 4, that's tragedy.
Yeah, that's bad.
When you play
Even
28
5 or 6,
of them,
that's
yeah,
tough.
when you play 28,
oh my God.
he had a 20, and I'm pretty sure.
I thought you were going to say like teens, like low teens, 12 or something.
They played like almost 30 games of it, and Shinto absolutely won. Because there were conversations about win streaks on like specific gods, how long they go for any period of time. I think this Raijin is just such an easy slot in for Shinto.
Wow.
The only downside is whether or not he can be considered meta right now. I think we're in a good dynamic shift where it doesn't really matter what is and what isn't meta, and I think that this is a strong pick for them. Plus, it's got good damage. It fits in well with the rest of the squad.
I mean, Raijin doesn't mind any of those flat pen items, right? Divine
No,
Ruin,
not at all.
often an item that we see built on Raijin anyway. We've seen Spear the Magus on Raijin some, amplify the damage from the rest of your abilities. Deso works good on Raijin as well. Now that I think about it, I'm just surprised we haven't seen more Raijin. I think it's a nice, well-rounded mid lane pick. Where's he been? I can't believe 28 games played and 24-4 is what the Leviathans and what Shinto did last year on this pick. A Ra, though, finalizes the draft for the Valkyrie score, and there is some setup for this Ra between a Palau, a Root and an Abduct, Stygian Torment, a Stun from Charybdis. There is setup for the Valhalla Valkyries, and Benny Q has got the Searing Pain.
There is. Almost every time that I've seen Benny Q play Raw, there's always a ton of setup around him, and he never uses any of it. He always ends up finding, like, free hand, like, ults over walls. He finds a free hand, like, 3-man ult, things like that. I think Benny Q's Raw is just it's a treat to watch, and I expect to see some good play out of it. The downside is, again, lack of mobility. Your passive gives you some movement speed, but it's not the same as having something that just displaces you a much greater amount. You can run faster, and that's going to be helpful, but Osiris slows you down. He gets aggressive early on. Raijin has some good damage and good CC, and so I think you have to play this a little more cautiously, a little more like further back. I really hope, I think, for if you're Benny Q, that Kirmi is getting hands on early. I think the damage combos in the mid should be explosive. It feels like there's a lot of potential for kills to happen left and right there.
Well, Gore, maybe if the Leviathans are expecting Searing Pain on all of the CC, you don't expect it, and that's why Benny Q can find so many freehand Searing Pains, is because you're expecting it to come in every time you get CC'd, and you're not so worried about it otherwise. I say that jokingly, of course. Benny Q's just really good at this pick. The front line for the Leviathans score very strong here this game. A lot of engage, a lot of dive, and some peel. I think Geb is a nice safety pick down the back end because Bologna and Osiris, they want to get in.
Yeah, Bologna and Osiris are going to be jumping in. Geb is going to help a ton against the CC as well. Capri, single target pluck. You've got the Powwow. That's going to be great for the shield to be able to pull people out of the stun specifically, and that's where things maybe are going to get a little more complicated. Cerberus, theoretically, you're going to be able to save somebody there, but it's not as, I want to say, like all-encompassing as you would need. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the Geb. I think he's a key for the Leviathan success.
We assume and we hope this will be Geb support for the Atlantis Leviathans. We will find out game number 2 kicking off.
And we get a treat here in game 2, Mifflin. We get Shinto's signature Raijin, which, as Gore highlighted, has a 24-4 record back in Season 8. Absolutely insane. We also get Benny Q on his signature Raw pick that made some massive plays during the SPL qualifier stages, some of my favorite plays that we've seen throughout the history of Smite competitive. I mean, he's been able to freehand double snipes onto carries, blind shots over walls. It's always a treat when Benny Q picks up this god.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. This feels more in line with what you would have expected from drafts, I would say. Just at 0-0-0 in the game. I'm more at home looking at what the Leviathans have gotten their 5-stack and what the Valhalla Valkyries have drafted for themselves. That said, this is, I would argue, a new look at Raijin. We haven't really seen a whole lot of him, especially from Shinto here in Season 9, with the damage changes in the most recent nerf pass. I wonder what the build is going to round out like. I wonder what the power spikes are going to be for him. Whether or not we see Shinto play that incredibly aggressive style. is one thing I'm keeping my eyes on as well. Generally, when you have something like a Raijin, you want to have pressure in mid on first wave, but instead, it's that age-old, or maybe new age, I should say, 2-1-2 start with Panatom starting over in the Soul lane, getting some pressure over for Yarkor. That's allowed, well, the Valhalla Valkyries to do just about anything they want on this the map. It's Benny Q going to solo out left side camps, whereas Kirmi is able to back up to his right side. Very efficient XP split for the Valhalla Valkyries so far, but waves are worth a little bit more. They'll fall behind slightly.
Me teleports into Shinto, but that Thunder Crash is there for the Raijin, so Shinto won't have to worry about any of Kirmi's early game shenanigans here. Level 3, though, on the Daji does have access to all 3 of his abilities to start this one out. And initially, Rongyu and Zapman did have wave pressure up against the Valkyries, but now the Valkyries have pushed that one right back to him. But Benny Q, a 2v1 up against Panatom. Now, with Shinto showing up, Kirmi goes in, but Benny Q, with that Celestial Beam, will take first blood for the Valkyries.
Man, Panatom just fell to his own Napoleon syndrome, I suppose. I mean, Osiris with Manic Scepter, you want to get involved. Osiris an entire level down in what was a 2v1. You probably don't want to get involved just like that. Blink lost to the jungler, the Leviathans. Life lost as well, and first blood over to Benny Q. And anything that gets Benny Q closer to getting that ultimate does not bode well for the Leviathans. Great start for the Valhalla Valkyries, already with a small lead.
And it also brings up a conversation that we used to have with gods like Raijin against these other kind of snipe-oriented gods, is that Raijin doesn't really move very fast during the channel. That ultimate makes it for a pretty large and pretty immobile target for Benny to go for those snipes. So if Benny can get that level 5 on just a little bit sooner, you may not even have to wait for that ultimate to come through to find some of those big plays. But Shinto starting with this Conduit gem, and I reminisce if we didn't talk about the fact that Archmage's gem got a little bit of a change up here. We'll talk about that a little bit more as Yarkor getting poked away. Throws the shield bash. Panatom gets stunned as soon as he goes in. And that's going to be a turnaround there. Kirmi able to find the kill, but Panatom chopping away. Does have that tether. Needs one more ability, or maybe just one more auto to trade that one out. It's a 1-for-1, but Panatom will go down to the Ghastly Breath out of Aquarius to make it a 2-for-1.
The Valhalla Valkyries getting a high-value trade there. Panatom able to pick up a kill for himself is pretty massive. The Osiris needs to get something rolling early on. That kill onto a priority target will close up a good deal of that experience gap and make sure that Yarkor doesn't die for nothing there. But at the end of the day, 2-for-1 for the Valhalla Valkyries. Aquarius now benefiting from a pretty significant lead, gets to hold on to his teleport for a little while longer, clear out some more of that farm, likely will be finishing up that helmet on first back. Benny Q gets to spend that entire time farming up on his own. Great chart pull up there. Look at that experience already. Nearly 100 more XP per minute over Shinto, which means that Benny Q will be leveling up very shortly. Charon's coin finished as well. That's an early game pickup, or an early pickup for a percentage pen item, I should say. Benny likely looking to take some fights very shortly, especially with a setup that this composition is already built around. You've got Stygian Torment from Aquarius, the Powwow from Kirmi, even the Abduct from Gamma. Not that Benny Q needs help getting snipes, but if he does, he's got it.
I mean, if I'm watching back the Benny Q raw snipe highlights, I see very little setup required for this man to get these ultimates. He's been freehanding these since day number 1, breaking this god out here. But Shinto now level 5, does have access to that ultimate, but right as he's ticking over level 5, Benny Q is hitting level 6, as highlighted by that XP difference by these two mid laners. Kirmi goes in yet again, but will not find him a whole lot here up against Shinto. Blink still available for the jungler of the Valkyries, but instead they're just going to focus on this early farm, get these first couple of offerings picked up.
That does cost Kirmi his relic, so about 2 minutes until that one comes back up. I was expecting him to go immediately into the Powwow and maybe force an ultimate trade with Shinto once he uses that Thunder Crash to get over the wall, but instead, patient play from Kirmi, waiting for the more guaranteed pull-in. Somebody's got to burn those beads. Somebody's going to have to burn that ultimate. And there are plenty of people that can do it from the Valkyries, but nobody so far has. Shinto essentially been allowed to free farm in mid, but you wouldn't believe it looking at the XP gaps already. Benny Q ticks over to 7, Shinto still at 6.
And Benny Q with that level 7 lead. Waiting for those first couple of snipes to come through, waiting for those first ultimates to really pop out. We haven't seen them just yet out of any of these players here. And even level 6 for Wowie and Gamma means that they should be getting pretty close to those first couple of items here. Zapman going for the Transcendent start on this Chiron versus Devourer's Gauntlet. So once again, we're going for the more early game power-oriented side for Zapman versus the early game sustain that Wowie's opting towards.
Yeah, this is the exact parody, or I guess suppose parallel to game 1. Zapman going for that aggression, whereas Wowie, which has been Wowie's MO in competitive for his entire competitive career is a much more subdued laning phase and then transitioning himself to team fights a little bit more easily. Doesn't really put a whole lot of onus on the early portions of the game, more so concerned about his ability to separate these fights or find impact ultimates. And he found plenty in game one. A couple of 2-3 man stuns around that Gold Fury really changed the pacing for the Valhalla Valkyries, and I'm sure now with hot hands should be able to find those consistently here yet again in game two. Zapman, on the other hand, on this Chiron, will likely be bringing the fight to Wowie, or trying his best to do so. Unfortunately for Zapman, that's a Charybdis. That is a super hard god to lock down.
One thing I have noticed out of a lot of Benny's builds, and this isn't just indicative of today, this is throughout pretty much this entire season, is he doesn't always go for these standard style of startups here. You know, the double flat pen was so meta, but he's not opting to it just yet. Wrong Yu goes in with a one-man Cataclysm, but the follow-up is all back against Wrong Yu. Gamma credit to the kill. Kirmi goes in up against Shinto and up into the Pao Lao. Who will he find? It's the beads off the mid laner. Doesn't pull in Panatom. Instead, Panatom is fighting right back in. He's going to get rooted out. Kirmi, we get a lot of damage towards him, forces out that Lord of the Afterlife, and Panatom on the run from 3. Zapman is coming to help him out, but that ultimate will make sure that Kirmi gets right back in thanks to the help of Gamma. Zapman in a 3 versus 1. Can he find any kill? No, he cannot. Instead, it's now him on the run from Wowie.
Centaurus no longer available, no death immunity either. Kirmi, I'm not sure I want you going back in there. Like, he'd get the kill. Like, it would be a trade, but I'm sure you could trust Wowie to do this one on his own. Zapman backs himself into a corner, buys a little bit of time. Can he find the return?
No, Kirmi will teleport in with that Trickster Spirit to get the last hit there and put Zapman down once again. Or I should say the first time at least this game, but once again in the set at the very least. Valkyries up 6-1. Only 7 minutes in this game, a 2,000 gold and 2,500 XP lead separating these two teams early on. But going back to Benny Q and kind of the build, the Charon's coin, for a long time back in Season 8, it was the meta start, then teams went away from it. Benny Q still seems to like kind of going back towards this item early on. But also the Soul Gem, not a lot of players are really building this item anymore.
No, this is a blast from the past from Benny Q. You're getting a good deal of sustain, you're getting a little bit of lifesteal, some movement speed, some penetration early on. This style of build, these first two items, Charon's Coin and a Soul Gem, allows your third item to be whatever you want. You can go into a raw damage item if you so choose, because you've already got a good deal of penetration built up. You can go straight into a Chronos Pendant if you think that's how, or what's going to help your team most, because you essentially covered your bases for the early game with these two pickups. So I like that start from Benny Q. But I think it's also partially a byproduct of the lead that he's already been established. Had he not been in an ahead state, likely would have to go towards a slightly more standard item.
Q hit by the Cataclysm, some decent follow-up, but interrupted. Shinto goes up into the Taiko drum, but a snipe by Benny Q and a last hit by Gamma will put down the mid laner, and Shinto will have to sit on the grayscale.
And this is another version of Leviathans, or this is maybe the third time so far in game 2, where it just feels like not everybody's on the same page. Wrong Yu twice now has initiated a fight that nobody else from the Leviathans was ready to follow up on. Talk about that last time Wrong Yu died. It was a go in, finds the ultimate on a Kirmi, and looks around, Travolta style. It's like, whoa, where are the boys? Not here. And immediately, Wrong Yu falls down, and the Leviathans are put off kilter. They're off their balance, and the Valhalla Valkyries are able to surge forward. That's another fight that the Leviathans choose and just lose out on immediately. Just seems like they're on an off day right now. The Valhalla Valkyries, on the other hand, they're playing some of their best Smite.
Yeah, level 12 for Benny Q now, highest level in the game, and 2 levels up over Shinto. 2 stacks now on that Charon's coin, so getting some very early value from this item. The only kill he didn't get credit towards that item was the first blood that he got at the very beginning of the game up against Panatom here, who has also at least been able to maintain the same level as Kirmi as far as jungle is concerned. Kirmi just now hitting over to level 10, so Panatom's able to keep up in the XP, but I think you're right talking about these team fights from the Leviathans. It just seems so uncharacteristic from them.
Yeah, just maybe they're just frustrated with the pace in the game so far. It feels like the Leviathans' composition would lend itself very well to mid-game team fights, grouping up as 5, playing that objective style. But Panatom on this Osiris, who is generally just going to be your bridge to that portion of the game, decided that he wanted to get involved very early. He gets punished for it. Wrong Yu says, well, we're behind. I don't want to do that. Let's get involved again. And, well, they get pushed even further behind from this uncharacteristic early aggression.
And Pyromancer got leashed, so Benny Q snipe doesn't connect there. Yarkor goes in the back with the Eagles rally, so Leviathans can capitalize on the objective. And ult from Aquarius will only pick up Panatom, but it gets the ult out of Shinto. But Benny Q, now without a snipe, has lost out on most of his damage in Yarkor, and Wrong Yu can continue the chase up against this Cerberus, but good Scarab's Blessing out of Gamma. That will make sure to get the solo laner out.
Man, if I'm Benny Q, I am beyond tilted by that play, because you're right, you call it exactly right. The snipe connects, but a giant immune pops up. They had reset it for just the briefest of seconds, the Valhalla Valkyries, that is. Snipe doesn't confirm, and the Leviathans get what is potentially the luckiest and easiest steal of their lives. Props to the Leviathans for just being there. You have to be there to do it, but the Valhalla Valkyries had it dead to rights. That is a 100%er. I'm not even going to say it's a 99.9er. If the Valkyries just hit their buttons properly, that Pyromancer would have gone to them, and their gold lead would have been pushed even a little bit further forward. But the Leviathans essentially given a random windfall and a window back into the game.
Well, it is still 2,000 up for the Valks at the very least, so that extra gold from the Pyromancer doesn't really change the lead all so much here into the early game. Talking about Aquarius' build, though, here. I mean, gone for the helmet. The Celestial Legion helm has gotten a slight nerf coming into this patch, but the Witchblade as a second item there. We end up seeing that on Yarkor's Cthulhu last game, reduce some of that auto attack damage that's coming out, and when you're looking down 3 auto attackers to Leviathans, makes sense. But then going for a third item in that gem column right there. We don't see the Pridwin as often anymore in the solo lane, so I'm curious if that's the route that he is going here.
But Pridwin synergizes just really well with Cerberus. If I had to guess, that's where I'm putting my guess, just because, well, Stygian Torment, just that easy a setup tool. If you're connecting with people that don't have any CC immunity available, you're essentially guaranteed the explosion from Pridwin's passive. So we'll keep our eyes on Aquarius and how he elects to build going forward. What I am interested in is Kyrmi's decision to go in towards the Katana tree. Serrated edge most likely, 20% penetration, movement speed, lifesteal. But the style of build that Kyrmi's already gone for with this CDR, the Hydra's Lament, really tells me he's looking for burst. It's not so much about the elongated fight. And if that's the case, Titan's Bane has been very, very popular recently. Maybe could have suited him very well.
Gamma does eat a bit of poke here from Shinto. Not a whole lot just yet. That extra shield health from his passive, keeping him pretty healthy. But Panatom blinks in. It's a pluck from Gamma. But Yarkor is in the backline now. Chasing out Benny-Q. Big stun. Puts this Raw down to half HP, but a good maw from the Hunter will make sure that Yarkor is slowed down. But Kyrmi is now taking a lot of damage in this fight. Has that Palau, is going to need it to get out of this fight, but ends up using it with that Scarab's Blessing. Only pulls in Yarkor, but still has it popped at the end. But not enough damage from the ultimate. Instead, it's Panatom. Let's go hit, but the pluck from Gamma at least saves one, but Panatom still goes down at the end.
Gamma has been coming up massive in this team fight. Catches out Wrongyu, but does not catch the entirety of the rollout. Wrongyu finds some safety. It was a blink in from the Gab that would have started a fight magnificently for the Leviathans, but who's there to make sure it doesn't go down? It's Gamma. The Abduct slows down that initiation. The Leviathans are dragged to a much longer fight. Still goes relatively well for him. Centaurus rips through the backline of the Valhalla Valkyries. Shinto's ultimate with the Taiko drums does the exact same. But Scarab's Blessing buys a little bit more time. Another phenomenal Abduct to make sure that it's a 1-for-1 trade. Jungle for jungle. Kyrmi for Panatom. That is massive plays from the Valhalla Valkyrie support, just making sure that they're at least able to keep their head above water when the Leviathans are getting aggressive.
Well, we will get to see a nice little look back during that team fight from Gamma's POV. And this is the player last game coming towards the tail end that we were singing the praises of with these revives, and we'll get to talk about it even more so now. And it was that Centaurus from Zapman that actually procced it. I thought maybe that ultimate, those Taiko drums from Shinto, would have gotten the turnaround kill. But it required a little bit more effort out of Panatom. Gold Fury started up by the Valks. Half HP. Centaurus not going to deal the confirmation. The Valkyries do get the gold thanks to the snipe there from Benny Q. But now all the Valkyries are on the run. Wrongyu wants to go back in, but he doesn't have a blink to get into the backline by himself. Instead, he'll have to settle for some flowers.
Yeah, nothing left to fight over on this side of the map, so the Valhalla Valkyries just get out of dodge. In taking Gold Fury, push their gold lead to around that 3K mark. Had they played the Pyromancer similarly, this gold lead would probably be a lot bigger, because Searing Pain is just the hardest hitting ability on the map right now. There is nothing the Leviathans can do. Taiko drum, anything like that, does not match the individual damage output of that Searing Pain. Means that objectives will go their way.
Aquarius has ult, he'll pick up one, but Shinto will allow his teammate to drop right back down by getting that Taiko drum up. Aquarius will take his first spill of the fight. Third kill now for Leviathans. They've closed up this gold lead to about 1,500 so far. If we're looking at the XP, the only individual lead in the game so far is going to be on Gamma, one maybe a half level up over Rongyu. But this Pyromancer that the Leviathans stole away last time can now easily be grabbed by themselves this time around. That'll be another influx of gold over to this team.
You know, it feels like the Leviathans are channeling their inner Jade Dragons. This style of play where it's, hey, we're behind, but like, who cares? Like, we're just gonna press our buttons better, and we're gonna walk in aggressively. We're gonna be the proactive element on the map. We're gonna choose where the fights happen. And the Valhalla Valkyries, despite having a lead for 16 entire minutes, I would argue for the most part have been counterpunching. They've been backpedaling while throwing out their hits. They've been maybe looking for objectives here or there, but it has largely been the Leviathans dictating the pace of the game so far, and you can see what that has done for them. The reigning world champions, even from behind, are closing up this gap with what I could only argue is sheer power of will. They are simply choosing that they are not going to be behind. It's a mind state for the Leviathans, and they have not subscribed to it. Deficit who? We don't care. The Leviathans stay aggressive.
Yeah, BenQ really hasn't gotten to have an easy time in any of these fights either. The last couple of team fights, it's been Yarkor and Panatom diving this mid laner, not letting this Raw get these ultimates off, not letting him drop these beams in the midst of team fights there. So maybe if the Valkyries can find a fight that BenQ can be active in, one that he can throw out these snipes, he can get some of that turnaround damage. Because when that ultimate hits, it's going to hit hard, but Benny just hasn't had the opportunity to fire one out yet.
He has not. The couple that he has had the opportunity to have done a good deal of damage. But again, that's another byproduct of the aggressive styling of the Leviathans. BenQ would love to initiate fights with Searing Pain. Does not necessarily need to hold on to it to finish off his kills. I like to consider Searing Pain, Kukulkan Ultimate, Rom Ultimate, even Centaurus to a certain extent in that same category of abilities that they're on relatively short cooldowns. They've got really good range. If you could start a fight with it, you're essentially finding a TKO on whoever you hit, as long as it isn't like Yarkor, or even Yarkor at this point with this style of build. But instead, it's been the Valhalla Valkyries holding on to it. BenQ forced to use it for CC immunity very often. He's using it to kind of return some damage after he's fully disengaged, and the Leviathans just rolling with their aggression. It was a serrated edge pickup for Kirmi, so a little bit more penetration now for the jungler of the Valhalla Valkyries, but we're starting to reach a point now where that penetration will find some value.
Wowie's health just melted in the hands of Zapman there. I mean, look at the triple item that he's gone. Double penetration and a transcend. It's no wonder Wowie's health bar is taking a beating here. But Gamma, instead of going for a third item, has elected to upgrade both of his relics that are full extent here. So he's going to have that fully upgraded bracer and that fortified shell. So a little bit of extra power, even though that item has hit a nerf towards that bracer, just a little bit less, but that fortifying shell going to provide a lot of extra peel, a lot of extra health for his team.
Yeah, it's already such an annoying composition to try and lock down between the Scarab's Blessing, the Palau removing you from the playfield, BenQ being one of the fastest mages in the game with slow immunity, Wowie CC immunity, plus additional movement speed, plus removing yourself from the playfield, and beads and Aegis, now bracer and fortifying shell for Gamma. Have I talked about Scarab's Blessing? If I haven't, I should have. This is a very, very slippery composition from the Valhalla Valkyries, so I look over now at the Leviathan's relic selection. I'm thinking maybe like a Belt of the Berserker, or maybe Insatiable Hunger, or some additional power from a Bracer so you can finish off some of these kills. Instead, though, Rongyu has elected to forego Blink, no Blink selection. Instead, it's a defensive relic and shell, and Ankh in the second slot. And it's hard to argue against Ankh when you're playing against a Ra, but Ra is a little bit choosier with his heals than gods like Hell or gods like Yamoja with the bouncing heal. If he sees the Ankh dropped, just don't press that ability, and all of a sudden it's a little bit easier to mitigate the value of that relic. And it's something that I've brought up a lot in the past. It's a conversation I had with Neil where he said, man, Ankh's good. It's a really good relic. But I just feel like the additional power is always going to give you more value because of how much more versatile it is. You're either bursting the healer, so it doesn't matter that they're healing because you've got that much more damage output, or you can use it on an objective and just play that neutral style a little bit more quickly. That opportunity, that objective-focused, hey, let's just blow it up, not available now to Leviathans, certainly is to the Valkyries.
Well, it shows everybody here on the Leviathans have at least subscribed to some kind of anti-heal. Contagion for Yarkor. The Ankh that you highlighted earlier, a very early Divine Ruin and a Brawler's Beat Stick here. And then the ultimate from Panatom, so that's his form of that anti-heal. So everybody on Leviathans has some way to mitigate a little bit of this healing that'll come from BennyQ, the natural sustain that Wowie's put into his kit, even Aquarius for what little healing that he'll have here. Maybe once this Vampiric Shroud gets upgraded, we'll see a little bit more. But Oni Fury started up here by the Valkyries. Rongyu is here as Yarkor teleports in to get to the midst of this fight. But a 5v5 around the Fury, maybe not the most enticing objective to grab, but we've seen many a fight start around the Gold Fury and make their way to a Fire Giant. Rongyu goes in, but he whiffs the Cataclysm, misses everybody in the midst of that one. But look at the damage that Zapman was able to put onto Wowie, already 40% off the carry.
But the longer the fight goes, the more it favors the Valhalla Valkyries. BennyQ able to heal Wowie up, a good deal. Devourer's Gauntlet plus Death Toll. Once the objective is pulled, Wowie's going to be right back to 100.
Oni Fury started up, half HP. Gamma soaking that one up, but it's Aquarius in the backline. Gets the ultimate out of Shinto. The Pridwind Shield will pop, and Aquarius is eating a lot of damage in the back. Yarkor has not eaten very much there. He'll be just nice and healthy in the midst of 4, but that beam, that heal coming down from BennyQ once again to keep Gamma up here. Eagles Rally means that there's no revive on the way there. Aquarius gets bursted down. Yarkor, double kill on the Bellona and chasing out Wowie, chasing out BennyQ. This one Bellona now, though, has to back away because BennyQ has got the beams to take him down. Wrongyu gets stunned out by Wowie, but Shinto picks up one into the backline to fight against BennyQ. Benny finds the double kill in a fight at 1 HP.
3-for-3 trade. Can Panatom pull it in favor of the Leviathans? They've already got the objective, but BennyQ picks up the triple. Panatom trades out Kirmi. Only 2 members still standing. 22 minutes in. The reigning world champions pushed to the brink by the Valhalla Valkyries. And look at those charts, J-Mac. This is a dead even game. Ridiculous. We've been hyping it up for 22 actual minutes. BennyQ's ultimates can be the difference between a win and a loss for his opposition, and clearly he's having a good day.
That man just walked up, thought he was safe, and I think everybody, including us, probably just forgot how quickly that raw ultimate comes up, because he used it very early on in that fight, but it dragged out for long enough, which with as much CDR as he has doesn't need to go very long. What, like 35 seconds that thing is back up by this point there? And BennyQ starts and ends that fight with a snipe, gets a triple kill in that fight to put himself at 4-0-4 here 22 minutes into the game. We get a nice little POV from the mid laner. Cool, calm, and collected from BennyQ, just sitting as far back as he needs to be and making sure to use those relics at perfect times.
Yeah, Divine Light before channeling the Aegis, essentially turning himself into a ticking time bomb that you can do nothing about. Once that leap was used by Shinto, he's just stuck in a phenomenal ultimate to close this one out. BennyQ able to maintain some parity in some of the team fight. Valk's able to pick up the Pyromancer for themselves while we were viewing that replay, so another small objective over to the Chaos team, but don't get it twisted. I know that was a very hype engagement. Let's get a breakdown of what happens on the map. Leviathans take away the Gold Fury from the Valkyries, who probably had enough advantage there to get it for themselves, and then take a 4-for-4 trade in the team fight. Valkyries reset. Upon respawn, move over to the Pyromancer and pick that one up for themselves. Now map state left largely even. A couple tier 1 towers still up. 2 in mid and left for the Leviathans. Mid and right still available to the Valhalla Valkyries. And only one neutral objective left. The Fire Giant. And it's the Leviathans with the defensive positioning.
They'll have the vision control inside the pit. How will the Valkyries respond now? Experience in gold largely equalized now, as we saw on the charts. It's basically nothing separating these two teams out here. Even only that gold. It's going to be a Cataclysm from Wrongyu to start the fight out. It finds Aqua, who's being chased away. The Centaurus shots into the background means that Yarkor will be able to close out the kill and take down one. Kirmi on the run. BennyQ still standing by, but that was 4 ultimates expended to just get one Cerberus.
The Leviathans still have got so much HP and mana to play with. The Valhalla Valkyrie is going to be in a 4v5 for a pretty good amount of time. 40 seconds left on their Soul Laner's respawn. We'll have teleport once he's back up, but the Valhalla Valkyrie is not willing to step far enough forward. Fire Giant dropped incredibly low.
BennyQ gets zoned away by Shinto and Wrongyu. That Fire Giant will go to Leviathans, but what about the fight after? Kirmi has found his way into the backline. A cleanse maybe a little bit early on towards Shinto. The Pow Lao, it's just the chain damage alone that Kirmi gets to take down the mid laner. That's already one now down. Kirmi should fall in response right after. Zapman, credit to that. And the ultimate from Wowie just a little bit short to find any value there. The Leviathans, they get out with 4, but they do end up losing Shinto for the trade.
I understand the idea from Kirmi there to land from the Powwow aggressively. Had he gotten to 1,000 cuts just a little bit sooner, the knockup from Rongyu would have been no good, and he could have bought a little bit more time for the rest of the Valhalla Valkyries to surge forward. But I think you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. Rongyu could have very easily just used Cataclysm no matter what. Kirmi loses his life there. In taking just 1, I believe had he landed safely from Powwow, could have probably forced out some chase, created some semblance of a situation where the Valhalla Valkyries could have fired while retreating, but instead trades out his own life. But it's a high value trade. Shinto falls down and he takes Fire Giant, Kirmi that is, off of a priority target.
We do see Yarkor healing up the tower a little bit with that Scepter. They'll just make sure to clear this wave out. They got pushed very far up. And that would have given the Valkyries a little bit of pressure, at least in one lane, to try and keep the offense up here. Because look at their tier 2 over on that left side. I'm not even sure if that's got even a double-digit HP bar at this point here. Panatom should just be able to walk in and chop it up. Now it does have a little bit more than at least 10 health here. We'll see. Just at least it takes 2 autos from Panatom to take that one down. Way more than I thought it would, but
it's like 70 HP.
But nonetheless, it still goes down.
It does, as will this tier 1 mid tower. The Leviathans, not exactly 5-stack just yet, but getting pretty close to it. The Valhalla Valkyries seem to realize that they don't really care a whole lot about the gold these towers are giving up. Instead, going to make sure they take their best case scenario defense, which is inside of their own Phoenixes. 1 tier 2 still standing. Leviathans could go that way, but instead, we know that the Leviathans like to cross their T's and dot every single one of their I's before they start to siege the base proper. So if Primal Fury's up, that's where they're going, especially with this much time left on the Fire Giant buff itself. This will make subsequent Fire Giants, Pyromancers that much easier for the reigning world champions to clear out. And now, I think the Valhalla Valkyries have essentially bought themselves enough time. As long as they don't die on a tier 2 defense, as long as they don't get picked in the jungle, it's very low odds that the Leviathans legitimately approach one of these Phoenixes, especially with the grouping. 2 on right, 3 on left, but only 2 members of the Valks on left.
We do see that Benny's finished up his build in its entirety now, an Ethereal Staff for a final item, as well as 40% CDR, 30% pen into the build. So Benny Q's got a lot of his stats through. We saw what it did to Zapman earlier with less items in the build, nearly a 1K swing over at Zapman's Dome. Now that he's got those full 6 items, but you look on the opposite side to Shinto, also fully stacked up on items there. We'll have that Gem of Focus, plus a Soul Gem to round out his build, so Shinto even throwing that item into the pocket.
Yeah, a little bit more survivability for Shinto could go a long way, and if my eyes don't deceive me, Shinto's got a green buff on. We call that the support buff, for good reason. Doesn't do a whole lot for Shinto right now, but I suppose no harm in it, giving him a little bit more survivability, even on top of the Soul Gem that he's already purchased for himself. Leviathans will clear out that right side tier 2 tower, and will not approach a Phoenix. Fire Giant will be barreling back down towards the earth in about 1.5 minutes. The Valhalla Valkyries, they survive the Fire Giant siege. Having lost every single one of their towers, though, you got to think they'd love to put up a defense in neutral territory on this next Fire Giant fight. Remember that the Leviathans did take it with relative ease last time around, but that was not before they were able to remove 1 member of the Valhalla Valkyries. In a 5-on-5 engagement, despite the gold disparity being larger than we've seen at any point so far in this game, I would argue the Valhalla Valkyries have still got very good team fight presence. They've still got a lot of damage output. Their relics are all available, except for that Bracer, which will be up in time for the Fire Giant. The Valks, they're not so far removed from this one. Can't count them out just yet.
Especially with level 20s across the board. Sure, a couple of them are maybe a half item down compared to their opposition here, but as you were talking about earlier, Benny Q with that ultimate, that with that snipe has some of the best secure on the map. Has at least the most initial burst damage in one little hit there. So that Fire Giant is always going to be a coin toss if Benny is in the area. The problem was the last time around this Fire Giant, Benny Q wasn't allowed to step within the reins. We did see Rongyu and Shinto, of all people, standing up almost about where Aquarius is at that point, keeping Benny Q and the rest of the team back there from to get that fire. The Leviathans have the aggressive and offensive position up here at the top end of the Fire Giant pit.
They do, just waiting for it to spawn up, making sure the Valhalla Valkyries have to work very hard for every bit of vision that they're able to get for themselves. Fire Giant will be landing very shortly. Difference now is Aquarius is here with the Valhalla Valkyries, and that's your space creation in of itself, so Benny Q can have an easier time working his way forward.
Yark will get stunned. Fire Giant Lost about a quarter of its health, but will be leashed instantly here by the Leviathans. The Valkyries will wait patiently in the back line, not stepping forward. Look at all the ward coverage that Leviathans have. Every entrance towards the pit, essentially aside from that far left, has been covered up here by Leviathans. Rongyu will roll forward, but not get too much further than at least that first column there. Yarkor holding on to this Fire Giant with Zapman dealing the brunt of the damage. Without crit, without a lot of attack speed, he's not hitting it super hard. Maybe they can find some big damage on Gamma instead. Already a quarter HP on the Kepri. Ultimate by Aquarius and a snipe off the mark by Benny Q. That's their big burst damage now offline. And that's the go call for Yarkor and Panatom into the backline. Kirmi all by himself on the power line. Won't find much. The masterful shot from Zapman from max range. He'll find two in the midst of the fight. 3 Valkyries left, but all of them at such low health.
The Leviathan's pretty healthy. Yarkor, the only one who's taken any real damage in that team fight. And my man's got Scourge and Death's Embrace to resustain himself. He can tank this fire essentially indefinitely. The Valhalla Valkyries are so reliant on Benny Q's ultimate. They need that to hit pay dirt. I'm talking collapse. 1, 2, 3 people need to be connected with from that raw ultimate for the Valhalla Valkyries to be in a position to start getting aggressive. But maybe a slight communication is what costs Benny Q that ability. Aquarius goes in with the Stygian Torment. He, I believe, picks up 2, but the ultimate just a little bit too early from the Ra, and Benny Q goes wide. And now 3 members of the Valhalla Valkyries have got to defend the base.
Benny Q does have ult back, so does Wowie. Aquarius has just come back off of cooldown here. So a lot of options available to defend the right side Phoenix, but there were 2 Leviathans to outnumber and take away the mid lane Phoenix. So 1 bird already removed from the map. The Valkyries will stack up 4 on this right-hand side with Kirmi moving himself through the mid lane. And as far as a relic roundup is going here, the Valkyries are definitely in the disadvantage. Only 1 set of beads up on Wowie and a teleport from Aquarius.
And here's the thing about teleport when you're defending your own base. You're not using it a whole lot. You can TP to Phoenixes nowadays, but I'd argue probably a little bit slower than just walking. So I'd argue only beads available to the Valhalla Valkyries right now, and only 1 set on Wowie, who's already playing an incredibly slippery god. It's a 1-1-3 split from the Leviathans, and Yarkor, he likes his odds in the 1v1.
He's got Panatom waiting for him at the tail end. We'll use that Eagles rally. Snipe off the mark by Benny Q and a Pow Lao from Kirmi. Won't find any value either. Meanwhile, right side of the map, Aquarius is getting shredded by Zapman and Shinto, but so is Rongyu. Wowie slams him down. Ultimate from the Hunter out of Wowie. He's going to do big, and Benny Q with the flashbang will take down Zapman.
The Leviathan's over-aggressive on the right side of the map. Could have just played it slow and allowed Yarkor to take down that left side Phoenix on his own. Panatom able to work his way down mid. No way he backdoor, surely not.
No, I do see Kirmi going back to base here. I thought Gamma was going to go back with him, but now it's the 1v1. Benny Q does find Shinto. Kirmi will hold off Panatom, but Yarkor is here as well. Can Kirmi put up a 2v1 defense? He's doing a good job so far. He'll put Panatom at low HP, but he's going to need some additional from the Titan. Kirmi takes down 1, but now Aquarius and Benny have backed. The Valkyries did not want to take that coin toss, and maybe rightfully so.
I'm not sure that every single member of the Valkyries had to back. Kirmi killed 1 on his own. If it's just Aquarius, if it's just Benny, I think the defense would have been pretty easy for the Valkyries and the rest of them. As long as Wowie's there with 1 of the tanks, could have at least gotten a tier 2, exposed to win condition, could have even potentially worked their way towards a Phoenix with all that time left, but instead, every single member of the Valkyries heads back. Enough pressure from the Leviathans to dissuade any sort of base race scenario, and now the Leviathans get to maintain all of their tier 2 towers. They'd stripped away 2 of the Valhalla Valkyries Phoenixes. There's still a couple of minutes, or 1 minute rather, that Yarkor is going to have Fire Giant on his waist. Plenty of red pots available, only 1 Phoenix still standing for the Valkyries, and it's hobbled at this point. I think the Leviathans might not even need to wait for Fire Giant to respawn. They can go ahead and try and put some pressure on the right side now.
Well, there are Fire Minions still pushing up mid and left, though with this new wave of Oni Minions should at least alleviate some of that pressure for a little while, but it's going to be a couple more minutes before those Phoenixes have respawned in, and with the mid and the left being the one down there, that Fire Giant, that could be the easiest one to defend for the Valkyries, but there is a teleport from Aquarius that should be an easy person to keep over on this left side and then jump himself right back into this fight. Aquarius will keep that one zoned away. Full builds coming online for everybody now, aside from Gamma, who's only 1 item shy of it, but the relic situation much better for the Valkyries now than it was on that right side defense.
So it is for the Leviathans as well. So even fight if you don't look at gold, and don't if you're a Valkyries fan, I suppose. 11,000 now for the Leviathans. We're talking elixirs.
Kirmi forced into the pal out early. Panatom reinitiates, and Shinto will make sure that Kirmi has no escape path. Gamma gets taunted back in by the Taiko drums. Has to use the ultimate for himself. Benny Q doesn't find any value on the snipe. Gamma might not be able to make it out of this fight unless Wowie and Aquarius can find some big ultimates, and they do to slow them down. Shinto, though, still finds Gamma. Zapman finds Benny Q, and it's only Wowie and Aquarius left to defend. They find one, but there's too much damage out of that Raijin, too much damage out of Zapman and Panatom. Leviathans will wipe off the Valkyries from the map, and they'll be able to stroll right up this mid lane, take the Phoenix, and take the Titan.
So 4 team fights in a row. Benny Q misses his ultimate. And 4 team fights in a row, the Valhalla Valkyries lose handily. That is a lot of pressure to put on one player, but that is what is demanded of the Valkyries mid laner if they want to win with this style of draft. Unfortunately for Benny, ever since that miraculous Gold Fury play, we did not get to see a whole lot from the Ra. And the Leviathans prove that, well, they're the reigning world champions for a reason.
And it kind of goes into maybe some of what Zapman was talking about in his interviews, talking about the Valkyries specifically, is they're the hottest in game 1. You're going to see the best Valkyries in a set in game number 1. And we did. I mean, they got a win over Leviathans in that one. But these game 2 and 3s is where they've really been struggling to find any kind of closure in these games. They can sometimes get off to these good starts, but they're just not able to close these sets out just yet. They won't do so, at least for now. Leviathans take game 2. Can they take this set back here in game number 3? We'll take it to a quick break, and we'll find out.
So, Miffed Reviews, it's that tiny interview show that's like really not scripted. At least that's what I hope you guys think. Whew, gotta move quick. I'm actually on this cast coming up. I think we're in P's and B's right now. Get a look at the screen. Oh, we are in for a treat, Smite fans. We've got the bread eater, the sock wearer, the cat guy, Barracuda, John Salter.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Looking comfy, man.
I'm very comfy. Well, you know, it was 1 o'clock and I was leaving my home, and I saw that it was Valks and Leviathans today, and I was thinking, I'm going to be late when I got here at 1:56. Here I am. I sped here, by the way, thinking that this was going to be a very quick day, and now I'm just laying on the couch waiting for my turn to play.
So you didn't look at the drafts before coming here?
No. Well, normally I leave at the beginning of game 1, and it turns out I should have done that today. You know, you look at things sometimes, and you're like, this is definitely going to go one way. And now I'm sitting here, and Valks are up 1 game over Leviathans after a Janus support and a Horus jungle.
Yeah.
Not saying those are the reasons.
No, of course not.
No, of course not. That way would never. We saw Ronnie tweet that he thought Janus support was looking very good or whatever he said. Surprisingly, it lost in the SPL. And, you know, now I have to sit here and see what happens.
And that's a look at what it's like to be Barracuda when the Leviathans and the Valks are going to play. I was going to ask him about a set with the Scarabs. We just don't have time. He's big chillin'. I'm going to get out of his way so he can rest up and maybe go cast a set.
make you mine tonight. Pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing.
The Atlantis Leviathans bounce back and get. Don't worry, we're keeping it. I'm not crying this time. The Atlantis Leviathans keep it together. They do keep it together. I mean, I keep it together. The Atlantis Leviathans turn it around though, after a Benny Q showing in game number 2 here. The Raw showed up around a Gold Fury fight. Didn't quite show up down the last few moments of that game, and the Leviathans bring us on to a game number 3. Surprising, I think, given the way, Gore, that a lot of people thought this set would go.
I'm going to preface. So first off, I think that not only surprising because they're up, it's still up. They got the 1-0, right? That's the thing that mattered most for the Valkyries. 1-1, a lot of moments in that game where they actually might have been able to win. Kiermi at the end, he gets that defense around the base and then the entire team backed, but Kiermi won at least one of those kills. I think if you send one person back to just give back up overall to Kiermi and the rest of them keep surging forward, there's maybe more opportunities for the Valks, but otherwise it's just team fights. Look, man, I mentioned it earlier, Leviathans, team fights, they go hand in hand, and you can't mess up. There was even a point, I actually think it was maybe the preface to this one, maybe it was a separate fight. Kiermi goes in, gets a wild amount of kills and pressure and was able to turn things around. So it wasn't that fight. And then nobody backs him up. Gamma still had ult, was nowhere to be seen. It was one of those things that because of the Palau timing, they had enough opportunity to get up there and try to create space or try to save them. And it just feels like it's a bunch of little moments like that, right? Where it's like, the team not responding all together, someone being slightly behind, or maybe someone being slightly too far ahead, things like that. And then it doesn't have to result in a huge team wipe in favor of the Leviathans, but it does because, whether it's the same page for the Valkyries, they're just not on it, right? Somebody's on page 36, the next guy's on page 38. They're not too far apart, but it's still not the exact same page. I think you get a really good game out of Benny Q. I thought it was funny, my tweet. Where
Your tweet was funny. Yeah, if you
I'm gonna
seen
delete it if it doesn't do numbers. Actually,
what's your Twitter handle?
@Goremizer.
@Goremizer, all one word.
All easy.
It is very funny. Make sure to go look at Gore's tweet about Benny Q. And
it's so good, dude.
Yeah, and just throw interactions at
Please.
it, or else Gore will delete the tweet. I do think back to a moment
And then
in
I'll
that
save
game,
it. It'll be in the pocket.
For the next time,
nobody will remember it.
Right, absolutely. I do wonder, and there's almost no point in thinking too much on it, but there's that moment where, it's Panatom and one other member of the Leviathan trying to backdoor the Titan of the
Yes.
Valkyries, and 4 members of the Valkyries are still pushing.
Yes.
Kiermi goes back and wins a 1v1, and then everyone on the
Yes.
Valkyries goes back. I wonder if there's an opportunity to...
A massive
You're not going to end the game,
No.
but I have to think
You're
that
going to get a Phoenix.
You can get a Phoenix. You can at least open up a Phoenix instead of everyone going back. And again, I don't know if that ends up winning the game, but it gives you an avenue to find pressure on the map.
Because there's still team fights afterward, right? And that's where things really got a little sloppy for the Valks, was the fights after that one FG where things fall apart. But I think exactly what you're saying, right? Again, if you just send one person back instead of the rest of the team, then you're able to, at minimum, you get a Phoenix. Maybe you knock down the Phoenix and a couple of other towers in the other lanes to open them up and make it a lot easier to then try and find maybe your own backdoor, or more specifically, a better just win state for you all around. And unfortunately, they're not in that world. They all backed and then lost the next team fight massively.
Well, Gore, the Valkyries still have a chance to beat the Leviathans in this best-of-3 set. Game number 3, picks and bans starting right now. Morrigan ban early here from the Leviathans. I wonder if that forces a Cthulhu ban. I mean, Cthulhu's been banned out a good bit anyway against the Leviathans.
Yeah.
If Cthulhu's not banned by the Valkyries, I have to imagine this is a snap-lock Cthulhu, kind of preemptively banning out this Morrigan.
And so far, what's really weird to me is they've skipped the first 2 in each game so far, but Shiva, Kleena, Shiva, Kleena, And then last game, it was Shiva Klina, Morrigan, Yamoja. So it just feels like they bumped those up. Ardia was there as well for the Leviathans. But it is like, it's interesting to see, I guess maybe just the change of pace as to which ones they're going to get rid of. Or the Leviathans here, if they're not banning out the Shiva, they might want it for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's really Gore the Morrigan that sticks out to me here. I mean, it looked good for BennyQ, but I have to feel like you're preemptively taking away a transformation from the Valkyries by banning that pick away. Could be wrong. Could just be a scary pick. Khepri for the first time this set is going to get banned away from Gamma. And even in a loss, the Khepri had moments of showing some strength, making life difficult for the Leviathans and making the dual lane a little bit easier for the Valkyries. So I think that's a worthwhile ban by the Levies. And now the Valkyrie, I think this is an awkward spot where you're wondering, all right, you banned out this Morrigan. What are you trying to hide from us? In my very bad opinion, oftentimes I think Cthulhu, but the Valkyries maybe aren't quite as worried about that, and the Zeus ends up getting banned away.
They were in game 2. So what changed between now and then? I guess either they feel a little more confident last time, or I guess in game 1, Cthulhu was the lock and Nemesis was a ban by the Leviathan, so they were a little more equipped to try and deal with specifically that matchup. So the Valks, I think here, or potentially, well, probably here, honestly, the Leviathans will absolutely take a Nemesis away from them and give it to Panatom and just say, have fun. So I think up here, you might have to get it if you want to run that specific interaction to burn down a Cthulhu faster.
Gore, I mean, but it seemed obvious that it was going to be a Cthulhu pick, and it is Gilgamesh and Sid Hear Me. But, like, I'm not letting Shinto get Zeus or Kleedna go to Panatom or Yarkor. I'm not letting Rongyu get Yamoja. You know what I mean? Like, Cthulhu seems like a small consolation prize for banning out what are otherwise 3 amazing picks for players on the Leviathans. Cthulhu, Shiva, and Jingwei end up being the Leviathans picks here. And so, Gore, the rise of Jingwei continues. I suppose as the Devos Wind Demon-esque meta have started to be on the rise a little bit, Jingwei is poked back around the corner.
Yeah, we saw Jingwei a few times yesterday. Not necessarily, well, I want to say not super high prioritized. It was, top 3, bottom 2 in a couple of games, and then first pick for the Bolts in their last game. And so jumping all around there. But she's been doing really well in those games. I mean, just looking at it, she did lose when played by the Warriors in game 1 yesterday, but the Scarabs also just played absolutely nuts that game. And so I don't know if you can chalk that up to necessarily a Jingwei thing as much as it was the Scarabs were just so clean in game number 1. I think that here, for Zap, especially when you're going up in a matchup here, no matter who you're looking at going for the ganks, guess what? You're safe. You've got, a nice dash that is even easier to get off of knockups. You've got a great ult for a disengage and for an engage. I think between that and Charybdis, it's almost the opposite of what I said about mid lane last time. Last time I was feeling like mid lane could just pop off at any given moment and there could be fights anywhere. This time I feel virtually the opposite, but for duo lane. It feels like they're just never going to die. They're going to get out of so much often.
That's about the safest duo lane can be, Gore. I agree with you. It's not going to be the Khepri, though, as we've already mentioned, so it will be a different look for Gamma on support this game. And I believe this means Shiva jungle for Panatom, so we're looking for mid and support for the Leviathans, unless the Leviathans pull out another unique support pick. And then mid and support, we presume, for the Valkyries as well, Gore. I will take this moment to shout out. If you guys don't follow Gamma on Twitter, you should, @Gamma Smite, all one word. And Draco Wavern from Twitch chat was called out. And earlier on today, at about 1:15 p.m., Draco Wavern said, if the Valks get even one game, I'm shaving my head.
And they did that. That part, the
Valkyries
one
did.
game thing, they did that.
Draco Wavern TBD on having done that yet, no. The one game part is done. And then Taunt 111. 1-1. Is that 6?
Sorry, the pause and everything.
I was trying
Taunt
to
1-1-1.
I was trying to count how many ones.
1-1.
I was trying to count how many ones, and I still think I got it wrong. No, it's 6 ones. 1-1-1, 1-1-1. If the Valkyries win the set, they'll gift 100 subs. And so if you're watching, we hope that happens.
That was from Taunt 1-1.
1-1-1.
1-1-1.
1-1.
1.
0-1.
Yeah.
0-1-1-0.
I wonder what that translates to in binary. I could probably do it if I had a little more time.
I'm sure you could. At any rate, the Leviathans or the Valkyries are making potentially some viewers pay up here. One in a head shave and the other in 100 gifted subs. And so I imagine everyone in Twitch chat will enforce those. As we catch back up with picks and bans, a couple support-esque bans taken away by the Valkyries, support-esque bans taken away by the Leviathans as well. It's Gormizer.
64.
What?
It's 63.
Is what, binary?
It's
6
the
ones in binary?
Yeah. If he had 1 and then 6 zeros, it'd be 64.
I'm trying to remember why I even. No. We're getting down a rabbit hole.
No, I want to know. What were you going to say?
No, if we start talking
No,
about
because now
binary.
I'm curious. You can't just start a sentence.
Because like during my minor, during my CS minor,
I turned my monitor off with my knee. I
learned some like basic HTML and like Java and JavaScript. I never did anything that had to do with binary. Why did I?
Oh, you didn't you didn't have to do hex or anything like that either. Oh, that's good for you, Dave. And you didn't have to do like integrals or calc 2 for your minor. Yeah, that's
It's amazing.
It sounds like you had a fun time.
I was gonna say it's amazing. I don't work in computer engineering with the way my minor went. I wouldn't know how to do a whole lot of anything.
Some of us got a whole heap of debt and depression in college.
So, some of us got those things too. It just didn't require a CS degree.
Yeah, good point.
Anyway, Atlas and John Kui. This is why I didn't want to talk about it. This is why I wanted to move on. Atlas and John Kuigor finalized the draft for the Leviathans.
Gimme. Lock it in.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, lock it in. I want it.
Oh, you want the
winner
Anubis.
dog special, man.
You
Give
want
me
the
the
Anubis.
Anubis.
All right, well,
I don't know if it's going to perform well.
It is
I just want to
Anubis.
see it.
All right, so Anubis versus Jean Kui and Midgore.
Oh, and I'm okay. So now I have to analyze that.
Yeah. You wanted it. Why?
Well, I wanted the Anubis because it's funny to watch Anubis play
now,
competitive
do you think it's
games.
good?
Now, well, when BennyQ plays it, I think anything's good. I think that this is going to be one that it's going to depend a lot. I don't know, man. Up against Shiva, up against Atlas, you're going to get bullied a whole ton over here. There's a lot of CC that's going to pull you back into it. You don't have a lot of disengage. It's all going to be on the wraps. But based on what I just saw out of raw ults, I can trust BennyQ to hit those pretty consistently. Problem is, it's single target. You got one of them, and it has a long cooldown.
Can you, based on what you just saw from the raw ults?
Yeah. Are you kidding?
Benny missed like 5 in a row.
Yeah, but he was
there,
like 6 and 1. Calm down. Hold
I
on.
guess
He was,
that's-
he was like, look, you don't hit them all. As long as you
true.
hit enough of them, you're good.
That's true.
And it's much shorter, much
You're
faster.
right. Rap is
and
a lot
easier.
less
High
of an
stakes.
investment, high
Yeah.
stakes, right? It's lower stakes. Yeah, you're right. I do. I'm only trying to play
That
devil's
being said,
advocate.
it's also incredibly important because otherwise you're going to get run down and absolutely demolished
Yeah,
in the
you
mid
need to be hitting those.
You either hit it and you're great, or you miss it and you're dead.
Yeah, but I do look at this John Kui though, Gore, and the style of pick that wants to run down, and you've got a draft with an Atlas and a Shiva and a Cthulhu that'll help you run down the enemy team.
But you know what they all are?
What are they,
Tanky. You know what helps shred through tanks? Anubis ult. That's where the help comes in. Look,
You're
I'm
all in
I'm
on-
gonna pick it up as much as possible. I think that in team fights, you're going to need to be very careful. You're going to have a lot of protection around you to make things work out. Otherwise, you're just getting dove on. But if you are able to free cast, if you can get your ult off, you can shred through somebody, right? You're not trying to split targets. You have to focus just one person down. And I think in this option, it's go for the Cthulhu. Everybody else is going to be pretty easy to burn down after that. It's just get rid of the one problem for the team. If it costs you your life, then so be it. BennyQ be the sacrificial lamb. And then hope that Wowie, hope that Aquarius can have a much better game this time around as opposed to on the Cerberus, on the Bologna now. I think there's a lot of options for them. I think it is absolutely a risk, right? This is a pick that
of course
we could, in 3 minutes from now, he could just be 0-5 and they could keep sitting on him and make it the most miserable game they've ever had. But if that small little window exists for him, I want to believe in him.
And Gore, this is a game where if the Valkyries win, not only do they get their first SPO win as a roster, they get the first SPO win in what, 26
sets.
As a Valkyries organization, not the same roster, of course. As an organization, the Valks haven't won since Phase 2 of last year. And against the defending world champions, storylines abound. Game 3 between the Leviathans and the Valkyries.
Can they do it? That's the ultimate question. Can the Valks finally find their first set win, and can they do it off the back of Anubis from BennyQ, the OG winner dog special, coming out of the mid laner? BennyQ used to love running this in the SCC. They'd get a Game 1 win, and Game 2, you can bet that this pick is going to be coming out of BennyQ. They do it here in Game 3 up against the Leviathans and against a Jean Kui out of Shinto. Maybe a little bit of a new look on that mid laner as well.
Yeah, I think that Anubis has a very good matchup into Jean Kui. in that they are both gods that channel their ultimate, and it's damage over time, but not like applied damage over time. It's channeled damage over time. Except one of them's like way faster. So if it's a DPS race between the two mid laners, BennyQ gonna win more often than not. That said, burst potential certainly goes over to Zhonghui. So if Shinto is able to establish a lead, there's going to be a portion of the game where BennyQ is just straight up not allowed to play. And the same is true of the inverse. So I think a very volatile matchup in the mid. So keep your eyes on that one. Both mid laners flanked by incredibly aggressive early game junglers. Panatom on the Shiva, Kirmi on the Gilgamesh can both get involved very early on. Volatile lanes all the way across the board. But if this game goes late, if it gets to that 30-minute mark, at a relatively even state, or even if the Leviathans are like 3, 4, 5,000 gold down at that point, as long as they get to 30 minutes, I don't see how this Leviathans draft is going to lose.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe a rough early game for Leviathans, maybe a swimming early game here for these guys. They can find some picks on Benny, maybe find some picks onto Kirmi, going back over towards this Gilgamesh, but that sweep in by Panatom, a lot of damage coming from that 1-2 combo out of the Shiva. Gonna be a jump back in by Kirmi, just to get a little bit of extra damage through, disarm with that Scourge from Aquarius, but there shouldn't be any further fights in this 2v2, especially with Kirmi and Aquarius about half HP.
Rongu just off the mark with the pull, so Wowie able to maintain his beads. Yeah, I am just teetering on the knife's edge right now. The only lane that I think doesn't have a whole lot of potential for fireworks is likely the duo lane, unless Gamma like gets over aggressive and Rongu tosses him into the tower, because Jingwei's damage follow-up not incredibly high. Wowie's damage follow-up on Charybdis not incredibly high until a little bit later on. So if action is going to be abound, I think it's elsewhere on the map. Maybe in mid, follow the junglers if anything. Kirmi and Panatom both should be able to establish pressure. It's just which one of them is going to strike first. Slight advantage over to Panatom, maybe in the first 3 or so levels, just because he's gone for Eye of the Jungle, as opposed to the Bumba's Spear for Kirmi. Bumba's Hammer, probably a very good transformation, upgrade if you would, for the Gilgamesh, but we're a ways off from that.
And maybe to kind of echo your points on the low kill possibility here in the duo lane. Wowie's actually gone away from the Death Soul that he's been starting up every single game. This time around, we'll go for the Gilded Arrow. Same with Zapman. So we are going to see double Gilded, double Devourers start. BennyQ just doing what Anubis does best and nearly full clearing the minion wave with a single ability. It's going to be a pull in against Gamma at this purple, but Gamma manages to steal that one away. What, a single tick of Tremor to grab that one out. Kirmi finds a dropkick on Panatom. Panatom gets the sweep, but Kirmi with basically no mana left to his name can't continue the fight. And Yarkor in the 2v1 should be fine since Kirmi has, like I said, no mana to his name.
Yeah, it's been a 2v2 over in the Soul Lane for the last 3 minutes, and neither side able to pull any significant lead. Blinking from Gamma. Good damage on a Zapman.
Beater's still there. He's going to need to use him now. Tremors, and then immediately spotted by the agility out of Zapman. That'll get him away from that, but that's a hefty relic cost there for Zapman. But on the Jingwei, still a fairly safe god. And with Gamma's blink down, not much further initiation from the Valkyries duo. But with Panatom rotating over, could be a turnaround now.
Yikes.
On towards Gamma. Knockup is good. A sweep will pull him back in. Rongyu's body blocks are enough. And then a charge right in to slow him down. Gamma will not survive this engagement. It's Panatom on top of the kill.
Yeah, once Panatom's in that position, has ultimate available, there's no answer for Gamma. My man could have just fully channeled Panatom, that is, that ultimate, and CCMU, no movement speed negation there, means that he could have just stuck indefinitely to Gamma. The only thing Gamma can do in a scenario like that, once he gets one more level to his name, is drop a wall and try and separate the fight. But right there, that's a checkmate for the Leviathans. First blood over to the world champions.
BennyQ starting with lifesteal in that first slot with his Vampiric Shroud. So we'll get a little bit from the starter and then a little bit towards that second item. Kirmi going for a back camp invade here on this right-hand side. And Kirmi, much to the same as Panatom up until that moment, Kirmi has not left this right side of the map. I think we saw him go to mid lane like one time to get a mid camp with BennyQ, but ever since then, he has really pitched a tent to this right side of the map.
Which has been the answer for junglers to Cthulhu. His early game, Cthulhu's that is, not incredibly strong. Generally, if you can limit those blue buffs, if you can limit the farm that Cthulhu's allowed to pick up, you will slow down his power spikes, you slow down his capacity to rotate to these team fights. So, no shade to Kirmi. I think that's a great line of play for him. Rongu uses the ultimate to try and steal away that purple buff. Not sure if he was successful there. That said, you've sat on the Cthulhu for a good long while, and I don't think Yarkor is feeling too bad about it. Parity in levels, and I don't think he's lost out on a blue just yet.
No, instead Kirmi will finally kind of leave that side of the map and come over here to give a little bit of assistance over towards Benny. Not that Benny Q really needs it right now. He's been sitting pretty comfortably as an Anubis. By this point in the game, I've already been ganked 3 times by the jungler, but not going to be the case here for the Leviathans up against Benny Q. They've left him alone, at least to start this one out. Shinto, again, we saw this kind of last game in the last couple of games here where Benny Q's been able to pull out these very small leads up against his enemy mid laner here. Shinto just now taking over level 7, though, so not too far behind against Benny.
No, he might even have a slight XP advantage once he clears out that wave if he doesn't 3-split it, and it will be a 2-split as Panatom heads over into the jungle. Shinto just taking back camps, taking waves, and trusting Wrong U to make sure that it doesn't get too far into his tower. No gold lost there. Over to the Zhong Hui, and an early rotation from Yarkor. Meyer no good. Kirmi will use that hero's advance to get himself out of dodge, and the game has slowed down a bit. First blood may have gone to the Leviathans, but the gold lead did not.
Now the Valkyries are maintaining that one. 500 to their name and
experience. Wow.
1,700 XP as well. So the Valkyries have been getting a lot of extra farm comparatively to the Leviathans. That man down to about half HP in the 1v1 up against Wowie. But that man does have beads, does have ult, so should be fine, even if Wowie does engage this fight. Gamma picked up by Wrong U, but slowed down by Kirby. Dropkick just off the mark, but Benny is charging up that laser. We'll turn it over to Wrong U, who will go down to the Plague of Locusts right after. But Shinto pops that ultimate, gets the beads out of Benny, but Panatom was all by himself. Shinto will at least make it a 1-for-2 trade, but will Shinto make it as the question? Gamma finds the stun, the Maw finds the next one, and Benny Q with the wrap auto after will pick up the double.
Man, if I'm the Leviathans, I'm wondering to myself, how did Wowie out-rotate Zapman to my back camps? Where is my Jingwei? Jingwei was in lane clearing a wave. Does not get involved in the team fight whatsoever, and in doing so, the Valhalla Valkyries take a clean win there. Great ultimate from Wowie to secure that kill onto the last target and strips away the purple buff in one clean stride. The experience advantage, which was already pretty significant, gets even better for the Valhalla Valkyries, and now the gold lead, I think, substantial enough to talk about. Well, that's a good deal. No neutral objectives have fallen down as of yet. The Valhalla Valkyries still nearly 2k up.
That man walks up to try and steal a purple buff of his own since his has been stolen away the last 3 rotations. He won't get it there this time around, and the tick damage from that gust will not be enough to grab it either here. So Zapman still purple buff starved for the last 4 or 5 minutes of this game. We'll have to wait a little bit longer before he can have an opportunity to grab another one here. Mid lane though, look at this XP difference here. Level 10 versus level 8 for Benny to Shinto. And it's a Pythax piece picked up by Benny second. Not the traditional lifesteal item you would imagine with an Anubis.
No, it's probably going to be like Pythax piece, Spear of the Magus. Wouldn't be surprised if we see like a Typhon's Fang in the 3rd slot for some more lifesteal and pen. Stun no good, just got a lifesteal.
Benny Q lasering as much as he can, but needs a little bit more lifesteal. It's not enough. Shinto able to burst him down, but Kirmi trying to grab Panatom will not do so. Wrong U finds the pickup on the jungler, and Panatom will sustain himself up as much as he can. The wall comes down from Gamma, but it doesn't block off the full path. Panatom still stays alive, and Gamma now may be the one turned back on, but an Eagles rally in from Aquarius will separate the team fight out. Zapman rotated in and immediately has to use his beads.
And now the fight should fizzle from here. The Valhalla Valkyries have not got much left in the tank. Surprise Yarkor holds on to Descent into Madness throughout the entirety of that fight. Yarkor again getting the better end of that rotation. It was a teleport into the tier 1 tower from Aquarius, still gets there second. Yarkor holds on to his relic and his ultimate, gets there first, and the Leviathans benefit from it. That fight could have gone much, much better for the Valkyries had Benny Q been able to connect that stun, but I believe it was a blink forward from Panatom to avoid the wrap, and from there it was a wrap. The Leviathans able to take the fight. I do like the micro play though from Benny Q. Early cancels his ultimate, realizes I need lifesteal to survive. I'm not hitting every tick of this because Shiva is one of the most slippery warriors in the game. Switches to the 1.
Zapman triple stun here, the airstrike to get out. Wowie will continue the chase with that Whirlpool form, and Zapman should go down. Wowie does manage to find at least one auto at the tail end of that one. Got a little dicey for a moment, but Wowie will clean up the kill, put his first one up to his name. 1-0-1 now on the Charybdis.
The Valhalla Valkyries showing some of that game 1 prowess, that ability to dominate the early. And now they're doing it in a game 3 situation up against the world champions. Kirmi in first. Panatom dash into a wall.
Dash into that wall and then dash into the sands. He'll bounce off yet another wall within that Winds of Shamash, and Kirmi will pick up the kill. Aquarius, at least with the assist for sticking around, that'll be a blue buff. As an extra prize there for Aquarius, now Yarkor will be without that sustain in lane.
And Pyromancer pulled out. The Valhalla Valkyries have got just some of the best objective burn that you could ask for, and that's before Benny Q got there. Was not needed for it, and the Valhalla Valkyries take the first neutral objective in a Game 3 scenario. Massive gold lead, massive experience lead, and you got to think it's only going to get better before it gets worse for the Valhalla Valkyries, because Gold Fury still available. That objective burn still available. If Benny Q's left alone with a Gold Fury for however long it takes to channel his ultimate, the Gold Fury will probably just die.
Yeah, I mean, one rotation of abilities may be too much out of Benny Q to burn one of those down, even this early on. Spear of the Magus has been picked up by Benny, working in towards his second full lifesteal item there with just that tiny trinket. But the Leviathans have got to know that Benny Q should be a fairly nice target to grab here. A lot of damage out of Panatom. Benny Q turns around, cancels his first ability to charge out, will fire the laser, but as soon as Rongyu gets out of range, won't grab anything. Kirmi finds a nice drop kick with the minion to stun out one, but that'll be the end of the fight. It'll fizzle away.
Massive loss to Benny Q there. That ultimate usage, very unfortunate. Now Gold Fury not nearly as easy as it could have been.
Zapman wants the 1v1, but he will not get the 1v1. Kirmi with the win to Shamash, not gonna be enough damage to take down Zapman. Gamma thrown right back through the fires of Panatom and surrounded by 3. Gamma cannot make it out of this one. Will only Tremor just to delay his life a little longer, but Shinto comes up with his 3rd kill.
Speaking of, man, Yarkor just keeps rotating the mid, trying to make sure he's getting involved in these team fights, and in spending so much of his time rotating, has now fallen 2 levels down on Aquarius. 14 is the Bologna to the 12 of this Cthulhu. That's a massive disparity already in the soul lane. So once these fights do erupt around the Gold Fury, once these soul laners get involved, gotta think Aqua's gonna do more.
Well, Zapman Kirmi is back, and now it's a 2v1, but Zapman has enough distance to get away from the 2 of the Valkyries instead. Now it's Wowie at half HP for soaking up so many of those tower shots there. If Kirmi had ultimate, that could have been maybe a different story there, but used it in that prior team fight, so didn't have it for the rotation back to Zapman. And Zapman's still at his beads anyway, so he should have been able to get out of there. But a massive group around the purple while Panatom rotating back in. Kirmi gets the drop kick and the beads out of Zapman. And Kirmi is still batting away, but with Rongyu showing up, that'll separate the jungler and the hunter. Panatom stuck between Gamma, the walls, and the Tremors. A stun out of Wowie and a follow-up auto means that Panatom will go down.
Man, Shiva just does not have the tools to deal with like a bracket. Those walls have been dominant. Great drop kick secures the kill onto Zapman. Kirmi having himself a game here and laughing in the player cams as the Gold Fury is pulled out. Benny Q, not a whole lot of mana, no ultimate available. Maybe just force Shinto back to base, though. It's just Rongyu.
Rong doesn't have an ult, though. He'll be able to throw out that Astrolabe, try and seal it with the pull. No, he will not.
Looked close.
It was close. I kind of really just winced up from him like, oh, maybe no. Will not find it there. That one will go to the Valkyries. So a second objective now to this Chaos side team, and a 5K gold and 8K XP lead for the Chaos side team here. The Valkyries with this early game style of draft, you know, you're showing some worries about it as we get to the later stages. Well, the Valks are trying to prevent themselves from getting that far into the game.
And they've done it at a great pace so far, just 13 and a half minutes in. Desynced both neutral objectives, so the Leviathans will be put in a position, if the Valhalla Valkyries are quick enough on the uptake, are able to keep on the forefront, able to keep pushing the issue, the Leviathans are going to be forced to try and defend the Pyromancer without being able to split the map, and then try and defend the Gold Fury without being able to split the map, and that's all before the 20 or so minute mark, which, and I said, 30 minutes is what we're looking at for the Leviathans. The Valhalla Valkyries have done a great job finding some separation, and these leads are massive. The objective-focused composition going to be very good for pushing this lead as well. The Valkyries might be looking at like an 18, 19-minute Fire Giant. Check back in with the builds. It is a Typhon's Fang for Benny Q. Massive Power Spike form, additional lifesteal synergizing very well with the Pythags and Spear of Magus already. 10% penetration on that item. This Anubis swings.
Well, Greater Scorpion will go down to the Valks, at least not with some effort to stop that there by Rongyu. But you can see the stats pulled up for that Typhon's Fang. You called it earlier, and it does come back out here. Gamma chasing down Shinto, finds the stun, but it's stun for stun. A wall comes out from Gamma. Shinto will go down here. The laser out of Benny-Q is good, but the response back in. Panatom doesn't find the knock-up, instead needs a lot of damage back. Wrong picks up one, but now Yarkor, who has tried so many times to get into these team fights, is finally here to try and turn this one back around for his team. It's Gamma at a quarter HP, but with Wowie showing up and the Descent into Madness expended, Yarkor and the rest of the Leviathans will back away.
Man, Benny's damage just ridiculous. Panatom thought he won that damage trade. Simply not the case. Valhalla Valkyrie surging forward. Stun no good. Tower will fall. Unfortunately for Gore, I'm not sure that Benny-Q's hit all that many wraps so far. Hasn't needed it though, because Gamma's always been there with the setup.
And right when that tier 1 tower goes down and right when that Pyromancer respawns, the Valkyries are already on top of it. And just as quickly as it came back into the living world, it has been sent right back to the underworld.
The Valhalla Valkyries on a phenomenal pace, man. This is that clinical styling that the other teams in the SPL were talking about. Who was that? I believe it was Nika. Somebody had said, the cleanest game so far we've seen this year has been from the Valhalla Valkyries. This is that version of the Valhalla Valkyries right now. They are constantly in the right place. They are matching rotations properly. They are allocating their aggression in the correct scenarios, and it has established them a massive lead against the reigning world champions. Can they close out the game from here? Can they continually push the envelope? Can they move in towards this Primal Fury on respawn? Is it going to be the Fire Giant? I'm not sure. But if this is the peak of the Valhalla Valkyries, the SPL is in a very good spot.
Yeah, maybe it just takes them a little longer to get things going, and it's something that Kirmi was mentioning in his interview that, when we talked to him earlier on in the week, he said, it's not really going up as quickly as we would like. We're not, kind of getting to that level where we want to be as fast as we had hoped. But if this is the speed that we're going to get here, at least the level of pressure that they can put out here, it could be an interesting second phase. And that's something that we kind of all echoed as the casters is, first phase Valkyries, we're not expecting a whole lot. We're not expecting massive wins against every single team. But little games here and there is always something you can expect with these guys.
The right side of the map, Aquarius forces out the ultimate from Panatom. Yarkor forced to dash away. A level 18 Bologna, a massive threat on the map, will force those cooldowns. Panatom has been largely mitigated in efficacy so far this game. This Shiva, it's a feast or famine god. Man's famine.
So far, will at least get the dash up to Aquarius. Half HP on the Bologna. Eagles Rally is already gone, but Kirmi has shown back up. It's 4 versus 4. Unfortunately, it's going to be Wowie a little late to this rotation. Zapman with the airstrike, and the Gamma burst out of Wrong is enough to take down Kirmi. Gamma now stuck in the middle of 4. He gets pulled back in, and Zapman gets the credit to the kill. Now Benny-Q all by himself in the backline. Still has that ultimate to use, but he's got to stare down the barrel of 5 of the Leviathans. Won't even get the chance to get any of that damage off. He is bursted out instantly.
The Valkyries just bait themselves there. The Leviathans had already lost out on the engagement. All the Valkyries need to do, instead of chasing these kills, is force the Leviathans to come to you. There are plenty of places they could have gone to do that. The Leviathans are doing it just now. Fire Giant pulled out. They're not chasing their kills. They're forcing the Valkyries up.
Aquarius, level 18. He'll get pulled back by Wrong through the fire. A little bit of damage thrown toward this Bologna, and will drop her down to about 60% health. Wowie has been pushed away from this fight, but with both of their ultimates up and the members of the Valkyries respawning, Leviathans have been pushed away from this Fire Giant. Zapman
in the
maybe got caught shopping a little bit here. Will take the boxing match against Aquarius, and he's winning it right now, especially when he's got some backup here, but Aqua at least able to delay Zapman's back.
Not just Zapman's back, he slows down Panatom's back. Yarkor sticks around just to make sure Zap doesn't fall. Had those two gone back to base, Panatom and Yarkor, that is, Zapman with no ultimate was probably just dead to Aquarius. So small play from the solo leader of the Valhalla Valkyries. Make sure the Leviathans are a little bit slower on the reset. Buys time for the rest of the Valkyries to respawn and regroup. Primal Fury still available, will burn very quickly. No crit from Wowie means that it won't be as fast as it could be, but as long as young Benny-Q is nearby, that objective will fall down. And when you've got a lead, like the Valhalla Valkyries have got, you're allowed to fumble once or twice. You don't want to do it too many more times after that, especially against the Leviathans. But look at the charts. They don't lie. It still is a massive disparity.
Yeah, 6K gold and 8K experience still up here for the Valkyries. Not quite what it was earlier on after those last couple of little team fights here, but the Valks will group up around the Primal Fury. The Leviathans are in the area, but they're a little bit spread out. Yarkor and Panatom to the backline. Gamma goes for a Blink Tremor. Yarkor gets the CC chain. He can't even get into the ultimate in time. Wowie and Benny-Q just shred him down. Zapman on the run with that airstrike, and jump in by Kirmi, but Shinto is able to turn that fire back around. It's a 1-for-1, but Zapman stuck in between the walls, finally manages to break his way out, and Panatom all that while will dance right through the backline, but Zapman is being ran at by the solo.
Aqua finishes off what he could not earlier, and Panatom is still around. Beats forced out as he limps back towards his own base. Rongyu stuck inside of his tier 2 tower, and Shinto doing what Shinto does. He's farming the map, at least getting something going for his team. That is a 1-for-2 trade favoring the Valhalla Valkyries. Primal Fury still available, but maybe not the target of their aggression. Instead, they could catch out Shinto here. They could look towards Rongyu. The Valkyries don't benefit from the same bird's eye view we do on the cast, so they are not aware of the fact that there are 2 members of the Leviathans lurking in the jungle until just now. Aquarius spots them.
Yeah, Aquarius will see 2. The Pyromancer coming back up. Maybe that could have been a call for Leviathans had Aqua not rotated over to that side of the map. Now that objective will be gone, at least as far as being able to take it here. And so will the Primal Fury. That one gets grabbed by the Valkyries. So that'll make their objective play just a little bit stronger here, as if it wasn't already pretty strong to begin with. The fact they've got this Anubis here with Benny Q goes for a Void Stone, a 4th item to round out his build.
You know, the Leviathans gain one very crucial detail, one factoid for them from that last team fight that will help them significantly going forward. Yarkor is not allowed to dash in. It's got to be Blink Descent into Madness or just Descent into Madness. Dash first, very long dash, CC, telegraphed, Cthulhu, massive and slow. You're going to get stunned from Benny or Kirmi, and then you're going to get immediately shredded. And it takes a little while to descend into Madness, and Anubis doesn't need a whole lot of time to deal that DPS. Speaking of DPS, Fire Giant taking a good deal of it down to 50%.
Halfway down, Rongyu and Yarkor here to slow this one down, but Rongyu gets kicked against the wall and dropped by Aquarius. Yarkor up into Descent to Madness this time, but Wowie is chewing through his health bar with that kin size. Meanwhile, Aquarius dealing with Panatom in the backline. Shinto walks up at Benny Q and realizes that that's probably not the call that you want to go for. Yarkor will de-transform and get stunned immediately to his own doom. It's Benny Q with the double.
Wow, he's still able to maintain his own life. The Valhalla Valkyries have taken a clean team fight up against the Leviathans. Shinto blinks in there thinking to himself, no way, Benny Q's still got ultimate, right? Like, I'm just going to channel mine. I'm going to run around. It's going to be just fine. Simply not the case. Those beads were still on cooldown, and Shinto is immediately stunned and removed from the game. The Valhalla Valkyries reset back to base and can now move their way over towards the Fire Giant. Pyromancer, essentially soloed by a Death's Embrace. Bellona does not need any help with Scourge and the passive of that starter item. Going to resustain very easily. Largest neutral objective now pulled out. And well, the Valhalla Valkyries, this is a 99%er.
Yeah, Kirmi realized that Zapman was still in the lane, decided to walk over and make sure that there was no steal potential. The Valkyries take the Fire Giant 22 and a half minutes in. Zapman stunned, does manage to get the agility out, and gets the airstrike just in time. That stun was on its way from Benny Q, but can the gap be closed? Not enough here for the Valks to find Zapman, but they can at least grab a tier 2 tower, as there's only now 2 of those remaining on the map.
Look at the Leviathan's ultimate cooldowns. Descent into Madness still not back. Shinto's ultimate just now coming off. Panatom does not have his. The Valhalla Valkyries maybe could have kept up their aggression if they were privy to that fact. Instead, reset, and they'd likely love to spend some of that gold that they got from a couple of team fights and 2 objectives. Take a tier 2 tower on right. Well, now that gold lead that was, what, 6,000, 7,000 at one point, nearly doubled up to 12, experience back to where it once was. I had said earlier on, if the Leviathans can get to the late game portion and keep the lead to about 4,000 or 5,000 gold, then their composition by merit of relative strength should be able to match up into that gold lead and even tip in favor of the reigning world champions. Yeah, that gold lead's way bigger than the realm of acceptable losses that I had allowed for the Leviathans. The Valhalla Valkyries firmly in control now with Fire Giant on all 5 members, but their siege is a little bit one note. It's, can Gamma find a good wall? And if yes, is Benny Q able to line up his ultimate? It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Easier, but not easy. As long as they are able, the Valhalla Valkyries that is, to get 1 pick from their ultimates, from their first ability rotation, the siege is going to look good. But if they do not, the re-engage from the Leviathans is incredibly strong. the chase potential of Panatom, the lockdown of Yarkor, Shinto's aggression matched up with Shiva's is going to be very powerful in its own right.
Gamma at the front line will walk in, slow down Wrong Yu, who gets stunned and completely shredded away. Benny Q has already erased the first god off the map, but they've got a full health Yarkor standing in front of them. The Phoenix does go down as Kirmi finishes that one, but everybody on the Valkyries are sitting around half HP. They've got to go on full retreat. Big knockup from Yarkor sets up a lot of damage. Panatom finds a sweep in. It's a little late from Wowie to save their life, but Kirmi up against Zapman finds one. Can he find enough to take down Shinto? No, it will not. He'll jump right back in with the help of Gamma. Dropkick is there, and Kirmi finds the double kill. Now Panatom turns it around to find one, but it's only Panatom left. The Valhalla Valkyries, with 3 people left, have upset the Leviathans. They can walk right in with this Phoenix down, take the game, and take the set from the reigning world champions.
Wrong U's got a snowball's chance in hell here, if I'm being completely honest. The Valhalla Valkyries from the brink. I wouldn't even call it from the brink. That was clinical. It was dominant from minute 1 to minute done. Able to find their first victory in the SPL and break a legacy curse for the Valhalla Valkyries for going on nearly an entire calendar year now. Congratulations, and what a first win to get up against the reigning world champions.
Who was that guy in the chat who's got to do the 100 subs out there now? Something with 6 1s. That's the only part of the name that I remembered there.
Yeah, 111.
1 1. 1-1. There we go. Okay, so chat, make sure to keep him accountable on that one there. But at the end of the day here, I mean, Valkyries, we talk about their Game 1 dominance throughout a lot of their sets. That's where they look the best. How do they translate these into Game 2 and Game 3? Will they go back to the classic winner dog style of play? This is what made them such a dominant team in the SCC. And I was just waiting for them to bring that here in the SPL. And they've done it here in game number 3.
It hasn't been for lack of trying. That play is hard to transition into the SPL caliber to make work against the best players in the world. But somehow, someway, the Valhalla Valkyries have done it for themselves and in impressive fashion. Only congratulations to the Valks. Also, 100 gifted subs. Yeah. That dude that's going to shave your head, I don't know, do it twice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess later down the road he can go for a second shave there. Big win for the Valkyries. They break their franchise losing streak with a win here over the Atlantis Leviathans. We'll take it to a break and come back to the desk right after.
3-game set. The Valhalla Valkyries find their first SPL win in Season 9 and their first SPL win as a roster. Congrats to them. It has been a long road to get here, a roster that stuck together through the SECs. They qualified together in the SPL play-in tournament, and now they beat the defending world champions for their first win here in Season 9 of the SPL. Game 1 win, Game 3 win, with a loss there in the middle, but Gore, the bread is made of victory here for the Valhalla Valkyries. And what a great look for this team.
There are even moments in Game 2 where I think the Valks, I think they could have won it in 2. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, a win's a win, right? And that's, so I think you're looking at just really 3 good performances for them. A couple of stumbles, though, in Game 2 that maybe stripped that one away. I'm going to give them even more credit. I'm not going to say that this is why they won, but this was the most Winter Dogs-esque comp that I think I've seen them play this year. Yeah. Very similar to what we would get to see out of them in Game 2 of SEC sets last time around. And you really got to see it. I think that this Anubis pick really just worked out so well. I mean, the amount of damage that he could do up against how tanky everybody else was and the burn that it was able to provide in a lot of these team fights. I was really worried about, what happens if he gets sat on and that you needed everyone around you to kind of play protector and set things up to make sure that you didn't end up getting CC'd to death or knocked out of anything. And what was insane about it, outside of like his abilities having like the knock-up immunity and things like that, was that the team played so perfectly around him. I mean, you can see in tons of these highlights, like, look at where everybody else is around BennyQ and how much they're setting up, the stuns that are coming through to really open up the doors for him. I think you got a really good amount of play and damage coming out of mid, and then you got Kiermi setting up a lot of kills, really good, like, not just ganks, but this play in particular stood out to me, being able to get in and kind of make up what felt like it was about to be a losing fight for the Valkyries. He's insanely low, but again, it's the teamwork between them that just stands lights out, being able to kind of bounce off, swap in and out in terms of essentially who's taking aggro from the Leviathans and being able to do it so that no one ends up dying. I think BennyQ died in that last fight, but it came at the expense of everybody else on the Leviathans and having some success pop up for Kiermi and Gamma, like most notably, as well as Wowie.
And Gore, BennyQ's asking what his GPM was that set. We determined through 2 games, it was what, 560.
With a 617, it goes up by a lot.
In game number 3, 617
Holy
GPM.
Smokes.
And Wowie's at 638.
And had a great KDA, 605.
We have noted the dual lane struggles for the Valhalla Valkyries, and we need to note when the dual lane does well. And this was an example of a set where the dual lane played very effectively. I think the Charybdis pick for Wowie has worked wonders for this team here today. And I assume this is going to be the first of what I expect to be many victories for this Valhalla Valkyries team, because we've seen the growth, we've seen the potential, and now we see it culminate in a win over the Atlantis Leviathans nonetheless. BennyQ is at the forefront of the conversation all through Game 3, and he'll be at the end of the conversation here for the post-game interview. Yeah, Gore had a great tweet about it. BennyQ, let's start off high level. You guys qualified through the SPL qualifiers tournament. Been a tough start to your SPL career. Lots of competitive Smite, though, from you guys. You finally get the win. What does this mean to you guys, and how does it feel to finally get that SPL win?
It feels great, especially
also, you can look behind you, so I don't want to cut you off there.
But yeah, I mean, I came into this year with very high expectations of ourselves. I didn't think we'd be bottom 2 from especially the first few weeks. I felt like we played good enough to win. We just couldn't close out. And then we had a rough 2 weeks just because, like, the mental aspect of it.
Of course.
But we really talked it out this week. We figured some stuff out and came in looking good, I think.
Look, it's got to be a weight off, right? I mean, you finally get there, you cross that threshold, now you guys can move forward. Talk to me about Game 1, though, because that definitely surprised a lot of us watching, specifically the Giannis support. Did that catch you guys a bit off guard in Game 1?
Yeah, if we lost that game, I don't know.
Right.
Probably shouldn't be here, I guess.
Right, well, look, you did end up winning the game, and then you get an Anubis in Game 3. What made Anubis the right pick in your mind there going into Game 3?
I think it's a good counter matchup for some of the junglers, just because you're knock-up immune, and they, like the warrior junglers, really rely on that.
Right.
So I can kind of just stand my ground and be pretty safe.
Well, look, BennyQ is such a fun set to watch. So proud of you guys grabbing that win. Looking forward to more of it in the future. Congrats. I'll let you go celebrate. The Big Dipper. Oh, you know what? I just realized that that's a play. Is that a play on Big Dipper? Is that a star?
And that's why he's in the sky, Dave. That's the whole joke, dude.
I just realized that. All right.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah.
I just got it. I just thought.
I mean, it's a good. I guess it's a good phrase on its own too. Yeah.
No, that's so much funnier to me now.
that it's like, yeah, they're looking into the skies, they're gazing,
right?
And they say, "Hey, look, it's the Big Dipper," and it's Benny Q's face.
That is so much funnier.
Yeah.
No, I just thought they were calling him the Big Dipper, and that was just his name. All right, well. That one went over my head, and we eventually got it.
There's like the other people out there who didn't get it. They get it now too.
Yeah, actually, it was just a bit. I got it the whole time. I was just pretending. So you guys who didn't get it didn't feel bad. No, but Benny Q and the rest of the Valkyries. I am proud of this team. I think this team has got to be proud of themselves as well. Benny Q said it himself. Didn't expect the start of the year to be this difficult for this team, but there are growing pains when you jump from the SEC to the SPL all at once. Valkyries have some more growing pains to go through, but I think the first of many wins that we'll see here in Season 9, and that is our first of 2 matchups here today. The Atlantis Leviathans fall 2-1 to the Valhalla Valkyries. Solar Scarabs versus the Olympus Bolts up next score, followed by a triple header tomorrow on Sunday. And we'll talk briefly about the Scarabs-Bolts matchup before we move on. I think the Scarabs... Not in too dissimilar a spot to the Valkyries, where they've gotten that set win over the Valkyries.
Yep.
But just haven't gotten the wins rolling in the same way they did at the end of Season 8.
I'll say the same thing that I said yesterday after Game 1 for the Scarabs. If they get that performance every game, I think they can take on anybody in the league and make it look almost simple for them. It's just getting that performance to happen every game that is going to be the big complication, I think, for them. But they're a team to keep your eyes on. I think much like what we just saw out of the Valkyries, you're going to get, I think, a lot of good plays from the Scarabs, and I don't think that this one's far-fetched to say that it could not only go 3, but they could theoretically stand on top of them. The Bolts are also with a hot hand right now, so it's going to be a difficult match.
Well, Gore, the SPL right now feels like it's a game of consistency.
Who shows up on the day?
It's a game of consistency. Is Team A going to show up and play their best Smite? Now, some teams are more consistent than others, of course. Some teams play better Smite than others on a more regular basis. But there is an absolute world where the Scarabs are the team that show up today. They take down the Olympus Bolts, and I wouldn't be all that surprised. That is the matchup we've got up next. The Valhalla Valkyries drink it in. The Valks win up against the Leviathans. Can the Scarabs grab another win here in Season 9 of the SPL over the Bolts? Game number 2 of our day coming up next.
About nothing, why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. My don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I give you the pie. Give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know. You think thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Check out.
Three, two, one.
Welcome back to the Smite Pro League, powered by our friends over at Prime Gaming. Make sure that if you have an Amazon subscription already, Amazon Prime, that you utilize Prime Gaming. Go ahead and link your account over with your Twitch. You'll get access to tons of games. These things rotate in and out all the time, so make sure that you pick them up while you have the opportunity to do so. There's so many great games out there. I mean, all these guys have been talking to the world of Oblivion. I mean, the Elder Scrolls franchise as a whole has been one that's been close to my heart, and a lot of other people out there, so make sure you pick that one up. If you don't already have an Amazon Prime subscription, I don't know why you don't. You get so many good things out of it. You can watch movies, TV shows, you can get books, you can get all kinds of stuff. Also,
get
like
books?
really, I'm pretty sure you can buy some books. You can buy books on Amazon.
Well, yeah, you can definitely buy books.
You can definitely buy some books on Amazon. I've gotten a lot of my books actually from Amazon between the manga and the other kinds of things that I've been picking up. A lot of that I do my shopping through Amazon. But then when you get that, then you just connect it, and now you got Prime Gaming, so you get all the kinds of cool stuff. Also, the fact that we have the Rambo Uller skin with Prime Gaming, so make sure that you're picking that one up too if you haven't already done so. So I got Mifflin here to get ready as we get to go into our second set of the day. But what a great first set that we just had there, Mifflin. I mean, the Valkyries on a 26-set loss streak have finally found their first franchise win after that streak, and it's under the belt of the new boys here with the Valks.
Yeah, I think that maybe some pretty significant mental damage over to the Leviathans as well, because they were the heavy favorites going into that one. But only congratulations to the Valkyries, able to find their first dub, and finding their first dub against the reigning world champions at that. Just so impressive.
Yeah, it was a great first set to watch, but we still got one more to go. As you can see behind me, we've got at least the Scares, and you saw behind Mifflin, we got the Olympus Bolts. Those two teams are going to be facing off for our second set here today. Already a 2-1 for the Valkyries to kick things off this Saturday morning, afternoon, I guess, technically. And then tomorrow, we'll be back 11 a.m. with 3 more sets, Kings and the Valkyries. So the Valks have one more chance at maybe another upset. We'll see. Leviathans and Dragons, and then the Titans and the Warriors will round out our week. I've also noticed this is like the 3rd week in a row, I think, that the Warriors have had the last set. And every time they've had a last set, they've been able to find a win. Coincidence? Maybe I think not.
Maybe not. And the Warriors have been on a hot streak, by the way, finding themselves 4th in the standings, 4-2 overall. A large stack up between a 1 and 4. But just so you all know, the seedings there are accurate. We've done all the math for you, so you don't have to do it at home. Those are head-to-heads. Those are the plus, minus, all the buzzwords. Those are legit.
Yeah, I'm glad the people behind the scenes are able to do that math for me, because let me
can't.
tell you, I'm not going to be able to do all that right here. So the numbers that you see next to all of those names there, the 1 through 8, those are all accurate as to where these teams are in the standings right now. And talking about kind of the first team in this matchup here, the Scarabs currently sitting at 7th seed with only the 1 win to their name here, and this being, if I'm not mistaken, the last set of the phase right here. Not going to be a chance for them to break into that top 6, but at least an opportunity, at least maybe cause some waves and some ripples there at that top end here. And talking about the Scarabs, I want to kind of talk about the mid lane a little bit, because Baronic has really been stepping up for his team here, not just at the tail end of last phase, Mifflin, but even here in Season 9. Baronic has really been able to expand his God pool and make some real big plays for his team.
Yeah, Baronic's got a good deal of competitive tenure behind him as well. Not just his SPL pedigree, but we got to talk about, like, Baronic on console, too. Like, this guy has been around for a very long time, and I would argue his style of play, how he decides to address the match, has gone largely unchanged. It's more so him refining that style, the ability to play pretty far back in the back line, be this nearly unkillable style of play. I mean, when I think of Baronic, Charybdis fits that style very well. It's something that he saw a lot of success on, and now that she's back, I'm expecting the Scares to be looking towards her a fair bit. He's also one of the Yanis players in the league. He'll go towards things like the Chiron, and just very much so likes to be that, I'm going to toss out my abilities from like really, really far away. Surprised we don't see more Thoth from him, because I feel like that's right inside of his wheelhouse as well. But what he also brings to this team, I think, is just a cool head. If you ever get the chance to talk to Baronic, in interviews, he likes to ramble a little bit. But like when you talk to him in person, this guy is calm, cool, collected. He brings some of those Biggie vibes, and that I'm sure he's a life coach to the Solar Scares. Likes to make sure everybody's getting their heads on straight, eating their breakfast, getting all their macronutrients. God, I can't listen to Baronic talk about macronutrients for another second. I'll literally die. I don't know.
Maybe so. Baronic here, though, these hunters, I like that you bring up the Charybdis, because it's something that I've talked about as well, where at the end of Season 8, he started bringing this guy out towards the mid lane, and it's looked really good for him and the team. Hasn't found as much success over into the dual lane. That's why the Scares have really been prioritizing this Charybdis over here for Baronic. So maybe we'll see if that gets picked up here. Maybe the Bolts can ban that one away. We talk a lot about Baronic. We'll talk to him real quick here for our pregame interview. We got him standing by here. First off, Baronic, thanks for coming into it. Tell me about this macronutrients thing. Mifflin's going on about this. Why don't you tell me? I haven't heard enough about this yet.
I got to say 80% of that is probably not true, but hey, I appreciate it. Yeah. About the Charybdis, I think you asked about the Charybdis, right?
Yeah, I mean, tell me about this Charybdis pick, man. It's one you loved in Season 8, and you're coming back here with it now available in Season 9. I mean, is it just a pick that you just really like out here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too much detail into it to like reveal anything, but I just like it. Ever since like she was released, I just kind of like her kit, and I think it plays well with how we play as a team.
Yeah, so. Yeah, it kind of goes in there. You know, your team likes to play aggressive, but you get a nice little bit of safety out there with it. And coming up against a team with the Bolts, they've been on a bit of a hot streak out of here. Unfortunately for you guys, you can't really move your way up any a little bit further in the standings, but you can at least play spoiler here to the Bolts. I mean, how does it feel coming into a set like this, knowing that you guys can really play that spoiler card?
Well, you can't forget, we still got to secure 7th seed because with the Valks win today, so we're looking for that.
True.
But I'm not sure how the standings turn out or whatever. We're just going to, show up and play our best and try to put on a show for you guys.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get a nice little show out of you guys here against the Bolts. Thanks for coming by for the interview. I'll let you get back with the team though as you guys get ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. You making up some stuff over there, Mifflin? You've got the look on your face like you want to say it. Just say it, Mifflin.
Scram.
There it is.
Skedaddle.
There it is.
Yeah, get back there.
I turn around and I just see the look on Mifflin's face, and I just know that is what he wants to say out here. But Baronic here in the post-game interview obviously wanted to keep a couple of secrets out there. You never want to reveal too much here. But this Charybdis pick, I mean, we'll talk to death about it between in-game, before games go through, even into it. If that one is available, there's not a shot that the Bolts are going to let that one through here. But kind of the flip side here, where Baronic really likes to play more of these kind of hunter mid styles. We do see Venenu play some hunters, most notably just kind of the Chiron, maybe the AMC if it pops out here. But Venenu definitely sticking just some more of the traditional mages.
I think Ven just plays everything. I mean, Mage tab, Hunter tab doesn't super matter. When I think of Ven, I'm thinking of the Yanis's, the Raijins. I'm thinking of things like Thoth if he wants to. What did Haddix call it? The Viron. This is a very, very adaptable player that has got a massive god pool. I think that he is exactly what the Olympus Bolts need, and that the Olympus Bolts are a team that will at times decide to play through solo. They'll at times decide to play through the duo, and others will decide to play through mid. They've really diversified their win conditions, and in doing that, you need to have players that are capable of shifting up their style of play. Do you need the mid 3v3 to be where you allocate all your aggression? Sure, Ven will play things like Zhongqi. Do you want him to play super safe because you're looking towards the side lanes to get your early game leads? Okay, he'll play things like the Thoth and sit behind his tower. Is it objective focused? Yeah, he's also got things like an E-set in his back pocket. So adaptability, the name of the game for Ven, and he plays every single one of those gods and every single one of those styles of gods at the very highest level.
And he's really been making a standout here in Season 9 specifically. Season 8, the Bolts were kind of teetering off towards the end of the phase. They were kind of struggling, especially during that World Championship up against the Leviathan. So to be fair, that was also against Leviathans, a very tenured team at that point in time. Maybe a little bit of a lesser so now, as we've been seeing finally a couple of holes in the life raft of the Leviathans so far. But this Olympus Bolts team as a whole has really been able to step it up here. Haddix and Ven, bringing up, we always like to talk about the Fantasy League. They're two of the highest scorers when it comes to the Fantasy League out here. Haddix has been such a consistent pillar for this team in that solo lane, and Ven has really been able to tie up a lot of the loose ends in these fights.
You know who the two highest scorers are in those roles, though, right?
I believe it's Nika, and I'm not sure if Big Man Tings is still the highest one.
Sure
is he still the highest scorer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know who has both of those guys?
Not me.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
I got them both.
Yeah, I do not, unfortunately.
No, yeah.
Those points would have been nice. I got some good ones with Benny Q today, though. Those are some popping games there out of the Valkyries to get me some fantasy points. Hopefully, bring me back up there. I'm sitting in last at that point here. But getting back on topic with the Scarabs versus the Bolts, I mean, this is a matchup that's been going for such a long time. The Bolts typically coming out on top of this one, though the Scarabs are known to at least keep games interesting, keep sets interesting, to say the very least out here. We'll jump into picks and bans for game number 1 here.
Yes, sir.
And with the Scarabs on a first pick, we talked about the Charybdis maybe being the option if it is left open, that the Scarabs would be potentially willing to grab for Baronic early.
If it's available, I'm willing to bet that it is going to be Charybdis in that first slot. So we'll see if the Olympus Bolts are putting priority that way, and if you are dedicating a ban to Charybdis, what is it that you're leaving up and available? Wasn't expecting to see an Olorun ban from the Olympus Bolts, but remember back when the Solar Scarabs were taking Charybdis for themselves consistently in mid, what was it generally matched up with? Stuart taking the Olorun into the duo lane. So maybe the Bolts essentially going for like a Charybdis adjacent ban, trying to see if they can address what that strength of the draft was from the Solar Scarabs, and maybe that's enough to dissuade the Scarabs from looking towards that pick. And it is, so I was wrong. Glad I didn't take a bet. Yamoja locked in first overall. And, well, that's a good deal of pressure in the dual lane, great sustain in these elongated team fights. You're probably going to be able to force out at least one relic selection from the Olympus Bolts. I'm talking about Phantom Shell. I want to see some Phantom Shell pickups. Feels like these walls have been slept on recently. And, well, there's really no poor matchup for Umoja.
Yeah, maybe for your sanity, it would be nice to see some Phantom Shells up against this one. But inbound, and we saw this in their set against the Warriors. I mean, it was the Umoja Olarun combo that was just absolutely disgusting in that first game that brought them so much success. And Stewart has kind of been hailed as one of the better, if not one of the best Olarun players out here in the league. So no surprise that teams are still really throwing bans over towards him and making sure to put him on something maybe a little bit less so at that top end here. But Umoja, Cabrakan, and Charybdis will be locked into the top 3 here for the Scares. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Ardio and Jingwei. And Jingwei has really just brought herself back into the meta here, maybe with the nerfs to Crusher that came through and more so of these kind of more attack speed-oriented builds that we've been seeing. Jingwei's kind of been popping back here.
And she still is one of the best users of a crit build. If you want to go towards things like the Wind Demon, if you don't want to go down the kin size style of build with the Silver Branch Bow, Jingwei has that option available to her. Also just incredibly safe, has decent scaling come late game, so has fit the style very well. And I think if the Olympus Bolts want to, and I'm sure they do, they can utilize Jingwei's knockup with these DR changes off of Nox to just make sure they aren't losing out on some of that chain CC potential. Nox with a Shadow Lock inside the Silence, maybe something like a stun or something else from a standard hunter like a Hou-Yi stun would get DR'd pretty significantly. Knockups do not. So Jingwei with that updraft, the first ability, just going to make sure that chain CC is the name of the game in the duo lane for the Olympus Bolts, who are, again, the villains because that's a Nox support. And there's a Nox in general.
Yeah,
the SPL.
Yeah, there is a Nox out here. Maybe the silver lining here, though, with this Nox pick is because Umoja was such a high priority for the Scarabs, they don't have to worry about banning a Geb, which has always kind of been the counterplay there. If the Bolts get this Nox, you want to make sure that you have to use one of those bans to get a Geb out of there. But with Umoja, probably not going to be a Geb unless it was some weird Geb solo kind of thing. We haven't seen Geb solo in a hot minute, though, so I don't know. I'm kind of trying to grasp at straws where they could have fit a Geb into that composition. It is Scream, though. Maybe I shouldn't even question where they could fit a God in their composition.
I wouldn't put it on Scream.
No.
That's like 80% of their kill participation.
True.
You want him on Geb? I don't know about that.
He's got a lot of setup. Could still hold on to the 80%.
Yeah,
It might not be as big of a number that 80% is
hard
influencing.
carry, That's why we see things like Kali banned out.
That's true.
You want to make sure that Scream isn't playing those kinds of picks.
That's true. That's true. Well, the bans with that Kali will also be a Chiron on the side of the Bolts, and then Shiva and Nemesis banned away by the Solar Scarab. So a little shot there in towards the jungle of the Olympus Bolts. It's where we've been seeing a lot of success come from this team as well. We talk about Hags, talk about Venenu, but Lasbra has also really been stepping up this season. When Lasbra is hot, the Bolts are all hot right behind him there. When Lasbra has a bit of a colder game, the rest of the team has been able to rally around a little bit more so often nowadays. It's not quite as polarizing as it used to be here, but you want to make sure you can still get Lasbra on a very potent God.
You do. Lasbra has been the linchpin for this team more often than not. ESET locked in for the Olympus Bolts, and generally when ESET gets locked, I like to talk about ESET support, but with Nox in the map, I don't think that's going to be the case. Still does have some potential to flex into the jungle, but we haven't seen a whole lot of that. So I think this is going to be going over towards Ven. And now, looking at this draft for the Olympus Bolts, it's a little bit squishy, and their AoE CC a little bit lacking. But I don't think it super matters, because there's a Bakasura on the other side. And I'll go ahead and say it.
Yeah,
that God ain't so great.
No, hasn't seen any real success so far in the SPL.
Bad, I'd say.
Hasn't found a full win just yet. Yeah. Any other ones?
Give me some time, man.
Okay, I'll give you a few seconds. We'll talk about this other God being hovered here. Neath kind of bouncing back and forth between hunters that Stewart could maybe go for here. But traditionally when we've seen Neath picked up, it's been going more often towards the mid lane, just that way you can get that World Weaver a little bit quicker across the map there. But we won't need to worry about Neath. Instead, it'll be Uller going over to the Solar Scares. That was a pick that Stewart was really having a lot of fun on last time when he was facing off against the Oni Warriors. We'll see if they can bring the Scarabs success here in this first game.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, like, traditional Smite knowledge dictates that it's going to be Cabrakan in the solo with Bakasura in the jungle, but maybe some potential to have Cabrakan in the jungle, toss Bakasura over in a solo. With this new Golden Blade coming back, you can just kind of clear out waves, utilize that additional movement speed from his passive to maneuver the map, steal away some camps, and then get involved in those fights. You're also, in picking up Golden Blade, not sacrificing too much power on Bakasura because he gets additional passive power from Butcher Blades. Just hedging our bets. If I had to guess, I am saying it is Cabrakan in the soul lane with Baka in the jungle. But like Baka's matchup into some of these picks is just so weak. It just feels like a strange pick into things like ESET, where sure you could step up, but she's gonna hit you with Dispel Magic the second your CC immunity wears off from Regurgitate, get an HP shield, slow you off, stun you, or even just drop Circle Protection at her own feet. Sure, it's true damage, but that's true mitigation on the other side. Circle Protection also giving you a burst heal.
Gilgamesh.
Just feels like Bakasura really going to struggle to find his opportunities to fight in this match, even up against the picks that you would think it would look good into, like Jingwei. I mean, like Airstrike just gets you out of there, man. Removes you from the playfield. Bakasura certainly going to struggle to find his value.
Gilgamesh, the final lock-in here for the Olympus Bolt. So it will be that ESET going over towards the mid lane, or just to cover my ground here, maybe could be a Nox in the mid with ESET support, though
Sure hope
I think
not.
the last time that we saw a Nox mid was Baskin back at the Worlds qualifiers for SCC, and
Could not tell you.
that one didn't go well. I remember that much. It didn't win, and it didn't look so hot here. So most likely will be that ESET slot over towards mid and giving Jake that Nox, which has been where Bolt's found a lot of success on this pick. I believe they're 100% win rate when they have picked up this god here. So the Bolt's looking to continue to carry that mantle.
And they are at 100%, and they've got some good early game pieces to play around this Nox. Gilgamesh somehow making its way to 10th pick feels very good for the Olympus Bowl. It's able to mash up against, or with rather, that aggression that Nox is able to generate throughout the early portions of the game. Shadow Lock and a drop kick going to be one of the nastiest CC combos you can get, even at like level 2. That's just an incredibly long stun and an incredibly long route for the Nox. Undiarable CC from Jingwei as well to match up with it. And if you are able to utilize this pick style composition very well, you can start to transition it in towards objectives thanks to Circle Protection from ESET. So the Olympus Bolts have got tools to work with, whereas the Solar Scarabs on the other end, they really are reliant on this Bakasura finding value. You really need something from that, because if he falls behind, Bakasura, well, it's seldom he does fall behind because he's one of the best farmers in the game. But if he does, we'll really, really struggle to apply that damage. Otherwise, Kabrakan, a very consistent initiator, has walls. Yamoja, another great initiator, plus Sustain God, should help you out in these longer team fights around objectives. Similarly, has walls, can force a relic selection from the Olympus Bolts. And then you've got two great late game scalers, just hunters. I'm sure one of them will probably pick up Crit. If I had to guess, Charybdis.
Probably so here. I mean, going back on this Bakasura, we're going to assume it's going into the jungle. I mean, you brought up the potential of solo as a matchup there. Maybe you like that one a little bit more or less than the jungle out here, but assuming that this one is going over to Scream, where does he kind of find that avenue to get in here? Because if it's not going to be through that mid lane trying to deal with the ESET, does he go over to duo? Does he go to solo, Mifflin? Where does Scream try and find these first picks?
I suppose you're going to duo lane. You're really trying to hit level 5 first, which is pretty feasible for a Bakasura. His jungle clear incredibly quick. And then if you're able to get level 5 and then get involved before other people are taking over to level 5, you can start to run with that lead. But Bakasura's windows are so narrow. If you rest on your laurels for too long, eventually you just start to fall off really, really hard.
Well, it's going to be a big matchup here. The Solar Scarabs need to find a win up against the Olympus Bolts to keep themselves in 7th seed. The Bolts need to win to stay in the top 4. Can they find it here in Game 1?
We'll find out exactly how this one shakes out in game number 1. It's Gore, it's Trelly, and it's what I'm expecting to be an incredibly fun game to watch here. Scream is going to be piloting that Bakasura, so we will not have to go the ins and outs of what a Baka versus RDO solo lane matchup goes through. I think that saves both of us here. But that does mean that we have to talk about pretty much what the desk was nailing, which is how I think difficult this jungle could be, even with some of the item changes, Trelly. It's still Bakasura, and there's still a lot of other CC and things to slow him down on the other side.
One kryptonite, I mean, there's many, but the one that really
one kryptonite.
the one that really shuts him down is amount of CC and lockdown. You're facing a Nox, there's an ESET, the Gilgamesh kick, and Ardio. I mean, Scream knew all of this going in, right? He saw the pick and was like, I want to almost last pick this Baka, give or take. So he seems to have answers for it, or at least thinks he has answers for it. I think his work's going to be cut out for him. Probably what Mifflin highlighted, just run to farm as quickly as possible, get a lead in that jungle, and then at level 5, you know, look for your power spikes and try to run some people down with Regurgitate.
I'll have to give Scary D a clap on the back. Already got the beads down from Haddix just from the trimmers. And then aggression from Stewart, a good stun onto Bera, misses the stun there from inbound. And now it's Scary D who's in trouble. The gank is good, and Haddix gets the first blood thanks to Lasbra, serving that one up on a silver platter.
Well, turns out getting those beads down doesn't really matter because Haddix was going to get aggressive, and of course Lasbra was going to come out and help out. At least Haddix gets the kill there, so that's going to be an extra little bit of XP and gold in that lane. However, Scaredy had the teleport, so we'll be getting back there shortly. Lasbra, though, is going to come over here in the mid lane. But again, there's a Bakasura. There's no kill potential, but there might be some death potential.
Yeah, they're going to try to create that opportunity to kick back and the leap, all of that. Going to keep Scream just far enough away that they don't end up going down. Like you said, the kill potential may be disappearing. And we can take a closer look specifically at this first blood. And this is a conversation. Last time, I'm going to say it, you know, we saw it, I believe it was yesterday, the Gilgamesh for Lasbra. And last week it looked pretty solid, but at least game 1 versus the Titans did not provide a whole ton. And so I think that that's something that they have to keep in mind here, is that this pick has been a little hot and cold sometimes from Lasbra. That's a good start to try and change what we saw the other day.
I don't know if you saw it, but Haddix definitely stole that kill with the last auto. I think Lasbra's jump would have certainly. No, I don't think he needed
he
to.
Goes, secured.
Lasbra came over, wanted the gank tax, and Haddix said, I'm taking that one. But given how Haddix has been playing as of recently, giving him that last hit, probably just better at this point. Once he gets these builds online, I believe I was talking to Barra earlier, and he just said, like, Haddix hits a point in the game where he just says, all right, I'm unkillable, and it's usually true. So he will get to that point. He'll just tell his team, by the way, guys, I'm unkillable, and then that's it. He's unkillable. I haven't seen anyone prove him wrong yet. He was on the Cthulhu last time he said that, but RDO got to be pretty similar, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you're still a late-game Guardian with a lot of CC and typical survivability because of the disengages you have. It feels like he should be able to bring that quote back, at least for themselves. And we're looking at level 5. Mifflin had said if you're Bakasura, you're hoping you're hitting level 5 first. At least has managed to get there before the duo lane. Maybe not looking to beat Scary D to it, but still did that as well. We haven't seen a lot of presence from the Baka over there, or presence from the Baka at all. Just a little bit of farming still going towards the back camps as of right now. And so I guess the question at this point is, when do we see the Baka? I guess he's a late game hyper carry, so maybe he wants to do this. Just kind of chill out for a little while. See what can happen. Maybe it's actually going to be a gank onto Haddix. Aggressive, good stun from Haddix, and there's going to be the ult from Scream. The attacks are there. The walls are up from Scary D, but it's Lasbra with the slow. Lasbra with the drop kick, and the damage seems to be good enough. They at least get one and turn this around. A second kill onto Scary D.
Unfortunate for Scream. Totally just missed the... I guess it's the throw-up of Regurgitate. The goo. It was,
yeah.
The cripple goo was not there, which means Haddix is allowed to juke around in the dash. And then at that point, you don't have that much damage. The minions aren't there. And of course, a great return gank by Lasbra. I was going to say, if this goes anything from what we just saw, yeah, the Regurgitate goo. He missed the slow.
Yeah, I like that more
field.
than what else it could be called. With an ability called Regurgitate, I don't want to think about it that much, if I'm honest with you.
I had to bring it up. It is my job to be analytical, and that was some throw up. So he missed it. He missed it, unfortunately. So Haddix was able to dash around. We know why that gank went so well, and that's why. Unfortunate. But Barracuda going to dash in, immediately met with an axe from Stewart, and he will be able to just sort of hot step his way back underneath this tower. Jake has been spending a lot of time over here trying to make sure that his ADC gets some farm. He's going the Dev Gauntlets route, which usually does get out pressured by that Transcendence route, at least once those items are finished.
So far, it seems like maybe a little bit of gold, a tier 2 versus a tier 1 for Barra, so might not be all the end of everything for Stewart right now, especially with how this gets aggressive. It's going to be fun to watch how that comes through. Jake finally leaves the lane. Oh, and I thought there was going to be a little bit more shadow lock just wide of locking down Baronic there. And so they don't have to worry about it. Bakasura's going for an invade. And with this level of clear, seems like it was no problem for him. Golden Blade finished up and is now just around here. Purple buff invaded. Bear is going to try to defend it and secure it, but is that going to be too much? Has the ult and barely gets out of there, but Jake might have gone too deep for this one. A good dash gets him away, but great walls from inbound keep him locked in there. Ult from Jake lowers the damage coming back his way, and now Lasbra is here to help out. The damage is good. The winds of Shamash help isolate a little bit. Screens low, but Lasbra doesn't have mana to work with. Stewart's presence along with inbound. That's enough to make the bolts disengage. Vin, he's looping around the Gold Fury. Spots who he once goes for, gets the stun out of the back, and now it's just going to be one shot from the wind gust and a bigger gank from the mid laner.
I was wondering if they had anything else there, but it looks like they will not be going for inbound here. They got everything they came for. The kill on the Scream will be quite massive, and now they're just able to retreat, pick up those oracles, and get some vision. Last time Lazar played Gilgamesh, I brought this up because it was annoying. I wanted to see what he got from his quest. At level 5, I always check and see what these Gilgamesh get. He never went and got it, and so far he hasn't got it this time, so he must have been pretty unlucky with the placement of that quest, probably under a tower, as Veronic is going to have to dash away there, getting a little bit aggressed upon, but we'll have to see if he does end up going on that quest, because it's always a little bit of RNG you guys we like to look at.
If there's at any point in the next like 3 minutes that Lazarus seems wildly out of position, it's for the quest. So just watch the items and we'll see. As it was, like you said, he would have just scooped it up wherever it may be. And that's always the interesting thing. I'm going to make this as a statement. I don't think this is a hot take. Probably not worth it to go die for your quest if you're running into the enemy jungle. So I don't know that we'll get to see it for minutes at this point. We might get to see a little bit more. Mid lane circle protection drop down. Vin uses that to heal up. The stun just off the mark from Veronic and isn't going to be able to get the damage. Tick not going to be enough from Jake. Scream gets out of this one alive. Lasbra a little late to the party. So they keep this one completely neutral. A couple of people forced out.
Yeah, Scream, I like the idea where you're trying to get as aggressive as possible early on when you have the minions stacked up for this Baka pick, but with just the Golden Blade, not too much damage just yet. You're not really able to kill through a circle of protection. I'm not sure you'll ever be able to kill through a circle of protection, but at least right now you certainly can. So trading ult for ult, certainly not a terrible option, at least right now, but if you are on this Bakasura, I can't imagine that you want to get behind right now. You're 0-1, you're a level down to Lasbra in the jungle. There is some like late game hard carry potential, but just at the moment, it's not going to be the best option.
2,300 gold, give or take. It's going to flow around with some of these minion waves. The Bolts have a comfortable lead. I've been using that word a whole ton this weekend, but I think it's a good description for where they're at. There's the lockdown from Jake. The beads forced out by Stewart. Good axe as well on Dabera, just to kind of slow some of that aggression down. Scream is looking to chase down Venenu. Lasbra's here, drop kick into the wall, and the damage, it's just too much for this Bakasura. One more tick, and Lasbra kills off the jungler. Duo lane, meanwhile, has been aggressive on the purple buff. Inbound, Riptide's out of there. Stewart uses the leap to get over the wall. It's still a kill, and the Bolts are up 4-0.
I mean, I don't want to hate on this Baka pick too much, because I understand wanting to try something new. But every time, oh, hold that thought, Lazarus can get very aggressive here on the Scary D. Bracken could be in some trouble.
Yeah, tell me if you've seen this one before. Gilgamesh jumped in and drop kicked someone against the wall. They're stunned and they're chasing him down. Artio and Gilgamesh, do they have the damage to get this one in? With Scary D's pathing, they're going to be able to kill him. It's just a matter of time at this point. So they get rid of the solo laners. 0, 5, and 0 for the right side of the map here. 3 kills onto Scary D, 2 now onto Scream.
Yeah, solid 3K gold lead so far. I mean, there is a few avenues for the Bolts to look for a Gold Fury if they want to go for it, but Barracuda doesn't really have too much damage online. Still just the Dev Gauntlet, so hasn't really backed in a little bit. Right now, level 10, so farming pretty effectively in this lane, getting about 40 stacks on those Dev Gauntlets, and you're getting the Gilded Arrow as well, so the gold lead is going to be pretty solid. But, again, Circle Protection is on the map, so at that point you want to make sure your wards are always down on this gold free. The vision is going to be key, because before you know it, it could just be bursted like about 700 damage, give or take, if you can fully charge it up right now. It's a lot, so you gotta always be watching out for that. Probably closer to about 500, but still, right now, you gotta make sure the vision's strong. But it looks like it's not the Bolts who are going for it. The Scarabs are gonna go for this play.
They have the vision on it. The Gold Fury started up, burned down, and the Scarabs able to secure that. Good ult from Jake, but not enough to be able to steal that one away. Still looking for more afterward. That will alleviate a lot of the pressure of the gold the Bolts have picked up. And it seems like it's going to be enough as well for the Scarabs to disengage on that. So that's a big win for them in a game of otherwise L's that has been handed their way. They're finally able to pick up just a little bit of gold.
I mean, we only have one Baka game to go off of here, and that's when Captain Twig played it a little bit ago. But Golden Blade into Jotun's Wrath was certainly not the build, as Jake will get axed here, take a good bit of damage. Riptide back, they're chain stunning here, you could be gone.
Oh, there's gonna be the shell, there's a silence, Shadowlock misses, dash is good, jump is better, and Scream's gonna put the Scarabs up on the board with a kill on to the support. They lose the Pyromancer in response to that one. So they're feeling, I guess, good about the kill. Maybe not so good, again, about the gold. That is going to kind of help counter that Gold Fury from earlier.
Yeah, I guess the whole point of this is you're probably going to see more cooldowns from Scream, and his ability's doing a little bit more inbound. Going to steal away the Obelisk here, at least get a little bit closer. But Barra is actually going to steal that offering away, and now Bobby's going to have to juke out some autos. 2 crits in a row. This is not some great RNG for you, but Scream's here.
Yeah, Scream's here. Ult from Barra. Forced beads down as well. So Barra has to play carefully over the next couple of minutes. And inbound takes a couple of shots, but you saw some bolts missed early on there from Barracuda. That could have potentially been that kill a lot faster than Scream could have replied. Good jukes from the support on the Scarabs. And just keeping things, I want to say more in a neutral state, right? Like we've plateaued for a little bit. It hadn't been explosive in either side. And with both of the neutral objectives, the big neutral objectives, say for the Fire Giant down, it feels like it's going to be either pick-oriented the way these teams have been going, or more of a stalemate for a couple minutes.
I want to see the Fire Giant pulled right now with Baka minions, but they don't have that much damage available. Awesome Jake is going to try to steal away these obelisks, but inbound's here to defend them. It looks like both of these teams are putting a good amount of stock into this Indra Scepter. The obelisk is going to give them a fair bit of golden XP, as well as that Indra Scepter that's going to help them out with damage. And inbound, you're not going to be able to save this one. There's too many bolts here. You might get trapped here.
Yeah, this is going to be something you have to be careful. Silence into Shadow Lock, into Stun, into Silence again. Wind Gust is good. The walls come through from inbound, but every single offering from that obelisk has been stripped, and they pull a big cooldown off of the support here for the Scarabs as well. They might go for more Shadow Lock again. Drop kick into the wall. Inbound's going to get away thanks to that tier 2 tower. Stewart finally going to start paying a little bit of attention, come around, but it looks like the bolts are trying to run out of this one.
Yeah, Stewart does not seem to want to rotate over at the moment, just sort of pushing his wave as much as he can. He's like, you guys are good, right? I'm just going to keep clearing this, and that does even be the case. This Uller pick comes online a little bit harder, one more item. I'd say Transcendence into Jotuns, you have a lot of damage in your own right, but not too much. Going to jump in to Barracuda here, and just ult the axe, not really wanting to deal with that, but Scream is wrapping around here, and now there's no airstrike. Barra might get dove.
He's under the tier 2.
He's running
those
the whole way.
minions, I was going to say, those minions are helpful. He's sitting on the back of the tier 2 line. Now, that's only enough to stop Scream, and Stewart, I guess, from going that deep. Stewart does get the tier 1 in left, though, so a nice structure stripped away from the bolts. They do still spawn their Scepter. Lasber scoops this one up now, maybe looking for a little more fight in the jungle. But it's just inbound. Is it worth trying to hard commit on them? They might just go for Baronic instead. Silence is there, but no other lockdown. And the tower line for the bolts is not looking healthy.
No, Baronic in that mid lane has pretty much been trying to get that tower down as quickly as possible. Went for the same build he went last time with that Brawler's Beat Stick into the Toxic Blade. An interesting build because you wouldn't really expect it on the Charybdis. I suppose you do get the value, get a lot of anti-heal onto this E set. You can deal with the healing from Barracuda's Dev Gauntlets, that sort of thing. Is Barracuda gonna dash in here, try to take a 1v1 with Stewart, but got the jump available, so we'll just leap away, try not to get chased down. Probably sensed that there was going to be a rotation here. And it looks like the red buff is going to be what they have their eyes on.
Yeah, the duo lane right now is the crit lifesteal versus the Jotun's Wrath Transcendence. It's all cooldowns and ability damage versus I'm going to smack you and heal up. And the bolts, well, at least come out on top of that one. You mentioned it, but the red buff invade came through as well. And we're starting to hover back to that 3,000 gold mark. Not quite there yet, 2,500, 2,600. That's been favoring the bolts. But they would like to expand that a little bit more. Stun from Stewart onto Jake. Goes for a leap to cut off a path. Jake goes the other way, though. With a lot of damage still coming out of Stewart, it's not enough to find the kill. What might find a kill here is Scary D once again under the eyes of 2 bolts, stunned under the tower, and one more hit makes them 0-4-0 Haddix. 2-0-2 right now. The bolts putting a lot of stock into the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, making sure this Kabrakan can't get online seems to be the name of the game. Scream will answer back and find a kill on to Awesome Jake, so that's going to be a nice return because the Gold Fury, Primal Fury, has spawned in here, but Ven has Circle of Protection. Might go for the steal, but can't step up too far.
Yeah, do you want to try to walk into 4 of them? Bear is low. Good stun from Vin, but not enough. Circle of Protection a little bit late. It It is going to get popped, but used nonetheless, and not on the Fury. Lasbra and Haddix are here. Now they're going for more. A double stun from Lasbra. There's the Winds of Shamash, and they're looking for the chase down. Split targets, Boronic and Inbound, both incredibly low, and they're both looking to fall. Haddix takes one, and Lasbra is looking for the other. Doesn't seem like he's going to let up. The Scepter doing more damage than him, but there's the kill. And now Stewart job kicked against the wall. Lasbra takes a lot of damage there from the tower, jumps away to the waiting arms of his team. Great stun from Finn, and it's the Aegis on the other side healing onto Lasbra, and they turn that one around. Scream still picks up a kill onto Vin, and it's going back and forth. Trelly, Scary D's involved in this one, and finally makes one of those zeros a 1 in the assist column. Seems like this time he can escape Haddix and Lasbra.
Yeah, Scream with no ultimate really can't try and defend here, just wants to take away the red buff and get out if possible, but also that means there's not too much DPS. No, just kidding, Barracuda can fly back because Jingwei has that passive, so already back in this Primal Fury, and this one will get picked up. I noticed it during that fight, but Lasbra actually did get his quest and sell it off so he could finish that full serrated edge. It was the Light Blade, tier 1 of like Aussie. That was the item that he got, and he said, you know what, I'm going to sell that. Just a little bit extra gold there. 5-0 on the Gilgamesh. Surprised that he even needed extra gold, but the Pyromancer's being looked at, and it will go the way of the Scarabs.
Jake was there, just a little bit too late. I was wondering, you know, maybe risky to try and just dash forward for that one, especially depending on what ability you're trying to throw. It didn't have a lot of timing going in his favor. So it's a Pyromancer for a Fury. Kills go back and forth, although I look up and I see Lasbra at 5-0 and 4, and that's never a good sign. So it feels like things are getting back.
Unless you're a Bolts fan.
Well, yeah, I guess if you're a Bolts fan, you love it. 3,000 in their favor. You're absolutely happy. If you're the Scarabs, you're maybe not too happy right now, or a Scarabs fan. Maybe not as happy as you could be. But this is where things get interesting. We're talking about Baka as a late game hyper carry. I think we have to add in the fact that there are also 2 Hunters on this squad. It feels like the Scarabs are going to start hitting some big power spikes soon.
You say that, and it is true, but I'm looking at what the Olympus Bolts have done to try and counteract that. Right now, Ven has Jade Emperor's Crown.
That's good.
Awesome Jake has Sovereignty and Witchblade, and Haddix has this Midgardian Mail. All of those scream to me, these auto attackers that you have are not going to be having too much fun. Your attack speed will be slowed if you're near Jake. It'll be slowed if you even touch Haddix, as well as your movement speed. And we have Jade Emperors and Sovereignty to try and lower your damage and raise our protection. So the physical damage dealers of the Scarabs have their work cut out for them right now. Of course, Scream with Butcher's Blade has some true damage there, but the attack speed still is going to hurt.
And now another Witchblade, just in case one wasn't enough. They don't
case.
stack, but Haddix is going to have one, so that aura is going to be maybe ever present. I mean, at this point, what are you missing? You're essentially just missing Horrific, right, for attack speed slows and some damage reduction. Maybe that will be Jake's next relic. I guess we'll find out on the next back. This is a really good counter build, though, to try and deal with that. A lot of shells as well, and the Phantom Shells, so it's even more helpful in their favor. Scream has to use the beads. He's running away in the jungle. Lasbra on the chase, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be enough. With Scary D present, and it seems like maybe they just have a different target in mind. They're going for mid.
Yeah, at this point, anytime that Scream doesn't want to die, he really shouldn't have to, as long as there's some minions to eat and he can run away. But Scary D wrapping around here. He's not going to go for anyone in the mid lane. He's going behind, trying to find Lasbra.
Now Lasbra's low. Barra forced to ult early. Lasbra could go down here, and that's a huge kill. 5-1 and 4 now for the Bolts jungler, but they lose Scream in the process. Jake, he's still a squishy mage, still potential to turn this one around. Haddix kind of leading the forefront for the Bolts. They're surging forward one more time. Inbound throws up the walls to try and block things off, and Haddix does not have a lot to answer this one. Still manages to make it out of there. Boronic throws out the stun, but it's not going to connect onto Venenu. Just a little short. So it ends up going 1 for 1, but a massive kill onto Lasbra. That is a huge weight in favor of the Scarabs.
Yeah, all of that for a 1 for 1, but that shutdown bounty is what you really need to look at there. Killing Lasbra is going to make whoever got the last hit a very happy camper there. So the extra gold is going to go a long way. Stewart is going to confirm these Oracles. Oni Fury not going to be up for a little bit longer, but making sure have this vision on this side of the map is also going to help out. Looking at Barracuda, goes the tried and true build that I've seen so much ever since the Crusher and Aussie nerfs. Just right from crit into the chin size. You want to make sure you're doing damage to the squishies and the carries, making sure you can, the squishies and the carries, the squishies and the tanks, making sure you're able to shred that HP, but also crit as much as you possibly can. But Stewart on the Euler, a completely different side, just going for the Hydra's Lament, wanting that extra auto attack after the axe that's going to do a ton of damage.
Well, Jake apparently had, well, I want to say a good amount of money, maybe not a ton, goes back, full buys the Bracer of Brilliance for his team. We'll see how that ends up affecting them. Looked like it could have been maybe a little more of a fight. Fire Giants where things are going on. Haddix catches out Scream. Baronic, they're over their damage onto Scream from the FG and from the Bear itself. And Haddix is trying to lead the way. The rest of the bolts coming in. Stuns are good, and they're locking down 2 separate members. Scary D's low. Scary D's gone. Vin with the circle of protection picks that one up. Inbound is locked away. The bolts looking for a little bit more, and they're trying to find the body blocks. The Riptide's too good, just not good enough though. The tier 2 tower will not thwart the bolts, and they find a 2 for none.
That's the second time that they've tried to drop the Baka minions on an objective, and the burn was just not there. Scream just not doing quite enough damage. You have Baronic with Executioner, which is going to help your DPS, but it simply wasn't enough. The bolts answer back. They're on the FG, and if you look at your map, there's no one even close to go for a steal here, so this objective will be going the way of the Olympus Bolts. They have FG at about 21 minutes, relatively early, but I would say it was pretty much handed to them at this point. The Solar Scarabs tried to sneak that one, didn't work out, and now they're looking over at Oni Fury. Scream maybe trying to catch someone out who comes around the corner, but they're grouped up. You're not going to find just one of the bolts.
Not only that, they're going the other way, so they're not going to find you there. Still should have vision. Baronic is the target. All of the CC misses. Scream now spotted out. Lasbra caught him. And it's just the question of how do they turn? Do they want to go for the jungler? Blink forward from Scream or immediately onto Venenu. Venenu is in a little bit of trouble, but has backup in Lasbra. Scream has to leap out of there, and now the bolts are looking to find forward. A big 2-man stun from Baronic, and the damage to the walls, they're good. Jake goes inside of Haddix, and Haddix is just trying to run away, but it's not going to be enough. The front line from the bolts taken down, and it's a double kill for Stewart, and moving even further forward. Scream shows some presence on the right-hand side of the map. Barra, in the meantime, was pushing down to the Phoenix halfway on the right side. Bird 3-man stun from Lasbra, and they're looking to turn this around. A great amount of damage from Vin. Gets a kill onto Baronic, and Barra is joining the fight just a little bit late. Leap from Stewart for the disengage. But the bolts, it seems like they still want more.
I mean, at this point, the Solar Scarabs have taken FG off of 2. They're trying to chase this one down. Only 3 strong are the Olympus Bolts, but sitting around a corner, they do have a few different options here. Scream's ult is almost back up. This Jotun's Wrath build is going to help out a little bit. You get that cooldown. You can get a few more regurgitates off in these fights, but the Oni Fury, the real prize of this engagement, has still not been done here. Obviously, with FG, you get the tier 2 tower, and Riot Barra did a good job split pushing, but it looks like Scream's just going to drop the minions onto this Oni Fury with all the bolts here.
Yeah, they see this. They recognize it's happening. They're maybe going for a different fight, though. Scary D stuns out Lasbra. Lasbra takes a lot. 2-man stun from Venenu, though, and the damage is good onto inbound. A couple more shots from Barra, and that's all they need. Lasbra will secure it, and they get at least 1 to start this off. Force the Scarabs away from the Fury. Stun onto Scream. Vin is fishing for a little bit more, but Stewart's here. This is a dangerous position to be in if you are a lowly mid laner. But I don't know if Vin is going to consider himself a lowly mid laner. Good stun from Stu. But is it an overextension? Oni Fury goes to the bolts, and the Scarabs run away.
At this point, I'm surprised that Fire Giant hasn't run off. This fight has been going on for quite some time for the Olympus Bolts. This Fire Siege has a few more minutes left, about 1:40 until that buff runs out. They've gotten the tier 2 tower in right, they get the tier 1 tower in left, and now looks like they have their sights set on this tier 2 in left as well. Lasbra will be pushing the mid lane, so they might have to split up the forces of the Scarabs. But right now, they're going to try to defend this. They're not too scared right now, and Haddix is surging forward.
2-man stun one more time from Vin. Circle protection dropped, and that's going to be there for the heal. Keep this E-set looking good. Scary D, along with Baronic, a lot of CC. Vin is low, but there's going to be a shield. Walks out of it alive, and the Scarabs cannot say the same. Inbound goes down. Baronic incredibly low, as well as Scary D forced to run away, but can they get the full disengage? Bolts, they admired the structure a little bit more. The health bar is not as full as they'd like, and they're going to get out of this one again with another kill onto the Umoja.
As far as Fire Giants go, this one could have been a lot worse if you are a Solar Scarabs fan. The Phoenix could have been looked at, but right now you just lose a little bit of your HP on that right Phoenix. You lose a few towers. You still have your mid-tier 2 tower standing tall, but Barracuda has 4K gold in hand. So that could not, that's not good if you're a Scarabs fan.
That's a lot of gold, Trelly.
That's
like, that's a lot.
If you're Barracuda, you're not going Ornate Arrow. Usually, you should if you're on Jingwei, but Barracuda's been going for the Diamond Arrow, so we'll have to see which upgrade he does decide to go for. But
and he can afford them.
That's a full Diamond Arrow, a full Silver Branch, and probably tier 1, I imagine, Deathbringer at this point, so we'll have to see what he decides to do with all of that gold, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does go pretty much what we just said. He's been playing a lot of Jingwei, what, game 102 now probably?
Yeah,
at
this is
point?
102. He knows the god pretty well. I would imagine after all of that, like almost a 60% or approaching a 60% win rate.
There it is.
And there it is. I mean, you had called it. There's the upgrade. A fortifying shell as well. No Aegis for either of the carries on the bolts. It has been shell for both of them.
That's 3
alongside what
shells
there Jake has. Yeah, that is a lot. And you called it like perfectly. It's the upgrade plus the Silver Branch and the tier 1, presumably to go into Deathbringer.
I do play this game a lot, and I know the gold a little bit. If I had 4K gold, that's what I would have done.
Nah, you're in Bear's mind. You just knew the teleport. Like 4K gold. I mean, again, that is a massive spending spree he just got with the full upgrade as well. Well, we'll see if they can do a little bit more. Scream has to use the ult for a disengage there. And that's a huge deal. I mean, they've been using that more often than not. They've been using it to pull objectives.
But he's just going right back to the wave. All he had to do was fake like he was leaving, and now they're going to have to come. Look, they're both backing. Lasper has to come try and stop him once again. He's like, I already stopped you once, man. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? But looks like the Fire Giant is what the Bolts really want. That split push will be stopped. Lasbra is in left lane currently, and will be spawning here shortly, and then the fight will begin. But right now, Scream and Lasbra are a little bit late to the party. But no one is going to try to pull this one just yet. When the Cerebs did pull this FG, it was because Scream dropped that ultimate, probably wanting the upgrade onto Eye of the Jungle before anything happened.
And I like this pathing from Scream as well. After having just dropped your ult, like all of the minions you've eaten gone, so you have to reset it. And what's he doing? He goes back camps to red buff to mid Harpies, and now back over to mid. It's going to be maybe an engage from the Bolts. Those Screams in their backline if he so chooses. Good stun from Vin. The damage is great. Lasper is chasing down a little bit more, but taking more than he bargained for. There's one shell that gets popped already for the Bolts, and the stuns aren't there. Scream is on Jake, but Scream is getting silenced. Scream's getting CC'd. Scream's getting killed, and it's Haddix with credit for that one. Lasper goes in. Lasper goes down, but not without taking out inbound first. 2 for 1. The jungler from the Bolts is gone. They turn their attention back to the FG.
Yeah, trading jungles wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, but you lose inbound, so now you lose your sustain. If you want to get poked out in this fight, you're not going to be able to stick around. Scary D, though, will have to blink away from the shadow lock from Awesome Jake, not wanting to get locked down. If you lose your tank, this FG definitely goes down. Stewart, though, is so far up.
Shadow lock, beads forced. Aegis still up for Stewart. Veronic goes down into the whirlpool and is able to make it around the corner. Aegis buys a lot of worth there, but is it enough? No, still taken down. Maybe too aggressive from the typical carry on the Scarabs, and then the saving play unfortunately cost Veronic his life.
The question is, do they wait? No, I was going to say, Scary D is going to be here. Do they wait and try to find the pick? 8 seconds on Lasbra if he does want to get that FG buff, but they're not going to go for it with Scary D here. They don't want to try and go for a 50-50, but it looks like they want the fight.
Yeah, Stewart, oh my god, burst down instantly. That Aegis wasn't used earlier, but it finds a lot of utility this time around. Looks like he will stay alive because of it. So Stu's going to go back to the base, heal up, TKO, inbound stunned out, inbound silenced, Riptide, not enough, Shadow Lock there, and it looks like one more death for the support. What a good stun from inbound. Unfortunately, it just buys some time. 1, 6, and 5 for the Emoja. And it has been a cycle, 1 in, 1 out for
Scream's
the Scarabs
back.
constantly.
Yeah, Scream is back, and he will be able to help defend your circle of protection.
No.
Not quite up. Scary
Tell me
D,
if you've seen this before.
You don't have beads, bro. You're not going to be able to do anything. So now Scream has the only steal opportunity, and he's just going to go for back camp. Stewart's going to farm up the left side of the map. The Olympus Bolts will get the Fire Giant one more time, and they're not going to sit here for 50 seconds. They don't care about Enhanced Fire Giant. They want this right Phoenix.
I mean, at this point, Bear has already opened the door for them, the towers. Well, they're missing everywhere except for that mid-tier 2 on the sides of the Scarabs. So that's going to give them a little bit of pushing power. The minion wave is over there. You might lose a Primal Fury for the Bolts, but there's 3 Scarabs on the left-hand side of the map, which means that this should be a very quick objective in terms of the Phoenix. They're going to end up backing here, and that should thwart the Bolts from going immediately for the Titan, but they're still walking towards the Titan room, maybe ready to take the fight, force someone out. Damage seems to be good for the Scarabs, just enough to force the Bolts to play this one a little more safe, and they back off.
I don't blame them for walking into the Titan room there. They had Circle of Protection. They probably had the opportunity to try and end, but not the safe call here. There is still a tier 2 tower in mid and 2 Phoenixes up. If you do throw there, you pretty much just lose the game. It's 30 minutes in, even this far behind. The Solar Scarabs could certainly run it down mid and try at least get the Phoenix down, which you don't want to go for. Look at the upgrades on the bottom right of your screen. You're going to see a lot of them. That's Deathbringer, that's Compassion. I'm pretty sure we saw Soul Reaver finish. There's a lot of upgrades for the Olympus Bolts. They were able to spend up that gold, and now The Solar Scarabs are going to hide behind walls. I don't hate this play right now. If you could find a pick, you could probably shut down a little bit of this push, but doesn't seem like the Bullets are going to split up at all. They are grouped as pretty much 4, as Lasbra is in mid and Ven is not too far away.
And you know, we always talk about this Golden Blade in the jungle, what it can bring to you in terms of clear, especially since it's being picked up on screen here. Right there was like maybe the best example for a late game Golden Blade. That was a massive wave that he just absolutely took care of.
Are they going to base race?
I don't know if it's the call, but that's what they're doing. Lasbra's the one who's spotting this out. Yeah, Bolts are backing. Phoenix is getting pushed down. Lasbra's half health jumps away, and the Phoenix goes down. So the Scarabs pick up mid Phoenix. Can they get out with their lives? Scream, the answer's no there. Barra has to ult away. Stewart's low. Haddix is chasing, but a good Riptide from inbound slows the chase down. Range CC from Haddix not going to connect, and they are continuing the chase at this point. Lasbra, left side jungle,
Stewart
running straight down, and every single bolt is just running forward. Unfortunately, the CC hasn't been there from the Scarabs.
Yeah, the Riptides were enough to get them out, and Stewart has 180 axed both times on a Haddix. But now, sure, you get that mid Phoenix. I guess it will be a little bit harder to try and get that mid Phoenix now, but someone has to defend these right wave fire minions. Lasbra is going to split the opposition and go left, so if you're the Solar Scarabs, you got a small win here, but now you have to try and defend this Fire Giant for another minute 20, so essentially the rest of this push here, it will still be a factor.
Oh, and this is going to be a dangerous spot to be in. Ult from Jake thrown onto inbound. Inbound Riptide's out of there. Left side Phoenix, it's gone, and now the Bolts are jumping in. Barra finds Baronic. The rest of the Scarabs make it back to the Fountain. Scary D's surrounded, but they don't care about the kills right now. They want a little bit more. It's the Titan, and it's the Bolts winning game number 1.
Circle of Protection, pretty much the answer to any Titan base you ever want to go for there. Drop it down, you get the healing, you get the damage, and then you're able to seize that Titan very easily. Ven looked very solid on that east side. I think 8 and 1 was the final kill count there. All pretty much facilitated from Lasbra getting active very early, and the Baka pick being vastly ineffective, we'll say.
I think there were a lot of moments, and we got to see it a few times, where Baka goes in, Baka's silenced, stunned, drop kicked, etc., etc. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find too much. A lot of proactive play from Lasbra, and then just, I'm going to call him out, just nuts, like 2-man, 3-man stuns on those Spirit Balls. Looked really good for the Bolts, but the Scarabs weren't completely out of it the entire time. We'll see if they can put on a show for us here as we move on towards game number 2, right after this.
Here in Game 1, the Solar Scarabs were able to put a decent fight up against the Olympus Bolts, but the builds and the draft of the Bolts have taken around this Solar Scarabs team was just a little bit too much for the Scarabs to handle. I mean, we're getting towards the mid stages of the game, and there's double Witchblade, there's mid-Guardian Mails, there's all this physical protection, attack speed debuff built up here by the Bolts. And Mifflin kind of just made it to where the Scarabs, even when they were able to get to the team fighting stage, when they were able to get to them, they just weren't that effective up against the Bolts.
Yeah, just massive draft diff. Like triple auto attacker composition. You know what I mean? Like one of your in a double hunter comp when one of them's Uhl, it's really hard to utilize that. One of your auto attacker is Bakasura, so like what's he really doing? A lot of split pushing, I suppose. Took out a lot of towers. Scream gave his team a lot of global gold. Never really fell too far behind either because Bakasura is really good at farming. But once we got to those team fights, the Witchblades, the circle protections were just a little bit too much to deal with. There were a couple of moments where I thought, I believe it was a double Toxic Blade pickup from the Solar Scarabs where I saw circle protection didn't get the most value. And I was like, okay, well maybe this team fight's got something cooking up. Maybe there's some value to this. And then I looked at like the Solar Scarabs and was like, oh, it wasn't about the heal. Like they just died to the circle protection. So I think you could probably chalk game 1 up to a massive draft diff. The Olympus Bolts, once they were in that team fight phase, just felt like there wasn't a whole lot they could do wrong into this composition. The couple of team fights that went even, I would argue, were mechanical misplays from the Olympus Bolts, where maybe Lazarus dives a little too deep and decides to trade out his life for Bobby's or something along those lines. But at no point past like 16 minutes in was like, oh, okay, I'm concerned about the Bolts' ability to win. This play right here, though, super sick. Just like, shh, pay attention. Okay.
That's crisp.
Oh, hold on. And then the circle protection.
Oh, wait.
And then that guy dies.
Oh, that's crisp.
It's clean.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm really loving these new camera angles that we're getting with these replays. I mean, I'm not sure if it's all Billy back there doing that one, but if it is, props to him, whoever it is specifically. Okay, I've been told it is all Billy. So Billy, good work on these new angles, man. I'm really loving them for these plays. Really getting some nice dynamic shots there. But first off, it's hard enough to get a double drop kicks done. You know, the person that you kick and then the one person. The fact that Lazarus found a triple during that fight might be one of the coolest drop kicks that we have seen so far out here. And the Olympus Bolts able to find their victory in Game 1. Venenu with nearly 28,000 damage to his name. Not to discount Stewart and Scary D on the opposite side here. I mean, 30k out of the Uller. Typically seen as more of a single target style of character. You get that one full combo on somebody. There goes like 1,500 plus of their HP out there. But able to top out the charts at least for the Scarabs here.
He was. Damage was not the issue for the Solar Scarabs. Well, in a couple of team fights it probably was. But with Stu putting up the most in the lobby and Scary D having a pretty arguably great performance as far as damage output is concerned, especially considering how his game started. First blooded, I believe, at about the 1 minute mark, was still able to make his impact on the match. But the Olympus Bolts, with a superior strategy, were able to take Game 1. Gotta think we're going to see some adaptations from the Solar Scarabs in Game 2.
Yeah, need to see him here as we get ready to jump into picks and bans for Game number 2. We'll see if the Scarabs make some of those change up here. But so far, their strat of the Scarabs in their last couple of sets at the very least has been to get this double hunter style of composition for themselves. Typically one with either an AMC or a Charybdis for that extra little bit of protection shred that comes from those two gods to really be able to help alleviate the fact that they need a second hunter here. But a lot of these SPL teams were kind of past this double hunter phase. They've already gone through and fought these plenty of times before. So we're finally seeing some adaptation up there against it. But the Bolts, as far as their bans are concerned, they're going to keep it the exact same that has been going up against the Scarabs. Osiris, Kleena, and Oleron once again all banned away. The Scarabs will take away Daji, Cthulhu, and Poseidon here away from the Bolts. And that's going to open up, once again, another very early Umoja pick.
Yeah, Umoja, I mean, it's just like a very good blanket lock-in. You're not having too many bad matchups. You're still able to heal your team. You're probably able to control some of those relics. I'm sounding like the exact death segment from Desk 1, but now, all the things I said then still true. I wonder if the Olympus Bolts are going to keep with their same style draft. Is it going to be another salty run back here?
Hey, fam.
Things like it. Yep, this is the exact same.
And they can just keep this one going here. I believe it was Kabrak and Charybdis.
Let's see it.
Solar Scarab. So there's the Charybdis. The practice. I just combined the two of them together.
Hey, you were right to do it.
It's the combo they went with in Game 1. We'll see if it is the combo here in Game number 2, and it is. So far, same top 5.
It's just not going to be Baka.
Out of the Scarabs. No, we can't have the Baka, man.
Yeah, Bolts are banning it, surely. Like that, it was dominant.
It was way too much to deal with here.
All those towers that used to be there and were no longer there because of the Bakasura.
They're gone.
Yeah, no, the Bolts won't let that one happen again. So far, the Solar Scarabs top 3, the exact same. Bolts, similarly, the exact same. Is it going to be the Nox?
That was what they got in game number 1.
I don't see any reason the Bolts would change their draft. Unless they are worried about some change-ups in the bans from the Solar Scarabs. If it was Nox in game 1, wouldn't be too surprised if they take ESET here. I think ESET went largely unmitigated in a lot of those team fights because of the style of draft the Solar Scarabs have taken for themselves. But why fix it if it ain't broke? And it simply ain't broke. The Olympus Bolts, top 3, the exact same. Solar Scarabs, top 3, the exact same. Here come the adaptations.
Whoa there.
Bakasura banned out. We knew.
That's a new one, though. That means we can't have the full salty run back, though. I remember at one point it actually got brought up how many, like, 100% salty run back. I think in the course of the SPL's history, we've only had, like, 3 times where the exact draft has been duplicated from game 1 to game 2 and whatnot, which isn't a lot when you think about how much Smite has been played over the course of now 9 seasons that we've been going here. But the Bakasura ban and the Kali, so the Bolt's still sticking with jungle priority here. Nemesis and Shiva were the gods last time by the Solar Scarabs. They'll still keep the Shiva there, but it's going to be ESET banned away. So we're not going to be allowed to have a full run back on either squad, as both the ESET and the Bakasura have been banned away from game 1 into game 2.
Yeah, maybe Ven goes towards something like Thoth if he wants to play a little bit further back. Wouldn't be surprised if Jean Quis, the selection here either, would fit the style of draft. This dive-heavy composition that the Bolts have been playing so far. So options available for Ven. Doesn't even necessarily need to take his pick here. Can wait and get the full look at the Solar Scarabs draft. Whereas on the other hand, the Solar Scarabs, the only adaptation they're going to be forced into making is a shift up inside the jungle. I was thinking maybe Gilgamesh could be where Scream sets his eyes, taken away now by the Olympus Bolt, so no longer an option. Because it's Scream, maybe Naja jumps out to the forefront. Doesn't synergize overly well with this style of draft from the Solar Scarabs unless they decide to take Charybdis into the duo lane and maybe put like AMC in mid, then Stinger's like a really good follow-up tool for that Windfire Wheels, but as of now, the field's open. You can go just about anywhere with this draft.
Yeah, we'll have to wait here for a moment to see where Scream and Stewart potentially, if this Curtis is going back into Baronic's hands. Success has come more often than not whenever it is Baronic piloting this Charybdis. Hasn't seen that same level over in Stewart's hands just yet. We'll see if he goes back to the Uller. Wouldn't be too upset with the pick, potentially. At least myself, I wouldn't be upset. I mean, the performance he had in game number 1 was good.
A lot of damage.
Did most damage in the lobby, at least as far as that was concerned out there. Just couldn't close out a lot of these kills. Could the Solar Scarabs. They're digging into their bank time here. And it's going to be Morgan Le Fay. And if this was any other team in the league, we're immediately going, all right, cool, Morgan Le Fay mid. But Scream has ran this god in the jungle, and it seems that he might be running it again one more time if this Danzaburo does get locked in.
Danzaburo jungle has just about as many merits as Morgan Le Fay in the jungle, I'd argue. So, like, I'm not even 100% convinced that it would be Morgan Le Fay in mid, or in the jungle. I mean, both are traditionally non-junglers. Both have got pretty decent CC lockdown on gank. One has a cleaner initiation. Camazotz has got flex potential in the mid, so, you know, it could still be Morgan Le Fay in the jungle. You know, it's worth bringing up, all right? I've seen Camazotz mid, okay?
We have seen Camazotz mid, Camazotz jungle, and Camazotz solo. Don't think we've seen a Camazotz ADC.
I think we have. Yeah, I believe so. It's been a while.
It would have been a while. Definitely something
Stewart's
I can't remember. Okay, so maybe it is going to go over there. Man, this is the one thing. It's like watching the Jade Dragons play. You see a god get locked in, you go, that can go to like 4 different people on this team. Oh, that pick? Yeah, I can go to like 3 other ones here. I love watching these Scarabs games specifically like this because of drafts here. You never know fully what these guys are going to do.
No, you do not, and it makes it hard to strategize against them. Luckily, traditional Smite knowledge is traditional for a reason because it traditionally works, and the Bolts have got themselves a much more standard composition, whereas the Solar Scarabs have got the onus on themselves to prove that this completely unorthodox draft can work at the highest level of play. If I had to guess, and I am guessing.
Take it away.
Camazotz ADC, Morgan Le Fay jungle, Charybdis mid, Cabrakan solo, Yamoja in support. That's where I'm going.
All right, well, we'll see if that's where the Solar Scarabs go ahead and lock their gods in. Olympus Bolt's taking a little bit of extra time for their final pick over here for Venenu. Or could be Jake. No, it's not going to be Jake. It's going to be Venenu. Thoth going to be locked in here on the side of the Bolts. And maybe a little surprising with how little we are seeing of Thoth as of now, especially this week. Maybe with some of the changes to the nerfs, some of the flat pen items that Thoth was building have taken a slight damage hit here, but he still has a lot of long-range poke. His passive still gives him quite a bit of free flat pin in there. So maybe surprised to see him kind of fall this far down.
Yeah, Thoth is still incredibly strong. I am curious to see how the itemization changes have affected Thoth, whether or not he's still going to go towards that double flat fen start, whether or not it's going to be a little bit different. I know that Doom Orb's been on a massive resurgence recently, so I'll be keeping my eyes on Ven's build going throughout this game. Worth noting, and I know we've had some fun with the Solar Scarabs draft, if they decide to put these gods in like normal spots, this is a very standard composition. If it's Charybdis in ADC with Morgan Le Fay mid and Camazotz in the jungle, Kabrak in solo, Yamoja support, that is just standard. That's a tried and true Smite comp. But it's the Solar Scarabs, and I just don't think that's what it's going to be, man.
What if they throw us for a loop in the wrong way, where it is Morgan Le Fay mid, Charybdis over in the ADC role, but it's Camazotz solo and Kabrak in jungle, and they throw us for that loop?
Yeah, that's not even a loop, I don't even think.
I
That's
mean,
just like a standard
compared
flex.
to what we've been kind of just going off of here with those other three,
you're right.
could maybe see the Kabrak flex through. So too many gods with too many flexible roles here for this team, maybe for my liking here. The fact that we can say that Camazotz can go to 4 different spots on a team like this, then Morgan Le Fay can go to 2 different roles specifically. These Scarabs are wild, man.
They really are. But what this draft does well is team fight. I think that the dive potential between Kabrak and Camazotz is incredibly high. Your standard damage output from Morgan Le Fay is just going to be that. No matter where this Morgan Le Fay is placed, eventually in a late game team fight, it doesn't matter if you've been jungling for the first 20 minutes. When it's a 5 stack, it's just a Morgan Le Fay. It's just going to be a Kabrak, and it's just going to be a Camazotz. So it's just about when these gods are going to hit their power spikes and what the early portions of the games look like. That's what your role allocation does for you. But if the game goes late and it stays even, you're looking at a very standard composition from the Solar Scarabs, and I think it's one that can work out very well. I'm just not sure how well the laning phase is going to go, depending on where the gods go.
Yeah, I think the biggest question here on the Scarabs and kind of how their early game may go, how their mid transition will be, is really just where these gods are going to line out on their side. But we can take maybe an easier look over here at the Bolts to see kind of where they're going to be going. Let's figure out where all the puzzle pieces fall into place here on the side of the Solar Scarabs. Game number 2 starts right now.
And we'll see where the shuffle ends up over here. As the Scarabs look to bounce back this game. And it is going to be with Stewart playing the Camazotz, Scream on the Morgan Le Fay, and Baronic on the Charybdis. And you know what?
Obviously.
I have no idea. I don't know where to start, man. I'm going to be honest with you. Normally, this is where I say, hey, Trelly, X-Pick isn't in this normal spot. What do you think about that? And then we just start talking, and we hang out.
Well,
I don't know where to begin.
Well, Gore, this is where I make my money, because I do know where to begin.
One of us has to.
Stuart is going into this Camazotz ADC pick for one reason and one reason only. Crusher's out of the meta for your hunters, right? Barracuda is going to go Dev Gauntlets. He's going to get Gilded Arrow, and he's not going to have pressure for a long time. You want to know who is going to have pressure? Stuart on this Camazotz. If he's able to blink in with this Mace build, he's going to be able to just out-damage Barracuda pretty much through the early portion of the game, and that's where Stuart wants to find pressure. I will say, if Stuart falls, if Stuart dies any time before like 5 minutes, this lane is probably just over. So we'll have to keep our eye on that, and we'll figure out if that will happen, because he went Blink, and Awesome Jake does not leave Barra's side. They are attached at the hip for a reason. Right now, if the Nox combo comes through on the Stuart, he will die. Not this second, because only level 2, but I'm saying if he dies before 5 minutes, Stuart's going to have a very rough laning phase. But if this pick does what he wants it to do, he will out-pressure a Jingwei, at least in the early stages of the game.
It seems like, even though he would have maybe expected Stuart an inbound to try and lead the fray, it's going to be Barra and Jake getting a little aggressive inbound half health. Shouldn't be too big of an issue mid lane. Baronic forced a Whirlpool form away. Haddock's on the other side. Everybody's getting low somewhere. It's just a matter of the lockdown. Stewart has got to play this one carefully. Barra dashes away. 3 seconds on that blink just because of the combat timer. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be the engage. A lot of people got real close to dying, and everyone manages to get away with their lives.
Yeah, I'm surprised Stuart used the Vampire Bats there, but Lasbra is on this rotation. And remember, Stewart has Blink, which means he doesn't have bees, which means if he's in combat, he can't escape. And it looks like inbound will be the target as Haddix gets a solo kill on the opposite side.
Absolutely finds himself a solo kill, and inbound manages to make it out of there. So again, up seeing a lot of pressure in duo, a big rotation, and a gank from Lasbra, but nothing coming out from that one. Teleport is now the lock-in for Scary D. So he makes it back to lane, but 0-1, and look, we saw that hit 0-4-0 last game. They really pressured out Scary on this pick.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens now that the Kabrakan has fallen with no teleport available. Your mana is going to be the big issue. Kabrakan likes to use the Tremors on the wave, but the blue buff will be spawning here shortly. The question is, will Lasbra show some face there? Stewart will get locked down, he'll get knocked up, and he might fall. Not enough. One more auto attack.
Oh, so low at inbound. I think just earning the paycheck there. A couple of body blocks, that's all it takes. That keeps Stewart alive. I mean, so close to die. We can take a look, though, at that first blood. What happened over there for Haddix to get this? He starts lower health. And otherwise...
Just clicked Ardio abilities.
Yeah, just Ardio things, honestly.
It seems like Scary D, despite Ardio being the most popular pick right now in solo lane, Scary D forgot how much damage she can do. But we'll have to see how much... Nope, I was going to say we're going to see how much damage Gilgamesh can do if Lasbra shows some face over here. But just going to go for that Harpy. I think probably spotted out by Scary D. But he's walking up here very confidently. That's because Scream's on the way. Morgan Le Fay is going to make the rotation and has ultimate.
Now we'll see how this works out. Good damage from Scream. There's the ult, and one more hit does it. Morgan Le Fay in the jungle. That's the first kill for the Scarabs.
And that's going to be a very key target to get it on. Scream with a lead is going to be super annoying. I mean, I know if you're just joining in and you haven't seen some of Scream's other Morgan Le Fay jungle games, you might think this is a troll pick. You might think that he's getting lucky right now, but no, this is exactly what happens. He finds the lead early. Inbound is going to get knocked up. You're taking a fair bit of damage, but has the Riptide just to escape. Scream is not going to let this gold go to waste, and he's going to continuously get active. He has the blink for a reason. He wants to push this lead. Once he finishes that flat pen item, I would not be surprised if he looked over towards that solo lane again, or possibly over here at duo, just trying to find that pressure where Morgan Le Fay jungle is best, and I think it's right now.
It's going to be fun to watch, man. Again, like you said, a lead, not just a small one. Lasbra still waiting to hit 5. Scream hits 6 and gets the Divine Ruin on board already. So it'll be fun, just fun to watch how this one's going to continue its growth throughout this. Good ganks. And you can see where all of those points are being allocated here as he levels up. Mainly the one. And again, good damage. Maybe looking for another gank. Showing face over there on right.
Lasbra, though, on the... Nope, he's... I was going to say, on the wraparound, they have no idea, but Lasbra also just doesn't care. Apparently, I think he recognizes he's getting very far behind right now if he is trying to back up and just find some farm, so probably just wanting to go back to the farm game. That gank, if it doesn't work out, means he just wastes his time even more. Right now, Scream's level 6. We've already highlighted that fact, so you don't want to spend too much time waiting around for a gank that might not happen when your speed buff's up.
Onto a Kamazotz who just got ult. I don't want to go. I don't want anything to do with Stewart. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna live through it. You can dump all your damage in the world. There's just a few moments where you're going to be able to lock him down. Most of it depending on Jake. That silence is going to be a big aspect of it. Going for the purple invade is the Nox here. There's the ult, gets the purple buff. And manages to force the Scarabs to fall back a little bit. And plus, now you've got Vin, you've got Lasbra getting aggressive in the jungle, at least showing presence over here. And kind of daring the Scarabs to step forward.
I mean, you obviously have Haddix who got the solo kill in right, so you don't have to worry about that. Inbound, definitely going to fall there. Ven gets credit for that one. Still has the ultimate, but they're going to go in. Scream has a lot of damage.
Jake gets out of there thanks to Bera. Now it's going to be the turnaround. Lasbra stunned out. Stewart goes down, and Vin goes massive in this one. A triple kill for the mid laner. Lasbra still alive thanks to the shell, and Vin still pumping out damage. Bera gets the last kill, strips Vin of the Quadra, but they pick up 4 kills on left.
You know what? If this was late game, I would be extremely mad at Barracuda for stealing the Quadra there, but honestly, a kill on your Jing Wei this early in the game is going to go a long way. Barra wants to finish these items. So that was a very early triple kill, and I think Van probably happy to give away that gold at this point. The game is by no means won with a triple kill at 6 minutes. It's only a 1k gold lead, but could have been a lot more. Obviously, Lasbra is still a level behind, so I think letting Barracuda get that last hit there is going to go a long way, making sure he can finish those dev gauntlets. And now we're seeing a tier 2 Voidstone purchase for Ven, so that's going to be a lot of penetration, a fair bit of damage, but also a little bit of protection from that Morgan Le Fay jungle.
You had mentioned it, a level behind for Lasbra, This guy, Venenu, first off, good damage there. Didn't expect it. After inbound, maybe you're not going to find too much. I did not expect the shot from the ult to rip through, get a lot of damage out there to set him up, and then just clean up crew for him. But not only does it do all that, it gets him a 2-level lead. And that's what I was going to ask you about. Is the level deficit going to be enough? We'll have to find out in a second. Inbound low one more time on right. Lasbra able to get out of there, and Jake credit for the kill. Jake is low. Jake is dead. So it's support for support. But guess who's rotated in? It's Vin. It's Haddix. They get rid of Baronic, and they're chasing down Scary D. All they need is a little bit of distance, and they're going to find that one. Another set of kills for the Bolts here. They pick up a few more.
I will say that there's one thing that Assassin jungles do really well that Morgan Le Fay cannot do, and that's get to this Thoth. Venenu right now is free casting, and that's because Morgan Le Fay just can't close that gap. With the blink not available, how are you going to get close to this Thoth? That's what Thoth does best, have insane amount of range and insane amount of damage. Those Assassins that can close the gap finish that off very well. The Bakasura probably would have looked great in that instance, but right now, that's not Scream's job. He really can't get to Ven. Stewart is on that Assassin, which right now is getting outboxed by Barracuda. I already mentioned if Stewart dies before level 5, this is what the lane will look like. And right now, he's sitting at 0-1 because of Ven's rotation, and he's 2 levels down in the lane.
And bouncing back, it was very close to 4,000 experience. Pulls back towards about 3K at the very end there, so you can see how big the difference numbers are. But, 2 levels for both carries on the Bolts, and it's a level deficit only for Lasbra. On that side, Jake gets aggressive, silence and shadow lock, not going to be enough. So Baronic able to live this time around, although maybe not for long. There's the engage. Lasbra continues to jump inbound. This is the worst pace to be in. Does get out of there thanks to the Riptide, but the Bolts are out for blood. 9 kills to 2, and now they're starting to push that gold lead. About 2,500 now.
And that's just what happens with a 4-man grouping in mid lane at about 8 minutes, where Stewart can't match that pace. Barracuda has the freedom of rotating to mid, but it looks like another dash in. Very aggressive and inbound. See you later. Back to base. 5 kills for Venenu. It looks like they're going to be, no, I was going to say Pyromancer might be spawning in soon. Not quite, about a minute off, but Scary D making the rotation. I can't imagine he's able to find anything here. He might be dead, honestly.
Yeah, this is not a spot you want to be in. Shadow Lock, stun, damage over the wall from Vin. And you're just thanking your lucky stars that you are a Guardian at this point, because otherwise I don't know if you walk out of that one. The Bolts are out for blood right now, Trelly. And you had mentioned it, like that felt like, oh yeah, let's go get Pyromancer. It's 9 minutes in the game. Like, they can't even get that on the board. And we're completely forgetting the Gold Fury on the other side of the map right now.
Barracuda had so much gold, he didn't even care about Dev Gloves. He went back for the full Blood Forge because he can, simply because of that fact. You don't have to stack it up. I think he realized, I'm in lane against an Assassin. I probably don't want to have to go through that long of a power spike. I'll get Blood Forge online and then try to outbox as the supports are going to go for a little bit of a battle over the Oracles, and Awesome Jake wins that because he simply has more levels. He has more ability
he's
levels.
A level 9 Nox.
He's doing more damage right now, but look at inbound. He's going into damage. The 0-3 Yemoja, itemizing into what I can only assume is Divine or Spear of Deso, is going to be very interesting here because he's been getting targeted by this Nox. The Nox has been trying to lock him down. Awesome Jake realizes there's no beads on this Yemoja, so that's not going to help him survive much at all.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, I guess is the best way to describe it. What works out for inbound and what doesn't? We'll have to keep watching. Riptides have been good. I'm going to give them a lot of credit. Ults last game, very good. Damage doesn't seem to be doing too much just yet. Got into a Void Stone for Vin. A 5-0-4 Thoth is not typically the item that you see this early on in the build. Maybe you'll see it in a couple of items, but to get it right after the Divine is definitely new.
We definitely don't see it on Thoth, but Ven has been going this on the E set, and I guess he's probably just got a taste of the fact that the Guardians don't do that much damage to me when I build this item, and I kind of get the free cast because, again, there's no physical jungler to deal with. Sure, it's Baronic, but Baronic should never be in range to hit you. Scream has Blink. The Morgan Le Fay is your real opposition right now, as well as Scary D, and Void Stone's going to help you be extremely tanky to both of those targets. So Ven just realizing, right now I'm 5-0. I'm a big gold bounty. I don't want to give that to anyone, so I'm just going to maximize my damage with a little bit of penetration, but also just a little bit of tank stats to go a long way here.
And the longer you stay alive, the more damage you get out.
That
so,
is true.
theoretically, instead of having to get it through in one volley of rounds, well, you'll just stay alive long enough to be able to do more. Seems like the Bolts are finally taking notice. Pyromancer has spawned in, but instead, Gold Fury started up. And I don't even know if they need to go for a zone at this point. Inbound, looks like they'll step forward. They're taking a little while to burn this one down, so it's going to be noticed the Scarabs walk forward. They do have the final judgment to try and secure it. They don't even need it. Inbound just gets rooted, locked down, and killed. Those walls don't provide too much. The Bolts get the Gold Fury and a kill to boot.
Yeah, I was going to wonder, I was like, the Gold Fury sort of bounced around about 1 HP for a little bit there. Did inbound have the bubble to try and steal. He goes for the ult after the fact, probably seeing maybe we can pick up a kill, maybe we can find a pick after this, but the Bolts are just doing too much damage and they're ready to disengage at any moment. Right now, Barracuda sitting at a 2-level lead. In the mid lane, a 2-level lead. Baronic just ticked over to level 11, so almost a 3-level lead at this point. And then we've seen how it's very difficult for Yemoja to survive. Only a 2-level lead in that regard. But Awesome Jake already has Lono's Mask, so it's going to be very hard to kill. We're about to find out how hard it is to kill him because he's getting aggressed upon, but his HP bar not moving too much, at least for right now.
Good walls from Scary D, and that HP bar still not moving too far. Haddix joins the fray. Lasbra seems to be getting ready to jump in as well. It's just who do they want to target? Inbound is the target, and Inbound's going to be the one who falls first. Haddix credit for the kill, and that's 5 on the support from the Scarabs. Now that they surge forward, well, they've got Vin here now, so they've got a little extra damage. Haddix goes deep. Haddix is alone. Haddix beads and dash away. And there's Vin going for a root, trying to find the full disengage. But Scary D, I like where he's getting aggressive, doesn't have anything like a blink. It seems like that's going to be all they get. 1 kill and a run away from the Bolts.
You do get the beads from Haddix, so there could be a return gank if they find some form of pressure. But Scream ticks over to level 12, probably will be able to get beads. But maybe just a shell. I mean, I've seen a few different relics from Scream when he does go for like a Morgan Le Fay jungle, so we'll have to see what he's itemizing. There is a lot of lockdown. Anytime I see a Nox, beads is probably just the best way to go there. Even if Awesome Jake misses the first one, a fair amount of cooldown is going to be built, so you don't want to give him that option to lock you down that easily. So you probably do just want to make sure that you're getting that beads, and it looks like that will be the choice. So he will be able to get that beads now, and the blink. So Morgan Le Fay a little bit more mobile and a little bit safer in that own pick. But going for a little bit of damage is Baronic. Has the chin size, and I imagine the Silver Branch bow is on the horizon. No Stormer crit just yet.
But different than everything we've seen. Every time so far this week Baronic has played this pick, it has been the Brawlers into a Toxic Blade into et cetera, et cetera. So a different look for him, but more akin to what we've been seeing out of the usual carries. It's the Bloodforge Wind Demon startup from Bara, though, changing things up for him. Pyromancer scooped up and taken by the Bolts. And now, I mean, Trelly, they're just in a comfortable position. Look, it's 12-2, and they're sitting at, let's see, 7,000? Almost 6,500 gold in their favor. It's going to be a gank onto Stewart. Look, Bat Out of Hell gets you out of a lot, but can you get out of the silence? There's the lockdown. You need the damage. The beads get popped. Bat Out of Hell is going to secure Stewart's life for the time being.
You said the Olympus Bolts are comfortable. I think it would take a lot to make them uncomfortable in a situation like
They've got like their slippers on, bathrobes are going.
Fully reclined in the Maxnomic Smite chair. They have no cares in the world right now. They might go for a tier 2 at 14 minutes. Why not? Who's going to stop them? Is it Inbound? Doesn't look like it. Seems like he might be dying here if this final judgment connects. It doesn't even need it, actually. Barracuda is critting far too hard with this Bloodforge build.
Now, though, Jake finally caught out a kill for the Scarab. Scream is leading the way, forces Bear to ult. Vin as well running away. Look at Scary D, look at Baronic. They're going for the cutoff path. Blink forwards from Scream, dash from Vin. Farah maybe hung out to dry because of a blink from Scary D. Good walls, and that's going to be the beads. Vin makes it out of there. Barra with no mana left is just far enough away, and the Scarabs only pull back 1.
Yeah, Barra could have been the target there, but I think Scary D saw the dollar signs on Ven's head with a 6-0 bounty. That would have been the better choice to go for, at least trying to, if you could only pick one, going for Ven over Barra there would definitely have netted more gold, but Ven had beads and shell, so there was really no chase opportunity. Thought dash just a little bit too far, able to close that gap. So a little bit unfortunate that Scary D makes the trek over for really nothing, but hey, you got the return kill. You're on the board. That's 3 kills now total, so you only had 2 at that point. You exponentially raise your kills, at least percentage-wise, but it's still 3-13. The gold lead is still very much there. You're pretty much going for some glory steals onto this Fire Giant. That's your best option. Look at Baronic. Can't even step up to clear the wave because of how much range Benenu has on this Thoth.
But I think pressure might not even be doing a service to the way the Bolts are playing right now, 16 minutes in. It has slowed down, though, a bit from what we saw earlier. We're getting into that portion of the game, especially with the beads down from Vin, shells that are down and on cooldown. The Bolts aren't going to be able to leverage even a 7,000 gold lead, maybe as heavily as they have some of the others. But we're seeing Obsidian Shards. Bara just straight up got a Deathbringer right after the Wind Demon. That usually is a sign of being ahead.
And we're at the point where Lasbra thinks that Emperor's Armor is going to get value, so they're going to be diving towers very early on in this game. I think that just speaks loads about how this game has been going. He's like, well, I don't want to tank up this tower too much. Maybe I'll get Emperor's Armor, because you're not looking for jungle fights, Gore. You're looking for tier 2 tower dives. And right now, I think Lasbra's going to get his money's worth with that Emperor's Armor.
I can almost hear him saying, like, I got to dive the tier 2s. It's the only way to do this. I got to get Emperor's Armor. Well, it's Gold Fury started up. Doesn't look like the Scarabs are going to even try to attend this one. Oni Fury. Correction, I'm sorry. And now, my bad. Either way, they get it for the Bolts. Big surprise there. All 6 towers still standing. That might change soon. Right-hand side. A lot of pressure from a minion wave. Scary D's backing in the middle of a lane. Lasbra is just waiting for him. Catches him while he's in the back. Does not get the stun against the wall, though. Under the tower is Scary D. Blink forward. The minion wave's there. It seems like that's going to be enough to stop Lasbra.
That was some extra tower aggro, though. 3 shots Scary D just took because of that Emperor's Armor. So already starting to pay dividends for Lasbra. That was a good stop. And a good little bit of damage, but Scary D, very fast.
When you look at Emperor's Armor,
right,
I never think of the benefits it gives you on your side of the map. I always think of, cool, when we're on the other side, like if you're going for tower dives, but I guess having 50% attack speed, like it's little things like that, Shelly.
Here we go. We're about to see it pay off even more. The tier 1 tower was dove. Scary D very tanky, so tier 2 tower probably also will get dove if they really want to go for this kill. But Scream comes over. They can turn this.
Oh, this is going to be big for them. Lasbra goes in, 2-man stun, and now they've got Bara jumping into the fray. Good crits is all they need. And the damage seems to be there. Jake in the back line, silence and lock onto Scream, and they're forcing the jungler out. Ult a little wide, and Vin coming for the clean up crew. Dash forward, ult forward from Barracuda, and it's a kill onto inbound. Everybody else on the Scarabs gets out of there cleanly, but this tier 2 tower, well, it's in trouble. Now that slowed attack speed helps the Bolts. They walk in, they clean it up, and they can fall back to the FG.
Yeah, Stewart is still alive and around this objective, so Bat Out of Hell, you pretty much can't peel that. If you're trying to shut down any sort of objective steal, that's going to be your best option. A blink in to Bat Out of Hell would be a little bit disruptive, especially on this objective, but looking at the health bars of the Bolts, probably not going to pull this one just yet. There's a phrase where the game is unthrowable, and right now I don't think it is, and you might see why Ben will be picked out now. A huge shutdown for Veronica, and the chase is on. They could find Awesome Jake here. The reset on the ult is here.
And a big bounty that gets taken down. 6-1 and 6 now. With the mid laner on the other side, Pyromancer started up. Pyromancer's getting tossed back and forth. Stewart's low. Bara gets lower and has to dash away to stay alive. The Scarabs are not going to let this game go just yet. They do have to drop the Pyromancer. Maybe looking for some fights on the side. Mid camps is where it turns. Pyromancer pick back up.
They are going to go for this again. Awesome Jake still is around. Does not have the ult up just yet, but it looks like they don't want this objective anymore. Scream's going to go for the ult. They want the pick onto Jake. Barracuda flies back in, though.
Yeah, he dashes forward one more time. Jake's low, but Jake's still alive. The silence doing numbers. Scary D does get the kill, but they lose Scream in the process. Vin still has not respawned, so the Bolts are only working with 3, but that's all they need to make this one happen. They kill off Baronic. They kill off Scary D, and Haddix, he's looking for the last one on the chopping block inbound. Forced to run back to mid lane. Stewart, other side of the world, and the Fire Giant started up by the Olympus Bolts.
Yeah, Stewart ate like 3 crits from Barracuda, then said, hey, I'm going to go farm left side of the map. Good luck. Lasbra is going to die to this FG. He's going to have to jump out. Now that Ben's here, they should be able to pass this one back and forth. But look at this. Haddix is going to shut down the split push in left lane. They are not going to let Stewart get any avenues of farm right now. Trying to hit level 20, not a chance. The RDO is going to catch you out. Now Stewart does have the ult available, so probably doesn't have any fear of getting soloed here, but no free farm. That tier 1 tower will not fall because of that rotation. So now 5 strong are the Bolts, 5 strong is the FG buff, and they've got a couple more seconds/minutes on that Primal Fury, but Barracuda gonna stick up just a little bit for farm, probably trying to upgrade that Ornate Arrow into a Diamond Arrow, actually. That's the one he usually goes for, just a little bit of extra auto attack damage on that upgrade.
And worth mentioning, 5-0-6 for Barracuda. Good slash line on the Jingwei. And you know what? Games 100, 101, and 102 here, they've been really good. I guess this is 103 that he's picking up. And more than happy to continue playing this Jingwei pick. It is the upgrade on the starter. Not an upgrade on the shell just yet, though, although maybe not necessary for them as well as they're winning. I don't know what caused Inbound to be up near the Bolt speed buff, but he's not there anymore. The Bolts kill him off, and it's 0, 8, and 3 for the Scarab support. Now the Bolts in a 5v4 start moving forward, looking for the last couple of towers, maybe a Phoenix here with about 3 minutes left on the power play.
We'll have to see if they are going to go for that Phoenix in the mid lane, and it seems like that's what they have their sights on. Haddock's a little bit far behind, just a little bit at the moment, and they have already Lazarus going to jump in at this point. Look at that Phoenix, it's already gone.
Yeah, taken down, but not burned out just yet. The Phoenix is still alive. The damage is out there. Finally, they kill the bird, but can they get a little more? That's what the chase is on for. Stewart, bat out of hell to the other side of the planet. Scary D killed off. The Bolts picking up more onto Inbound. Front line gone for the Scarabs. Bolts repelled off the Titan for now. Jake dashes forward. Baronic eats way too much damage, and they're looking for the 2-0, this time in a commanding fashion in game number 2, but they're playing with their food just a little bit. The damage onto Scream, onto Stewart is there, and Barra puts up another one. 7, 0, and 8. The Titans' health is falling, and they're gonna take game number 2, 22-5.
Barracuda is critting for like 700, even in base. Stewart, you are not safe from this Jingwei. Game 102, game 103, whichever one it was. Bear plays a lot of Jingwei is the point. Looked extremely solid, especially just backing, fighting a Bulwark, the Bloodforge into the Deathbringer. Just so many crits. Barracuda looked vastly unchecked that game. It didn't seem like anyone could really stop the Jingwei from free casting, and Manenu got a triple kill at like 5 minutes.
And you know what? I was actually going to talk about that. For the first 4-ish minutes, it didn't look great for the Scarabs. Things were going in favor of the Bolts, but it was typical early game stuff, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, it's like 1K, who cares? Shrug it off. And then the triple kill happens, and from that point forward, the Bolts just didn't stop. I mean, it was foot to throat. They made sure the Scarabs were put down, and they elevate themselves as well up in the standings. It's going to be a big shakeup. The Bolts win in 2 games here. We're going to break that one down, look at tomorrow, and take a peek at those standings right after this.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the Olympus Bolts victory here in our second set of the day in the SPL. A win up against the Scarabs will mean that the Olympus Bolts push themselves up to first seed. We're going to take a look and see if they're able to hold that first seed here, depending on how the rest of the week goes. But that game was dominance from, what's the phrase you use here, Mifflin? Minute 1 to minute done
Bro,
is the way?
You can't steal this one
I
from
gave
me,
you the
man.
I gave you the credit to it at the very
but
least.
You said it, you know, like I could have said it.
You want to say it, Mifflin?
No, it's already been said.
Okay, all right, fine then. But dominant performance nonetheless here out of the Olympus Bolts. They, I believe we've talked about kind of draft diffing a little bit here against the Scarabs in Game 1 and Game 2 now.
They do not learn. They just simply did not learn their lesson, man. That was tough. That was a tough one.
It was very tough. You know what would make this a little bit easier for them and for everybody, though? They had a Prime Gaming sub. If you make sure you get some Prime Gaming out here, you can get some really cool games. There's some pretty cool stuff that's out there. We keep talking about Oblivion, but the one that really caught my eye during that ad was Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. I think on my day off, I'm going to have to get that one and give it a try just to see what it's all about. I can't immediately tell just from the ad what it's all about, but it looks
Are you
like...
sure? It seems like it's in the title.
I mean... That's kind of the title of what that goes to, but as far as the actual gameplay, maybe kind of it gave me like Binding of Isaac feel out there, so it could be a real fun game out there. So make sure that you use your Prime Gaming sub to get some of those cool things. If you have Amazon Prime, make the most out of the bang for your buck there by using that Prime Gaming. You get a free Prime sub as well on Twitch. If you don't have Amazon Prime already, go ahead and get it, and then make sure to make maximum use out of that one here. But now, with this one, the Olympus Bolts getting their victory, they push themselves up to the top of the standings. They look good at doing so here, Mifflin.
They really do. I mean, there was not a whole lot of fight back potential from the Solar Scarabs. I mean, at one point, I think it was like 30 seconds in, I said GG, and then like 20 minutes later, I looked up and Bobby was like 0-7, dying on their speed buff alone, and I was like, maybe the Olympus Bolts are on to something here. Maybe this might just be a dub for the veterans, and it really was. Draft diff, I think, is probably the operative word. Just felt like the Solar Scarabs compositions didn't really have a whole lot of opportunity to fight back in. I believe, what was it Trelly said? If Stu doesn't do something by level 6, he's probably not going to do something by level 20. And nothing happened pre-6, and I'll leave the rest of it up to the fans at home whether or not things happened by level 20. The Olympus Bolts, they just made a show of it. And it's not often the Olympus Bolts are a team to like farm you in Fountain. They just don't do that super often, and they did it here today. I think that's a good indicator of the confidence they were playing with.
Yeah, I mean, from, what was it, like 5.5 minutes in, it's a Venenu triple kill, and Barracuda grabs one in the midst of all that. So when you get a near deicide barely 5 minutes in the game, it might be a good indicator of just the status of how this game is going out here. The Scarabs continue to try these kind of weird compositions. Sometimes they work. This time, it doesn't quite stand up. Stewart not really able to get the ball rolling on this Camazotz ADC. Scream getting some waves starting up here on this Morgan Le Fay, but like you say, once we get out of the initial 10-15 minutes of the game, it just becomes another Morgan Le Fay out there on the map, and this one here at 2-2-3, so not the worst overall. Inbound, though, probably suffering the most here on the Scarabs, 0-9-3 to end this game out.
And that right there is why he's not on any of our fantasy drafts.
No, he is
0-9-3.
No, that is definitely not why I have him on my fantasy draft.
Oh, he's on yours?
No, he is not. That's
okay,
definitely why I don't have him on mine.
Yeah.
No, I have wronged you for my support on that. So definitely a step up as far as fantasy points were concerned here. Barracuda, 25,000. To be fair,
that's why he's on my fantasy draft.
To be fair, he started the game out with Bloodforge, Wind Demon, Deathbringer.
Yeah, he was owning. He owned.
I think that's a understatement.
Yeah, you're right. He owned.
Oh, we're going way back. So I don't think I have heard that word in probably 12 years, Mifflin.
Well, you can get that little calendar thing, you know, days since pwned.
Days
now
since
0.
pwned, it's now set to 0 here. Thanks to our friend Mifflin over here. We've got Barracuda, the pwner, in the that felt weird to say. The
Yeah,
guy
do
who
the interview, man.
who pwned Stewart in lane. I'm just gonna jump over to. We got Barracuda here.
I don't want to do the interview.
Standing by.
I'm just gonna walk away. I don't want to be known as the
You know what?
boner.
You have shoes on. What the heck, Barra?
Okay, yeah, I kind of goofed. I'm just so hungry, so I'm just ready to like skedaddle and get me some food because I'm starving.
Talking about, well,
it started so late.
And you got here very early, as
did.
made obvious by the interview. You got here like 1:45, expecting your set to be maybe like 15, 20 minutes later, but
Yeah,
now you're here.
It's 6.
That's not how it worked
Oh,
today,
hey, look,
unfortunately.
look at
You
that.
know.
That's a nice little picture right there.
Oh, that's adorable.
That
I
could be
love
your new
that.
profile picture.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, I'm just starving.
Well, hopefully we won't have to keep you here very much longer,
Oh, you can
Barra.
ask as many as you want. You know, I'm known as the poner now, so anything else you want me to like label me as is fine.
I think we have you. What is the bread man was,
Yep.
was one that was labeled in that interview. Apparently, right now the shoes wear instead of
this
instead
is
of your
terrible.
socks. That's
It's so uncomfortable.
yeah.
man.
I can
I'm so tight down here.
I can tell
My
that
range of
you are
motion.
out of your groove right now. You guys are done with your season at least for now. No more games to go through. As you guys get ready for the seed, I believe you're just waiting on the results of the Jade Dragons. I mean, how does it feel bringing yourselves up here to the top 4?
Really good considering it's LAN, which I think previously, like last year, and on the major tournaments, I think we struggled. And I think for us to have a full LAN league and for us to play well and potentially be first seed, not that I really like care that much if we are first seed, it's just cool to be potentially first seed like this late, you know, in my career. It's pretty cool. And yeah, just happy the boys are playing really well.
Yeah, you guys played real well today. I'll let you get out here so you can go get some food. Celebrate with the
Yeah,
guys.
I'm not really sure what I'm saying right now. I'm just like shooting words out of my mouth.
Maybe take your shoes off so you can kick back and
True.
relax. Thanks for stopping by. Congrats on the win today, Barra.
Thank you.
He surely drives with shoes on. Like,
I do know some people who do not drive with their shoes on.
yeah,
though.
you shouldn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Even if you're just wearing the socks, so drive with your socks?
No shot, dude. Come on.
You go, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is he's got socks under the shoes, so do you think he just goes barefoot to drive in the car?
No, I said surely he drives with shoes on.
Oh, well, hopefully so. Hopefully, I hope that's the case out here. Let's take a look at the schedule, though. This is only day 2 of our final week here in Phase 1 of the SPL, which means we still got one more day to go. And it's going to be a triple header starting off at 11 a.m. tomorrow. I know it's a little bit earlier, but hey, this is our 4th week doing it now, so hopefully by now you've been able to round that one into your calendar. We'll start out with the Camelot Kings and the Valhalla Valkyries. Then there'll be the Leviathans, the Dragons, and the Tartarus Titans and the Oni Warriors as our final set of the day. The Valkyries found their first win in such a long time here today up against the Leviathans and up against the Kings tomorrow. If the Valkyries find another set win, they bump themselves out of 8th seed. They can take that 7th spot away from the Scarabs with the win tomorrow.
They could, but the Camelot Kings, who have been stumbling recently, I'm sure would love to find another win, and I don't think they're going to take it easy on the Valks, even if they are riding a high of a dub.
It's a very close race here at the top of the standings. The Titans and the Warriors, that set will determine which of those teams
they're already beating
can
the
break
Scarabs.
into the top out there. Well, the Titans and the Warriors. Sorry, my bad. Did I say the Scarabs?
Yeah, you said the Valks would jump the Scarabs.
Right, the Valks,
yeah, they're already beating them.
Well, that's because it's 1-5 versus 1-6. Do the math there.
Oh,
The
you're
fraction is
right.
bigger on the 1-5 there.
Yeah.
But tied so far with Titans and the Dragons, both sitting in that 2nd seed. The Olympus Bolts, with their win, are waiting on the results for the Dragons to see if they're going to hold that 1st seed, though. Because, again, I'm not 100% myself on the plus-minus. We'll definitely have a little bit more info on that one tomorrow to see if that one is going to be the end there. But any sets tomorrow is kind of sticking out to you here, Mifflin?
I mean, like, I said last week that I got Camelot Kings against the field, and then I
here we go.
immediately ate dirt. So I'm hoping we get a look at the Kings that I was expecting last week, maybe one week late. So first set of the day, I'll be here bright and early, 11 a.m.
Yeah, we'll all be here, and hopefully you'll be here too. 11 a.m. tomorrow, right here on the same place you've been watching it the whole time. On the help of myself, Mifflin, all the casters, production behind the scenes. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Well, howdy, folks. Welcome into the Smite Open Circuit. It is Phase 1, and we are in week number 3. We find ourselves in Europe once again. My name is Dimes. I'll be bringing you that play-by-play action. Joining alongside me, as per usual, the illustrious Alpha Jackal, making me look more intelligent than I am with some excellent analysis. Mr. AJ, sir, we've got some familiar faces coming at us this evening, and a couple best-of-ones and a best-of-3 grand finals.
Yes, indeed. We have a returning champion from last week, JTTM. We have the team that they beat in the finals. We have the Yoruba Rabbits, who we'll be seeing in our second game, take on the Radical Rodents, a team that definitely underperforms given that illustrious standards that they would set themselves to with their roster talent.
And we also have a brand new team, at least in terms of broadcasted games go here for the SOC. No Lead, No EXP, taking on JTTM for our first best of one of the evening. Like I said, brand new to the Smite Open Circuit stream, at least. That's Samaru, Mr. One, Aim Blue, Dark, and Romeo making that team up. So I'm excited to see how they take on last week's champions.
I'm really excited as well. I'm excited to see a fresh new face in this casting side of things, at the very least. We're seeing what exactly they will bring. Will they bring something new that we've not seen before? Will they bring a strat that we've not seen before? It's one of those things that could even start to propel them into potentially getting into the final here in a good upset.
Well, let's check in with picks and bans and see how these two teams go ahead and draft. Once again, JTTM taking on No Lead, No EXP. We've kind of become a little bit familiar with JTTM's draft style after watching 3 games of them last week. So I'm quite curious about how No Lead, No EXP fights into that. Now, I do have to say that for JTTM, seeing a new ADC joining them this week, Maestro DC, taking a week off, being replaced by Load.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll really notice it too much. If you have 4 players and you bring in an experienced 5th, as Load is quite experienced in the European side of things, then you really don't notice it too much if they're gelling quite well. And they would have had their choice of quite a lot of people there to replace for this week. You want to be joining in with some of the top-level SOC teams. You're going to have a whole host of applicants looking to get that sub spot.
It's going to be Thoth and Kepri, the first 2 bans for JTTM, and a Shiva snap ban for No Lead, No EXP. Shiva, we've seen him in solo, more popularly in the jungle as well, a brand new god. And what does Shiva bring that he's a first ban for No Lead, No EXP?
Well, he doesn't necessarily lose lanes at all. He's got good poke, good fight potential. He synergizes well with quite a lot of the items that are out there right now. But more importantly, his flexibility into the jungle, because his early game damage and mid game damage specifically is quite extreme, whilst also being able to retain that slight tankiness that he brings to the table, and then that late game dive ability, being able to do quite excruciating bits of damage, but also the surprise block stacks that you can get against hunters. Those are invaluable in those late game teamfights, those late game dives, just make him an absolute nuisance and a nightmare to deal with for backline divers.
And No Lead, No EXP going Kalina Bastet for their final bans. We saw Duduinger take, Gilgamesh into the jungle last week and absolutely performed to high expectations on that god. So we know the jungler for JTTM can absolutely pop off and run games. No Lead, No XP, wanting absolutely none of it, taking away 2 jungle picks. And now we see that Yamoja is going to be the first lock-in for JTTM. Still strong ever since she was released into the game. She has healing. She has movement on the map with those Riptides, of course, ultimate that can engage an entire enemy team, break up a team fight for disengagement. She's got pretty much all of it. Not a surprise to see her first picked in this role.
Not a surprise at all. And what this does is it shoehorns the mid laner into picking somebody with a leap or a dash. or to pick you somebody that has excruciating damage like an AMC, just to really swoop my point underneath the rug right away to make me look like an idiot. But those are the two ways you really deal with Emerger. You either have a leap to get out of the walls, or you turn and burn her when those walls come up. The AMC definitely the latter rather than the former in that instance.
And we've seen AMC played almost exclusively in the mid lane these past couple weeks. The power, the damage, the clear. Typically, you would like to see someone with a little bit more movement, but AMC plenty of protection, especially in that mid 3v3 with support and the jungler. And a point here, we're still in the old patch, so Crusher meta, things of that nature, things that apply. We're still in 9.3, so keep that in mind in these picks and bans.
Yeah, and there's no surprise that we see Medusa this high up. You're going to see quite a lot of those damaging characters picked up still. You may also still see those Guardians, which have been seeing a resurgence in our newest patch, picked up a bit more as teams start experimenting with it in this week before playing it properly in the next one. But the double Guardian so far for JTTM, no surprise to see that quite strong front line. Over there, good engages, good heal. It sort of almost has the whole lot there in what you want from your front line.
And with that second Guardian pickup, would you be surprised to see another Hunter picked up for either the mid lane or to swap into that ADC position and then a third tanky jungler or even another Guardian in the jungle role to finish out that team?
It wouldn't surprise me, especially given JTTM do like to go in for these objective playstyle compositions, and a double Hunter would definitely put forth into that. The question is, who do you pick? Do you put Medusa in the mid lane and then pick more traditional ADC? You're talking about sort of like your Hachimans, your Rams, who aren't particularly stronger right now until that 9.4 patch? Or do you risk the
still
fact
on the
that
map.
they're going to ban out maybe Ulla? Heimdall is indeed, but if No Lead, No XP have done their homework and have realized that they do like these double Hunter compositions, Heimdall's one of the first bans I'm going to be thinking of.
Well, we did get a jungler ban, Kamazat's the first shot from No Lead, No EXP. We'll see how JTTM responds here. Didn't even mention that Dodgy was picked up first overall for that jungler role out of the red squad, and Ganesh, the support character for No Lead, No EXP as well. And Bologna going to be the return.
No surprise to see the Ganesh whatsoever. He seems to be a mainstay here in the European side of things, and started to creep over into SCC and SPL play as well, sorry. So Ganesh, definitely one of those higher value picks. Now that the Kepri has been taken off the table, one of the true support Guardians that's still left on the table, that still fulfills that role of being an aggressor.
And now that these drafts are sort of coming to culmination here, you can see No Lead, No EXP's idea, right? Dodgy, single target damage, burst down. Amu's and Cobb provides a ton of burst with that stinger coming in. Ganesh with some of the best lockdown in the game, of course, that clear obstacles, a stun and knock up, tons of CC there. No Lead, No XP looking to take one target and make them disappear off JTTM's side.
Yeah, if I'm Umoja, I'm scared to walk up and place those walls, because the second I do, I'm getting ohmed, so I can't place the walls, then getting knocked up and getting hit by an AMC stinger, and oh look, I am now dead because it's Crusher meta, and I've got nothing I can really do to protect myself from this.
Not the bees. Osiris and Bologna taken away from JTTM, and Fenrir, the response from No Lead, No XP. So it's going to be a chalk pickup going into the solo lane for the red team. Not a surprise there. A little bit more, got some silence, you got some AoEs, some more big circles to go along with that single target damage. So maybe trying to round out this comp a little bit, make it a little bit more balanced, just kind of move into that mid-game, late game where you aren't necessarily looking for single target picks. You're looking for more all-around engagement. And JTTM, we'll see if that double hunter comp comes to fruition here.
Yeah, but you're giving Cerberus a matchup that they really want in the solo lane. They want to go up against somebody who's got high amounts of healing, because they'll just gobble some of that up, be able to sustain themselves in lane as well, and return some of that damage. But I was afraid of this. I was afraid that this was going to make its return. The Kali performed oh so very well last week, and No Lead, No XP did not take heed into this. This is scary times right now.
So if you do recall, the first time that Duduin pulled out the Kali, we saw an F6 just a few minutes into the game. I mean, it didn't even last the entirety of the game. It wasn't even a Titan kill. It was a full-on surrender vote out of the enemy squad against JTTM. So we know that he can pilot this to success. We'll have to see if that's repeated in this match. And a Merlin, the final mid lane pickup for, or excuse me, wait. So Amu's and Cobb going into the Hunter role then with Merlin the pickup here.
Yeah, it's going to be going into the ADC role. Not something we usually do see, but against the Soul does have a decent matchup. Those extra movement speed from the Hives can help him get away from the Supernova, make him able to juke out that Stellar Burst a little bit easier. And then the burn potential of just trying to kill the Soul before she gets into her incorporeal form when she disapparates. It's fantastic for AMC. So I expect a lot of pressure from both sides to go on towards this dual lane. Early Gold Furies. Quite a quick game, this one, is what I have on the cards here.
Well, let's see how it all plays out as we head into the battleground of the gods. Our first game here in the Smite Open Circuit in Europe. And you know what that felt like? It felt like no lead, no EXP were looking to take that Amuz and Cobb into mid. And then they saw Duduin lock in that Kali and just absolutely no shot. Like, they were like, this Kali's going to get 3 kills in 9 minutes, and it's going to be game over. Let's maybe switch the draft up a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see there's a little bit of a different start here. Teams opting to do this one now that obviously there's been some changes across the map in terms of some of the XP that's available on some of the camps and some of the camps availabilities as well. And what this does is it does get your ADC to level 2 straight away, meaning you can look to try and pressure out a little bit earlier. But the fact that no lead, no XP went for the traditional start, they should have the clear advantage.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of action in this lane. I start and load, pairing up with excellent clear, the combination of as Duduin moving in early on the Kali into no lead, no EXP's jungle, looking to take an early advantage against Dark here. It's going to be a blink in, no follow-up. There's going to be the leap. It's going to be a slow tick damage going away onto Duduin, but no return. It's just going to be a full disengagement. So the blink burned for Dodgy. That's going to be down for 2 minutes.
I love that. Oh, aim sequel right low. Plus purification beats as well. That's not something I really expected. Also, just bloodshed going on left, right, and center here. First blood in mid lane.
There's absolutely no waiting around in this one. No lead, no EXP. Jumping out to an early first blood. That one went on the Merlin as well, with kill assist given to the Dodgy. So that early invade from Kali not exactly working out in the favor of JTTM.
No, but hey, I did say a fast game, and I didn't expect it to come from the mid lane. I expected it dual lane is where the first one was going to come from, and it almost did happen with the fact that AMC had to use his speeds. But I liked what the Kali was putting down with that invade early on. One of the worst parts of Dodgy is this early game spree, especially if you don't have Mannequin Scepter. Your damage output is just so low compared to what the junglers. You feel incredibly weak in that 1v1. What do? You try and punish it. You invade early. You slow down their game. But great defense here by Lorenzo to just try and secure some experience for his team.
I would like to check on Lorenzo here for a second. Going with the Bluestone Morningstar start on the chalk. Totally eschewing defense as Low takes down Samaro. JTTM finding their first one as the newcomer ADC finds the first kill for the blue squad here. It's going to be a blink in, a 2v2 engagement over on the solo side. Dark falling very, very low, going down to personalized on the Cerberus. Now Duduin looking to be in trouble here, but don't worry. The Doggy has the body block. Shock throws down an axe. It's going to be a leap away from the Kali. And JTTM walking away with a kill on the right side of the map.
Shock's not giving up the chase, though. He wants to try and evade back onto this blue buff train get suddenly because he knows that Duduin is low. The axe comes over, but it's not going to be enough to secure. Personalized does get his blue buff. Great play by JTTM. Again, putting pressure early on this Dodgy, trying to stop from hitting this level 5 as soon as possible, which is brilliant play. Identify the weakness and play up against it.
I really appreciate Duduin's play here on this Kali, looking for that early advantage. And JTTM is not letting up this duo lane at all. Load already finding 1 kill over on the left side. They are not opposed to just continuing pushing the lead, not letting up at all, taking away all the neutral camps as well. Once Load builds a lead here on this Soul, already 2 levels over the Amuz and Cobb, there's absolutely nothing the B can do except throw the honey out, look for the easy clear, and then step under tower to save his own life.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a decent matchup here for the AMC, but JTTM have played it perfectly. They've got this emoji here just to try and stop this AMC, to stifle it a little bit more, and he's trapped here. There's no escape for him, no beads, remember.
The wave crashing down, Samaro dropping very low on Miamu's and Cobb, but Load getting it turned around with Dark's rotation. The Dodgy finds one onto the Soul. Now Iceheart is the next target. No lead, no EXP backing off of this one, but the Medusa rotating it from mid lane. Other taking down Samaro with the Petrify on the Medusa. So AMC down. Now Iceheart being traded out, and Other finding a double kill onto Dark. Blood raining down here on this duo side. It's going to be a 2-for-1.
Saves JTTM Hearts there, does the other another with a perfectly timed rotation, picks himself up 2 kills in the process and saves himself. More importantly, saves his dual lane from getting caught up on. AMC gets punished for sticking around with a bit low HP, and now could potentially be a purple buff invade with Duduin making his rotation over here as well.
It was perfect timing finding those 2 kills. Now Duduin making his way over, having to burn those beads very early on in order to escape danger. And with just no backup, seemed to be a bit out of position on the enemy side of the map is Duduin. But now it's going to be reset, so action calming down for just a moment here on the map, allowing us to take a look on the overall state of the game. JTTM jumping out to an early lead here of just about 300 gold, of course, losing first blood, as Dark finds Load doing his purple buff on the backside. Just an easy kill. It doesn't look like Dark even took a tick of damage off of that.
Exactly what you want here for no lead, no XP. Get your MC back into the game, get your MC nice and steady and set up for this mid portion of the game. Try and get him to get his Transcendence online as soon as possible, because that's a huge power spike for him, which will then allow him to turn the lane back on its head. The silence from the Ohm, not going to be good enough. Darwin Pillars force the beads, and that should be everything for this engagement. Don't forget, Daji has the Paolo available.
She is not done. The powwow hits one. It's going to pull in Duduin, but Duduin has that destruction ultimate online. Kali ripping away. Not going to be enough to... Yes, it will be enough to finish off Mr. 1 on the Ganesh. Not the target, so not the full heal for the Kali, but it is going to be a 1-for-0. So what was originally an engagement on the side of no lead, no EXP, a little slither away from the Medusa, and a kill for the Kali.
It's happening again. He's got away at low health once more. It's not going to be the F6 this time, because he's not going to be able to go 9-0 and 6 in 15 minutes. Or is he?
I guess we'll have to find out. The Crusher is online, so the bleeds will be ticking away on that second ability from the Kali. I mean, from here, it's just going to be a snowball. Yes, there is a bit of a level advantage on the side of Daji and Dark in the jungle for no lead, no EXP, but it's very minimal. Kali's going to make that up in just a moment, and now it's just going to be pressing the lead. But JTTM comes out aggressively. Kali invades early on in the jungle, right? Load takes an early kill over in the duo lane. No lead, no EXP, not deterred, matching aggression with aggression of their own. So it seems like either team wants to fight anywhere, anytime.
They're more than happy to. I mean, their compositions really do lend themselves to nice early game fights, big impactful ultimates on either side, especially from supports and, well, I'd say mid laners. Merlin doesn't really have that big impactful ultimate, but that stance change to give him a refresh of abilities can be a little bit jarring in fights if you're unprepared for it. Once again, coming for the invade, I think Sol's going to notice it this time.
They should have seen this coming from a mile away. Load barely making it out with that to separate. Now into the powwow is Dark. Will find the first kill onto the Soul. Pulls in Isard. A wonderful silence out of the Ganesh is going to make sure that Yamoja goes down. No problem. Now Dark with a couple friends to make sure that they can back to safety. Back to the base now, healing up. It's going to be a 2-for-0 on the side of no lead, no XP, and this fight is not over.
Oh, Duduin nearly got caught there on the Darwin Pillars. The beats are good. Yes, the ultimate destruction does save his life for long enough to pick up the kill onto Samaro. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for support.
Now they're just chipping away a little bit at this Ganesh, who is retreating back into their own jungle. So more blood spilled on the battleground here. Evens it up 6-6 in the kills. Oh, Daji found a Medusa in the middle of nowhere. Dark taking down Other in the mid lane, just lacking.
Early game damage, not so scary for the Daji. Mid game damage, you better believe you're feeling it, especially as a mid laner. It doesn't have the crush, but is elected to go into the Brawler's Beatstick, and I like that decision. JTTM have got quite a fair bit of healing on their side when you look at the fact that it's got the Soul in ADC. You want to stop that healing coming out from her first ability. You want to stop the healing coming out from Emergent T-Wide. Most importantly, you want to stop that Kali from getting resets with her passive.
Speaking of the Kali, jungler for jungler, Duduin on the Kali, taking out Dark on the Daji in Dark's own jungle. So a little insult to injury there, and now Kali can do whatever they want to just wipe the red side of the map. No lead, no EXP. Tied 7-7 with JTTM in kills, and tied straight up in gold at 27,000 as well. So this game is dead even, about 9 minutes into this one.
It is balanced on a knife's edge. I wouldn't recommend for both of these teams to maybe look over at this left-hand side of the map, get their ADCs a little bit more involved, and try and push for a Gold Fury. I mean, both of them have Both of them have compositions which can deal a lot of damage to these objectives and burn them down very quickly. You have a look at No Lead, No XP. They've got a Merlin and Darji, and they also have the Ganesh and the AMC. 4 gods which are built to take down these objectives with the high burst potential, especially with the Ganesh Dharmic Pillars. Over on the other side, you have 2 ADCs and Akali of the jungle. What's more to be said?
Over on the solo lane here, both junglers have joined their solo laners, and already Cerberus dropping low is pulled in on the Palau, goes down to Dark for kill number 1. Duduin has no choice but to skedaddle away, so a 1-for-0 over in the solo lane. Fire Giant spawns down on the map, and now a power play for No Lead, No EXP for just a few minutes here. Choosing not to invade, choosing not to look for an objective, just taking the kill, backing off, and resetting to farm a little bit. And, I mean, the action all game long has followed these 2 junglers, Duduin and Dark. 3-0-1 for the Kali. We're looking at 6-3-2 already for the Dodgy on the side of No Lead EXP. So basically, keep your eyes peeled on the mini-map in the top right corner there, as Pyromancer getting chunked down very, very quickly and will be confirmed by No Lead, No EXP. But to my point, just keep your eyes on the mini-map in the top right corner, and wherever those 2 junglers go, kills are sure to follow.
Kills, objectives, whatever you want, really, you name it, that's what's going to follow there. Action is definitely the name of the game, and No Lead, No XP taking a slight lead in that action column with that 8 kills to 7. Let's see that solo lane kill. And now that objective, the first one of the game, the Pyromancer, taken out. Gives him a little bit of a time to farm up a little bit more efficiently by coming out of base a bit quicker. But once again, Duduin not deterred by the fact that he's behind. He's looking at the
Where are they? They're just in the middle of 4, in the middle of 3, an absolute no man's land, looking for anything that they can to strip away.
That's a bad place.
Ooh, the lazy back surrounded by Dodgy, dashes in, the destruction used. Can they find? No, the tick damage is not enough. Pulled in by the Palau, but Samaro on Amuz and Cobb taking down Duduin, who was in the middle of literally nowhere. There were no camps up, just looking for a pick and paying for it.
I don't know if he was trying to bait there because he was backing on top of a hive, and don't forget, AMC sees you with those hives. It's just a very poor decision there by Duduin, and he's very rightly taken out for what seems to be almost an arrogant play there.
I would absolutely call that arrogance. A bit of cockiness coming out from the Kali player. I mean, we saw Duduin absolutely pop on this Kali pick after last week's performance. Why wouldn't you be a little arrogant about it, especially since JTTM went undefeated through the circuit last week, taking on a brand new team here to the broadcast and No Lead, No EXP. Yeah, you're feeling yourself a little bit. You might as well play up. And it's not like one death is going to be the end of the world, especially on a Kali that's already found a bit of a lead, now actually behind 1 level to their opponent in the jungle, Dark on the Dodgy. A bit of a positioning here around the Gulf area, and we might see some action pop off soon around this neutral objective.
Well, what I want to see is I want to see more wards popping down on this side of the map. You have a look at the map right now. There's about 4 wards, 2 for each team around this objective. And then you also have the Oracle Vision, which has gone to No Lead, No XP. And that's about it. It's poor vision for teams that want to try and finish in the upper echelons here of the SOC and start to push into that SEC. That's what separates those levels of teams. Low-level SEC teams ward a lot heavier than high-level SOC teams, and that's a step up that I want to see from both of them.
The Transcendence, finish, and stacked up leads into a Jotun's Wrath for the Amuz and Cobb. Not typically an item you see on Hunters, but Amuz and Cobb incredibly ability-based. What do you think about this Jotun's pickup on the Hunter?
It just gives him a lot more resets on his abilities, allows him to place Hives more often, more Stingers, though. That's the key here. You pick it up, 80% off your cooldown, plus you get yourself 40% CDR with his build, Transcendence, Jotuns, and then going into a Hydras. He is just looking for the one-shot here, just second somebody gets picked up, Stinger, basic attack, boom, they're gone.
Already so much damage on that Evolved Transcendence stacked up. In the meantime, while we were chit-chatting there, JTTM takes away the red buff from No Lead, No EXP, throws it on the Emoja for just a little bit extra cheeky damage on the support character there, Isart. Checking in on this solo lane here. Not too much action going on, usually just a slap box. Only that one rotation out of the jungle is really spelling anything, but otherwise, Personalized and Lorenzo seem to be pretty well matched here over on the right side of the map. Most of the action taking place in that left side duo, especially during the invades into No Lead, No EXP's jungle, and that mid 3v3. I mean, just ridiculous on the side of both teams. So much damage and so much crowd control potential. Not a surprise that all of the action has been focused dead center in the map.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either. And actually, with the group you got going over here by no lead, no XP, they could potentially pull the Gold Fury here. And they're definitely going to be looking for something. There goes the Stinger. Swing and a miss there from the AMC, but look at that movement speed.
The Stinger actually somehow baiting in load, kind of a pseudo bait there, missing the Stinger load, thinking, okay, that's his most damaging ability down the drain. Now I can move in. Dark there to take him down. Now Isar caught in the middle of 3. Those pillars are dropping down, slowing, doing damage. A huge petrify out of the Medusa is going to stop no lead, no EXP, but not enough to find any kills. A Blinken from Duduin. That's going to be a stun on the Amuz and Cobb. Now Cerberus in the action as well. Samaro dropping down very low. Personalized, finding Samaro, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 thus far, and now this fight is scattered.
Yeah, but they're going to be chasing down the Merlin, the Kali, almost obviously pointing out that the fact that the Daji is the mark, trying to figure out where she is, just trying to get that reset. Aim Blue has to use that flicker to get away with good body blocks by Personalized, but Lorenzo doing his best to just try and steer this Kali away from his backline.
Medusa joined in the fight as well, but look at Dark hovering around the side, going to find the teleport in. Finding one, Duduin returning the damage, taking out the Daji in the meantime. Destruction popped for the Kali. So no ultimate, no invulnerability, and no life for Duduin. Lorenzo slamming down the axe, silencing and killing the Kali there. And now Personalized is caught in the middle of nowhere. But no, Isart on the Emoja has come in, dropping the waves down. A teleport out from Lorenzo, but a great Riptide brings him back into the fight.
Oh, even better beat so for Lorenzo to get back through those Riptides and get himself out of danger just a little bit. But something which also popped into my mind there, Asart using the rooting sprint to save Personalized there, because Mr. One and Lorenzo crowding him out. There goes the sprint, they're rooted, and all of a sudden Personalized has some breathing space to then turn around and help. Almost get a turnaround kill onto that Shark. Great team fight though from no lead, no XP, straight off the bat.
It seems like Dark has to be your target in these team fights. As long as Dark is alive at this stage in the game here, 16 minutes into this one, anything can happen. Obviously, we saw at the tail end of that team fight, Dark come in and take out Iother on the Medusa with a cheeky little teleport there. Duduin immediately answering it back, of course, but with so much setup potential from that powwow, Mr. One can save those Dharmic Pillars. Lorenzo can save that large AoE silence for reinitiates after the powwow has already been burned. I'm not sure how you approach a team fight against this no lead, no EXP comp.
You have to try and bait out some of the abilities before you take the fight. The biggest thing is you don't have something like a Chiron or a Hell to use a cleanse ability to get rid of the powwow chains. So what do you have to do? You have to go into beads. All 5 members of JTTM have had to get this relic, which means you only have 5 other relics to potentially have team fight based relics. You know your ADC and the mid laner is going to get a Aegis, so you're down to 3. Your jungler most likely going to get Blink, so you're down to 2. And then your Solan is going to get Blink as well, so you only have 1 team fight relic in your entire team. There's no lead, no XP. Very easily sneak that objective, by the way. Only 1 team fight relic versus 2 or 3 on the other side. You're putting yourself at a disadvantage there already, simply because the threat of being pulled is too great.
JTTM on their back foot, not only in relics, but now in objectives as well. So no lead, no EXP, taking the neutral objective advantage on the map to the tune of a 2,700 XP difference and almost 3,000 gold difference. Duduin stuck between 2, forced into the destruction ultimate, but absolutely no shot going down to Samaro. Amuz and Cobb picking up that one, leading to a 3-4-4 slash line. As, wow, Petrification burned in the mid lane there by Iother, just to escape danger. So Petrify down for the Medusa for the next significant amount of time.
Yeah, last week's champions faltering a little bit here. We've got themselves down about 3,000, 4,000 gold. Going to be down a fair bit of experience as well. Jungle disparity looking like it's starting to creep up a little bit here as Dark is taking a commanding control of these jungle fights over Duduin. Almost getting in the head a little bit. I mean, every single one of these fights, Dark seemed to be the target, the mark for Kali. But every single time Duduin goes in, structural big spot, boom, I'm up on the pillar.
Big damage out of that poisonous spit from the Cerberus. Just not finding the final hit onto Dark to take out the Dodgy. Lorenzo doing what they can in order to make sure that the jungler survives. But a great try there out of Personalized to take down the jungler from no lead, no EXP. But what that does is open up this map for the Pyromancer. Now JTTM attempting this neutral objective. Mr. One moving in, has those Dharmic Pillars, one of the best steals in the game. But no, JTTM is going to secure that neutral objective, and it's a full disengage out from the blue team. Taking the objective, don't even think about a fight.
That's what you need when you're starting to be a little bit behind in gold. Get yourself an objective, sneak one if you can. Just shrink that gold lead a little bit. Try and put it back as close to even as possible before you even look to take a fight. In fact, if you can even get yourself ahead before you take that fight, that is going to be a massive boon to your chances of winning it.
Woo, a little attempt there by the Dodgy to teleport onto the Kali, but a swift leap away is going to make sure that Duduin escapes danger. And now we have a full Personalized actually getting chunked a little bit here. Dark moving in. Let's see if they have the movement speed in order to make something happen here. No, it's going to be a disengagement there from the jungler. But now with both the neutral objectives down on the map, both small objectives, the Gold Fury and the Pyromancer, the big boy is the last one here standing. Fire Giant. Now, we usually see that a little bit further into the game here. We're at 20 minutes currently, so it's only a matter of time before wards start going down and I start turning to that major objective.
I'm going to start putting wards out there right now, actually. I mean, if JTTM had wards over on this left-hand side a little bit, they would have seen 3, maybe even 4 people over on this left-hand side easily to go ahead and burn that objective, but they just don't have that coverage. What I want to see is these teams take out the mid tower. Oh, Soul caught out a little bit here, but that Sapphire's going to get it to safety just for a little bit.
So it's going to immune the damage from the teleport. Dark choosing not to follow up with that Powwow. Could have maybe burned beads. The Separate was down, so it would have forced something out from the Soul in order to escape. But no, it's just going to be the tower, which is perfectly fine for no lead, no EXP. And evening up the towers 5-5. This is kind of reminiscent of what we saw last week, where towers were almost the last objectives taken as they pushed as teams pushed Phoenixes. It seems like that farming, map play, taking those neutral objectives like Pyromancer, Gold Fury is really on the mind, not necessarily pushing these lanes up.
It's almost free gold that's on the map. You see, it's about 21, almost 22 minutes into the game. Only 2 towers have been taken. Tier 1s, one in dual lane, taken away by Nodi. The other one, the solo lane tower, taken by JTTM. There's just so much gold that's available on the map for them to release and then start to potentially go into a more firm and commanding lead by taking positional advantage on this Fire Giant that it's too attractive to turn down, in my opinion. Go for these towers. They are your best bet to get yourselves back into the game or even further ahead.
Checking in on those builds as no lead, no EXP is just about 2,000 gold ahead. Amuzakab tired of going down in these fights. 3, 4, and 4 is Samaro on the B. Check out that little protection picked up on the back end of the build.
Yep, I like it. I like it a lot. Mantle of Discord picked up there. I mean, there's a couple of options that he could have picked up. Mantle of Discord probably the best one, because Kali's not going to be able to burst you down below that 31 to 0% health. So you're going to be able to activate that on the Kali pretty much every single time. Give yourselves a little bit of breathing distance away from them. And then also that CC immunity could help out with could help like getting out of your Moja's Riptide plus Rivers of Rebuke combo.
You pointed out earlier that a Brawlers was the immediate pickup for Dark in the jungle. Are you surprised that more anti-heal, as Primal Fear goes down very, very quickly to no lead, no EXP. Are you surprised? Oh no, Isar caught out in the middle of all 5 members of no lead, no EXP, going to fall very, very quickly. Aim Blue taking credit for that one. And now Personalized, slowed and being chunked down. Dark with a blink in, up into the Powwow. Cerberus burning their own ultimate. 2-4-0, no lead, no XP, taking the objective, taking the kills, and escaping with all 5 members unscathed.
Oh, they're going to go over to Fire Giant now. They're going to be able to start this objective for free. No frontline available for JTTM, so they're going to struggle to push in here. I mean, Mr. One and the CC potential that he has could easily be able to force out beads, relics, maybe even an ultimate or 2 if they do decide to push in, but no pull yet on the Fire Giant, waiting for everybody to come back into the fray, waiting for Merlin. Aim Blue, once he's in position, that's when the go button's going to be pressed here for this Fire Giant.
Duduin looking ready to go with ultimate, all relics online, same thing with Other and Other, has that Petrify online, but I'm really looking at load here. Supernova and the Stellar Burst combining for tons of damage on this objective, but no shot from JTTM. It's just going to be a free Fire Giant for no lead, no EXP. And now those right towers in the solo lane are looking quite frail.
Yeah, that was if they did turn up there to try and steal, it would have been almost a suicide mission. You can't go in to an objective against a Ganesh as a squishy. You're gonna have to force your beats just in an attempt at a steal. That's not worth it. If you have a very high chance, maybe even a certainty of taking it, then you can do it. But there's no guarantee in Smite.
So this tier 1 and this tier 2 in the solo lane going to go down to no lead, no EXP, extending that gold lead to just about 8,000 here. JTTM grouping up on this right side in order to defend the Phoenix push, but no lead, no EXP, hanging around this corner here, baiting in, waiting for JTTM. And it's going to be a back from Samaro on the Amus and Cobb. So no lead, no EXP, taking their 2 towers and happily backing off. Happy with what they got. And now JTTM in a position where farm is the name of the game, getting up speed and XP. It looks like everybody excepting that Yemoja on JTTM has hit level 20. So making sure Yemoja hits that level 20 mark, gets items online, and just gets ready for a Phoenix defense or even a tier 2 tower defense.
They're not going to be able to defend tier 2 towers, I don't think. I believe they're a bit too far behind for that at this point. Phoenixes, potentially they can defend. They have to make sure that they are committed to one or the other. If they're going to commit to defending a tier 2, they have to be full 5-man committed to defending it. But going back to a previous question you asked me, am I surprised at the lack of anti-heal being bought by no lead, no XP since that Brawl Speed stick? Yes, I am very surprised. What I'm more surprised about is the fact that JTTM haven't taken advantage of that and utilized their superior healing in team fights to their advantage, using it to dip in, get some poke off, dip back and heal up, do the same thing again and again and again with the Soul, with the Yemoja. They haven't utilized their out-of-combat healing prowess, and no, they don't be punishing them perfectly.
I mean, I'm not even sure how JTTM would even be able to do that, right? Dark is almost instantly annihilating targets off the map. Samaro's Stinger is chunking for 75%. Those Dharmic Pillars alone slowing and doing oodles of damage, not to mention Aim Blue in the back on the Merlin. We've barely mentioned his name just a few times in this game. Throwing out tons of damage in the magical stance, the fire stance, the ice stances of Merlin. JTTM doesn't even have the time in order to back off and utilize their healing because they're just gone. Dharmic Pillars is going to initiate this Phoenix fight. Yemoja also dropping down those waves, so both support ultimates have been burned already. The Palau finds no one. Beads expended, a big Petrify finding 2, forcing out Beads on the side of no lead, no EXP, and it's just a slap box here as one of these 2 teams tries to find a chokehold. Personalized dropping down very low, able to escape from the fight temporarily. In the back line here, Lorenzo caught in no man's land, but isn't going to go down, just walks away for free. And somehow, some way, all 10 members of this match are still alive as the Phoenix goes down finally for JTTM, and Dark finds the first kill of this conflict.
That took so long for somebody to fall. I saw low health bars left, right, and center in that team fight, but such good team play coming out from both JTTM and no lead, no XP to keep everybody alive until that very final fall there by ASAT. Edudo was in the backside terrorizing Samaro and Aimblue for so long. Neither of them could fall, just couldn't quite get that final kill. Lorenzo is in a little bit of a sticky situation, but that damage reduction coming from that Storm Call gives him enough breathing room to get back out into the safety of his team.
Just no shot that Lorenzo is going to fall there. Happy to use the Storm Call in order to get away. And now the middle bird is under attack here. Dharmic Pillars back up, Palau back up, but guess what? No beads this time. Duduin is going to fall in this one, and that is probably the worst god to lose for JTTM. Kali the difference maker here. Soul is going to escape, but Dark, no, takes out Load in the backline with that teleport. Mr. One falling very low, but the Ganesh staying alive. Dark finding a double kill onto Personalized. The waves are out for Yemoja, holding in the Titan. It's not going to be enough. Another finding a kill, but no lead, no EXP finding that one.
Your bones will... last week's champions out at the semi-final stage this week. A little bit of a surprise there, but fully deserved by no lead, no XP. They played perfectly throughout that game, and the Darchi they had zero answer for it on JTTM. They had no clue how to deal with it. They had no tools at their disposal to deal with it. Even with 5 sets of beads, people getting pulled in every single team fight, just a testament to how well the team played together to burn those beads and be able to play around the Dharmic Pillar.
And we saw their comp executed perfectly in that final engagement, right? They use all of their ultimates on the left side. They back off. They wait just a little bit. And by the time they re-engage on that middle Phoenix, Dharmic Pillars is back up. The Powwow is back up, right? Chalk had burned his ultimate. But guess what's not back up? The beads, right? The relics, the Aegises, everything else that kept JTTM alive in that initial engagement on the left side Phoenix, done. So what could they do? Get pulled in by the Powwow, take tons of damage, get slowed, right? And you saw JTTM just couldn't handle that powerful, strong engagement.
And one of the worst parts is one of the items that you'll probably want to get against the Darchi as a frontliner is Magi's Cloak. You can't get that against a Ganesh. So he's just going to say Ohm, and all of a sudden your bubble's gone. And then it's almost just a waste of an item at that point. So you're not allowed to build that protection item. You have to go into... Well, you will pretty much have to go into Mantle of Discord like the AMC did, but not able to get that online as ASAR Personalized had it online a little bit too little too late at the very final engagement there. And JGTM, it almost pains me to say this, but it didn't gel well for them this week. I didn't see them take a full 5 versus 5 team fight that was on their terms, which is a real shame because that was something we highlighted as a key moment for them in their victories last week.
Yeah, it seemed like all of the success from JTTM this round came from those early engagements, right? Left side solos, Duduin moving in and finding a gank or personalized, maybe finding that Stygian Torment, 1 or 2 picks in the early game. But, I mean, speaking of picks, right? We talked about no lead, no EXP having an insane pick comp. Dark, 12-4 on this Dodgy, putting out 22,000 damage, leading the map on this one. And like I said earlier in the game, where the junglers went, damage and destruction was to follow. Just excellent play and no fear, especially from Dark. JTTM taking down the grand finals last week. Looked like no lead, no EXP, didn't even watch.
That's probably one of the easiest victories I've seen for somebody going up against the current champions. And that's probably one of the reasons why they're able to do this, because they had the knowledge, they had some insider info on JTTM watching the last week's broadcast, and then able to utilize that information for this victory, whilst JTTM probably didn't have any research done whatsoever on JTTM because there probably wasn't any available to them.
So JTTM going down for the very first time here on broadcast in the SOC. Congratulations to No Lead, No EXP for making it to the grand final. So we're going to see them in the best of 2 a little bit later on tonight. But we've got an excellent best of 1 coming at you next. Stick around. You won't want to miss it. See you in a sec. Well, howdy, folks. Welcome back into the Smite Open Circuit. It's Phase 1, it's Week 3, and we are in Europe. It's Dimes, it's Alpha Jackal on my analysis side here, making me look pretty and making me look good. We got the last semifinal match of the evening here. It's going to be a couple of teams that'll be a blast to say for the rest of the evening. The Radical Rodents taking on the Yoruba Rabbits.
Yeah, taking on monikers that wouldn't look too out of place in the SCC or even the SPL, I might add. So these two teams we did actually see last week with varying levels of success. The Yoruba Rabbits making their way to the finals where they got admittedly blown out the water by JTTM, especially in that first game, forcing an F6 in about 16 minutes. Meanwhile, Radical Rodents, the team filled with superstar names when you have a look at the name quality down in the SOC, struggling to make their way into those grand finals, losing at the semi-final stage last week, looking to go one, maybe even two better this week.
So the upset, Radical Rodents taking on JTTM in the grudge match. It's not going to come to fruition, but the Rodents are looking to kill the Rabbits here into this one as we hop into picks and bans. And like you said, the Rodents are full of star power, namely Panvich fails, jumps out to me as well. And they looked great last week, just didn't have enough to pull it out. So hopefully kind of polishing a little bit, rounding out a little bit more and finding a win over the Rabbits here. But on the flip side, the Rabbits, I mean, Sager in that solo lane looked incredible on the Amaterasu, especially Krakito and Ali combining in that duo lane, looking wonderful as well. And actually, the Rabbits having a new jungler this week, Pepong, stepping in for Impinza and Upreal. So we'll have to see if that missing jungle piece is the key to their success here.
Yeah, again, one of the teams that performed quite well last week, having to come in with a new player this week. We'll see if that's upset the mojo, but given they've made it to the semi-finals, you would say that it's a little bit settled now. They've got some experience under their belts as a team, so the comms wouldn't be as completely shot as you would expect for somebody brand new coming in. But looking at the band so far, Artio and Tiamat, we could still look to ban away the Ganesh. The Kabrakan seems to be quite a high-value pick as well, so I'm expecting maybe one of them to get through to being picked up here.
It doesn't seem like you can let Ganesh through. It seems so strong that the Dharmic Pillars, of course, the clearing obstacles, the hold in place, the knock up. Ganesh, it does it all, and not sure if we've seen a loss on the support character thus far in the Smite Open Circuit, but we'll have to see if one of these teams pick those up. It's going to be a Bastet ban, no surprise there, almost never let through.
I mean, Cleaner's still available, Kepri's still available, so out of the three that we've mentioned, the Ganesh, Kepri, and Cleaner, one of them is 100% being played this game. The other two most likely will be making up your final two bans here. There goes one of them with the Kepri. And if you're Yoruba Rabbits, you have to ban out the Cleaner here. You cannot let it through. It's just too strong.
We'll have to see the Rabbits taking their time here, thinking about it. It's going to be the Medusa banned out. So the Rodents have the Cleaner first pick option available to them. We'll have to see here in just a second if they elect to go. And of course, you have to take the Kleena if she's on the board. So Kleena moving into the jungle. We have seen Kleena in the solo. I believe we've seen Kleena in the mid lane as well. So tons of flexibility with where you put this goddess.
That's what Radical Rodents are going to bank on here in the draft. They're not going to pick a dedicated jungler. They're not going to pick a dedicated solo laner right now. They're going to wait until that fifth pick position before they do decide where this Cleaner's going to go, just to try and get the best matchup possible for everyone involved. Meanwhile, Yoruba Rabbits, they've got to think, okay, well, if it goes solo, we got to pick this. If it goes jungle, we got to pick this. You're putting yourself in for a nightmare. Just pick up the Ganesh now, just to try and save yourself a little bit of time and stop this Cleaner from wrecking your backline a little bit.
Well, I called it out. Sager looking excellent on that Amaterasu in last week's contest, picking that one up. And Heimdall also going to be reassumed here for the Rabbits. Heimdall was taken in to the dual lane by Krakito, so a bit of a reprisal from last week's competition here for the Rabbits, but that leaves Gilgamesh open for the Rodents. It leaves Ganesh open. It leaves Thoth open in the mid lane. There's so many options and flexible picks here for the Rodents. I think that's why they're taking so long to select, because it's just so tantalizing. Who do you pick?
It's like going into a sweet shop and thinking, oh, there's so many different things, but I don't know exactly what it is I want right now. Cthulhu is what they want right now. So maybe not looking to have that flexibility with the Cleaner, putting that almost firmly in the jungle, Cthulhu in that solo lane. Probably doesn't trust the matchup of Cleaner into the Amaterasu. That silence from the dash can be quite daunting and quite difficult to go for the Cleaner. So putting the Cthulhu in there instead, a little bit more resilient, a little bit more team fight focused, for that mid and late game with his ultimate Descendant of Madness, I think it makes perfect sense here for the Radical Rodents.
And so far, the Rodents putting together quite the team fight here. Cthulhu in the back line doing tons of damage, descending into Madness. Hachiman hopping on his horse, putting out tons of damage in a cone shape. Kleena, of course, weaving in between walls, doing lots of disruption. And finally, the Ganesh is going to be the 6th pick in this game. I did not expect that character to make it through to the second rounds of bans, and we're correct on that account. So it's going to be a Heimdall-Ganesh duo lane for the Rabbits, with Amaterasu going into the solo lane as we head into the second round of banning.
Radical Rodent still looking for a mid laner and most likely a support, as Cthulhu should go into the solo lane. So if you're Yoruba Rabbits, your best choice is banning out mid laners here and then taking a mid laner of your choice next up. So that's exactly what they're going to do. Ban out way the Morrigan. Farakrik is well known for his Yanis as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets taken off the table too. We could see opportunity here where 4 mages are banned away here, and people are having to look at their 3rd, maybe even 4th level picks.
I'm not surprised the Morgan taken away, especially with a Cthulhu on the team, because dealing with 2 Cthulhus with that transformation is just, it's untenable, right? It's so uncomfortable, and Persephone taken away. So maybe your prediction will come true here. We'll see if a 4th mage comes through for the bans for the Radical Rodents. It's going to be the Dodgy taken away from the jungle, so a shot there at the Rabbits jungler. Papong making their debut here in the SOC broadcast. Plenty of mid options still available, though. The Raw, we've seen a bit of play in the past if they want to add some healing. Of course, Amazakab taken into the middle lane as well.
Yeah, but AMC into that cleaner jungle, you're asking to just be ganked in the mid lane consistently at that point. The Ganesh probably there to try and help stifle some of that silence, that Ohm really detrimental to the cleaner's dive potential. So you're just looking at Ganesh to babysit this AMC, basically moving around the map as a 2-man unit from minute 3 or 4. The second the Ganesh starts rotating into that mid lane, ooh, that looks nasty if that gets locked in. That looks really nasty if that gets locked in.
Bracken.
Oof. And now with the Heimdall having only the Bifrost to escape, Amaterasu with a dash, Amuzakab obviously only having the mobility from the Hives. When you're locked into a Kabrakan wall with Agni raining fire down on your face and Kleena screaming at you from behind with I haven't even mentioned the Cthulhu descending into madness, I think the Rodents completely and utterly outdrafted the Rodents here.
Can everybody just prepare their F's in chat for the AMC, because he is about to get killed over and over and over again. There is no escape, there's no reprieve for the Lillaby man in the mid lane. The Yoruba Rabbits, they've got to have some ace in the hole here, and Hebo could very well be that ace in the hole. I was about to say they need more magical damage, and the Hebo squares into that perfectly. This is spicy. I love these drafts. I want to just get into this game as soon as possible.
Okay, so here's what it looks like. The Rodents say, can we CC you for long enough for the Agni and the Kleena to do their damage? And the Rabbits say, let's see if we can disappear you from the map so fast that you can't press your 4 key. And it's whoever does it quicker kind of just wins.
Oh, it almost is like the Wild West, where they're just standing facing off at each other, waiting for high noon. The second one of them just pulls out their gun, whoever gets the first CC off is probably going to win these fights, because if they get it off onto the Ganesh, they can probably blow up the Ganesh. If the Ganesh gets a little bit of CC off and knocks one of the tanks up, even if the Cthulhu's in his transform form, the AMC and the hero damage, plus the Heimdall there as well, I think they just kill him outright.
Let's head into the game and see how this Wild West gunfight shakes out here. I'm just so concerned for the immobility of the Hubble. I know he provides plenty of magical damage, but we were just talking about the lockdown on the side of the Rodents, and you put your jungler on one of the most immobile mage characters in the game. I understand the idea from the Yoruba Rabbits, high risk, high reward. We'll just have to see if the reward is greater than the risk here.
Yeah, but think about it like this. Amaterasu move speed, Hebo carpet, AMC hives plus a sprint. That AMC is zooming. That AMC is just zooming around these fights. He is uncatchable.
And the whole time, Krakito chucking in those axes, sending someone through dimensions as well, just doing their best. I mean, I think we can kind of agree that Krakito is probably not going to be the one to pop off, or not the one that the Rabbits are looking to pop off in this game, right? This one hangs squarely in the balance of Pagong and Dunn doing their work, doing the damage to the front line and the back line of the Rabbits. This is going to be a quick engagement here from Jacob. Ollie popping that girdle early in order to establish pressure. We saw this exact same tactic last week from the Rabbits.
They couldn't get it because, guess what, you're up against a Kabrakan. You are, as a Ganesh, I'm going to take your knock up at level 1, and Krakita's not going to take his knock up at level 1. So what does the Karaka do? I'm just going to get Tremors and kill the wave instantly for my ADC. So even if you frenzy it, we still get the pressure, and that's exactly what's happened there.
I'm very excited to watch this duo lane, especially as Paegong rotates over on this Habwa and fails, does his work on this cleaner. This duo lane is going to be full of action in this one. This best of 1 set once again between the Rodents and the Rabbits. The winner of this one heads to the best of 3 grand finals to take on No Lead, No EXP. And regardless of which of these teams takes it to the grand finals, that grand finals is going to be something to witness.
Oh, that is going to be an absolute storming game. You definitely want to make sure you head into that set as well, because don't forget, that's a best of 3 rather than a best of 1 like this game is. Almost on a knife edge, this one could be decided in just one moment. That set needs to make sure you have the better team, the better draft, the better cohesion across those 3 games.
Paegong and Dunn combining here to push out the duo here in the middle lane, Farah, Crick, and Fails. Not a surprise there, the Honey and the Bees combined with the Habwa doing plenty of pressure in this mid lane. So now it's just going to be a bit of slapboxing here for a while. It's really going to depend on a rotation from one of these junglers in order to get things going here in Amaterasu versus the Cthulhu lane. Does Amaterasu have the advantage in this lane with superior clear?
Not really, mainly because the Cthulhu can just keep distance whilst clearing and poking. And then also can then use his dash to get away if Amaterasu decides to dash in aggressively. Doesn't have to sacrifice the dash for clear, doesn't have to sacrifice the dash to play aggressively. Just use it purely as a defensive tool.
So it's also going to rely on both of these solo laners rotating into the team fights in order to see who comes out on top. It's just going to be team fight central here in this one. You can find a pick, obviously, with the Stinger into that crushing wave out of the Habwa. It's going to be instant annihilation on the side of the Rabbit, so plenty of pick potential there. Same thing with Fails and Farrakrick teaming up in the middle lane. So picks, team fights, this game is going to feature it all.
How much do you decide to upgrade the Sanity Break level 2 rather than upgrading the Maya like we sometimes see? Probably just scared of the fact that Sega will dash and interrupt it. So go for the just one shot, no you can't silence this ability level up.
Ollie clearing the obstacles a little bit, putting out some damage onto Jacob on the Kumbrakan, but nothing is going to come of it. The actives for both of the support characters now online. So that Frenzy available as well as the Blink for the Kumbrakan. So you would see some shenanigans now that those are available once again. There's that Belt of Frenzy on the Ganesh, on Ollie, providing extra damage for his Hunter early on into this one.
You want to wait until you're at least level 5 for Jacob before you're going to use that Blink, whilst for Yoruba Rabbits, they can use that Frenzy at any time they feel like they have the option to get a kill. Most likely, though, going to be waiting until level 5 as well to get those Dharmic Pillars, to get those Through the Realms ultimate from Heimdall, just get a little bit of extra damage online.
And on the side of Krakino, if you catch Heimdall away from that Bifrost, and with that cooldown down, once you get Kabrakan caged in, you're sort of just caught in no man's land, right? As there's going to be a blink in, the walls have been thrown up by the Kabrakan. Frenzy popped as well. Jacob locked into place. Heimdall dishing out the damage. A final auto attack will do it. Krakino finding first blood onto Jacob. A botched initiation there. Not even a botch. That was a great initiation on the side of the Rodents, but just a great turnaround from the Rabbits.
Yeah, it was a good initiation, just a little bit overextension, I think, for Jacob Edge. A little bit overexerted. He thought he was a little bit tankier than he actually was in that scenario. So, Radical Rodents, unfortunately, do drop into lane first blood over to the Yoruba Rabbits. All of that was just down to the Frenzy. Like I mentioned, they didn't have the Dharmic Pillars up, but the second they thought they had the opportunity to get a kill, bang, down goes the Frenzy, and that's perfect play and perfect relic usage.
And just first blood, 5 minutes into this one, we've already see it's a 1,300 gold lead here for the Rabbits, and we noted that last week when we saw them play. in the finals, in the grand finals of last week, is their macro play. Their neutral farming game was totally on point last week, and we can see that here already in extending the 1,000 gold lead just 5 minutes into this one, way more than you'd expect from just a first blood.
So good farming by the Rabbits, and not something you really say would be a weak point to the Radical Rodents would be their farming ability, but just being put to the test here by the boys in red. Potential invade could happen some point on that red buff on the left-hand side as you see aggressive pathing. Ollie does put a ward down. He's going to steal some of the juice here from the Obelisk just to try and get himself that rod as quickly as possible.
You know, we see so much prioritization on that rod at the highest levels of the game, the SPL, the SCC. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't more emphasis placed on that objective here in the Smite Open Circuit. What are your thoughts on the rod particularly and prioritization of that objective?
I think it's one of the best additions to the game that we've had in a while. It makes support just so much more fun because you can actually invade by yourself. You can just run around being a nuisance and absolutely fun. Farrakrick comes in low there. Great play. Out comes the Darwick Pillars. The Stinger is good and done. The Sniper from downtown picks up the second kill.
Oh, that had to have been max range or dang near close to it. That dog will hunt, son, and the mid laner, Farrakrick for Radical Rodents goes down. 2-0 for the Yoruba Rabbits, and now we have a kill in the middle lane onto Dunn. So we're looking at those mid trios, right? We're looking at that Habwa, that Amuzin-Kov, that Ganesh to make things happen here in this game as Ollie is going to take away another flower from the Radical Rodents. Putting a kill on the MC is a great start.
That is a fantastic start. Gives himself a 2-level lead now, maybe closer to a level and a half. Red buff has been secured there for Farrakrick, but no experience given to the mid laner. There's more and more potential for a disparity to happen in that mid lane. And it's creeped up to 3 levels now, so it is that, well, back down to 2, so it is that full 2-level lead there for the AMC at 7.5 minutes. That is huge pressure.
Insane pressure and insane gold lead this early on. Now, I want to point out that just about a little under 3,000 here. It's not a death knell by any means for the Radical Rodents. I'm just so surprised at the gap of the lead so early into this game. We're just 8 minutes into this one, and already the Rabbits are extending themselves ahead of the Rodents here with just 2 kills on the board. And it's a phenomenal farm game. I know I've already mentioned it, but it's worth pointing out as Pagon is caught out here, fails, not finding the first goal, but it's going to be a 3v1 scenario. Pagon doing what he can to put out the damage, fails, is going to find the final tick of damage onto the Habwa, and the cleanup finally has one on the board for the Rodents.
That's not what you want to do when you're in the lead on such a finely balanced game in the semi-finals and a best of one. Is just offer yourself up freely to the opponents. You want to make sure you're playing as safe as possible. You want to make sure you're moving around as a team, and especially if you're a Hebo. You don't want to be picked off that easily in the early game. No, you want to be the one picking people off. You want to be the one getting farm, getting to that mid-game point where you then started to do a lot of damage. Hagong just out of position and punished rightly for it.
What you said about the Ganesh hanging out with Dunn on the Amuzin-Kov and just wandering around as a duo, I think can rightly be applied as well to Pagong on the Habwa, obviously not walking around farming the safety of the Rabbit's jungle. But if there's going to be an invade, if there's going to be a push into Radical Rodents territory, it has to be as a grouping. I mean, the Habwa can get locked down so easily. Speaking of lockdown, the mid trio takes out the life of Dunn on the Amuzin-Kov, and that's not a surprise, lack of mobility there, but Farrakrick is going to find the kill. Zolat hopping on the horse, getting out of dodge, and burns the ultimate for the Hachiman. So the go ahead.
Oh, we did say if the AMC was ever left alone, he would pretty much be killed. What happens? Ganesh makes a rotation into the jungle. AMC's by himself. He's dead. They can't get anything from Zolat. They just get his ultimate, which is going to be up very soon anyway. You don't really need to have the ultimate down because you're not a jungler that's relied on CC for killing like a Darchi. No, you're a Hebo. You're relying on damage. You don't care if somebody has the ultimate. You just kill them through it.
So now we've seen 2 kills back-to-back from the Rodents in the exact same way. That mid-trio grouping up. Jacob Farrakrick and Fails finding a pick inside the jungle, whether it's on that immobile Habwa, whether it's on that immobile Amuzin-Kov, because like you said earlier, those characters are relying on this Amaterasu, they're relying on a sprint. Out of Ollie, they're relying on their own passives as well in order to remain mobile. So what do? You find the immobile character, you lock him down, and you take him out. And so far, both kills of the Rodents have been just that.
Yeah, I'm going to say this right now. If you're looking for the biggest influence in the mid and late game, you're going to be looking at Jacob HL. Where does that ultimate come down? Where do those tremors come out? Those will be deciding factors in these fights because those are huge obstacles for teams and gods that rely on movement speed to stay safe and stay mobile in these fights. They're not going to be able to jump over those Kraken walls. They're going to be able to go through the tremors very easily. So there's two paths which he could zone off just by himself, and then Pam which can help chase down the third and final path.
A quick Divine Ruin out of the Agni for the Radical Rodents, just to take out that Amaterasu healing. It's slight, but it can be a game-changing amount of healing if used correctly, if used to kite around. Obviously, Amaterasu providing movement speed as well in aura to her teammates when she's in that particular movement speed stance. So the Divine Ruin going to take out Amaterasu's healing, so a good pickup there from the Agni. Otherwise, everything looking rather typical in terms of the builds, as a Girdle, a Frenzy going to be popped here. The Ryuber Rabbits take out the Gold Fury using those pillars as well, and they're catching Jacob in the middle of nowhere, but a grouping from the Rodents is here to respond. Krakito uses that Bifrost to get out of danger wisely, and now it's going to be a retreat from the Rabbits. Kalina moving in, a miss out of Jacob, so Blink expelled from Jacob in order to get in there, but the Kraken wall's not on point.
Hey, no, Jacob had those Kraken walls on point. He's basically stopping Fails from going into 1 versus 4. He's saving his jungler's life there.
He's using his own ability to say, hey, knock it out. Sometimes calms aren't enough. Sometimes you just got to throw up that Ymir wall as well and block off movement so that your jungler can't off themselves there. But a free-ish Gold Fury for the Yoruba Rabbits is going to put them squarely in a gold lead of just under 4,000 here, 12 minutes into this contest.
Yeah, and just not learning from what Yoruba Rabbits were doing last week. The Radical Rodents obviously not having a look at the VODs. Guess what? They're just playing the objectives like they did, and Ollie's in a little bit low here.
Not even close. Ganesh going to get out of danger, no problem. Fails is not done with this one, though. Dharmic Pillars will be dropped. Fails will find the kill, but now out of mana, runs into the wall to buy a little bit of time for Kalina's team. That's going to be a dash out of the wall. Now Pagon using that carpet to try to get a bit of movement speed. Both junglers have a speed buff, so it's just going to be a race to who can escape faster. Fails has the dash online first, is going to get out of danger with just a sliver of HP and even less mana.
So close. If bees were attached to that honey, I think that's a kill there. Fails. Getting himself lucky that the minions don't do a little bit more damage, or the fact that it wasn't a hive available for him, so it gets out with almost criminal amounts of health there for a kill there onto Ollie. Puts Radical Rodents up on the kill board, 3-2, but still down in the gold department. So swings and roundabouts in which way you want to look at who's got the lead here.
Once Ollie threw down that, or used that clear obstacles rather, and did that little like sidestep around the Kalina ultimate, I thought for sure that Ganesh was gonna get out for free, but Fails moving in very, very aggressively, I guess, relying on the Kalina passive and their team to get out of danger, as Sager is going to move in with the Amaterasu ultimate. Pagon is here as well. Crushing Wave, taking down Payovic. The Cthulhu falls on the side of the Radical Rodents, and things are tied up once again, 3-3 here for these teams.
A little bit of an overkill there with the Crushing Wave, but sometimes
I
just
think
got
the
to
Water
assert
Hands could
dominance.
have done it. Absolutely. Maybe just making a statement. Pagong hasn't been able to use that Crushing Wave to take it out of enemy yet in this one, as Jacob is caught out in the middle of nowhere in the Yoruba Rabbits jungle, down to a quarter HP, and now done. It takes them out. So it's going to be a 1-for-0. Jacob a little bit out of position there. The rest of the Rodents doing what they can to dish out the damage, and the crowd control not going to be enough.
Guess what? He wants to go aggressive onto the AMC, but who's there to stop him? It's the Ganesh. The Ohm is just such a powerful ability. You could have two separate Ganesh characters, one with just Ohm, and the other one with the other three abilities of his kit. I'm taking the one with Ohm every day of the week, because that silence, that protection that it offers, the pure outplay potential you can have with it is so extreme that it almost comes to a point of infuriation when you play against it.
The Rabbits under the radar, sneaking that Pyromancer, not even a sneak, just walking into the Pyromancer pit, attacking it until they claim the objective, and then they walk away. There's no contest, not even a secret, just doing the objective on time. And Ohm already burned by Ollie there, so not much left for the Ganesh. And initiate from Jacob once again, not finding those Bracken walls, and now Ollie moving in, having popped the Frenzy as well. It's going to be a Stinger use, but Jacob just so tanky right now that the damage isn't going to be there for the Yoruba Rabbits.
It's not the fact that he's super tanky, it's the fact that Don also doesn't have percent pen online right now. If he does have some of that percent penetration, he maybe puts him down a bit lower, but so far this Kabrakin has done a couple of good things. Got a good engage onto the MC one time in mid lane, has got that first wave pressure, but other times it's just fallen very flat here so far for the Radical Rodents. A couple of missed ultimates in big opportunities. That was almost a guaranteed kill on the AMC had that ultimate connected properly. And then also in that other fight, blocking off fails from chasing down potential kills. It's almost like JQHL is a little bit out of practice with this pick before picking it up in this competition.
Kabrakin not necessarily a priority pick, a highly picked god, more of a pocket pick or a pick that can fit into a particular strategy. So not necessarily a surprise that Jacob might be a little bit rusty on this character. Sager moving in, looking for a steal, does find it. So takes down the blue buff for themselves, fails in this duo side here, forced to dash away from Krakito and Ollie. And so now this middle lane looks like the next side of contention as there's a bit of a grouping. The Primal Fury is up on the map. Wards start to come down here very soon. Already a few wards out there on the side of the Yoruba Rabbits around this Gold Fury pit. So neutral objective online, waiting for groupings to take it down.
What I must say though, so far 17 minutes in, I haven't felt the presence of the cleaner at all in this game. I felt it maybe one time in one engagement. So far, there just hasn't been too much play. I felt more presence from this Ebo, who's got himself yet another crushing wave kill there onto Panditch. He's had more of the impact, more of the pressure so far in this game on the Hebo. That's an indictment when it's your first pick cleaner.
And maybe the Rabbits letting that cleaner through because they had a game plan for her, right? So often we see Kleena banned immediately. First picked by the Rodents here, the Rabbits letting that through. Clearly having a way to deal with the cleaner, or at least not thinking that she's as effective as the rest of the Smite world thinks she is. And like, you're absolutely right. Fails really only having a spectacular standout play that we've seen, chasing down Ollie on that backside into the Rabbits jungle. Of course, Fails being 2-0-1 has had some impact in this game, clearly, from the stat line, but involved in every kill, actually, on the side of the Rodents, but maybe not the flashy plays that we expect from a jungler, especially one as decorated as Fails.
Yeah, well, if we do go back into Fails' past, he is known for being more of that late game style jungler, likes to have those impact plays, was really known for his humbats back in the day, so potentially still has time to turn it around on this cleaner, but it needs to do so quickly because that gold lead is getting further and further increased. The gold free is being pulled here.
Here we go, Primal Fury will go down to the Yoruba Rabbits, and Dunn finds the first kill onto Jacob, so Jacob not even going to make an impact. Fails, finally picks up one, but it's returned immediately by Pagong on the Habwa. Cthulhu doing plenty of damage himself in the back line. Doesn't matter though, Fails dropping down. Pagong finding a triple on this Habwa, and now the Radical Rodents are in real danger.
Okay, so last week I was talking about significant gold leads. What's the step where it then becomes almost out of reach for you? 10k was that magical gold mark.
Dang.
It's at 9.5 right now, so they're dangerously close to tipping over that. Yoruba Rabbits, it's their game to lose at this point. Radical Rodents have to hope for a slip-up here from Yoruba Rabbits because they're unrelenting in what they're going to do next, and that's going to be taking down this Fire Giant. Krakito should be up by the time they down this Fire Giant, so all 5 members will have this buff.
Not much Jacob can do against this one. No ultimate available. Going to rely on the moving in and stun, but no. Just Jacob gonna let this one go. So Yoruba Rabbits are going to take down the Fire Giant. 19.5 minutes into this one. It's time to group up, all healthy as well on the side of the Yoruba Rabbits. So the neutral objectives will be the towers. Looking next, right, they're going to want to maximize the effect of this Fire Giant. So grouping up, taking down towers, and hopefully taking down a Phoenix before this Giant expires.
They definitely want to get all 3 tier 2 towers. That is the main objective of your very first Fire Giant. Expose every single Phoenix. If you do that, you've got a successful first Fire Giant. Second Fire Giant. Take down at least 1, if not 2 Phoenixes. Congratulations, you've had a successful second Fire Giant. Doesn't matter how much more objectives you do, how many more kills you get. Those are the 2 big things to look out on your first 2 Fire Giants. After that, it's just a case of, can your third fire giant help you end? Yes or no? Can your fourth fire giant help you end? Yes or no? And so on and so forth until you finally break the base and get that Titan down.
You should make that into a flowchart, patent it, and sell it. I guarantee you some Smite players who have no idea how to play objectives on the map would buy it and like put it up next to their monitor and be like, okay. Fire Giant, first one, okay, let's see. Towers, check. And then they hit Diamond. And it's that easy. And then you can market it like that.
What about if I put on a shirt or like a mug or even a mouse mat?
I would put it on my mouse pad. I'd have to pick up my mouse every single time I needed to know what the Fire Giant did. Anyways, Tier 2 going down to the Rabbits. So, as you said, towers are going down, so that's step number 1. But no, the Tier 2 towers aren't even going to be in the eyes of the Yoruba Rabbits. They want this left side Phoenix. It's 4 of them on this side. Pegong on the Habwa on the right side of the map, moving into the middle lane now. So it might be retreat onto that middle tower as it's pinged out. So the Yoruba Rabbits backing up now, looking at that Tier 2 middle lane tower, declining to not look at the Phoenix. It's going to be the tower. A grouping of 5 from the Rabbits and a grouping of 5 from the Rodents. This next defense is going to be under what looks like the middle Phoenix, and it's going to be a decisive conflict.
A little bit of indecisiveness, though, from Yoruba Rabbits. It looks like they're going to go ahead and take down that third and final tower, exposing all the Phoenixes. So going through with that flowchart, they've got a pre-copy of it. I was sending it to them just for a little bit of, field testing.
A little PDF.
So it looks like it's doing extremely well.
So far, so good. All 3 towers have been taken. So now it looks like a back and a little bit of a game pause as we take stock of this game. It's 4 kills to 9 kills. So now finally, the Rabbits have exposed a bit of a kill lead as well as a gold lead and experience lead with that Pyromancer, with that Fire Giant, breaking open the bank on that 10,000 unreachable, as you say, gold lead. Now moving into this one, what is it that the Rodents can do in order to successfully defend the base and to make sure that the Rabbits are at least stymied, if not take a lead of, not necessarily a lead of their own, but at least get back into this one on the side of the Radical Rodents?
They need to roll a nat 20 on luck. That is pretty much their only hope at this point, because it's 22 minutes into the game. They have to wait until at least minute 30, 35 even, for them to catch up on items. At that point, the gold lead becomes irrelevant, and doing so, they have to hope the Yoruba Rabbits really are slow playing this game, like going as we pointed out last week, the Yoruba Tortoises instead. That's just not going to happen. If Yoruba Rabbits are in this much of a position where they feel confident enough to look at Phoenixes even, they're going to look to try and end this game before the 28-minute mark.
And as it looks like, actually, Farrakrit caught out in the jungle. It's going to be a Stinger burned, an Amaterasu ult burned as well onto the middle lane. Agni Pagong takes that one down. So the middle lane of the Radical Rodents picked out before this Phoenix defense could even begin. A lot used on the side of the Yoruba Rabbits. A crushing waves comes through, takes down Zolat to negative health. Pagon finding a double kill, so now 2 down for the Radical Rodents. It's a 3v5. The Rabbits moving in to the Titans' base now. Panvich falling down to just a sliver of health is going to make to the fountain, so the Cthulhu healing back up. Jacob slamming away at Krakito, locking him in those walls, but it doesn't matter because the Titan is going to fall. The Radical Rodents will fall along with it.
Well, that was a very quick end there. Not something we were expecting. I was maybe expecting a second Fire Giant coming out there from the Yoruba Rabbits, but they're like, no, we want to just end this right now. We want to go into that final up against No Lead, No XP. And we want to take this one. We want to go one step further. We don't want to finish second. We want to finish first. And this is a statement game from us.
They took your PDF of your flowchart, and they saw the first Fire Giant, and then they took a Sharpie and drew the line down to end game. And then they did that flowchart instead of the one you pointed out. That, I mean, it all boils down to Farrakrit finding themselves out of position in the middle of nowhere, burning all of the relics, burning the dash, not enough to escape the Amaterasu, not enough to escape the rest of the Yoruba Rabbits getting picked off early. And then from there, it was a 4v5 before the Phoenix defense even began. I'm not sure if there's absolutely anything the Radical Rodents could have done to survive that assault.
No, I don't think there was, and then Zola also getting picked off very easily underneath the Phoenix. The blinking from Pagong, just forcing him up into the sky, doing almost all of himself with that crushing wave. He was down to about 2% health before his Aegis got off. At that point, it was just a matter of waiting for the Aegis to wear off before finishing him off. So even after Farrakrit and Zola got picked off straight away, 3 versus 5, fails Panbitch and Jacob HL, they're not going to have the amount of damage that they need to help defend this, especially with fails going into quite an expensive build. as you can see right there, going into the Heartseeker, going to the Arendite as well, two almost luxury mid and late game items, irrespectively. It's Radical Rodents just put themselves up to the point where they needed to go into the late game, and Yoru Rabbit saw that and said, "You're not allowed."
And it feels like a repeat of last week when we saw the Rodents, right? Just a little bit uncomfortable, not necessarily in sync. Some great individual play on the side of Ferrocrick and Panvich and Fails, but we weren't calling out a particular player. Didn't really feel like there was a leader in game, right? Driving the force, the most damage on that team, 18,000 coming out from the Cthulhu, and we know that's a little bit of fake damage in the solo lane as well, quote unquote fake damage. But I mean, it seems like Radical Rodents need a little bit more time to polish their team chemistry before they can really take the SOC over.
Absolutely. I think they also need to go back to the drawing board with the cleaner pick. I mean, it did work out a little bit from time to time, but it wasn't that game changer that you want from your first pick. Your first pick is the one that you say, we are confident that this pick can win us the game almost by itself, and if it comes down to it, that's our race in the hole. Didn't feel like that from Fails. It almost felt like they were reliant on moments of individual brilliance to put themselves into a lead, and they're just using their experience and knowledge to see out the game in a professional manner. Yoruba Rabbits, they're not going to let that happen.
Well, the Yoruba Rabbits having a different jungler in every game so far. Upreal and Pinza, and now Pagong. Might want to stick with Pagong popping off on this Habois. Tons of crushing waves coming through. Excellent use of positioning. Did get caught once, but never got caught again. And in the end, like you said, they were looking for a little bit more magical damage, and they certainly found it in that Habois. We've got ourselves a best of 3 coming at you next. It's going to beat those Yoruba Rabbits, returning to the grand finals, taking on the brand new team to the grand finals here in the Smite Open Circuit broadcast. No lead, no EXP, taking down JTTM in our first best of 1. And we will see you in just a moment for that best of 3. Stick around. You're not going to want to miss it. Well, howdy, folks, and welcome back into the Smite Open Circuit. It is Phase 1. It is Week 3. We are still in Europe for this best-of-3 finals. We got the Yoruba Rabbits taking on No Lead, No EXP. My name is Dimes, bringing you the play-by-play. Joining me, my analyst, the wonderful Spooky. Thanks for hopping on with me, buddy. We've got the Rabbits. We've got No Lead, No EXP. The Rabbits making it back to the grand finals in back-to-back weeks, taking on a newcomer to the SOC broadcast.
Yeah, this is looking like a really interesting match so far here, Dimes. I mean, already No Lead, No EXP has looked like a standout team, taking down last week's champion team, JTTM, and now they're up against the people that JTTM had to beat to get there, right? So Yoruba Rabbits are they're almost having a grudge match, right? They're not fully there, but they can almost get some sort of revenge by taking down the guys that took down the guys that took them down. So both teams have to be coming in with a passion. No Lead, No EXP. First time they've been on the broadcast, so you know they've got a fire in them. They're burning up, wanting to take this victory home. It's going to be so great, Dimes. I love games like this.
Sort of a vengeance by proxy, if you will. And on the side of No Lead, No EXP, I'm looking towards Dark to have another excellent game in the jungle and really get things started here for his squad. But we're going into picks and bans. Let's see how things shape up here before we head into the battleground of the gods. Now, we've seen a couple things out of the Yoruba Rabbits. We've seen Sager pilot that Amaterasu in almost every single game they've played very, very well. Not necessarily dominating lane, but when they move into that teamfight stage, utilizing their positioning perfectly, utilizing that Dazzling Gleam very well, the ultimate, as well as putting out tons of damage in the backline as an Amaterasu does. So we might have to look for that, as it's going to be a Kali for the very first ban, a shot at Dark already from the Rabbits.
Yeah, not too surprising to see them starting to target Dark early on in this draft. I mean, he was such an effective tool for No Lead, No EXP. I mean, he was going against Duduin in the first game. Duduin was on his Kali, and he looked amazing, but Dark was just constantly popping off all across the map. I'm actually a little bit surprised they didn't take away the Daji if they want to target Dark right from the get-go, because, man, he was such a menace on that. He showed such a great understanding of that god. When to go into that powwow, how to buy the time, when to hold those chains and not fire them off so quickly. Already a clean ban as well. They're really, truly trying to limit Dark. Maybe they've looked at that Daji and they think, okay, we know how Dark plays on that Daji, so let's push him back onto that and just try to adapt to him, force him onto that pick, and we can react to it and shut him down that way.
So the Rabbits, 2 targeted bans. Kleina's not really a targeted ban, highly regarded as a first pick, first ban character, but a shot at the jungle nonetheless. It's going to be a Bastet and Thoth taken away by No Lead, No EXP. No surprise there. Very potent characters, especially on this patch. Again, we are playing one patch behind, so keep that in mind. And of course, that Daji taken away. No surprise there. Dark looked beyond dominant in the game that we saw, taking on JTTM. So 3 jungle bans for the Rabbits. Let's see what comes out as No Lead, No EXP's ban. And that still leaves plenty on the board, right? We've got the Ganesh, which has seen plenty of play this week. Some excellent play from the Ganesh we've seen, or not seen, but rather we have the Gilgamesh, we have the Amuz and Cobb, right? We have so many first pick characters. The Medusa as well on the board. The Merlin looks great. The Cthulhu, I mean, the Rabbits could pick anything here, and No Lead, No EXP could counter with 2 excellent picks of their own. It's going to be an AMC taken by the Rabbits here. Typically taken in the middle lane, but we've seen both the Rabbits and No Lead, No EXP slot it into the ADC role.
Yeah, this AMC, on one hand, it's nice because it gives you that flex potential, right? You already talked about it. You can go mid lane, you can go ADC. You're never really sure where exactly it's going. Problem is, there's so much left up on the board right now because they targeted Dark so heavily in these bans. I mean, Medusa's on the board, Ganesh, Khepri, Atlas, all on the board. Cthulhu, like you said. They could go for a Cthulhu Morgan if they wanted to. They have so many options. This Yemoja is another one, and that is one of the downsides of picking this AMC so early in your draft, is it's pretty easy to counterpick that, right? Pick Yemoja, throw up the walls. Where is this AMC gonna go? Doesn't matter what lane you're in. This Yemoja's gonna see you at some point in the game, and they're gonna lock you down, and you're not gonna have the tools to get away from it unless you have enough damage to turn around and burn her down. This Amaterasu is a nice pickup to complement that AMC, as well as this Ganesh. You can already see the Rabbits are definitely looking to turn this into a team fight-oriented draft, but they still have to contend with that Medusa, with that Yemoja, who turn fights so well on their own themselves.
So far, the Rabbits reprising their team from the last game, and we were sort of, myself and Alpha Jackal, we're sort of lamenting about the lack of mobility on the side of the Rabbits, but they, again, as you just pointed out, they had the damage and they had the capability in order to turn around those team fights on their head, in order to turn what could have been a pick into a kill of their own. So we know that the Rabbits have the mentality and the skill level in order to execute in a mobile comp. So far, the Rabbits looking dangerous, that Ganesh looking borderline unstoppable in this week's games. It's going to be a soul pickup for no lead, no EXP. So far, whether the Medusas in the mid or the ADC or Soul in the mid or ADC, tons of pressure either way you match it up with the Emoja.
Yeah, that's the other thing about mobility is that you don't need a whole lot of it, right? If you are just constantly aggressive, if you're constantly just running towards the enemy, you don't really need the mobility to get away. They need the mobility to get away from you at that point. And I really like this top 3 from No Lead, No EXP, because sure, you see the backline, but you're not sure where exactly these gods are going, right? Soul, Medusa, either one of them could be mid, either one could be an ADC. We've seen them switch it up very frequently, so you might know what you're playing into, but that doesn't necessarily mean you understand the lanes right now. This AMC, maybe the Rabbits haven't decided exactly where it's going to go, and the information they have right now, it doesn't really help them make that decision at all. And into the second wave of picks and bans, I really like what they're taking out so far here. Fenrir and Chalk off the board. Chalk has really been prominent recently, Dimes, is because he's such a lane bully. He likes to just sit in that lane, try to push you away, and if you've got an Amaterasu on your team, Chalk is not the matchup you want. Take it off the board. I love that decision.
Well, now the Yoruba Rabbits can't run exactly back their comp. The Heimdall taken away by No Lead, No XP in the first ban phase. However, that Habwa is still available if they want to run it back as close as they can. Maybe not quite as effective into a lane with Soul, who has that disapparate to get away from the crushing wave if she pops it early enough. Of course, the Emoja providing plenty of escape with the Riptides can lock in Habwa with the wall. So probably not the best idea to pick in a mobile mage jungler here, but the option is available to the Rabbits. It's going to be a Camazotz picked up in the jungle for No Lead, No EXP. So far, this is a well-rounded team fight potential comp. Camazotz does provide a bit of pick as well, depending on what they slot in that middle lane, whether it's the Soul or the Medusa. And of course, what they put in that solo lane is a huge factor as well. So now it's the Rabbits pick. They still have 2 to go. Probably that ADC role we could usually see Amus and Cobb head into that middle lane. And with the Hoyi pickup, it's almost certainly going to be the B in the middle lane.
This is looking like a little bit of a tough early game for the Rabbits so far. They do lock in that Habwa just to round things out. You mentioned it, they need a source of magical damage, and if the jungle is the only spot left, you're pretty much looking at Habwa, Kabrakan, and Chang'e. Why not run it back? He had a great performance in the last game he was in. Go ahead and do it. But take a look at what he's up against this time, right? There's a lot of pressure coming out from No Lead, No EXP. Medusa Moja as a lane is very oppressive. It can push that wave in and kind of keep you under your tower for a very long time. Same with Soul Medusa, or Soul Moja. I don't think we're going to see Soul and Medusa in the same lane this game. But no matter where they put it, they have so much pressure in these lanes. I can't help but worry. Will Habwa be able to find an opportunity to get active? Now, Pagong had a great game. He was very active. He did tons of damage. But it's a lot harder to do that damage against this Umoja, against this Soul, against this Camazotz, who has that get out of jail free card and bat out of hell. Now Shiva to round out the draft. I don't know, man. Shiva is one heck of a god. He brings so much pressure, so much safety, so much utility. It's going to be a tough one, I think, for Pagong.
Well, let's head into the game and see how this one shakes out. It is game number 1. The Rabbits taking on No Lead, No EXP, best of 3. And with that Shiva locked in, I'm terrified about the healing potential on the side of No Lead, No EXP. Shiva providing heals. Of course, Camazotz having inherent heals in his kit. Samaro on the Soul, taken into the middle lane, has heals in her kit as well. And now Mr. One on the Emoja providing team-wide heals. So if the Yoruba Rabbits don't itemize into anti-heal pretty early into this one, they might find themselves, by the time middle and late game come around, totally out-healed in these late-game team fights. They are a burst comp. You're looking for that stinger from Dunn. You're looking from that crushing wave from Pagon to absolutely annihilate one of these targets, whether that's Aim Blue or Samaro or even Dark in the jungle. But if they can't accomplish that, if they can't one-shot one of the carries on the side of no lead, no EXP, then all the red squad has to do is back off and allow their team-wide healing to take effect, and then re-engage, and I'm not sure what the Rabbits can respond with.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight, I think. We're going to have to see anti-heal coming online from the Rabbits. I'm fully expecting an Onk, because, you know, even if you do get that initial pick, you still want to make sure they're not at their full healing capabilities through the rest of the fight, because those heals can make up the difference if you don't deal your damage fast enough. If you blow everything on one person, you can put yourself into a bad spot. Already, we can see that aggression coming out.
The Rabbits trying to fight early here, jumping on no lead, no XP, forcing out the shell from the Emoja. Ganesh also has his shell in the back pocket. There it comes out now. So it's going to be relic for relic traded from both supports on the Rabbits and no lead, no EXP. The Rabbits were surging forward. They wanted every single piece of no lead, no EXP, but actually come out on the bottom side of that conflict. A great Riptide locks in Karkito, but a leap away is going to make sure that they stay out of harm's way. And now it's going to be an invade on the side of the duo lane from no lead, no EXP. And that's how you build slow leads, right? You get pressure in the lane, you take a neutral objective, you take a Fury, and now Pagon is in between two. In between four, rather.
Onk being some serious trouble. Here's another set of beads come through. Aim Blue gets caught though. Ollie going in.
Ollie going to be the first to fall back. Akito bringing that one back. Aim Blue taking down Pagon on the hop wall, and now the red squad looking very low. No lead, no EXP, all under half HP. With Yoruba Rabbits moving in, Dark will be the next to fall. It's going to be a double kill for the Hoi Yi. Krakito off to an early start here in the duo lane. And just a weird little engagement there as almost every single character in the game, minus the solo laners, rotate over to the duo side jungle.
I mean, that's a result of the early pressure that they got, right? Yoruba Rabbits looked for the aggression. They wanted to find something in this duo lane. Ended up taking the worst end of that trade. That allowed no lead, no XP to step forward, go for that Harpy at the same time that those Oracles were being looked at by Yoruba Rabbits. And just by nature of that positioning, it allowed no lead, no EXP to find themselves a nice flank onto Pagong there as he was doing the Oracles. Unfortunately, we're still about 2 minutes into the game at this point, so you're not clearing things super quickly. It allowed Rabbits to make a nice response.
Nice ricochet there from Krakito, finds both members of the duo lane of no lead, no EXP. And follow up on your final, on your little analysis there, the Rabbits rotating over, no lead, no XP, rotating over. You know what it did? It allowed Lorenzo to say, oh, Hagong on the Habwa, he's on the duo side, so I can fully take this fight against the Amaterasu. Takes down that solo kill while we were chit-chatting about the duo lane here. So Lorenzo goes up 1-0 over their solo lane opponent in Sager on the Amaterasu.
Yeah, that solo lane is something we didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it during the picks and bans, but really I think no lead, no EXP got quite the steal when it comes to this particular matchup, right? Sager on this Ama is not looking to fight early, right? Amaterasu is just not a solo lane god who has a ton of early game pressure. She can take small skirmishes in the early game, but generally she's wanting to scale up towards her late game team fight monster potential. Whereas Lorenzo on the Shiva, he's all about fighting. He loves getting active. And more than that, he is just as much of a team fight presence with that Shiva Tandava as Amaterasu is with her Dazzling Offensive. They both offer so much team fight disruption. Yoruba Rabbits are going to have to be very, very careful around this solo lane. Because if they allow Lorenzo to make use of this matchup and punish Segirl and bully him around and get a lead, it could be disastrous in the mid to late.
Garmin Pillars are dropped on the side of Ollie. Samaro there with a great sap rate, going to get them out of danger. Krakito bounced back in on the Riptide under tower, throwing down those Suns now. But in the middle lane, an engagement at the exact same time is going to be a trade. Dark goes down, the jungler for no lead, no EXP. And the Yoruba Rabbits lose their own mid laner, done on the Amus and Cobb. So activity all around the map. Nothing comes of the duo lane skirmish, but the mid lane does take a toll.
How does this happen, right? This isn't fair. Times, okay? All the action is happening in the duo lane. Like, everyone's fighting in duo, but all the kills are happening somewhere else on the map. Like, I don't know.
It's all
I think
Ollie, man.
these dual laners need to
Ollie
step it
is
up,
just-
start landing more.
Ollie is just not letting up on this lane. I mean, every time we flash over to this Ganesh, he's pushing the limit, right? He's stepping up right under their tower. He's charging in with the clear obstacles, looking for that stun, looking for that knockup, just not letting Samaro or Mr. One get any kind of comfortable in this duo lane, as there's going to be an invade from the side of No Lead, No XP on this purple buff from the Yoruba Rabbits. Samaro throwing the ult over the wall, just making sure that it goes down a little bit quicker in order to get away safely. That ult will be charged up for the soul in no time at all. Ooh, that's the worst feeling in the world. When you use a leap over the wall and there's nothing there to greet you. Ouch.
Yeah, that is just the worst feeling in the world. But I really like Samaro's decision to use that ultimate there, right? A lot of people don't like using their ults to secure a camp or clear a wave. But you take a look at Samaro's mana, his health, the golden hand, he has to get back to base. He has to back. So he knows he's not going to stick around. He knows he's not going to need that ultimate. Drop it on that camp. Secure the invade. Make sure your invade goes successful. Get that extra gold. And then you can reset without losing anything. Additionally, Rakito's not there. He doesn't see Samaro use the ultimate. He doesn't know it's on cooldown. He's lost nothing off of this. There's no additional opportunity for Rakito there because they don't have that information. It's just such a subtle but very good play from the side of Samaro there.
Absolutely, and now it's going to be just about 1,000 gold lead for No Lead, No EXP here. 6.5 minutes into this one. Currently, the Red Squad leads 3-4 as the waves are going to go up, and a double Petrify connects onto 2 of the Rabbits, and 2 of the Rabbits are going to go down. Dark takes out Dunn. The middle lane, Amus and Cobb falls, and Ollie, support for the Yoruba Rabbits, also going down in that fight, as there's a bit of a solo lane engagement as well. But an excellent ultimate from the Emoja locks into the Petrify out of Aim Blue on the Medusa, also connects with 2, and then Dark over the top with the Bat out of Hell to farm confirms.
And that's exactly what we're talking about in the picks and bans, right? Mr. One on this Yemoja alongside this Medusa is such a deadly combo, right? Sure, you can turn your camera and not look at the Petrifying Gaze. Guess what? You still don't have anywhere to go when those river walls come up. You are locked in, and when that slow hits you, and it is going to hit you, you're still going to feel the hurt no matter what you do. We see it put to perfect execution right there, and that's on the enemy tier 1. No Lead, No XP takes that fight to the tier 1, and they have no problems executing that. They know that Ollie's not going to be that tanky. We're still in the early game. He doesn't have his thieves fully stacked up. He doesn't have all those additional prots. This is the time to target that Ganesh. Put him further behind. Don't allow him to scale up and even get done off of it as well. Killing an AMC this early into the game twice is absolutely massive because AMC can be such a terrifying late game beast, right? When he's got a full build, he's got those hives set up, you have to kill him first in a fight or he will take it over. So how do you combat that? You'd make it take even longer for him to get there. Granted, he's still on level with Aim Blue right now, but these are the steps you need to take, and No Lead, No EXP are frankly not living up to their name at all.
And I think we saw that in practice there, that attempted gank in the middle lane by Pagon and Dunn onto Aim Blue on the Medusa, right? We saw Pagon move in with the water hands, the knock up, the water spout as well, and Dunn didn't have the Stinger online, it's true, but the follow-up just wasn't there. Aim Blue only dropping to about half HP on that attempted gank, as there's going to be a dash in. It's going to be Lorenzo versus 2, just sits under tower, Pagon helping clear the way for their solo laner there. But again, and you saw it in the middle lane, just not enough burst to burst down the Medusa 9 minutes into this one. And when we saw the Rabbits pick up this comp in the last match they were in, they had already formed a lead on the Amusa Cobb. They already had a lead on the Habwa, and they were just crushing. I mean, the crushing wave was doing enough damage to kill a Cthulhu in lane about this time, right? So you see what happens if there's just not enough of a lead on the side of the Rabbits. The comp just can't hold up.
Yeah, they're not getting the same snowball they got in their last game, but it's not all doom and gloom for them just yet, because even if they're not snowballing right now, they still have that late game potential, right? The potential for the draft hasn't gone down. They have simply not accelerated to reach it as quickly as they did before. if this game goes on, they will still have tons of damage. They will still have an Amaterasu ult in the late game for that big AoE stun. They will still have the passive for the extra power, the extra damage, the extra speed. On the other side, I mean, No Lead, No EXP doesn't have a bad draft, right? Their draft scale's fine, but it doesn't have that same meteoric scaling that the Yoruba Rabbits have. Might see some action happening over in this duo lane.
Dark going to burn the blink early to save the leap, but with Ollie rotating, not going to be any follow-up on the side of No Lead, No EXP. So a relic burned there for the jungler. That's going to be down for just about 2 minutes here on the side of the Camazots for nothing at all. That's not a great feeling as a jungler. You'd love to use that relic in order to get something for your squad, whether that's a camp steal, preferably a kill, but you want to make sure that that active is being put to good use with that sizable cooldown. Not able to do it with Ollie rotating over, so it's going to be a disengage here and a bit of farming as the Rabbits take on No Lead, No EXP in game 1 of this best of 3 here.
Yeah, this is one of the downsides of Camazots, right? A lot of times, if you're blinking, like you said, you want to get something for it, and even if it's not a kill, just a relic sometimes is good enough. If you can expend your blink for their beads, you're pretty happy with that. Camazots isn't one of the best beads burners in the game, though. He has a slow, and that's about it that he's going to be trying to pull those beads with. Against Krakito on this Ho Yi, he doesn't have to worry about that too much. He goes into the air, he jumps away, bye-bye dart, jump on me or walk away, we'll see what happens. Ollie shows up, there's zero chance of burning any of those relics, unfortunately. And that's kind of where Dark's at right now. I think maybe if he turns his attention more towards Segirl over in that right lane, allow Lorenzo to use that Shiva and try to find a lead over that way, I think he might have a little bit more success there, because they just have more CC over there too. They can have more ways to burn someone down. They can gank Segirl, force his TP to come back to lane, and they could just honestly loop right back around and gank him again and make him waste the TP. As it stands, they haven't gotten a whole lot, and sure, they have a slight lead. They've got to find a way to accelerate that lead if they want to continue having control of this game. It's only 1,600 right now, and it's been around that for a few minutes at this point. They haven't really found a good foothold into the game just yet.
Well, Spooky, while we were waxing poetic there, the No Lead, No EXP squad takes down a Pyromancer with 0 contest from the Yoruba Rabbits. So they're going to extend their gold lead just a little bit here to the tune of about 1,500. But the first neutral objective falling to the red squad, No Lead, No EXP, as there's a bit more posturing here on this left side duo of the map. Dark making his way over to the duo side. And there just no contest from the side of the Yoruba Rabbits. Wards need to come out on these neutral objectives because No Lead, No EXP has the damage to do it. Aim Blue, already level 13. Medusa has plenty of damage with that Bluestone Transcendence. Looking at Dark on the Camazots, also providing plenty of burn with the Crusher, the Jotun's Wrath, and Lorenzo, of course, rotating in from the solo lane. So it's going to be important to ward up these objectives because they could be gone in a flash.
Yeah, these objective fights, I think, could actually be very, very interesting from both teams here, because you take a look at the drafts, and both of them have a ton of burn potential, right? Both of them have 2 ADCs.
Great Ricochet.
But neither of them have a ton of secure potential, right? For No Lead, No EXP, you're kind of looking at Petrifying Gaze as your main secure, whereas Yoruba Rabbits, they've got Pagong on this Habois. If he wants to use Crushing Wave as a secure, he's going to have to position very carefully around it. See another fight happen in this duo lane.
The Suns are going to be traded for more Suns here, but Samaro using the Sap Rage to get out of danger. And now Krakito having to swerve, run for his life, Serpentine maneuvers to get away from Dark, but plenty of healing coming through. Dark into the Bat Out of Hell, waiting for Krakito to come back down. 2 shots of Bat Out of Hell are going to do it. The Dharmic Pillars dropped for just a little bit more damage there, but it was just a waiting game. Who can come down first, that Bat Out of Hell or Krakito's leap? And Krakito comes out on the short side of the stick.
Unfortunately, I mean, Bat Out of Hell just lasts for so long. Yoruba Rabbits end up expending both their ultimates, both the Sunbreaker and the Dharmic Pillars, and that is a huge factor, as now No Lead, No EXP gets to head straight to this Gold Fury. Krakito still down, no pillars for the side of the Rabbits. They are posturing, not able to steal it away.
Crushing Wave is going to come out, however, just to create a little bit more space on the side of No Lead, No EXP, making sure that Yoruba Rabbits have no space to move in on that Guild Fury. So that'll go down. No lead, no EXP. Slowly and steadily expanding this lead. Now Pegong finds Samaro absolutely nowhere, just kind of lazy backing on the red side of the map there. So heads up play by the Halbois there to put one on the board for himself. And now I was going to say it's 7-3, 7-4 now, and no lead, no EXP's lead in gold has shrunk to just about 2,400 here. Excuse me, 2,500.
Yeah, that's a little bit unlucky that they lose Samara there, but they're still overall in a better position than they were before the Fury, right? They still do come out with a net gain there. It's dampened a little bit by the fact that they lose their ADC, but they still shouldn't feel too bad. Samaro might feel pretty bad because he just died into his tier 2 tower to a Halbois, and no one had any idea he was there. But those are the things you can move past, right? Overall, they're building their lead. They've expanded it past that 1,500 mark, and the more they do this, the more aggressive Yoruba Rabbits try to get, the more they get to punish it. Right like that, forcing the Crushing Wave out of Pagong. That is, once again, absolutely massive. Look at the map. Pyromancer is coming up, and that's one less ultimate that's going to be available if they take a fight around it.
I don't know about this. Sager rotating over to the duo lane with the Pyromancer objective back online. Yoruba Rabbits positioning on this left side of the map, really giving up the Pyromancer for the second time to no lead, no EXP. Not sure where Sager's positioning, what the Rabbits are trying to accomplish. No gank potential available on the side of the Rabbits. Just some weird positioning on the side of the solo laner here from the Rabbits. And every Rabbit not even close to that neutral objective that they knew was coming back online very soon.
Yeah, a little bit, I would say unfortunate, right? But I can't call it unfortunate because the Rabbits willingly put themselves in that position. They chose to step over there and be in that area while the Pyromancer was coming up. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe Seguro was just trying to find some pressure in that dual lane, maybe trying to find a gank and put Samaro behind. But unfortunately, it did not work out for them. It doesn't go their way. They find absolutely no value from that. And like you said, they give up the Pyromancer for complete free. Pegong was in the area. He was looking at it, but what's a lone Halbois without ult going to do? He can't step up to it. He just has to let it go. And these are the kinds of things that the Rabbits cannot afford to keep doing if they want to take this game. They're not too far behind. This is still well within comeback territory. And it's not even looking dire for them yet. They're about 2,000 gold down, 17 and a half minutes in. That's within your margins of failure. You can work with that. But if they don't adapt to what no lead, no EXP is trying to do, they don't respond to their game plan and start making their own game plan, this gap is going to get wider. And right now, Seguro, you've had a lead. He had about a 1-level lead. With that rotation, he's now lost it. In fact, the levels are looking very even across the board. Everyone's about level 17 except for the supports who are naturally a little bit further behind everyone else. But this is the situation you don't really want to be in. If you had a lead, you want to make use of that, not just let it go over in the dual lane while they take a Pyromancer.
Sure. And as we chit-chatted about in picks and bans, we do have some anti-heal coming out on the side of the Yoruba Rabbits to take care of that team-wide healing from the Emoja, the self-heal from the Camazotz, the Soul, Renzo providing healing on the Shiva as well. So a Toxic Blade on the Amaterasu, the solo laner for the Rabbits, Sager. That's going to make sure that healing is reduced when those auto attacks land. There's that Toxic Blade coming up. Enemies hits gain 20% reduced healing. That's on the basic attacks, of course, which Sager is happy to provide as well if that's going to reduce protections using Amaterasu's passive. And then on the side of the mid lane, Amu's and Kaban done. We have a Brawler's Beat Stick coming out, which is going to reduce healing as well. So hopefully between the Bees and Amaterasu being in the backline, causing havoc, making a mess of things, enough anti-heal is going to be applied on the side of the Rabbits that no lead, no EXP can't get it off in time with the team-wide emoji healing and the self-healing on the carries.
Yeah, the Toxic Blade is an interesting pickup to me because it's pretty much the slowest anti-heal that we have in the game of Smite, right? It takes basic attacks to apply it, and you have to hit them 3 times to get the full use. If you go something like Contagion or Pestilence, it's just automatically there. But we may have to put a hold on that as Ali a little aggressive there. happening there.
Just
They're
making sure
feeling
that
each other out.
Dunn got out of danger. Dunn a little bit out of position there, but Dark seeing the rotation of the Habwa, seeing the rotation of Ali as well, making sure to back off of that one. And now it looks like we're going to have our first 5v5 engagement of this contest around the Gold Fury pit. Both of these teams are positioning, looking for that pick, looking for that engagement. It looks like it's going to be on to Dark, who gets knocked up, and Water Hands from the Habwa doing half HP to the Kamazots in the jungle. So now, no lead, no EXP, have to back off a little bit. They have to give up a little bit of pressure. Ali moving in to defend this Gold Fury attempt. The Gold Fury going down extremely quickly on the side of the Euro Rabbits. It's going to go down with no contest at all. Now Ollie dashing in. The sun's raining down from the Hoi Yi. Mr. One caught out of nowhere. Lorenzo in the back line making sure to zone out the Yoruba Rabbits, while Sager is doing the exact same thing. No lead, no EXP. It's going to be a full disengagement now. So Gold Fury goes down to Yoruba Rabbits. A botched engagement from the Rabbits. Doesn't really come up with anything, and the gold lead has come basically to parity now, 20 minutes into this one.
I feel like no lead, no EXP played that so strangely. I mean, yes, Dark lost half his HP before the fight started, but I don't think, pulling a jungler all the way back is necessarily the call there. I mean, you have a Yemoja on your team. Use your innate healing that you have on this team and just heal him back up. No lead, no EXP, pulled completely off of that Primal Fury when Dark lost his HP bar, right? He lost his bees as well. That was a little bit unfortunate, but it's still manageable. Still had the bat out of hell. But by stepping all the way back, they allowed Yoruba Rabbits to have all the pressure, all the positioning around that Fury. And then they chose to step back into the Rabbits after it had already been burned down. The problem with that was the Rabbits really didn't need to expend any of their resources on that Fury because no lead, no EXP was so far back. They had so much space, they were able to use their double hunter composition to just shred the HP bar down with just their basic attacks. They didn't have to expend any ultimates to secure it. So once that fell down, they just said, oh, no lead, no EXP wants to fight. Okay, let's do it. And it doesn't go necessarily great for the Rabbits, but I would say it went better than it did for no lead, no EXP.
And it's so crucial for no lead, no EXP to take that early lead that they had and transfer it into the mid game, into the late game, because as we've talked about ad nauseum, the Rabbits have this double hunter comp, they have this Habwa in the jungle, and once they get online, all Sager has to do, or even all Ollie has to do, is look for a great engagement, drop those Dharmic Pillars, throw down that Amaterasu ultimate, find the stun, and all of a sudden the Crushing Wave, which is used defensively to get away from Dark on the Kamazots, successfully, I might add, is just going to do tons of damage to no lead, no EXP. So now the Habwa losing the ultimate, trading jungle for jungle. Dark also using that bat out of hell offensively. It's going to come up nil.
Yeah, not too much of a loss overall. Pagong will have his ultimate up slightly, very, very, very slightly before Dark will have his up. Not sure it's enough to make an impact, but look at this. Yoruba Rabbit straight to the Fire Giant.
Dharmic Pillars ready to throw out on command. Same thing with the Crushing Wave, so support's ready to go. Fingers hovering over the 4 key here, waiting for that engagement, waiting for that disengage. Shiva in the face of the Yoruba Rabbits, looking for a bit of poke there, is going to find it. Habwa lurking on the left side, looking for a blink. Sager dashing in offensively on the Yemoja, just to apply some of that Toxic Blade, apply some of the Protection Shred as well. Fire Giant dance is continuing here. An early stinger from Dunn is going to connect with Samaru, chunking the soul down to half. Now Lorenzo caught in the middle of 4 all by their loads. The Crushing Wave is going to come out. Dharmic Pillars are going to come out. Suns are going to come out. Ultimate expended. Krakito finds a double. Samaru going down on that one. Medusa burns the Aegis, so no defense now. Pagong takes out Mr. One. It's going to be a 3-0 for the Yoruba Rabbits after that extended engagement. And now, what's on their mind? Back Fire Giant.
Back? I don't even think they're gonna back. That Aussie is online, and look at the healing from Krakito. He is going straight for it. Fire Giant goes the way of the Rabbits, and Dark might be in some trouble here too. Oh my goodness. It just felt so sloppy times from no lead, no EXP. They've been playing this pretty well so far, but when it gets to these team fights, the Yoruba Rabbits show us why they are here, right? They played the fight so well. Did you see how quickly Lorenzo just disappeared under the chain CC coming out from the Rabbits? They did not allow him to disrupt their backline. They turned on him, they erased him, and they said, okay, let's go ahead and fight. We have the numbers advantage. And they play it so beautifully, and they don't overextend afterwards. They take the fight, they win the fight very handily, push the remaining members of No Lead, No EXP away from themselves, and they pull right back to that fire giant, go right to it, secure the big objective, and secure themselves a huge push on that right side.
Yoruba Rabbits taking down that right side Phoenix of No Lead, No EXP. So the right lane now exposed to fire minions moving down the right side. And what I love about that last engagement is the initiation using the Stinger from Dunn. Typically you see the Amus and Cobbs saving that Stinger for a final burst, but using it on Samaro, a little bit of slow, applying the bees of course, applying that cripple, forcing out Samaro on the Soul early, making sure that they can't get off that Stellar Burst, they can't get off the Supernova, of course, early in that fight as well. Engaging with an offensive ability like that, it just shows great team play, right? Dunn wasn't looking to hyper carry that fight. Dunn wasn't looking to make sure that the fight was going to be all on their back. They were just willing to trust in their team, trust that Krakito was going to rain the suns down, that Pagong was going to find those water hands, find those water spouts, knockups, and of course Sager wrecking havoc in the backline as per usual. So just an all-in-all great team win on the side of the Rabbits as the left side push is going down from the blue team. Sager finding 3 in the blue side jungle. That's going to be Supernova raining down as the left side bird goes down. It's a split fight. 3 of the Rabbits are pushing into the Titan of No Lead, No EXP. Lorenzo's going down. Samaro trades out Pagon on the backside of that fight. Again, this fight is split in half. And now the Titan is just getting bursted down, and it's gone. It's gone in 5 seconds. 3 members of the Rabbits take game number 1 over No Lead, No EXP. The Titan disappeared. It's gone. It's gone, Spooky.
That was amazing from the Yoruba Rabbits. All right. So, honestly, a little bit of a misplay coming out from No Lead, No EXP, right? The push is happening on that left side. They see 3 members over there, right? They hear that Fury go down. They know that Dunn is not by himself. He has support over there. But they kept 5 strong in that mid lane for a tier 2, right? If you trade out a tier 2 for a tier 2, okay, no big deal, reset. The problem was Sager got a huge flank on them. He came in right behind them. Pagong is in front. They can't just back off and press B. They can't go back to base. So all this time that they're trying to disengage from just these 2 members, the remaining 3 Rabbits are just making this huge push. Take down the tier 2. Take down the Phoenix. And as they take down this Phoenix, that is when Lorenzo finally managed to get his recall off. But now he's just one lone Shiva against 3 members, and they just cannot handle that amount of shred. The Rabbits just played it so beautifully, stopping those recalls.
I really wish we could have seen the Titan go down in real time. Because, I mean, it was there. I glanced my eyes at the secondary fight on Samaru taking on the Rabbits by their lonesome, and then the Titan was gone. I didn't see a health bar disappear. I just looked up and I saw a Titan falling as the Yoruba Rabbits take out game number 1 versus No Lead, No EXP. And just what a team game that was. What an excellent call to end. What a team win that was. And again, this is a best of 3. So No Lead, No EXP has the ability to learn. They have the ability to bounce back against these Yoruba Rabbits. But just shout outs Krakito moving into that mid game, moving into that late game, and playing the early game well as well. Ollie being so aggressive on that Ganesh, and Krakito not scared, following up whenever their support was heading in.
Yeah, Krakito was actually put under a lot of pressure in this early game. Now, some of that was, Ollie and Krakito were trying to bring the pain to No Lead, No EXP, but we constantly saw Dark trying to make those rotations over to that dual lane. And Krakito, for his credit, I mean, he played it totally cool. C start coming in, okay, hop up, jump back. Ollie's coming in, we're totally good. He got invaded several times, lost his purple buff a few times there. But all the while, he just hangs in there, says, no worries, I'm a hunter. I've got late game. And he ends that game 5-1 with almost 13,000 player damage, highest on his team. That's just insane.
Just excellent on the side of Krakito and the Yoruba Rabbits. Everybody doing the damage, making sure that this is a team victory. On the side of no lead, no EXP, though, it's not like they played poorly. It was a misstep here. It was a misstep there. Some great objective play early on, finding 2 Pyromancers with absolutely zero contest on the side of the Rabbits. Excellent objective play there, moving in when they could. Dark finding some great picks over in the duo lane, finding a pick in the mid lane as well. Mr. One doing some great healing. I found a couple Riptides that I called out. Lorenzo, honestly, until the very end, until that last engagement there, did great. Stalemated the lane with the Amaterasu. I remember in that Gold Fury engagement, did a lot to help his team get out. Kind of was in the face of 3 members of the Yoruba Rabbits, making sure to play the back line there. Aim Blue maybe could have been a little bit more aggressive on this Medusa, could have found a bit more picks, but didn't have the opportunity or the space to get off those auto attacks. Really could only throw out the Poison Spit and that Petrify ultimate. So it's not like no lead, no EXP losses because of poor play or because of missteps, just not even a comp diff, really, right? Because we've talked about both of these teams have the ability to burn objectives. Just a few missteps here and there at the right time for the Yoruba Rabbits. They capitalized and they found game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they played very well. Maybe there were a few communication issues because you take a look at some of those later fights, and Lorenzo, he was getting in there, right? But he was getting burned down so very quickly. I mean, it's tough to do your job as a solo laner when you're against 2 hunters that just look at you and, oh, what if I just hold my left mouse button here and I just watch your HP bar disappear beneath my basic attacks? And Dark just wasn't able to get in there quick enough. Maybe they just need to clean that up, synchronize their dive a little bit more.
Well, the Rabbits looking great so far here in SOC play, making it to the grand finals for 2 weeks in a row. We'll take it to game number 2 in just a second here and see if no lead, no EXP can hang on to a game number 3. See you in a sec. Stick around. Well, howdy, folks, and welcome back to the Smite Open Circuit. Still Phase 1, still Week 3. We find ourselves still in Europe. My name is Dimes, bringing you the play-by-play, joined by the one, the only, Spooky, my wonderful analyst here. Spooky, we saw the Yoruba Rabbits take on No Lead, No EXP in Game 1 of the Grand Finals here in week number 3, and they lost it last week. The Rabbits lost the Grand Finals last week to JTTM. It doesn't look like they want to lose in the Grand Finals in back-to-back weeks because they are on a warpath.
Yeah, they are definitely here with a vengeance tonight. It looked quiet for the start of the game. For the first 10, 12 minutes of the game, we had a quiet showing from the Rabbits. They gave up a couple of Pyromancers, didn't contest anything. They were allowing themselves to be ganked to just pulling back and playing defensively. But when that grouping came around, Dimes, the Rabbits showed us exactly why they are here and exactly why they belong in these grand finals. Their team fight is top tier. Over those objectives, they just constantly push No Lead, No EXP away, put them on the back foot. And even with the healing that No Lead, No EXP had in their draft, they were not able to step forward and contest what the Rabbits were doing. We saw them just melt the front line several times. And at that point, they just turned the aggression up to 11 and just push it all the way for those objectives.
I'm so curious if the Hubwa is allowed through again for Pegong. Let's head to picks and bans and see if that one's taken away. We've seen Pegong play this Hubwa in the jungle twice now in the semifinals, and we've seen him play it once in the grands, and both times absolute domination on the side of the Hubwa. A couple times, a little bit out of position last game, a couple picks, maybe a few crushing waves defensively, but otherwise doing great things in those team fights, like you said, the group ups early. Clean bans or just meta bans from the Rabbits, considering they seem pretty comfortable.
First 3, we should expect to see some meta bans because Pagong on that Habwa, he's been picking that in the bottom 2. So if you are concerned about that Habwa, I would say and just make sure that the Rabbits don't have access to anything too destructive like this Bastet, right? You don't want to give them these stronger tools just because they looked really good on this one particular god. So stick with and if you expect that Habwa to come out, right? If you don't want to put a ban towards it, maybe just draft something that can deal with it a little bit better, something that locks him down a little bit easier. They didn't have a ton of CC in their draft in game 1. Sure, they had a Yamoja, but that was about all they had.
True. Yoruba Rabbits taking away a middle lane pick here in the Zeus. This is the first time we've seen Zeus banned away on the side of the Rabbits. So perhaps they're going to pick into a strategy that really relies on grouping up and diving as a team, which of course Zeus is excellent at countering with that massive storm, the chain lightning, of course. So taken away there, Dodgy is not going to find its way back onto Pegong either, for sure. Dodgy very strong in the jungle right now.
Very surprising to me because Dark looked very, very good on it in his game. So it's surprising to me that they decide to ban it away almost from themselves, right? We haven't seen Pagong on anything but this Habwa so far. So putting 3 bans towards the jungle and one of them being a pick you yourself are very good on, it's a little bit questionable to me because it just limits your options a little bit. And you haven't even targeted what Pagong has actually been playing so far. They do get to pick up their Amus and Cobb, and this might be the reason for that dodgy ban is because they don't want to have this AMC who's very, very vulnerable to things like holes and anything that abuses not having CC immunity in your kit. So a little bit of extra safety for your AMC, but you gotta wonder, what do the Rabbits do with all the options that are left open for them, like this Medusa?
And most notably, Ganesh as well. Ollie has only slammed that Ganesh for as many games as we've seen the Yoruba Rabbits play, so Ganesh available. And of course, Sager also only piloting the Amaterasu as long as they've been on the SOC broadcast. So Medusa, Amaterasu going to be the first 2 picks. We've seen Medusa in that ADC role. We've seen, of course, last game, No Lead, No EXP ran Medusa in the middle lane, so plenty of flexibility there. Could be another double hunter comp. We just saw that at the Yoruba Rabbits. Ran to great success there. So it's really going to depend on what No Lead, No EXP picks into here to determine the remainder of the Rabbits draft, maybe even picking the Ganesh up themselves in order to deny it from Ollie. And there it is.
You spoke it into existence, Dimes, right there, slam locked by No Lead, No EXP. Rabbits right now are kind of embody, if it's not broken, don't fix it. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see another Ho Yi locked in for their side here. This Bologna, though, for No Lead, No XP, I think is actually a really good adjustment. I mean, in the first game, Lorenzo was on the Shiva. Shiva's a very strong god. He's very good, but he wasn't able to really get a whole lot in that lane. Most of it was spent either a little bit behind or very even. Bologna, on the other hand, is a very, very active solo laner. She likes to bully, she likes to fight, and she has a lot more pressure than this Amaterasu will in the early game. So if Lorenzo can push Sager off of this Amaterasu, push her back to the tower, find a lead, that allows them to make some big rotations. And I think that might have been what No Lead, No EXP were lacking. They didn't have Lorenzo able to make that dive and survive for very long because it was around those squishier gods.
Certainly. Now the Yoruba Rabbits is eschewing that double Hunter comp, instead going into the Persephone. So that's going into the middle lane onto Dunn, which means that Krakito is going to pilot this Medusa into the duo lane rather. Krakito absolutely loved the Heimdall, and we saw that banned away last game. So part of my brain was thinking Medusa Heimdall maybe, but no, that's been slammed into the ground here with the Persephone pickup. So it's going to be a magical mid, which we've seen Dunn play the Merlin to great success, and a couple other magical characters as well. So definitely has some success, has some confidence on those magical characters. So Persephone shouldn't be a problem for the mid laner for the Rabbits. And Sobek taken away by No Lead, No EXP. I wanted to hit really quick. We've seen Ganesh piloted by Ollie many times to great success. What is a support character that can sort of replace or maybe imitate what Ganesh would bring to this Yoruba Rabbits team? Who would be a great pickup?
There aren't a whole lot of supports that can really imitate what Ganesh does, in my opinion, because a lot of what he does is so unique to him. That AoE silence that gives procs around him, and more importantly, the Dharmic pillars. There's just nothing that burns objectives and shreds health bars down.
Oh, for sure.
Like the Dharmic pillars. Now, they could look for something such as an ESET, which has been rising in popularity a little bit. She does still have a huge AoE ultimate, one of the best secures in the game. You lose a little bit of that when you put it into support because there's no power behind it, but it's still a massive teamfight ultimate. She still has a silence and great CC with that stun as well. We might see them look for something like that. Or if they want to play something that gets a little more aggressive, well, there's a Kraken.
Absolutely, why not? If you have an Amuz and Cobb with almost no mobility, of course, the Hives do provide movement speed, but that's kind of all she wrote in terms of mobility there. Why not have a Bracken to lock him in the walls, make sure that your Medusa and your Persephone can burst down that B? And we check out the bans here for No Lead, No XP. Ares Sobek taken away. You can see who they're worried about, right? They're worried about Pegon in the jungle, and they're worried about Ollie. They took away his Ganesh. They shot him with the Sobek. They shot out that Ares ban to target him as well, so they take the Bracken in return. But they know exactly who to worry about on the side of the Rabbits. Tiamat taken away in the mid lane on the side of the Rabbits. It's going to be a Fenrir pickup for the jungle for No Lead, No EXP. Where does this figure in? It doesn't really, obviously it can be a pick comp Fenrir jumping in, using Ragnarok to grab a target into Ganesh, those Dharmic pillars. You have the Stinger out of Amuz and Cobb, chunking a character down to 75, maybe even less % of their HP. Merlin finishing up, of course, with those different magical stances. But where does Fenrir fit in this comp? Who are you grabbing, right? Who are you grabbing on the side of the Rapids?
That's the problem here, right? Right now you have pretty much one target, and it's Kabrakin. You can't pick up the Medusa. She has beads and petrifying gaze. You can't pick up Amaterasu because she has probably beads and dazzling offensive. And even if she doesn't have the beads, right, you are now bringing dazzling offensive to your team.
Right.
You don't want to do that. That doesn't work out. This Thor, CC immunity. Persephone, CC immunity. Kabrakin is the only target for this Ragnarok. And if you do that, you have to time it so that you're fighting him out of his tremors so he doesn't just start him up as soon as you drop him. And even then, spend his ultimate and he still has his stuns available, you could be putting your team in a very, very bad position. it doesn't really look like No Lead No EXP has a ton of good targets for this Ragnarok. I'm not sure actually what the exact plan is, but we're just gonna have to find out.
Let's find out, man. Let's head into the battleground of the gods and see who this Fenrir targets. And didn't even mention, as we jump into the map here, that this Merlin pickup means that Amuz and Cobb will be heading into the duo lane on Samaro. So Amuz and Cobb Ganesh, terrifying. First of all, the pressure is unbelievable between the honey, the bees, the swarm, Mr. One throwing out that turn of fate. It's just disgusting, first of all. And second of all, what that means is that you have a Thor dunking down on an immobile Amuz and Cobb, right? Followed up by a Krakito's Petrify and an Ollie Walls. Is Amuz and Cobb even going to make it 10 minutes out of this game? It doesn't really feel like it.
It's going to be a very tough one for Samaro. I think the decision to put him into the duo lane is the correct one. I think this was a decision that was made as soon as they saw the Persephone locked in. You don't really want to send Samaro against Persephone because he has no CC immunity in his kit, right? If he gets hit by the Grasp of Death, it's not going to be a good look for him. Additionally, that's where you're going to see a lot of activity from Pagon on this Thor. It's very easy to gank that mid lane. So there's just not enough CC immunity in the game for Samaro to survive that. So putting him over here in the duo lane is much, much safer. Mr. One can watch his back in the early game. You see some aggression coming out there, but not enough to put them in the dirt. It also puts him further away from Dun on this Persephone. If they can leave Samaro on an island over in this duo lane and maybe play through Lorenzo on this right side of the map, I think that's their key to getting Samaro ahead and allowing him to scale into this late game.
You know how you can figure out if a team is running a Fenrir or not? Take a look at those actives. Thor, not going to blink, typically found in a jungler, hidden at beads. Of course, Persephone on the middle lane, going to run beads. Kabrakan, as you mentioned, pretty much the only target for this jungle Fenrir. Kabrakan also has the beads early on. Maybe, sometimes you see supports run a typical support relic, whether that's a shell, whether that's a blink, something along those lines early in the game. Then when you pick up that second relic at level 12, you itemize into those beats to make sure that Fenrir can't target you late game. But no, the snap beats pickup for the Kabrakan at level 1 means that there's going to be almost no pressure on the side of this Fenrir, at least in the duo lane, and for at least as long as beats are up.
Dark's main strategy here is get to level 5 as quickly as possible. If he does not beat Sager to level 5, Lorenzo has to find a way to pull the Dazzling Offensive out of him. Then they just full commit onto Sager, try to put him behind, and constantly gank that right lane. Constantly use the Ragnarok to try to put Sager into the dirt, or at least pull the ultimate out, so it's not available for these objective fights. That's going to be the main key for No Lead, No XP in my eyes if they want to find a lead in this.
Fenrir looking for an invade on this blue buff is not going to find Unbound over the top. However, Pagon is going to secure the blue buff for their solo laner here. So Sager rotating over. It's a little bit of a 2v2 over there in the solo lane. Not going to come of anything though. And taking a look at this Thor. Once that Thor hits level 5, of course you're going to want to dunk down with the Anvil of Dawn. Is the target just Amuz and Cobb, or is somehow Dun trying to bait that blink, that teleport out of aim blue? It's such a long cooldown, right? Merlin has an escape, it's true, but it's on an 18, 20-second cooldown. It's so unbelievably long that once it's down, Merlin is sort of a sitting duck. Can Thor look for a gank potentially mid as well? As Mr. One is aggressed upon, Trimmers are going to be down. Ollie blocking the dash away from the Ganesh. A couple more autos from Kakito is going to secure this one. Can't do it, and the whole time, Amuz and Cobb returning the damage. Ollie finally finds the Ganesh. A slither away from Kakito might save their life. Turn around. Those shots slamming into Samaro, but Samaro is going to return 1-1. Ollie chasing down the Amuz and Cobb now is not going to have the distance, though, once Samaro gets in range of his hives.
What a turnaround coming out from Samaro. But hang on, Dark's in trouble too. The beads expended and all across the board, Dimes. Beads are being popped left and right. I mean, Krakito had to use his trying to avoid Samaro up there in that little trade. Still died, didn't get really any use out of them. I'm sorry, not Krakito. Samaro used his beads to get to Krakito. Was able to get the kill, but now that just means that's so much less safety for the side of No Lead, No EXP over there. Now, to answer your question, Samaro now looks like a very good target.
Yeah,
right?
now that those beads are
Earlier, I was going to say that Aim Blue was a perfectly legitimate target because of how long his escape takes to come back up, and the fact that Pagong on this floor can gank from some really unexpected spots using that Anvil of Dawn. He can come crashing down from just an unexpected angle, which can lead straight into a Grasp of Death. But since Samaro doesn't have beads available, I mean, until those come back up for the next 90 seconds, Rabbit should be paying all of their aggression straight over to that left side.
Absolutely. Level 6 now, so Anvil of Dawn is going to be online, probably looking for a back, probably looking for an item, headed back now. Let's see what Pagon chooses to itemize into. It's going to be a full Jotun's Wrath, so now you have the cooldown on that Anvil of Dawn as well. Beats still down for over a minute for Samaru, so that dual lane probably going to be aggressed upon sooner rather than later.
Yeah, this is actually a really good spot for Pagong, because he's able to get this Jotun's Wrath online a little bit before Dark. Dark is able to back and pick it up right away. But because Pagong has backed earlier and gotten it online earlier, he's able to start his camp rotations sooner than Dark is. Dark has to come back out of the base and then go to his camps. Pagong has already cleared his. He's going to be ganking someone as Dark is probably still pathing towards another lane right now. Pagong's even looking for an invade right now. Not going to find too much there, but they might have a collision course.
Pagong is moving very, very deep into no lead, no EXP jungle, burning the hammer, so now has to use the Anvil of Dawn in order to find the CC immunity to get out of dodge. Mr. One was there with the clear obstacles. Backing away now is Pagong, thought for a second, just for a millisecond. That might go into Mr. One. Mr. One actually burning the Dharmic Pillars as well, but a great wall out from the Thor is going to immediately stop any kind of aggression that no lead, no EXP was even thinking about bringing. Also done throwing out that Grasp of Death ultimate from Persephone. Dissuading no lead, no EXP as well. What a wall from Thor to keep Ollie safe.
That was a beautiful wall. Not only did it stun 2 members, but the placement of it blocked all 3 of them from being able to step forward at all. And then Dunn just falls with a beautiful Grasp of Death. However, Pagong might be in some danger.
Dark's not done, blows the beats, does hammer away, but now no Ragnarok for Dark. Dazzling offensive over the top, just enough time for Dark to use Unbound to leap away. Lorenzo providing a little bit more space as well, and these guys are escaping by just the tip of the teeth. Ollie wants this. Ollie sees blood. Ollie's surrounded by 4, and nothing online. No Dharmic Pillars, no Ragnarok on the side of the Dark to bring Ollie in. Otherwise, Ollie was dead to rights, but Ollie having great game knowledge there, knowing that no lead, no XP have nothing to follow up on, so just walking into 4 members for free.
This is the same team that was in game number 1, right? Like we haven't switched teams here, have we? Because the Rabbits are so much more aggressive here in game number 2. I mean, they're constantly pathing into the enemy jungle. Ollie is running at 3-4 people just because Dark was below half
HP. That's not new, though. Ollie's an insane person. That's not new. As both ultimates are expended here from the ADC, Samaro is going to pick up the short order here. Krakito falling low. Dharmic Pillars will not connect. Ollie finally rotating in. Anvil of Dawn over the top will connect with 1, but it's the support. Now, Samaro finally dropping down to Ollie. Mr. One with no escapes, clear obstacles is down for at least a couple more seconds. Spin to win will do the damage. There's, the hammer over the top is going to confirm the kill. Kabrakan just missing with those walls. Now Dark on the opposite side. Got to pick up the Kabrakan, pull him under the tier 1, but it's not going to do enough damage for Ollie to even care about it. And now Dark has just expended Ragnarok for almost nothing.
All in all, that is a massive win for the Rabbits. That was looking very, very good for no lead, no XP for a little bit there. Samaro had taken a really good trade of Krakito. Krakito, man, that guy has the feet. Woo! A little bit of a trade in mid, not too much there. Krakito able to buy so much time, allowing Pagong to get into position, come down with that Anvil of Dawn as Ollie makes the rotation over as well, and immediately goes from a 1v2 to a 2v2 to a 3v2, and it was executed so very well. Dark maybe a little bit over-eager there towards the end. Pops the Ragnarok. Doesn't have really any good targets for it. Maybe he didn't keep track of the beast hammer. He was just trying to pull something out of Ollie there. But that is a good trade there.
Dark finding some vengeance on this left side of the map. Dharmic Pillars is going to slow down Ollie and do a bit of damage. It's a 3v1. Ollie running away into the tower is going to be stunned by inbound. Now Berserk going crazy. Cabrakan dropping down the walls is going to find at least one onto Dark. The Stinger is finally going to take down Ollie, so Cimero picking that one up, but Ollie trading it out in the meantime. Dark falling, and just a great exchange there. You know you're going down. You know you're not surviving a dive from 3 members of No Lead, No EXP. So what do? You throw it on the walls and find at least one member, and it so happens to be Dark, and that just doesn't feel good for the Fenrir.
Have a great day.
Now, Dimes, take a look at the scoreboard real quick, right? The Rabbits have 4 kills, but Ollie is sitting here with 3 of them, and the 4th kill he still has an assist on. Oh my goodness! The damage from Pagong is insane. All right, maybe Pagong hasn't gotten many kills so far, but man, he has so much damage. That Mjolnir's attunement dealing that extra damage on the return swing is such an impactful factor. I mean, you have to be so careful around this Thor, and right now, the Rabbits are kind of just going wherever they want on the map. Sure, Ollie got dove by 3 people under his tier 1 tower, but he still took one with him, and the Rabbits, meanwhile, are still playing so aggressively on the right side of the map. Kind of floundering, trying to find an answer to what the Rabbits are doing. They're trying to match this aggression and put a stop to it. And so far, they haven't lost too much so far, but they have to find a better solution if they want to get this game under control.
Pretty much parity along the levels, but a 2-level lead for Pagon over Dark in the jungle. And Dark, it feels like a 3-level lead now over Dark in the jungle, and it feels like Dark should have 2 or 3 deaths on him at this point, somehow just slipping away with a sliver of HP every single time that they're in danger. But the gold lead is just under 2,000 gold, so certainly not concerning for No Lead, No EXP. But that XP lead in the jungle is a little bit concerning. It's about just under 2,000 gold, goes to 1,600 there. That 3-level lead now shrunk to a 2-level lead, pretty much parity along everywhere else. But when you're talking about 2 junglers making plays as the Anvil of Dawn is used ineffectively there, Lorenzo getting a little bit of return damage over the top, dropping the flag down for the stun. Beads used by Pagon. There's the Mjolnir's attunement to get him out of danger. As you're talking about these 2 junglers providing the engagement for the teams, whether it's through that Ragnarok on the side of Dark on Fenrir, or the Anvil of Dawn out of Pagon, having that level lead matters.
Oh, for sure. It's such a huge factor. I mean, the jungler being behind is one of the most feel-bad moments in Smite. If you are trying to jungle and you're trying to make plays across the map, and you're 2 levels down on the other guy, you are having a bad time. Because if he shows up to that gank you're trying to do, that's it. And this might be it over here on the purple
Petrify, doing the damage. Mr. One dropping down to just a chunk of HP, but escaping into the tier 2 tower. Here's Aim Blue from the middle lane, rotating over to the duo side to create a bit of pressure for his squad. Krakito and Ollie getting out no problem. It's going to be a 4-man grouping from the Yoruba Rabbits on the left side here. Middle lane rotating, jungle rotating as well. No follow-up, unfortunately. That Anvil of Dawn down for just a little bit more time here. Dunn does have the Grasp of Death online. Pagong's not done, though. Ultimate or not, they want to take down Samaro on this Amuzikab. Wall's going to be down. Mjolnir's attunement not going to connect. Mr. One moving and now doesn't have those Dharmic Pillars, but Ollie is looking very low here. Pagon finally with the wall, but it's not going to be in time. Samaro finding Ollie, evening up the kills 4-4. And that 3-1 Cabrakan becomes a 3-2 Cabrakan.
It's such a strange switch up from the Rabbits, because in game 1, right, we talked about how they were playing very slow, very defensively, and it worked so very well for them, right? They allow No Lead, No EXP to step forward and get a little too over-aggressive. They allowed them to make those mistakes. Here in game number 2, though, No Lead, No XP gets a free Gold Fury, and Krakito goes down as Dark finds a good Ragnarok onto a target I wasn't sure he was ever actually going to find in this game. Good timing there. But the aggression from Rabbits, it doesn't seem to be working for them. In fact, it seems to be backfiring on them very frequently as they're constantly overextending, and then they're being punished for. They're getting caught out, they're being collapsed on, and that's what's allowing No Lead, No EXP to start finding this lead back into the game.
Lorenzo getting aggressive on here, forcing the blown ultimate out, the CC immunity, and the leap as well, but Sager is not even close to done. Thor up into the Anvil Dawn, looking for the target. Lorenzo juking around. Let's see if Pagon chooses to re-engage. It's going to be no. It's going to be into the jungle. Just grab one of those rod flowers there. And now a blue as well. A blue buff going down to the side of the Yoruba Rabbits. Ollie having joined the party here on the solo lane. They really, really want Lorenzo no longer having an ultimate. Every ultimate used. Oh no, Ollie with the wall's going to block off their own team. But finally, El Sager finding that one, but it's not enough time for Finru to rotate in. Dark Pillars drop. Dark finding the first kill on a Pagon, so the Thor's the first to fall. Mr. One not done yet, charging in, chasing out the Yoruba Rabbits. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Solo laner for jungler. Dunn has rotated over from the middle lane. Grasp of Death, but a Ragnarok out isn't going to connect with anything. The Merlin has joined the fray as well. Ollie gets picked up in the mouth of the Wolf, dropping down to Dark. Now on a killing spree, and it's finally overall a 2-for-1 engagement on the side of no lead, no EXP.
And what an exchange. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, Dimes. The Rabbits have forced Lorenzo back, right? They don't have to full commit to him. They don't have to kill him under that tier 2. As Dark does a little bit of the same, overextends and gets punished for that by Sager. But the Rabbits chase all the way to that tier 2. They're firmly within enemy territory. And all Dark has to do is look over and say, oh, well, let's go.
This can't be it. Sager moving in on the Merlin. Blinks away. Does Sager have that dash? Looks like the Amaterasu is going to neglect to have that dash. A Stinger back in on Sager as Lorenzo finds Dunn in the back line. Moving in is the Anvil of Dawn. Thor crashes down but has to hammer away. So this scattered 3-4 minute engagement still continuing. Finally looks like we're going to have some peace here on the battleground, which is sort of antithetical, I guess. But Mr. One falling for Dunn. A 1-for-1 trade in that engagement, and it's just back and forth team fighting. But finally, no lead, no EXP has opened up a bit of a gold lead here. It's swung in the direction of the blue squad with that Pyromancer, with those kills to the tune of about 1,500.
It's so scrappy, Dimes, and I don't necessarily like seeing the Rabbits play so scrappy like this. I'm going to say it once again, it ties back to that game 1 where they had such amazing team fights. When they are all on the same page and fighting together, the Rabbits looked amazing. But here in game 2, they're taking these constant 2v2 fights, 2v3, 3v3, where they're constantly pushing up and just trying to force something. And they're not really forcing anything around any objectives, right? They're chasing Lorenzo to a tier 2 tower. And sure, maybe it could open up a blue buff invade, but oh wait, they already took the blue buff, so that's not what they're fighting for. And they're not fighting for the Pyromancer. It just feels like they're fighting for no reason in this game, and it's constantly coming back and biting them. No lead, no EXP, for their part, are doing a beautiful job of taking advantage of that. They are constantly recognizing the Rabbits stepping too far forward, and not only that, they're punishing it and then making their play to the objective, right? They punish the Rabbits for overextending that right side. Okay, let's start looking for an objective, and Dunn is the next objective, actually.
In danger here, the Ragnarok over the top is going to be immune by the Grasp of Death, but no, it does go down. Aim blue, finding Dunn, so mid laner taken out of mid laner. Dark is not done. Those beats have been expended to jump in into 3 members of the Yoruba Rabbits. Thor's up into the Anvil of Dawn. Anvil takes out a double kill onto Krakito. Slamming down onto the Finru is Thor. That's going to be a return kill on the side of the Rabbits. Feeds. Gets Pagong out of danger now. Ollie has to back away. Mr. One charges in on the Ganesh. Samaru takes Ollie down with Stinger, and it's just a conveyor belt of death as Sager goes down now. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Yoruba Rabbits have lost 4 members of their team for only 1 member of no lead, and it looks like Fire Giant might be the call here.
Exactly what I'm talking about, Dimes. I mean, the Rabbits, okay, they lost Dunn. It's unfortunate, but it happens. But they just keep funneling in, one by one by one. We saw Krakito and Ollie just run straight past Aim Blue. Krakito gets absolutely melted because you can't just run past a Merlin and ignore him like he's not going to deal damage to you. So he erases Krakito's life bar. And then we see Pagon do the same thing. Comes down from the Anvil of Dawn. He gets 1. But he's in front of 3 other members. They just collapse on him. Ollie dies, getting him out. And then Sager's the last one to rotate in. And everyone else has already died. The fight has been over since Dunn died.
I played Thor yesterday
And that just
one
allows
game.
a free Fire Giant.
Thor's
No
pretty fun.
lead, no EXP. Now with a 4,000 gold lead. Fire Giant on 4 of their 5 members, and looking quite confident in this game too.
And you just can't let your duo lane get this far behind. I'm not sure how, but Krakito has found quite the deficit in terms of experience. Dharmic Pillar is going to go down for the Ganesh, and just this Oni failure is gone. It got absolutely deleted, and that's the objective secure on the side of Mr. 1 with the Ganesh. You throw down those Dharmic Pillars, does so much damage, incredible supportability there. But like I said, at 19 and a half minutes into this game, you see Medusa at level 17. You see AMC already hitting level 20. You saw that Ollie there on the Kabrakan was level 14, I think, as we head into a break here. I mean, 20 minutes into this game, you can't be level 14 as a Kabrakan, right? We saw so much early aggression from Ollie that worked out, right? He started off 3-1, I think he pointed out pretty early into this game. Every single kill was going on to him. There was tons of aggression, great walls, great engages. But now there's been so much aggression, as you've pointed out several times. There's been so much aggression that the farm hasn't been there. Ollie now falls behind 3-4 as Dark caught in the middle of, I don't even, where was Dark? Nowhere. The dead in the ground is where Dark is right now. Is going to be in the ground for the next 40 seconds. Yeah, absolutely. And which is actually the best member that you probably, if anybody has to die. Oh.
Right there. There you have it.
So
There's his
much,
death.
Rosie. Our lovely observer, Rosie, is, that was hilarious. That was so good, Rosie. Thank you for that. As I was saying, if there's one member of No Lead that you have to lose, as Dharmic Pillars is going to be burned there, Lorenzo uses a blink as well. And a great wall out from Kabrakan means that all aggression is going to be stopped in its tracks. I just want to finish my thought. Please, teams, if you have to lose one member as No Lead, losing Dark is probably the best member. Dark didn't have Fire Giant around their way. So if you're going to lose one member, Defender is probably the best one to go.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Rabbits, not the best one for them to pick up. They've got to start gunning for Samaro or Aim Blue in these fights. I mean, so far, they've just allowed them to free cast, and right there, you see the overextension. Sager stepping all the way up, and he gets his ultimate forced out just from the honey from Samaro. That was it! It was just a slow from AMC. But because
scary,
No
bro.
Lead, No EXP is moving as this whole unit, this 5-man, well, 4-man, in that case, I suppose it was 4-man. Dark was dead. This 4-man death squad, you can't be out on your own like that. You can't afford to get slowed there because it will result in your death. And so far, the Rabbits just haven't been grouping up. And I wonder if that's partly because Krakito's been so far behind. They have to leave him to find some farming, try to get caught up. And Ollie is just going to have to bear the brunt of the pain, unfortunately. There's no way for him to really get caught up at this point. He's just going to be an underfed Kabrakan in these fights, and that is not ideal. He's going to have to try to find a way to walk someone down, maybe get the stun onto Samaro, or he might actually just have to wait for No Lead, No EXP to get aggressive himself and wait on one of his backliners and try to flip that around so they can burn down whoever's diving them.
Thor's up in the air. Thor's down onto Dark. Going to force the beats out of the Fenrir. That's going to play an important role in the next engagement. That tier 2 tower on the duo side went down very, very quickly for No Lead. The Yoruba Rabbits only have 5 structures remaining on the map. That'll be 2 towers. And, of course, the 3 Phoenixes as No Lead is looking to make that 1 tower left. That tier 2 absolutely got obliterated. So now Dark into Ragnarok is going to find one. Pegon, the first of this conflict to fall. Lorenzo taking down that one. Sieging the Phoenix is No Lead, but a great Petrify is going to stop the aggression for a second. Ollie locks in into the Kabrakan walls, but Merlin pulls in a ton of the Rabbits. It's got to be a full engagement as Krakito is soon to follow. No, Krakito with an excellent Aegis and a slithering away. Not the Bees! I think the Bees took down Krakito.
Man, the Bees!
And now the middle lane Phoenix is under siege. The middle lane Phoenix is going to fall. A great pull in from the Merlin. Takes down Dunn. Oh! The tick damage from the Bees, the tick damage from Merlin, just a second away there from death is Dunn. Just barely survives. Dunn didn't even do anything. Dunn walked up to the Phoenix, said hello, got hit by like 1,000 abilities, and walked back to the fountain.
It's worse than that, Dimes. It's worse than Dunn just came back from the fountain from being at that health bar because he got hit by the exact same thing about 10 seconds ago. He got Vortex Eclipse, had to walk back to the fountain, heals up, like, okay, guys, I'm ready for the defense, I'm ready to fight. Gets hit by the same exact thing, goes to the same exact health threshold, has to walk the same exact path right back to the fountain. Like, that just feels so bad. He was not able to be a part of that fight at all. I don't think he was even able to throw his ultimate. I don't think the Grasp of Death came out in any meaningful way in that fight. And that's just not what you want from your mid lane. You can't afford to have those things happen. No lead, no EXP, for their part, are pushing their lead so fantastically well. Look at Mr. One, he's just zoning them off completely, but Thor is in the air.
Thor is in the air far too late. That Impulsion is only going to be used defensively. I mean, by the time that Thor took to the skies, that Fire Giant was already going around the waist of no lead, no EXP. That tier 2 tower is going to fall in. Now only 2 Phoenixes remaining, the duo side and the solo side Phoenixes for the Rabbits, and those will go down in short order, I'm sure, or at least they'll be attempted to be destroyed in short order. Dark pushing up the middle lane on the Spinner, the rest of the team on the right side. It's going to be a back, it's going to be a buy, it's going to be a regroup. You took the Fire Giant, no need to push your luck here. Just back, spend the gold that you've accumulated over the last several minutes, pick up that gold, or excuse me, spend that gold that you picked up from the Fire Giant, and let's make sure we're as strong as possible. Grab your buffs, grab some neutral, grab that Primal Fury, because why not? Free objective, right? Grab all the objectives on the map, and then we still have 4 minutes left of that Fire Giant before we head into the Phoenixes.
Builds now. I mean, Lorenzo just finished a Mantle of Discord. He's also got the Height of the Nemean line. He's got 3 block stacks online. And remember, everyone, this is still 9.3, right? So those block stacks are blocking 100% of the basic attack damage. They're dealing no damage if you're hitting Lorenzo with these basics. And he's got 3 of the stacks, right? Sager, if he wants to apply any anti-heal, he's got to hit him 6 times. 6 times to apply the anti-heal from Toxic Blade. You might as well not have that item if you are facing Lorenzo. And that goes for his passive too, right? The basic attacks are fully blocked. He's not getting any effect from them. This is such a disgusting pickup. And Krakito, he's got to make sure those block stacks are down before he wants to use his Viper Shot.
I don't follow.
It's just going to make this defense so much trickier with Lorenzo diving with a mantle and these block stacks.
I mean, if Krakito is targeting Bologna with auto attacks, then Krakito is doing something wrong. No lead now moves into the left side Phoenix of the Yoruba Rabbits. Lorenzo leading the way here. Bologna throwing down that bludgeon, looking for a little bit of damage, just posturing for right now. For no lead. I'm waiting for Mr. One to move in, drop those Dharmic pillars, and I speak it into existence. That Phoenix is going down in short order. Sager having used the beats to get away. Lorenzo in the middle of 5 does get walled off by the Thor, but no follow-up. There's the follow-up finally. Ollie only traps in 1, and it's the solo laner in those Cabrakan walls. No deaths so far. Krakito able to get back to base. Pagong in the middle of everybody, but cannot find a single kill. Doesn't go down. Finally, Aim Blue takes out the Thor for the first kill in this engagement. And that middle lane Phoenix is going to respawn very, very shortly, and it's going to go down just as quickly.
First kill, but Phoenix has already been the first casualty so far. And look at these fire minions and these health bars, the Rabbits. This is not a great defense.
Only ultimates, no ultimates left for the Yoruba Rabbits. As Sager is taking a ton of damage, Samaro is going to find a double kill. Dark is going to pick up Dunn as well. Aim Blue is going to deicide this team. No lead, fights back into game number 2, taking down the Rabbits, sending us to a game number 3.
Dimes, I suppose before going into game number 2, no lead, no XP, they got a message, and they heard that it is Rabbit season, and man, they were hunting today. I mean, the Rabbits were playing so aggressively, they looked like they were getting control of the game in the early game. But no lead, no AXP, they adapted so well. They recognized what the Rabbits were trying to do, and they responded to that aggression. They pushed back, they collapsed on those overextending members, and they stalled that lead out. They did not allow the Rabbits to gain a lead through snowballing aggression, and then the Rabbits just tried doing the same thing over and over and over. No lead, no EXP, they're a team you have to respect. If you want to beat them, and a strategy isn't working, you're gonna have to adapt to no lead, no EXP. You're gonna have to switch it up and find something else that does work, because if you go the same route long enough, these guys are going to adapt to it. They're going to beat you.
Yeah, zero surprise here that no lead, no EXP took down last week's champions, JTTM. And we kind of answered our own question, right? We were like, who is Dark going to target with this Ragnarok? Well, when it comes to 30 minutes into a game, when you have a Merlin and when you have an Amuzakab, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you pick up in that Ragnarok and Fenrir's Mouth. It doesn't matter who you drag back to your team because you're just there to create havoc. You're just there to burn beads because the whole time Tomorrow's in the backline spreading honey, spreading beads, using that passive, that the Jotun's Wrath cooldown in order to do as much damage as possible, throwing out that stinger. And Aim Blue the whole time, I feel like we only called out Aim Blue when they got kills, but the whole time, I mean, 5-0 and 6, they were doing an incredible amount of damage on this Merlin. The Vortexes were on point. I saw at least 3 Vortexes pull in several members of the Rabbits in order for Samara to follow up with the Honey and the Swarm. Some excellent ice stance use as well. Some excellent, just great Merlin play overall. And the whole time, Lorenzo throwing out that Eagles rally, throwing out that bludgeon, just kind of being a frontliner. And then Mr. One looked as aggressive on this Ganesh pick as Ollie was, if not more aggressive, especially using that Dharmic Pillar almost on cooldown, right? We saw how many times did we see Mr. One and Dark wandering around the jungle together, and then Mr. One would just out of nowhere, didn't look like anything was brewing, drop down those Dharmic Pillars, Dark moves in with an Unbound, and then either Aim Blue follows up with some magical damage, or Samaru applies the bees, or Lorenzo Eagles rallies in, and then a kill goes down for the side of no lead, no EXP. So just excellent team play all the way around from no lead, no EXP, and this game 3 is going to be a match to remember.
So I was talking
It's gonna
after
be
the ads ended.
something else, Dimes. Let me tell you. I mean, you're
It's
right.
like
We
my Height of
did
the
talk
Nemean
about
Lion
Aim Blue so
is
much.
the
But you
item
take a
that
look back at
provides
those
the 3
fights,
block sacks
and you look at how
on
many
Bologna's build.
multi-man vortexes that
I
we
don't
were
know what they're
seeing.
talking about for
so
six
many.
Aim Blue was
hits in
doing
order to
so
apply
much
anti-heal.
work in them. And
Because I
take a
didn't see
look at
anything
those
else
damage numbers
that
just
had
across
that
the
kind
board.
of
I mean, Rakito,
proc on it.
only 11,000. He was not able to get active in these
I don't know
fights
what they were talking about.
at all. I mean, he after being such a big proponent of the win in game number 1,
because I don't think
seeing him go 0-6
Mental
with
Discord
only
does anything like that.
11,000 player damage.
So, unless they changed
Something
something,
has got
and I
to
missed
change
it.
there. They had a game plan, and it did not work for the Rabbits at all. I think if they go back that defensive strategy, pull it back, slow the game down, and let your carries scale up, that worked so very well for them. And it looked like when they weren't being aggressive, no lead, no EXP didn't really know what to do in that game state. They didn't have as many opportunities to capitalize on. They weren't being presented those stray picks to swoop in on, snatch up, that could lead to those objectives. So if you give no lead, no EXP a window, they're going to force it open. But if you don't give them those opportunities, that seems to be where they struggle. So I'm very, very interested to see how both teams adapt with this knowledge
gaming
going into
controllers
game number 3.
on his tie.
We've finally seen
I'm
Sager
pretty sure
shut
that's what
down
I'm
that
looking at.
Amaterasu.
I'm
We
pretty sure
finally
those are
saw
gaming
Ollie drop
controllers.
off that Ganesh to detrimental
And
results. So
joysticks.
we'll have to see if it's going to be a repeat of this game. It's going to be no lead dominance, or if the Rabbits
boy.
are going to finally close this one out and take their
Nerds.
revenge from the grand finals last week. Game number 3 coming at you in just a minute. Stick around.
Yep. Oh man, well, I was hoping that was gonna be the second, the end of the set, so I could clean the cat boxes and go shower, which is what I was going to do. And then Jerry was mowing the lawn and he needed to shower, and I was like, all right, I'll eat some cereal while he's showering, and then I'll go shower, and I'll watch this. And now he's done, and this is still going. So, did you ever play those games that you plug directly into your TV? Like, it's a joystick with RGB cables that you could plug in and play. No. I haven't even heard of that. What's that? Is that like old school, or is that like something more recent? I remember having cartridges for like Sega Genesis and stuff. That's basically it, though. Holy shit, you missed out, lol. They're about as old as I am. There were all kinds of simple little games from just about every genre series you could imagine. Oh. Sounds like I did miss out. I'm not as old as you, though. You're really old, so that's probably why you know about that. I'm just kidding. Pretty sure I'm older than you, actually. I guess I could remove my nail polish while I'm doing this, while I'm watching this. Funny enough, the black nail polish still looks fine on my fingers. I don't know what the rest of it's doing. Well, actually the fingers don't look too bad. Just these couple nails where it came off. Don't nail polish though, that needs to come off. That's been on for 2 months. Yeah, be right back. Let me get some nail polish remover. Easy peasy. I don't have to do math to calculate my age. I just have to know what year it is and whether it's past my birthday or not yet, lol. A true millennial then, huh? Gross. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back into the Smite Open Circuit Phase 1, week number 3. And guess what? We're going to a game number 3. Spooky, we're treated in this one.
We are treated, and we are treated very well. After that game 2, I mean, this one is up in the air. After game 1, I'll be honest, I was thinking, okay, Rabbits look like they really got the late game. They got the better end of things here.
At least nerds.
I see them just, go ahead and take this in 2 games. Not the case at all. No lead, no EXP, returned the favor, and they returned the favor twice as well as the Rabbits were able to give it to them in game number 1. They're able to punish these mistakes so very effectively. The Rabbits have got to clean up their game, especially in this early game, if they want to have a chance at taking this grand finals. I mean, they can't keep making these same over-aggressive mistakes.
Sure they can.
Into a game 3, new game, new mindset. I can't imagine they don't adapt from here.
And Spooky, you got to think no lead, no EXP might have cracked the code here. Take Ollie off the Ganesh. Right, this is the first match that we've seen that Ollie has been forced into another god playing that Kabrakan in the last game, and has kind of played that Kabrakan exactly like they would play the Ganesh, except that they didn't have a silence, they didn't have the Dharmic pillars dropping down, right? They didn't have that wonderful dash away that clear obstacles that Ganesh has, and because of that, they were punished on the Kabrakan, right? They were forced into beads to fight the Ragnarok, so you got to think maybe just take Ganesh away from Ollie again. And that's the ticket. Let's head to the picks and bans and see where the elephant ends up. Elephant, right? Yeah, Ganesh is an elephant.
Yeah, elephant. Yeah.
Because
I get key things there.
Cool.
Oh, no.
Go
Tell
ahead,
me more about the elephant, please.
No,
Tell me more about the elephant, guys.
I really don't want to talk more about the elephant. I would love to talk about Smite with you, Spooky, so let's please talk about Smite.
Unfortunately, we are going to talk about the elephant a little bit more because it's a good point. Ollie not being on the Ganesh was a huge factor, and that's one of the key differences we saw between the games. The other key difference was Pagong not being on that Habwa. We saw him play it very, very well in game number 1. We saw him play very, very well in the set before this. Now, in game number 2, he did not have access to it. He was on the Thor instead, and
Wow, my
it
actually
did
starting
not
to run
go
out of nail
nearly
polish
as
remover.
well.
It takes really a long
Rabbits
time for that
didn't have that double hunter comp. They didn't have what looked like their big comfort picks. So like you said, the code here might be take those picks
Maybe I can
away
get high
from the
off of
Rabbits.
it.
Don't let them have that Ganesh. Don't let them have
That'd be
Habwa.
fun.
You asked me in game number 1 if we just banned the Habwa away. I've rescinded my answer. I'm starting to think maybe yes, maybe you do that because Pagong doesn't look as
He said
comfortable
doo-doo.
when he's not on that Habwa.
I mean, if I had $1 for every time that we saw Pagong go into the air in that Anvil of Dawn and then crash back down either defensively to get away or not as an engagement, just landing back in the jungle, I could have like a $5 footlong or something. Like way too many times,
He
way
wants a
more
footlong.
times than you should probably expect a Thor to be burning
Huffing
that
nail
ultimate
polish?
defensively, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, looking great on that hub
Should I
wall.
do that?
And it's actually the Bologna taken away by the Rabbits. So clearly they thought that Lorenzo was piloting that solo laner proficiently enough that it
'Cause,
needed
you know,
to be
the
taken
dumber
off
I
the
get, the
board as
happier I'll
Dachi is
be.
stripped away as well. Not a surprise. Kepri, the first ban from the Rabbits, didn't mention that. And then no lead, no EXP. Seeing exact same reprisal that we saw last game. It's going to be that clean and taken away. Going to be that best debt. Not necessarily shots at anyone. Just
No.
two strong meta picks
Oh.
that in this patch dominate the game.
And the key was their third ban was usually that Daji, but now the Rabbits have taken that one off the board. So no lead, no XP. They've got a little bit more room, and they're taking the AMC away. And, you know, I don't hate that decision. I mean, we've seen it on both ends. It's been fairly good both times.
Great.
I don't know. Cimarron looked really, really good on it. It comes back to that whole thing of banning away something that you looked really good on. I imagine that Rabbits will probably want to look for a Ganesh here early in the draft because Ollie looks so
absolutely.
good on it. So banning away this AMC just kind of gives that opportunity, but it's Medusa instead that the
Take
Rabbits
Ganesh
go
again.
for, and that means no lead, no EXP. Do have that opportunity once again to steal that Ganesh away.
And it's going to be first picked, absolutely no shot by no lead, no XP there. I'm not sure why the Rabbits are picking the Medusa first pick last game as well.
Was Medusa like
Picking it
0-4
first game
in the
here,
last
and
game?
the Thoth put through the ban phase means that's going to be the second pickup from no lead here. But this high prioritization of the Medusa, sure, you're getting pressure in lane, right? You've got that spit to clear the wave, does great damage. You've got great team fight with your Petrify, but it's not like Krakito. I mean, when Krakito pops, it pops, right? He pops. They pop off. But in that last game, Krakito was, held in the duo lane on that Medusa. We didn't
Good thing you
necessarily
clarified
see
pop off and
that same kind of performance. So
didn't have to
curious about
confuse
this
it with
first pick
popping
Medusa.
like a
It's going to be
bubble.
a Chiron follow-up as well heading into the mid lane for Dunn. I suppose there's a bit of flex potential between those two characters as well.
Hi, Lucy.
Yeah, this is something I noticed that the Rabbits seem to like to do quite a lot. They like to get these two hunters and keep you guessing on which one is going to go where. Problem is, you already know they have two hunters, and this Ares being hovered, that promises a lot of damage if they do lock that one in. That is honestly not a bad pickup. It can punish the Ganesh
Kinda weird to
very
pick up two
nicely.
hunters
It
that
can
early.
stop him from using that remove obstacles to get away.
Not like they were going to
Problem
ban
is
the
it
Chiron.
also doesn't play super well into the Ganesh because if you try to use the flames, Ganesh can just turn around, hit you with the Ohm, and you no longer have any flames to deal that HP % damage. And Toth is able to stay so very far away from something like an Ares, it's going to be hard to find those plucks onto him. And it just keeps getting better for no lead, no EXP.
Yeah, this seems kind of filthy. I'm imagining in my mind a Ragnarok plucking an Ares into a Thoth ultimate, right? Or into a Thoth 1, or into a Dash Stun, or into, Ganesh Pillars, into basically anything that no lead has currently drafted on their team. And
Thoth?
Ares is pretty much going down, maybe popping the ultimate to try to get a
Toth?
pull off, but probably not succeeding. I wouldn't be surprised if a Beads comes out immediately again from Ollie. So
This
far,
guy's trying to be all fancy.
I'm kind of concerned about what the Rabbits.
He's trying to be
I mean,
like
if they
E-Rock.
if they get an early lead, then they're going to be doing so much damage it won't matter
Anyways.
what no lead, no XP is up to, right? Because Ares is going to be pulling in, Chiron's going to be chipping away with that masterful shot. It's going to be amazing. Medusa, of course, Petrify, great engagements in that duo lane. But if Ares falls behind even just a little bit, or if Medusa falls behind, I mean, we got an owner's manual to what happens if Medusa falls behind last game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one here. I mean, the Rabbits are once again looking for that early aggression, and they looked for it a lot in the last game, and it did not work out well for them. Maybe it was the picks, right? Maybe they weren't as comfortable on them. Ares does a lot of damage. Does he do more burst damage than Kabrakan? No, I don't think so. It's a lot of damage, but it's damage over time. So I'm not sure if this necessarily does solve the problem. Now, the good thing is, it plays very nicely into this Fenrir, right? That shackle applies a cripple and can completely stop Fenrir from doing anything with his kit. He has access to Howl and Ragnarok, and that's it when he's crippled. Those two abilities are not going to do a whole lot on their own. They stop the Toth Dash so he can catch him out of position. But looking at these bans, Sager no longer going to be going to that Amaterasu, as that is also banned away.
Toth.
Things are up on the air for both these teams right now.
The Toth from Iraq.
I'm not sure who Sager's going to pilot. I mean, Shiva is still on the board. We still have Cthulhu available with the RDO ban taken away by no lead, no EXP there. So plenty of solo laners still available.
Where's
Gilgamesh
Thoth from?
still
What's
on the
his
board. We haven't
pantheon?
seen Gilga played one time here in week 3 in Europe in the SOC, so still on the board there.
Chinese?
Danzaburo, also a new pick to the SOC, and you're good with that?
I'm good with Danzaburo too. If I see Danzaburo instead of a Gilgamesh, this is a great day. This is an awesome day. This is variety times. This is the spice of life, and we are all about life. Danzaburo is
this guy.
A very interesting pick, though. I mean, he doesn't really have any mobility, but what he does have is CC immunity to get away from that Ares, away from the petrifying gaze. He can actually cover quite a distance with that rocket. In fact, he can even get away from the bat out of hell that might be coming out from Kamazats. Problem is, he's going to have to choose one of those things to get away from, and then he's a sitting duck after that.
I think he's a
Cthulhu
keeper of
also
all
being locked
knowledge
in by
and
the
spells
rabbits
or something.
could cause a little bit of trouble.
That makes
That is
sense.
a lot of disruption, and that is a very big target that, Hunter is going to have to try to get through, and it's going to be a little bit difficult when you can't just pick someone up to move them out of your way.
I see Cthulhu as a great secondary engagement, right? Ares goes in with that ultimate, pulls everybody in, or at least burns beads, and then Cthulhu follows up with a blink. Descend into madness, starts chunking around the backline. Maybe Thoth has already burned that dash, right? You start chunking away. Chiron the whole time is throwing out auto attacks. Medusa is throwing that acid spit. I see a great engagement on the side of the Yoruba Rabbits. Definitely looking for picks in the early game, utilizing those Ares shackles, as you said, to lock down mobility on the side of no lead, following up with that Kamazats and swooping over the top in the bat out of health. Osiris, the final pickup here for no lead. So Osiris is going to be heading into the solo lane. I highly doubt it's going to be a Fenrir solo Osiris jungle. The flexibility is there, but almost certainly Osiris heading into the solo lane. What is that matchup like between Cthulhu and Osiris?
I'll just leave it. I don't really feel like dealing with it.
I think it's mostly a skill matchup, personally. I mean, Osiris is a lane bully. He is able to get very active, and if you two end up trading with an Osiris level 1, level 2, level 3, you're gonna be on the worst end of that. Cthulhu does not want to take those trades. Luckily, he has the ability to clear from range. He's got the Mire. He does have that break sanity, which will allow him to take a little bit less damage, potentially fear Osiris away from him, and make those one-on-one trades just a little bit more difficult.
You got the what?
Well, you know what, Spooky? Thank you so much for joining me tonight, and thank everyone at home for joining us for a game number 3. Let's head into the battleground and see how this one shakes out. The Yoruba Rabbits taking on no lead, no EXP.
Now, looking at the drafts as a whole, though, I mean, they're very interesting drafts. Yoruba Rabbits have a lot of disruption, but no EXP. I think they take objectives just kind of better. Between Aim Blue on this Toth and Mr. One back on this Ganesh, they have a ton of burn potential, and they have the secure. Looking over at Yoruba Rabbits, if they want to take a fight around an objective, they have to take the fight. If they want the objective, they have to take the fight first. Otherwise, there's too much possibility of no lead, no EXP just pushing in and stealing away. Every single fight around these objectives becomes a 50-50.
Look at me, I pronounce things.
At least kill Aim Blue first, and ideally kill Aim Blue and Mr. One, or at least pull their ultimates out. Right? So looking at these, if I'm Yoruba Rabbits and I'm wanting to be aggressive again,
it's weird.
I think they have to find a way to put Aim Blue behind on this Toth so that he's not as effective around these objectives. Because if you let him scale up and get to these fights, Toth does so much damage, and he does it from such a safe distance, it becomes very, very difficult to push into those objectives and find yourselves a lead. Luckily, Sager and Pagan are very, very good at diving on these two gods. So they do have the tools available to them to find that dive. They just have to make sure they play it well and don't allow themselves to get put behind.
Yeah, I played him for the first time yesterday.
Over-aggression in the
cool.
early game.
Certainly.
I
It's
like
so
him.
important to remember that this Thought,
He's got a pretty unique kit.
piloted character between Hieroglyphic
Pretty
Assault and
unique
Final
kit.
Judgment has one of the best secures in the game, as Ollie does find a double chain here, is going to force out those beats very early from Mr. One, so those are going to be down for a
You did watch the update
about
show
a
with
minute
me,
and a
right?
half here.
I was pretty sure you were here
Having
for that.
to use those beats so early on to get rid of the movement slow from the shackles is crucial here, as Pagong is going to move in on the Kamazots sooner rather than later. But like I was saying, between that Final Judgment on the Thought,
Definitely seems
Hieroglyphic
fun.
Assault, one of the
LOL.
best secures in the game. So even though this Yoruba Rabbits team has excellent objective burn with the double hunter composition, and the Ares doing plenty of damage as well, there's always, as long as Aim Blue is on the board, there's always the potential that it could be stolen away from them underneath their feet.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting dance.
I did, yeah. I'm
around
just
these
looking at
objectives.
all
And I think we
his
should
stats
see
and
quite
lore,
a bit of action
etc.
happening around that mid lane.
Registered
But on the other
nurse.
hand, I mean, every game so far, more action has really happened in that solo lane than anything else. We've seen the dual lane clash with themselves multiple times, but whenever we see like those junglers getting active, is very, very frequently going to be on that right side of the map. You can already see them clashing over here in the Fire Giant pit.
No
Looks like the
Brutalize
guy's
coming
name
out
is
yet. There
Dirk
it is, going to be the leap
instead of
away
Dark.
from Kamazots to make sure that the Brutalize
Because
doesn't
of the
take
square.
more than once. At level 3, that Brutalize is one of the highest damaging abilities in the game. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. Unbound already off a cooldown. Finds the stun on a Pagong. Blue buff goes down as well. So a successful invade on the side of no lead, no EXP. And, I mean, this Unbound Brutalized combo from Finver is going to destroy a character at level 3, at level 4, at level 5. So, especially paired up with an Osiris, who has one of the best level 1 through 5s in the game, as Sager is falling down quickly to that combination.
He went
of
back at him,
Finver
too.
And Osiris. Sager
crazy.
and Pagong have to be so careful in this blue side jungle.
Yeah, that is a lot of aggression on under a tier 1 tower, only 3 minutes into the game. They're only level 3 each, right? They don't have many prots to be taking those tower shots. And I'm almost concerned it's not really worth it for them to do that, but take a look at that lane again. It does seem that Sager is the first one to recall and runs out with that Death's Toll. He makes such good use of Death's Toll on Osiris. I mean, that item, I love it, right? The cleave works so well with it, because normally, you're hitting one minion and you're getting one proc from the Death's Toll. With the cleave basics, you're getting a proc from every single minion you hit with that AoE, and already no escape comes through.
Oh shit.
Rutro, the shackles are going to shut it down.
Ruh-roh
Mr. One to
indeed.
fall for the first blood.
And
45 seconds. Or excuse me, not even. 10 seconds is what I was trying to say, left on the beads of Mr. One there. So just barely missed out on that beads cooldown. But the chains pull into Ganesh. Goes down for first blood.
Till now polish removed.
That was so well played from the Rabbits. I mean, we should really talk about this dual lane for a second longer, because hello, Dark is here. Krakito's
Hello.
in some trouble.
Taquito.
Rutro, Ragnarok is online. Is Dark even going to need it? There
my
goes
goodness.
up, down.
GG Willow.
Krakito is going
Thanks,
to return
coffee.
the kill. So it's
GG
1-1,
on your
Yoruba
fucking
Rabbits,
face.
No lead, no EXP. Matching kills now. Ollie just trying to put out a little bit of damage onto Dark, but a quick return from the jungle
Now I've
moving
got
over.
to
And I
foul
mean,
them.
Krakito didn't even have the opportunity
Nails, not your
to
face.
use beads there. I mean, Krakito didn't have an escape, right? So why use your beads? Why burn that relic when you know you're not going to get away? You already used your dash. You already slithered away. You know that Unbound has been used. Brutalize has been used. You know Ragnarok's going to chase you down. So just keep that relic for next time.
Yeah, really smart play from Krakito. It's always good to be patient and keep a level head when you're in situations like that.
I'm going to
because
test
it's so
out
easy
Yu Huang
to
in
panic
the
and say,
jungle
okay, I
practice.
have to use my beads. I have to try to get out.
Good idea.
And realistically, there's no chance of it happening. So good on Krakito there. Taking a look at these teams, I mean, Yoruba, they need some help in this dueling, I'd say, because already the Dharmic Pillars are coming down.
Not going to make anything happen off of that, though, is no lead, no EXP. So the pillars dropped for no return. Krakito and Ollie perfectly fine, not even falling to low XP. Ollie now having no escape, back online. Krakito also has that Petrify online. beads up for both members of the duo lane of No Lead, though. So engagement, probably not likely. Ollie might go in just to burn those 2 sets of beads, loop back around for next time, or open up the door for Pegong to move in on the Kamazots and find some damage as well. Kill potential low in the duo lane currently as Pegong kind of lurking. Krakito takes down Mr. One. Mr. One not having the beads burned. Danzaburo does elect to use those beads, but it's going to be a kill for Krakito.
GG's.
Off of that no-escape Petrify combo.
Almost up to 1 million.
Times you called it, right? Okay. As soon as you said he might use it from the beats, I looked over and I see the diamond just go black. I'm like, oh my goodness, he's done it. He spoke it into existence once more. Ollie, just constant aggression. And this is exactly why I say the Ruby Rabbits need to pay a little bit more attention to their duo lane.
Oh,
shit. They are winning over there, but goodness! Pegong goes down!
That Hieroglyphic Assault and Final Judgment combination
That was
and the
rough.
brutalized Hieroglyphic Assault combination is going to claim the lives of the middle lane and the jungle
Captain.
for the Yoruba Rabbits. That was disgusting. There is
Some
no
ass clown wants to go on a
feasible
voyage.
reason that Aim Blue should have so much damage online so
There you go, ass
early,
clown.
not even 7 minutes into this game, with just a Divine Ruin online. That was filthy.
All right, so let's take a step
He said,
back
"All right,
now.
so."
No lead. Let's take a step back now, Rabbits, all right? We're trying to look at the game. So just stop fighting for just a second here, and we'll get right back to you here. Aim Blue on this Toth is nasty. He's got the Divine online, so he's already got that extra penetration coming through. He's starting his next penetration item. You can bet he's already got stacks online from his passive. So every instance of damage that's coming through that you would see on another mage is just
Ahoy
a little
there,
bit more
Willow.
effective.
I'd like
coming
to make
from
a
this
balloon
Toth
animal
because he
in
has
your
that extra
arse.
pen. You have that many
What?
less actions, and if you're a squishy god like Dunn is on this Chiron, every single prot that's getting ignored is incredibly important because that's pushing closer and closer
Captain
towards
ass
true
clown
damage.
here.
As for the Rabbits on
Oh,
their duo lane, this
I
is
get
where
it.
they are
That was clever.
succeeding right now. Look
Good job,
at,
Coffee.
at their scoreboards right now. Krakito is 2 and 1. Ollie's got 2 assists, and that's all their kills for the squad of Rabbits. Instead of paying attention to the right lane, because they are losing on the right lane, right? Already
Can you
seeing
hear
Dark
Lucy in the
Lorenzo
background?
invading those blue buffs, diving tier 1 towers. Just have Pegong get more active over on this left side. Push the envelope. Push no lead, no EXP into a deficit hard as you can on this left side and open up some goal fury opportunities for yourselves. Control this left side, and the Rabbits have a very good way into this game and to find a lead.
Dark utilizing that early game
Can't hear her,
feature
no?
from the
Good.
Fenrir to perfection thus far. Finds
Ho
himself
ho,
2
the entire crew
0 and
escaped.
1 on this level 9
Good
Fenrir.
job.
Ragnarok picks up Ollie into the Dark
Oof.
Pillars, and it
Damn.
feels like we're just repeating history
my.
here as Ollie is taken down in short order. Woo! Final
just walked
Judgment
into the
comes
Goon
through,
Squad.
Ragnarok comes through.
Yeah,
This
stop
one
going
for
over there,
Dark
Ollie.
Pillars, 3 ultimates
It's not
burned
working for
that
you.
one itty
I don't know
bitty
any of these
area.
players.
Just gone.
Times. It's
I don't know any
still
open
going.
circuit people.
Pegong has to use the bat out of hell, and he's still
Although I think I saw Fails playing in one of the games when I looked over.
Just
And
imagine
Fails
you
is a
taking
player
nice,
from
lovely stroll through the
a
jungle.
while
You're
back.
admiring the flowers. You're listening to
still
the heartbeat
plays.
sing, and all of a sudden there's a Ragnarok ulti Fenrir in your face, pulling you to 3 members. You're taking
GG,
3
ho.
ultimates. Your day has been ruined at that point.
Thanks, Coffee.
Not just 3
Samaro
ultimates, there's a bit of a
Uh-oh.
boxing match here between
Oh,
Krakito
shit.
and Samaro
Nope.
going... No, okay. So I was about to say, Samaro, you've got to chill, dude. But
I thought he was
Samaro's
going in.
opting to use that rocket in order to get away. Dunn using Giddy up to get into position, only to steal away this purple buff from No Lead. Mr. One and Aim Blue have joined the Hunter on the left side of the map, but only to make sure that the Danzaburo stays alive for now. All in the middle lane, clearing things out. But as we were saying, just Fenrir using his early game to perfection. Now 3-0-1, and Pegong having found nothing, not even 1 assist.
I
one
think he'll
death,
stay awake
not
long
1
enough
kill.
and not hang out with your
Kamazots
nerd
has to get
friends
active
to
in order to
play
make it into
with
the
me
middle and
tonight.
late game more
Coffee?
effectively.
Or are you gonna be asleep pretty
He
soon?
does have 1 death on the board so far, but you're
Or circle
absolutely right.
jerking
He has
with your
to
friends.
get more active if he wants to do anything. I love the way the Rabbits
I'm just
are
being rude
playing
for fun,
around
by the
this
way.
left side so
I don't
far.
really mean it.
We see Krakito
Maybe a little
making these
bit, but
aggressive
not really.
plays, done rotating with that purple buff, knowing that this is where they're winning. So keep pushing, get Krakito ahead. put Samaro behind by depriving him of gold, depriving him
Have you ever
of
seen the anime Trigun?
Now that we're 10.5 minutes into the game, now the Gold Fury is starting to look a little bit more appealing. Neither team has a real lead so far, which frankly is kind of surprising, right? No lead, no EXP is 2 kills up, and they've been very active on the map so far. The Rabbits have shown time and time again that they can farm with the best of them to mitigate these losses. Oracles go down, but Ollie might be in trouble.
The
three-man
oh, he
Blue
missed.
Squad is
No way.
back in action. Ollie taken into 3 members of No Lead.
How do you miss
dragged
the
back into
rocket?
the jungle, and once again, this Ares takes a spill in No Lead's zone. That's 0-2 and 2 for the Ares. I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about in Picks and Bans, right? I imagine a scenario where Ares just gets picked up on cooldown at Ragnarok.
I was planning on
dragged
staying
into
up
the
with you
clutches of
tonight, but
No
if you
Lead,
keep
no
on being
EXP.
rude, I'll
And
redeem
what
all
is
of my
Ares to do?
points.
He's got no beads. Right?
And
What are you going to
heavy.
do? No escape? Throw out some shackles? Who cares? The giant wolf is picking you up. And what is thought? A crane? A crane is shooting hieroglyphs. Like, it doesn't matter. You're going to die.
Shit.
And a Gold Fury goes down for No Lead now, expanding that gold lead.
You haven't seen
About
Trigun?
2,000 here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is starting to look worse and worse for the Rabbits. Now, it's
Sorry
not
for being rude.
unrecoverable. It's not doom and gloom. It's
Asshole.
not the bad state where you can't pull back. It's only 2,000. The problem is they keep making the same mistakes. Ollie keeps stepping a little bit too far out, a little bit too much on his own, and every time he's being punished by Dark. He's being pulled into multiple members of No Lead, no EXP.
Apology accepted.
And that's an aggressive dash forward into a waiting jungler.
Dark at half HP, but plenty of damage online. No
Totally
escape.
dead.
He's going to yank in one. Doesn't even need to. Krakito takes down Dark. Krakito going in so aggressively because they knew Ollie and Sager, question mark, was on the left side of the map. Cthulhu making this rotation.
Yeah, why was he
12
over there?
minutes
That was
into
weird.
this one, just to find a, I guess just to wave hello, and now headed back to the solo lane. But finally, Ollie and Krakito teaming up to find a kill, and they're not done.
Go straight under this tier 1 tower, trying to get a little bit aggressive, but pushed back. They can't up that aggression into the tier 1 tower. Unfortunately, Mr. 1 was present to put a stop to that. But go back to that Sager rotation. I mean, he's showing up over on this left side at level 12. Meanwhile, Lorenzo's still over on the right side farming up. He's level 14. I mean, Sager gets nothing out of that rotation. In fact, he just loses farm.
Zero.
And take a look at that tower. It's being pushed down. It's less than half HP. There's no objective on that side.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not
just
really
not sure what the
playing.
call was there from Sager to be on that side because he got absolutely nothing out of it.
Gold
He just
Fury?
lost a lot of XP, in fact.
Absolutely nothing, as you said. Objective was down, no Gold Fury in the map. There was no kill potential because Ollie and Krakito already had that locked down. Speaking of lockdown, Pyromancer getting chunked away by
Does
just
take a lot of
Blue
walk
and
all
Dark.
there,
But
though.
who needs more
So-
members of your team when you're a Fed, Thoth, and a Finbird?
status
So the
could have been
Pyromancer
different
going down to no lead.
when he
As
started his
Krakito was
journey.
forced to petrify defensively in order to get away from the clutches of Mr. 1 and Samaro. Oh, Ollie just missing off the mark
Oh,
with those
shit.
chains. But Dunn is going to find the kill over the top with the masterful shot.
man.
Zintara setting that up, and the automatic
That's
hits
fucked up.
taking him down. So the first kill on the board for the
Hey,
Centaur. Now
Chiron.
Krakito in the middle of nowhere as Mr. 1 and
Ah,
Samaro
he
were
did.
going to combine to take down the Medusa. A kill traded across the map.
And they're not done
Now
either.
Lorenzo, the next
Lorenzo's
target.
still in some danger.
Dude.
So it goes down under that tier 2 tower. I mean, the Rabbits are just squatting up looking for aggression right now. And they're starting to find some results over here. Unfortunately, the loss of Krakito might be a disastrous one, as he was 3-1. That's a lot of gold that goes to the pockets of Samaro there. Because, sure, you know, Mr. 1 might have lasted him with that his little fist there. Nesh passive kicks in, hands that kill to Samaro, hands the shutdown to Samaro. Then he gets a tower on top of it. And throughout all that fighting, the Rabbits come a little ways ahead with the kills, but the gold deficit grows in favor of NLNE. And that's not what they can afford. If they want to
NLNE.
commit that many people over to that side of the map, they have to find an objective on top of it. They have to at least take that tier 1 tower and trade that out if they want it to be worth something for them.
You read my mind, Spooky, perfectly. I was just about to say, at the end of the day, this is an objective-based game, and I'm all for grouping up and finding kills as a team. Super important to get ahead, to start that snowball, right? We're 15 minutes into this one, so heading into the middle game. But if you don't have a Pyromancer up, if you don't have a Gold Fury up, if you're not targeting a tower after you find those kills, then at the end of the day, you're just finding kills, and it's even made worse by the fact that No Lead was able to return
Which a lot of
objective kill,
amateur
taking out
players
that
do.
tier 1 tower in the duo lane. So there has to be F-Dot coined the phrase "the stuff after the stuff" years ago in the beginning of competitive Smite. And I love it. The stuff after the stuff is why we play Smite, right? You got to get the towers, you got to get the Pyromancers, the Gold Furies, things like that. So the Rabbits now looking for that next stuff after
So
the
just trying to
stuff.
kill
Every
steal.
tier 1 tower still up for
Like
No
everybody
Lead,
else
no
does that we
EXP.
play with.
So the next objective to come online is probably the next confrontation on this map.
Yeah, take a look. That Oni Fury is going to be coming up very, very shortly here. And take a look. Dunn is resetting right now. He's going back to base. This does give NLNE the opportunity to get in position around this, because that timer, that is short. It's going to be spawning in any second now. Samaro is already in lane. All they have to do is make this rotation over and get the better positioning. The Ruba Rabbits are looking to try to put Samaro down before it happens.
Pagong being very aggressive early on. Rocket Burn as well. The swoops. Bat out of hell is going to find the first kill. Samaro
no
going
way,
down.
he got away.
Krakito escaping
Really?
with just a sliver of HP now. Ollie
wow.
moving in. The chain do connect to the shackles. Sager burning down Dark. So it's going to be a 2-for-0 thus far. The Rabbits on top. Lorenzo has moved in for this
It's a close match.
No follow-up, however. So a clean 2-for-0.
I didn't see
on
the first
side of
game,
the
really.
Rabbits.
I was still
Everybody
cleaning
healthy
then.
on the blue team. The the Gold Fury has respawned. We have an Oni Fury up now.
Saw the very end of it.
The Ruba Rabbits looking to position themselves to take this one as soon as possible. And Blue and Mr. One moving into the middle lane. Looks like they're giving up on this objective.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, the Rabbits just have too much position here with 2 members of NLE dead. They can't mount a defense. It's best not to give up more kills trying to steal away an objective that you can't safely contest. At that point, they're just risking far too much, but hang on, they might get something anyway, because take a look at the damage Lorenzo's able to put into Krakito. Krakito has lifesteal online, and he just doesn't care. Lorenzo will just beat the man until he walks away from that purple buff.
That's an Osiris, dude. An Osiris with Berserker Shield, and check out that Nemean with the box stacks as well. So Krakito is literally going to do less than nothing to that Osiris.
Nemean's made quite a
Absolutely
resurgence
disgusting.
lately.
There's the hide of the Nemean Lion, of course, as you mentioned last game, providing block stacks, which are, I'll say, very good in this patch. Block stacks still very, very powerful. And I'd like to point out that Ganesh has that Relic Dagger online, which means the beads are going to be available more often, which means that Ollie is going to be a little bit less effective with that no escape on the Ganesh. We saw early Mr. One getting pulled in 1 or 2 times, leading to their death. So hopefully this Ganesh is going to be a little bit more safe with those beads online, the Relic Dagger providing that cooldown reduction for the relics.
I think Relic Dagger is actually a very underrated item. You know, a lot of people look at it and they think it doesn't give, that many stats, but it really gives all the stats that you need. It gives you a little bit of health, move speed, but most importantly, it gives you that passive. It gets those actives up more often. And for supports, their actives are one of the most important things about their kit. It's how they really can influence team fights. And sure, maybe he's picked up beads, he doesn't have a team fight relic there. But the fact that he's able to constantly have those beats up so he can continue influencing these team fights with the rest of his kit, that's what you don't consider. It's such an impactful item, but it does it so subtly. I honestly think that this Relic Dagger could pose some problems for the Rabbits in future engagements, because you recall that first kill that they got onto Mr. One, right, in that duo lane? His relics were 10 seconds away from coming off, right? They were 10 seconds away from coming off cooldown. That's not going to happen anymore, my friend. No, sir. We're getting rid of that 10 seconds. He remembers and he's not dealing with it anymore.
Oh, Krakito caught out a little bit unawares here. Dark moving in from behind. Unbound, he's going to connect with the beads out of Krakito. Make sure the stun doesn't go through. Double Petrify. Finds a little bit of damage. The heals are coming through, but Ragnarok and Samaru. An auto attack from the Danzaburo puts Krakito in the ground. And the Pyromancer, meanwhile, is being taken by the Rabbits. Ollie, with no escape on Lorenzo, Lord of the Afterlife, makes the Osiris CC immune. Sager heads up into Cthulhu's ultimate form, descending into madness, putting out the damage on Aim Blue, forcing out an Aegis.
Behind you, though.
Mr. One in the back line, trying to zone out
Oh my
Sager.
goodness.
Lorenzo back in action. Sager falling very, very low. Lorenzo taking on 3 members of the Yoruba Rabbits.
Is he alive
So far,
still?
no kills to come yet. Up into Bat Out of Hell is Pagon.
Drop the corruption.
Oh. Finally, Sager does fall to Dark. Now Pagon falling rather low. Ollie still full HP, throwing out their shackles, a blink away for the Kamazots. He's going to make sure that
These guys are crazy.
secures his own life. So it's going to be a 2-for-0 on the side of NLNE. And the Pyromancer is going to go down in short order as well.
That fight was so well played from NLNE. I don't know if everyone saw how much Aim Blue contributed in that. Hang on, Mr. One in some danger.
Shit, dude.
Gets put down very quickly. Now Dark's the next target.
Ollie wants this so bad, but those flames are not going to do nearly enough damage. Adun was happy to get out of dodge there. So Dark escapes with their life. Innocent Taurus is done there. The massive shot comes through, chunking down Aim Blue. The chains are not going to be enough. Shackle doesn't do it. And now Ollie is caught between 3 members, but a huge petrify stops No Lead in their tracks. Krakito comes through with a double kill, very nearly makes it a triple. Aim Blue escaping with maybe 50 health points left in their bar. And Krakito comes in clutch
Crazy.
to their support Ollie. And now Fire Giant is on the menu for the Yoruba Rabbits.
Dimes, I'm in shock from how this has turned around. Lorenzo is here, but he's 1 man against 5. I don't know if he'll put up too much of a defense here.
Do it. Oh.
He will not. Rabbits secure that one very nicely, but the way the Rabbits flipped that script around so quickly and so effectively from 2,000 goal behind, by the way, right? Aim Blue absolutely
else watching
dominated
this
that
with me?
initial portion of the fight. Sager was not able to confirm
Coffee
the kill
stopped
onto it,
responding.
and from there, Aim Blue was able to run so much damage through those walls from a completely untouchable position. That's what allowed No Lead, No EXP to find the initial victory on that fight. Then the Rabbits just regrouped so effectively, and we saw what they did in game number 1, where they were able to team fight so well and push back into No Lead, No EXP, even though they were ahead. Krakito makes a massive rotation, comes around, petrifies 2 members under the tier 2 tower, instantly deletes Samaro, and he almost picks up a triple kill. He almost picks up Aim Blue at the end of that, and it just blew the whole game wide open. They take a Fire Giant, they take a Gold Fury, and now they're able to just run down this left side.
I question why high prioritization of the Medusa the first picks. I get it. I understand now. I get it. The Rabbits clearly know more about Smite than I do. I mean, they're playing in the Smite Open Circuit, and I'm, at home talking about them playing in the Smite Open Circuit. So definitely better at this game than I am. Yoruba Rabbits grouped up as 5. Fire Giant around their waist, taking down the Gold Fury, just pushing down the left side
sorry, I've
now,
been
taking out
a
that left
bit
side tier 2.
too into the
Now
jungle
looking at the
practice.
tier 2 in the middle lane. But why
Okay.
not, steal away every single objective that No Lead, No
I'll just be
had,
here
right? Take away
alone.
that red buff, take
Pretty
away the
used to
camps,
it.
take away the Furies. And now finally grouped as 5.
Have
the
fun with
Yoruba
your
Rabbits looking at
practice.
this tier 2. No Lead, looking for a tier 2 tower defense. Typically you see structure defenses under the Phoenixes, but NLNE isn't happy to see this one go. They're slowly backing off. They don't want to take this fight yet. Happy to give up tier 2s for now, just putting out a little bit of poke damage. And I'm not sure, if you're defending as No Lead, No EXP, right? If you are getting fought into under a Phoenix by this Yoruba Rabbits team, who are you targeting, right? Who are you grabbing as a Finrir? Who are you trying to put in the ground with that final judgment as a thought? Who are you focusing those Dharmic pillars on? I mean, which of these is it the Centaur in the mid lane, the Chiron putting out tons of damage? Is it Krakito who can turn a fight around with that Petrify? I'm not sure who you can target in these Phoenix defenses, in these structure defenses.
There's 2 options they have right now. Right? It all depends on what Lorenzo is able to do at the start of the fight, right? Lorenzo has to get on this back line. Problem is, it's a very hard back line to lock down. Dunn has that cleanse from his training exercise. Krakito has CC immunity and a dash. Dunn has the giddy up, which will knock you back if he dashes into you. There's so much self-heal there, right?
Sure.
But if Lorenzo can get one of those tools out, that blows the whole thing wide open. My priority target right now is Krakito, right? Dunn is going to be a little bit harder to kill than Krakito because not only does he have the cleanse and the dash, he also has Centaurus, where if he activates that before he dies, he just doesn't die, and then he has that chance at reviving. Krakito does not have that tool available to him. If you want to make a pick, get Krakito out of the fight, take that Petrifying Gaze out of the equation, and then you can utilize your 5v4 advantage a little bit better, but that might not be the case here.
The Rabbits kicking it into gear here, moving in with that descent into madness. Cthulhu clearing the way for the rest of his team, and already Samaro dropping down to that red health farm. Haegong is going to take out the Hunter for no lead, no EXP. Lorenzo dropping down rather low as well, and the Frenzy just now popped Haegong with a huge kill onto Aim Blue. The thoughts going down. Krakito taking out Mr. One in the meantime. Now Lorenzo, the solo laner, and the jungler Dark on no lead, no EXP are the only members left to defend. Dark moving into the backline, but the three-man unbound. Huge stun goes out. Lorenzo, meantime, doing tons of damage. Dunn falling to low HP here. They will find Dunn, but in return, Dark goes down. The Titans falling rather low. Lorenzo doing what they can, but it is not going to be enough. 3 members of the Rabbits are going to hunt this one down. Titan falls, and the Rabbits take this set 2-1 over NLNE.
Tried.
What a set, Dimes. I mean, the Rabbits heard and they answered back. Rabbit season? No, my friends, it's Duck season. Rabbits come back so strong at that endgame fight. I mean, throughout the game, right, it was looking pretty scrappy. But a constant source of reliability, Krakito over in that left side. He had a very off game in game number 2, right? 0-6. Man, that woke something up inside him in game number 3 because he came out swinging in that dual lane. Ollie and Krakito together had so much aggression, they completely dominated that left side of the map. They forced no lead, no EXP to send members over there to try to respond. The Rabbits learned from their mistakes in game number 2. When NLNE made that decision to send people over to that left side, go ahead. Rabbits grouped up on the opposite side. They sent more people after them. Now, admittedly, it was looking pretty rough for the Rabbits. It looked like they were falling behind in those objectives, right? NLNE, they did have the objective lead. They had the gold lead. They even had the kill lead for quite a while. But it all turned around in that single fight right before the Fire Giant. And that's all it takes in these late game team fights. The match was so close throughout the whole thing. If you make a mistake like that, if you let someone who's ahead, like Krakito, slip in and get a 2-3-man Petrifying Gaze, that blows the game up.
Especially once Sager started rotating in from that solo lane. A little bit of a questionable rotation early in the game, but once that Cthulhu left the solo island and moved into these team fights, I mean, how many times did we see Descent into Madness go into a backline target and not necessarily kill that target, but outright force them out of the engagement, allowing Krakito and Dunn. Dunn only, Krakito put up the big numbers, 7, 3, and 3, but Dunn was dishing out consistent damage. 2, 2, and 6 is the Chiron, but I mean, I saw that Centaurus connect with multiple targets multiple times. That masterful shot was doing way too much damage. I mean, just disgusting, right? Utilizing those training exercises to make sure that they stayed safe along with their team. Just tons of damage out from the Chiron. But yeah, almost 19,500 damage out of Krakito. I'm pretty sure like 10,000 of that damage was just from the triple stun or the double stun that they found in the middle lane when they turned it around to save Ollie's life. Speaking of Ollie, I was questioning this Ares just a little bit in the beginning of the match, but you know what? Ollie loves to play Ganesh, loves to press that W key. Why not put him on another god where you can just hit W, hit those chains, pull in with the no-scapes, find the damage, set up for your team. And, I mean, it worked, right? The Yoruba Rabbits come out on top 2-1.
Ollie also out-damaged Aim Blue on the Toth. He has 11 more points of damage than Aim Blue does in the mid lane. Aim Blue, he was finding the shots where they mattered, but unfortunately, sitting around 8,000 player damage, wasn't able to make maybe as much of an impact as he was hoping to, especially around these late game fights. But man, that's just the way it happens when it takes one fight. It was really just down to one fight, and it even looked like a good fight for NLNE because they had better positioning. They took the initial stage of that fight in their favor. It just came down to communication and position, it felt like. At that point, they allowed Krakito to find a way into the game. and they just took it over from there.
We got treated to an excellent best-of-3 series here in the Smite Open Series. It's Europe tonight, but we're looking at North America tomorrow. So make sure to hang in after the SPL ends tomorrow for more Smite Open Circuit action. Like I said, we find ourselves in North America. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you next time. My name's Dimes. That's Spooky to our wonderful spectator, Rosie. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining. Catch you next time. Stay hydrated.
He's like, stay hydrated. That's his sign off. That's funny. Stay hydrated, nerds. With your autistic self too focused on your gaming that you forget to drink water. Yep, I said it. That was fun. Not sure what comes on next, but I'd imagine they go to a streamer now, considering it's 7 p.m. here. 10 p.m. for them. In Atlanta. Georgia. How thick is this one now that it won't file? I need an industrial strength file to file my toenails. I don't really. Do you want to play some Smizet? I was going to, hi Jasmine, clean the cat boxes and shower. But I got demotivated. I have to act on the motivation quickly when it occurs. And I started to, and then I got grossed out cleaning things, and then I decided to eat because I was really hungry while Jerry was showering. And then after I eat, I get very slow and sluggish and get demotivated from doing anything. And now here I am. So I suppose I could play some Smizet. But if I start playing a game actively or start being active on my stream, then all the viewers leave. So there's that. No messages from Paul. Nope. Calm down. You know what I mean? Okay, so is that what you want? Is that what you want from me? Renegades versus Sanguine. We get 2 times worshippers right now. And there's some chests on sale. That's about it. I don't really want to spend the gems, so... Yes, Coffee, it has been a while since we played together. In lots of ways. It's almost like you don't like me anymore. The skin's so cool. So cool. Oh, more info coming soon. Okay, cool. Shouldn't you put these together? I guess it's just a skin that's available for private gaming. Doesn't require an update, probably. That's not the case, capital P princess. It's not exactly feeling the most playful at the moment. Playful? What are you talking about? The Nerf update. I want a Nerf gun, like that shoot like those Nerf balls. That'd be cool. Yep, that's it. It's the whole story. Rip. Yeah, I would shoot the cats with the Nerf gun. Absolutely. It'd be funny. Jesus. You're so annoying. You look great in that pic. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, I have to change the title. Okay, let's change the title. While we're doing the login. Yep. Nope, I broke it. Ow, fuck. And cats are pretty fun to mess with when you have a Nerf gun. LOL, I've seen cats chase after the discs. Shot for Nerf disc guns. I've never had one of those. That does sound fun. Lucy meows in almost like comical way. She just howls and howls and howls. I have returned. Okay, let's see here. We're done with viewer ads. Good timing. Need a mouse pad to utilize. I need a mouse. I need a PC and a desk and a chair and a lamp. That'd be great. Ah, and a cat. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, Coffee. Thanks so much. Thanks. Spanks. Spanks you very much. Let's see if this clown's online. He's in game, so I cannot invite you. Still messing around in the jungle. I left. You left the jungle? Welcome to the jungle. Yeah, okay, that's great. GG's drops. GG's. Computer feels a little slow right now. A little sluggish. I need to catch up on the SPL games. I've been sleeping. Trying to sleep. While Lucy wakes me up over and over and over. Wonderful. Smite. Okay, game capture, that's that. That's window capture. Here's Smite. There's that. And there she blows. There she blows. Great. Great. I bought the Neath skin at the viewer store. It's a really cute skin. I would buy it too, except I already have it. I think I did buy it on 2 of my other accounts though. But even though I could afford it on some of the others, I do have that really cool base drop Neath skin on the rest of them. So if I didn't have either skin, then I bought this one if I had the points for it on one of my other accounts. But otherwise, I just skipped it. Because I'm not really trying to get skins on those accounts, you know? I'm not really trying to get anything, it doesn't really matter. But I primarily focus on getting cosmetics on those accounts. So, yeah. I already have one really cool Neath skin, it's hard to justify spending 75,000 on a second for the same character. It is really cute though. Okay. Apparently the Dharmic event ended and I didn't get to finish all of my frames. So that was unfortunate. Yep. I blame you. It's your fault. Ah, did I get it? Nope. Epic fail. Epic failure. My fault that you didn't play your games. Yeah, I know. Mystic Defender. I have so many options.
I am pumped! Time to answer the Heroes Hotline. Yar, I'm a pirate.
Yar. Look at that cleavage. Okay. Okay, Neath. Jesus. She's like 32F? Okay. We'll be 32F Neath. For the boosts. Neath is very busty indeed. You Huang. I don't really know how to play against him yet, so that'll be fun. Jingwei Cthulhu. Tyr. Kinda sucks playing against Tyr. See? I started playing Smite, and now people left my stream.
Yar, looks like we be off the edge of the map, and adventure be ahead. Ahoy, me hearty! Good hunting!
Ahoy! Beware your fucking face, coffee cake. I mean, just kidding. But if you want to, you know, beware your face.
Every girl be needing a blunderbuss. Rough anchor.
Thanks! They're like, nah, we're not gonna walk on that. Come on, just walk on it. Just walk on it. He's not going to. scoundrel.
Double the kill, double the fun. Double kill.
Oh, I was hoping my ult would help. You guys didn't get him.
Come
Nope.
on, team.
Oop, not where I want to be. Just waiting. Anytime now. Got him. Oh shit. Okay. You guys better get out of there. That's all my abilities. I don't have anything else, you guys. Number one stunner.
Right back. Falling back. I'm returning to base.
Okay.
That'll help me run.
Just in time for Transcendence.
On my way. I'm building stacks.
Whoa. Whoa, guys. Whoa. Not good.
They looking shook. An enemy has been slain. Line them up and knock them down.
Thanks.
Too bad I didn't get the kills. Are you building stacks also? Nope. Okay. Just taking the stacks. Gotcha. Oh, damn. Hi. They're like, what are you doing over here? Just chilling. Just chilling, you guys. Need these stackies. Oh, that looked good. Bye. They're like, oh, she can backflip. Yep.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready. Line them up and knock them down. No problem. Your last chance. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, these stacks taking a long fucking time. Oh my god, the minions are just like splitting and juking all of my shots. Like they're like moving really weirdly. They're like, you know what? Let's split up. Half of us will go this way, the other half will go this way. That way Willow's shot goes in between us. The fuck? Shit's dangerous out there. Don't go out there. It's a dangerous place. I should have come back to base a long time ago. I have a lot of money to spend. I don't have any pen. No wonder I can't do anything. I don't have any pen. I don't have any attack speed. I'm just fucking around.
It's alright. There's still my bay. Looking shook.
No, I can't kill any minions. I had no pen.
Completed. Thanks.
Thanks. This Tyr and I are just waiting. We're just watching each other. Like at the red buff. We're just like, I don't know, should we go for this red buff? That was funny. That should help. That should help just a bit.
Line 'em up and knock 'em down.
Aw, rip.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't think so. Oh shit, I'm by myself. No, fuck! Where's the entire team? Why is the whole team inside the fountain? The fuck? Everybody went back to the fountain, one just left me by myself? What? Why would you guys do that? Aww. That was unfortunate.
Minions have reached your portal.
Hmm.
They looking shook.
Minions have reached your portal.
I don't want any of these. I don't want any of these items. Oh, I got in the way. Nice block, buddy.
An enemy has been slain. Nice job.
Nice job.
Twice as much slay. Line 'em up and knock 'em down.
Oh, my S key just broke? Okay, cool. He's like, God damn it. I increased my mouse sensitivity, so I'm like, it's getting a little crazy. I'm still getting used to it. Ow. shit.
Come on, team.
I did all of the damage to that guy. Oh, I wish I had my ultimate still, but I used it. No! No! Shit! Alright, I just can't get any kills in this game. I give up. No kills for Willow this game. I need more attack speed. We'll stick with the crit. Not very much power though. Maybe Ichabod would be better. Or just go straight into Hearts here. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Let's get, you know what? Let's get Jotun's Wrath instead. Who cares?
Ahoy, me hearties!
Do like no damage this tier.
Come on, team.
He just did. He's like, oh shit. He's like, never mind. I mean, not pops. Thanks. I was ready to shoot him in the face. I was ready to go. I'm at 1 selected. Like, let's do this. What is it? What are you doing, Jingwei? Good job, Jingwei. Good job. God damn it, Coffee. Oh my god, I got one. Oh my god, I got one.
Minions have reached your portal.
No problem. Oh, he blocked it. No, he blocked my ult. Right?
Line them up and knock them down. An enemy has been slain. Line them up and knock them down.
Dude, I just got a quadruple stun. Oh shit, I'm gonna die though. But that was good for the time. Nice. Okay, I gotta do my chess game after this.
An enemy has been slain. They're looking shook. An ally has been slain.
That hit me? Really? Okay.